0655 Wenger has returned, yet Conte was notably absent from the post-match press conference. However, it was equally rare for the professor to miss the event. Huang Kaiwen and Nesta sat at the conference table, their expressions reflecting a sense of helplessness. The situation regarding Sciglio is indeed difficult to explain. Kevin, could you share your thoughts after securing the championship? A reporter inquired. Huang Kaiwen responded, I have no particular thoughts. The season is still ongoing, and we have more objectives to pursue. After today, we will temporarily set aside the championship and fully dedicate ourselves to the forthcoming matches. Are you referring to the Champions League? You have a good relationship with Sir Ferguson. Do you believe AC Milan will find it easy to triumph over Manchester United? The reporter pressed further. Huang Kaiwen shook his head, saying, Manchester United has never been an easy opponent, particularly the team under Sir Ferguson. I did not experience the Busby era, but when facing Sir Ferguson's team, one can never afford to relax. By emphasizing Sir Ferguson, are you implying a lack of confidence in the forthcoming Manchester United manager? An English reporter asked. Huang Kaiwen nodded and replied candidly, under Sir Ferguson, Manchester United reached their zenith. Regardless of who succeeds him, fluctuations in Manchester United's performance are to be expected, and that is entirely normal. However, Manchester United remains one of the most beloved teams worldwide, so they will inevitably rise again. Could you comment on Pogba's injury today? A reporter queried. Huang Kaiwen remained composed, while Nesta slightly widened his eyes. Both seemed reluctant to address the question. Ultimately, Huang Kaiwen opted to confront it, stating, there is nothing much to say. Players often sustain injuries off the field. We have seen news of such incidents occurring after matches, during dining, bathing at home, or even while sleeping. I mean, Sciglio seems to have reacted, the reporter reminded him. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. Mattia is a young man, and young individuals often behave that way. He accidentally fell asleep on the bench, and we all know that such occurrences can happen. Everything that transpired afterward was merely coincidental. You cannot unjustly assign blame to a promising young talent. Mattia is a crucial part of the club's future. Nesta bowed his head, fearing he might burst into laughter. It was no secret that Sciglio was set to leave the coaching staff. Inter Milan, Juventus, and several foreign clubs have expressed interest in him. He now greatly admires Huang Kaiwen, who spoke with such poise that one might think Sciglio was destined to be Milan's future captain. The reporters felt somewhat defeated, as Huang Kaiwen's responses were impeccably guarded. This was not the news they sought. Kevin, what are your thoughts on Conte's red card today? A reporter asked. I have no opinion. I hold great respect for Mr. Conte, and thus, I do not believe he has done anything wrong. That is all I wish to convey. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile, nudging Nesta to rise. Nesta quickly followed Huang Kaiwen out of the press room. I find that being a coach is no easy task. At least, I do not possess your eloquence, Nesta remarked as they made their way to the locker room. Habits will suffice. Must we emulate Toni Kroos at every press conference? Huang Kaiwen inquired with a smile. Nesta envisioned the scenario in his mind, and it indeed seemed catastrophic. If Kroos were to assume the role of Milan's head coach, disregarding the outcomes for a moment, the club would swiftly alienate every major European powerhouse. To this day, fans still mock Bayern for being relegated to a lower echelon. If Kroos were to lead the team, it could very well lead to a coalition of adversaries rallying against Milan. Is everything all right? The professor asked, waiting at the door. Of course, everything is fine. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Nesta took the initiative to enter the dressing room. The professor hesitated before saying, I chose not to attend primarily because the British media previously raised similar concerns regarding me. I do not wish to burden my daughter with such issues. Rest assured, coach. I understand, Huang Kaiwen said, patting the professor's arm. You are not without responsibility, but in this instance, it is indeed not appropriate for you to step forward. The situation with Sciglio could easily lead the British media to resurrect old stories about you. While you may have been indifferent before, you now have a child to consider. Even if it is fabricated, it could still trouble her. Huang Kaiwen was quite curious about how those celebrities, whose photos had been leaked, address their children. Thus, the complete digitization of life can be detrimental. Whether stored on a hard drive or in the cloud, breaches have occurred. Even the formidable Apple iCloud has fallen victim to hackers, and those most notorious for leaked photos include Rihanna, Amber Heard, Scarlett Johansson, and the ever-popular Big Cousin. King Huang has learned from these lessons, never taking reckless photographs, nor storing them on his computer. On the return bus, the Milan players jubilantly sang My Sunday. The scene was festive yet humorous. God bestowed upon them the gift of football, yet deprived most players of melodious voices. Even Inter's player rendition of Pièce d'Intérieur consisted of a line or two from each player, enhanced by a multitude of sound engineers. Conversely, the sharpshooter Rooney possessed a surprisingly good singing voice. This illustrates that where there are deficiencies in one area, there are often strengths in another. Milan players, being both handsome and skilled, often lacked musical talent. Occasionally, a couple of normal voices would be drowned out by the likes of Kaka. Huang Kaiwen quietly retrieved his noise-canceling earplugs. The distance from Turin to Milan exceeds 140 kilometers, and he had no desire to endure his teammates' torment. Fortunately, the bus driver was swift, and in just over an hour, Huang Kaiwen arrived home. He suspected he would struggle with the din of the first team. Galliani accompanied Huang Kaiwen as they disembarked. Upon entering the living room, the old steward promptly began preparing coffee. Galliani produced some documents and handed them to Huang Kaiwen, stating, "These are some forwards currently favored by our scouts. The marked one is the player Arsene is interested in. Anthony Martial?" Huang Kaiwen read aloud. "He possesses remarkable speed. We consider him the new Thierry Henry," Galliani elucidated. Huang Kaiwen replied, "Milan scouts are indeed astute. It is only natural for the professor to favor a League One player. The talent of this young king is undeniable. Even with Manchester United's substantial investment, his displayed prowess was worth every penny. The crux of the matter is that he is somewhat indolent, lacking self-discipline and burdened with numerous troubles. One finds themselves without the charm of a suave individual, yet fated to endure a similar plight." Upon seeing the estimated transfer fee of €3.5 million, Huang Kaiwen nodded and remarked, "If possible, acquiring him poses no issue. Loaning out the Polo King for some practice could serve as a commendable voucher. As for Icardi, he was dismissed with a wave of the hand. I have no fondness for that fellow," Huang Kaiwen stated. "He is entangled with Wanda, and the newspapers have reported on his betrayal of the esteemed Lopez. Divock Origi did not fare much better in his estimation. Harry Kane? Now, that is promising. If the opportunity arises, we should pursue him with full vigor," Huang Kaiwen continued. "With 21 goals in 20 matches for U19, Timo Werner is also worth considering. Kane possesses considerable talent, and as for the curse of superstition, Huang Kaiwen remained unconvinced that it could affect Milan. The Golden Scout is regarded as a prominent figure among Germany's new generation. However, his choice to venture into the Premier League may not be the wisest. Remaining in the Bundesliga could yield a smoother path for his development. While his innate abilities may not match Kane's, he could still be sold to the Bavarians if needed. They are all gifted young talents, and under the tutelage of the professor, they might flourish. Thus, it would be prudent to prepare several promising candidates. That will suffice. There are no other superior options. Pay close attention to Harry Kane. He is crucial for Milan's future. As for other players, experimentation is permissible. But we must avoid overspending on the youth," Huang Kaiwen advised. "And what of Neymar?" Galliani inquired. "There have been numerous reports from Spain recently, suggesting he may soon arrive in Europe. That depends on the coach's inclination. Should he desire Neymar, we shall procure him," Huang Kaiwen replied. "Neymar's fee is merely in the tens of millions, a sum easily manageable for Milan. In truth, every elite club eyeing Neymar can afford him. The issue lies in their reluctance to satiate his father's demands. Signing a young player for such a hefty sum inherently carries risk, and the player's family seeks additional compensation in the millions, which is the primary reason elite clubs shy away from Neymar. Furthermore, the complexities surrounding his ownership, with Santos not holding a complete stake, render the signing of Neymar quite troublesome. When assessing purely his talent, he is undoubtedly worthy. Yet Milan does not possess an urgent need for him. No matter how exceptional a young Brazilian may be, he would only serve as a substitute for the Polo King." After discussing forwards for a while, Galliani added, "With the recent championship victory, the club aims to capitalize on this opportunity to develop the Asian market, allowing players to participate in a program featuring Asian cuisine. I have no objections, but please ensure the script undergoes careful review," Huang Kaiwen replied. "When we speak of the Asian market, we refer primarily to Japan and China. The Polo King is not particularly favored in Korea. We should avoid scheduling this on rest days." "That may pose a challenge," Galliani said, somewhat troubled. "The Champions League is imminent, necessitating that we conduct this work on rest days." "Very well," Huang Kaiwen sighed, glancing at the time. "It is getting late. I shall have Neo escort you home. Regarding transfers, it is best to heed the coach's advice. I generally have no objections." Galliani nodded in agreement. regardless of whom Wenger wishes to acquire. He always seeks Huang Kaiwen's confirmation. If Huang Kaiwen disagrees, he simply finds a pretext to refuse Wenger's request. The ever-changing coaches and the steadfast Milan king. Galliani has indeed pondered this matter with clarity. Recently, his rather disappointing son's company has begun to turn a profit. On one hand, there is the thrill of adventure in Africa, while on the other, the indulgent allure of Milan's vibrant world. There is little to contemplate. The following morning, Huang Kaiwen assumed the headlines would either celebrate a championship victory or feature Sciglio. However, it was Sir Ferguson who graced the front page instead. The Milan Sports Daily reproduced an interview with him, wherein the Manchester United patriarch remarked, "Wenger is a reformer. He conducted a magnificent experiment at Arsenal, benefiting the entire Premier League. Yet, he has since lost his ambition. We are all aware of AC Milan's dominance. Their current performance does not reflect Wenger's capabilities. As every coach who has arrived at AC Milan has succeeded, even Queiroz would achieve the same." At this point, Huang Kaiwen chuckled. It is no wonder that Mourinho and Sir Ferguson maintain a cordial relationship. Their sentiments align closely. When Milan encounters Manchester United in the Champions League, the long-standing rivalry between Sir Ferguson and the Professor is unlikely to be easily resolved. The footballing world is set to witness much excitement in the near future. During the day, Huang Kaiwen visited a filming location where Kroos and De Bruyne were assigned to enjoy Chinese cuisine. Milan had taken care to provide an authentic dining experience. De Bruyne opted for a fork, while Kroos chose chopsticks. Their interactions were quite frequent. Despite being competitors, the team atmosphere, coupled with Kroos's character, ensured minimal friction between them. Upon hearing the dish named Lion's Head, both players paused, with De Bruyne hesitating to reach for it. Kroos attempted to grasp it with chopsticks, but failed, ultimately resorting to a fork. "Not bad. Give it a try," Kroos suggested after tasting it. Only then did De Bruyne begin to sample the dish. As the next course, sweet and sour carp, was presented, Huang Kaiwen took his leave. Milan is engaged in numerous related activities, primarily for commercial development. However, once embarked upon, such endeavors must be executed well. Otherwise, it would be better not to pursue them at all. Presently, it appears that Milan is performing admirably. The club places great importance on commercial development across Europe, Asia, and Africa, even if Africa yields little profit. The world comprises a finite number of regions and nations. South America remains the stronghold of La Liga, while League One is relatively weak. To not stake a claim in League One would be a disservice to oneself. Although the Premier League is formidable in Asia, Huang Kaiwen remains rooted in Syria. Milan's influence in Asia holds its own against the elite of the Premier League. On April 22nd, the Professor responded to Sir Ferguson, holding a press conference at Milanello. He addressed the journalists, stating, "The only moment that can possibly bring joy is now. The past has bestowed regret upon us, while the future teems with uncertainty. Humanity has swiftly recognized this, and has thus created religion, which forgives past transgressions and assures us not to fear the future, for one shall ascend to heaven. My choice to come to Milan was made to avoid regret. Everyone claims that Milan's victories do not belong to me, as they yearn for an AC Milan, a sentiment rooted in inner jealousy." The Professor's response was eloquently articulated. However, an unfortunate incident occurred that left him quite distressed. The following day, several players from Milan, including Huang Kaiwen, fell ill with the flu. The team doctor speculated that the temperature on the day of Juventus championship victory at their home ground had led to some players contracting the illness, which then spread during training. The Professor, rarely prone to such outbursts, was furious. That evening, they were to face Manchester United in the Champions League semi-final. Now deprived of 7 players, several of whom were key starters. How could he not be upset? The club adeptly contained the news. Nevertheless, Milan could only feel the depleted squad that night. The match at St. Kevin's Stadium was fiercely contested. In the dying moments, Milan managed to secure a 1-0 victory in the first leg, courtesy of a header from Thiago Silva, a scoreline quite rare for Milan in recent times. Soon after, media outlets revealed the news of the flu afflicting Milan's players. Huang Kaiwen and a few others were left at home to recuperate. Yet this did not impede Milan from achieving a resounding 5-2 victory over Catania at the month's end. The entire team then flew to Manchester together. Barcelona advanced to the final after eliminating Bayern with an aggregate score of 1-1, thanks to away goals. The victor between Manchester United and Milan would meet Barcelona at St. Kevin's Stadium. In early May, Huang Kaiwen encountered another refreshing moment at the hotel. It was then that he recalled having snatched the championship from Juventus. Primarily, his exceptional talent rendered him less reliant on external forces, causing him to overlook such matters. Special template. Otsutsuki Kagaya, Fate points. Template. George Best, points. Bobby Charlton points. Eric Cantona, points. Skills. Magatha's Conditioning Training Manual, points. Dribbling Mastery, 1,000 points. Excavation Mastery, 100 points. Items. 24-hour immunity card, 20 points. Astonishingly, he had drawn the naive and innocent character. The Otsutsuki clan is not particularly rational either. Next came the 3 templates from Manchester United, which were quite impressive. Ultimately, Huang Kaiwen spent 120 points to acquire the immunity card and Excavation Mastery. Skills. Excavation Mastery enhances hand coordination to a significant degree, greatly improving your excavation abilities. Previously, during his time in North Africa, Huang Kaiwen had contemplated the necessity of such skills. After retiring, it would be useful for treasure hunting as well. Following that were a series of interception notifications. Intercepted Juventus player Vucinic for Serie A Championship, skill activation successful. Intercepted Juventus player Paul Pogba for Serie A Championship. Skill activation successful, successfully replicated traits. Intercepted Juventus player Marchisio for Serie A Championship, skill activation successful, successfully replicated traits. A succession of interception notifications resulted in the acquisition of numerous traits. Trait. Mysterious injury. Pogba can still revel in celebrations in the United States while injured. Possessing this skill allows you to enjoy leisure even when injured. At least he wasn't granted a trait akin to Pogba's substance abuse. Trait. Mobile phone spokesperson. Marchisio once enthusiastically recommended the Oppo Reno 10 to fans. After acquiring this trait, the sales of the phone you endorse will experience a certain degree of increase. Trait. Fatal celebration. A Swiss player performed a double-headed eagle gesture in celebration after scoring against Serbia. When one desires to provoke an adversary, the celebratory gestures executed can unmistakably convey one's intentions, amplifying the impact of the celebration. Huang Kaiwen shook his head. He was not the type to engage in provocations on the field. The trio of attributes did not enhance Huang's prowess on the pitch, for he considered himself yet to be invincible. Attribute. The art of deception. Balzar, at the age of 35, requested leave under the pretext of familial obligations, yet was spotted reveling at a joyous dinner in Ricci 1, a coastal city by the Adriatic Sea. Possessing this attribute ensures that requests for indulgent escapades will invariably be sanctioned. Huang Kaiwen mused, shouldn't this attribute belong to Inzaghi? Would anyone dare deny a leave request from the King of Huang in Milan? This reflection highlighted Huang's commendable professional integrity. Apart from injuries, he had never been absent from the field. Attribute. I am Batman. At the twilight of his career, Chiellini played in Major League Soccer, where the Galaxy triumphed 2-1 over LAFC in a derby match. In a fit of fury, Chiellini chastised Puig, branding him a clown for flaunting his jersey to the fans. When one possesses this attribute and experiences profound anger, the player referred to as a clown will find their fortune waning in the days to come. Goodness, could this be construed as a curse? Huang Kaiwen pondered, recognizing the formidable challenge in fulfilling such a condition. He recalled that he had rarely, if ever, been truly enraged on the field, which indirectly attested to his good temperament and broad-mindedness. Attribute. Resilient character. After transferring to Juventus, he endured torment from an obsessive stalker for 5 years, and shockingly, this individual was a law enforcement officer. Anonymous letters were frequently sent, maligning Quagliarella with accusations of various vices and colluding with the Camorra to manipulate matches. Yet, such adversity only served to fortify Quagliarella's resolve. What does not break me makes me stronger. Huang Kaiwen could not help but shake his head upon reading this. Naples indeed harbors an aura of the uncanny. Similar instances of being targeted post-transfer had occurred multiple times. Even during his tenure at Napoli, he faced threats from extreme fans. However, Juventus was not without its own issues. Apart from doping scandals, there were claims of discriminatory treatment, with allegations that he was denied access to training facilities, which explained his exuberance upon scoring. The overarching environment of Serie A presented its own set of challenges. Huang Kaiwen resolved to have Galliani investigate, aiding Quagliarella in resolving his troubles. Each revelation of such matters represents a blow to Serie A, and with occurrences so frequent, It is no wonder that stars are reluctant to grace the league with their presence. The recent acquisition from Juventus yielded modest returns. As dawn broke, Ramos was already outside their suite, engaging in push-ups. "Good morning, Kevin," Ramos greeted. "Good morning, Sergio," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "Do not overexert yourself. We have a semi-final this evening. Rest assured, my physique is in prime condition," Ramos responded, leaping up energetically and giving a thumbs up. Huang Kaiwen gestured. "Put on your clothes and let us descend for breakfast." "All right." Ramos hurriedly donned a short-sleeved shirt. The Manchester morning still bore a hint of chill, yet he felt warm from his workout. As the two made their way downstairs, some teammates were already seated in the dining area. Cruz waved, saying, "A reporter was just apprehended by security. The English truly are mad." "The coach once remarked that the English are all peeping toms," Ramos stated. Huang Kaiwen quickly glanced around and, not seeing the professor, corrected himself. "That was actually said by Mr. Mourinho, directed at the coach. My good brother misremembered that. If it were mentioned in front of the professor, it would surely be quite awkward. The professor and Mourinho truly have little in common." Huang Kaiwen casually grabbed 2 cheese sandwiches and some yogurt, settling beside Cruz. Ramos's plate contained chicken salad, avocado sandwiches, and coffee. "I had previously considered playing for Manchester United." Cruz chuckled, not expecting to end up at Old Trafford. "Every child dreams of serving a prestigious club," Ramos remarked. "I never thought of it," De Bruyne admitted somewhat sheepishly, feeling at the time that playing for a top club was beyond my reach. "That was merely your talent yet to reveal itself," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "Not every elite player was a prodigy in their youth. Many veterans at Milan have switched positions, with Pirlo serving as a quintessential example, though he was quite remarkable even in his younger days." Speaking of late bloomers in Serie A, one must mention Tony, who is still playing in Serie B at the age of 26. Huang Kaiwen picked up a newspaper. The Times reported, "Abramovich is dissatisfied with the team's performance and does not rule out the possibility of Chelsea changing coaches again this summer." Abramovich is indeed unyielding when it comes to dismissing coaches. The Manchester Evening News published Sir Ferguson's words, "After losing by 1 goal away, we still have a chance. Manchester United has never feared their opponents, and I believe we will pose significant challenges to AC Milan at Old Trafford." Huang Kaiwen found this belief quite credible. Old Trafford has never been an easy venue to conquer. The Sun reported on a scandal involving Premier League players, stating, "QPR forward Remy, along with 2 other men, assaulted a woman a few days ago. We have confirmed that sufficient evidence has been gathered in Scotland." Upon reading this, Huang Kaiwen shook his head. Such incidents in football can be categorized into 2 types. One type resembles Neymar's situation, where a star is bitten back after failing to satisfy the other party in terms of money or other matters. Such occurrences are not uncommon. After all, even without solid evidence, a sensational story can yield hundreds of thousands of pounds, a sum astronomical for an ordinary person. And the media environment in England greatly increases the likelihood of such events. The other type involves individuals like Remy, who lack common sense. As a star, even if unattractive, finding a beautiful partner should not be difficult. Yet, when one's lower impulses control one's actions, self-destruction follows. Carlton Cole, the forward who was once duped by Rooney into taking a blue pill, has similarly faced such scandals twice, causing quite a stir in England at the time. Huang Kaiwen truly felt no sympathy for these individuals. Rooney is 100 times more noble than they are. Ultimately, matters between men and women hinge on mutual consent. If one cannot even manage one's own desires, one deserves the consequences. After lunch, Huang Kaiwen and his teammates warmed up in the hotel's indoor pitch. At around 5 p.m., the entire Milan team arrived at Old Trafford. Kevin Huang had not yet changed his attire when the professor summoned him to attend the press conference. Upon their arrival at the press hall, Sir Ferguson and Vidic were already seated. "Kevin, share your feelings about returning to Old Trafford," the professor prompted. "Arsene, will you triumph once more? Mr. Wenger, do you believe your presence is significant to AC Milan? With Benitez on the verge of dismissal, will you return to Arsenal?" The atmosphere in the press hall was quite boisterous. The long-standing rivalry between Sir Ferguson and the professor piqued the interest of the journalists, all eager to extract newsworthy remarks from the 2 coaches. This time, the professor did not defer to Sir Ferguson but proactively took the microphone, tapping it twice. The sound system emitted a loud noise, finally quieting the reporters. The professor straightened his posture, leaning slightly forward with a smile, and declared, "I am aware you have numerous inquiries, yet in the face of the match, everything else pales in significance. I have returned as the coach of Milan, and I shall not entertain questions unrelated to Milan. If you seek to know the outcome of the match, allow me to assure you that today, at Old Trafford, AC Milan will undoubtedly progress. The professor's words resonated with conviction. Following the conclusion of the pre-match press conference, Sir Ferguson called out to Kevin Huang, who halted in his tracks alongside the professor. "Are you addressing Kevin, you Frenchman?" Sir Ferguson inquired with a hint of irritation. The professor chuckled, replying, "I fear you may harbor ill intentions. I must remain vigilant to safeguard my players from your influence." Once out of the journalist's sight, the tension between the two men seemed to dissipate. Despite Sir Ferguson's frequent jabs at the professor, the latter's dietary management was implemented more swiftly at Manchester United than anywhere else. Ignoring the professor, Sir Ferguson asked, "After my retirement, should I consider joining Manchester United as a player coach? I can guarantee your position. Isn't that Ten Hag?" Kevin Huang jested. Sir Ferguson retorted, "I have met him. He is a young man with ideas, yet he lacks the qualifications to manage Manchester United." "Moyes is probably in a similar boat," Kevin remarked. Though he seldom spoke ill of others, Moyes had shattered too many disgraceful records. "I suspect that the Scotsman owes a significant portion of his hospital visits to Moyes." He added, "That's why I inquired," Sir Ferguson replied. "Let it be, sir. I am not yet of the age to assume a coaching role." Kevin shook his head. "Moreover, I have no desire to work for the Glazers, given the remarkable stability of Manchester United's performance in recent years and the elder Glazers' stringent limitations on investment. It is not just about ownership. Even the funds generated by Manchester United struggle to penetrate the transfer market. One cannot be surprised that Guardiola declined Sir Ferguson's overture. The pressure associated with succeeding Sir Ferguson at such a prestigious club is immense, compounded by limited transfer funds and the presence of someone who treats contracts as mere assets, leading to a nightmarish beginning for Manchester United. The support received by a successor to Sir Ferguson is sorely mismatched with the stature of Manchester United. Sir Ferguson was about to continue speaking when the professor decisively grasped Kevin Huang's arm, leading him away. As they walked toward the locker room, the professor remarked, "I had thought you might contemplate it. The position of Manchester United's manager is far from straightforward." Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile, "If the owner of Manchester United were Mr. Abramovich, it might possess some allure. However, the Americans are akin to vampires." The professor nodded in agreement. His patron, David Dunn, had incited fury in club chairman Hillwood by bringing in Kroenke for financial reasons. Dunn's attempt to introduce the Russian magnate Usmanov provided Kroenke with the opportunity to persuade the board to get involved. The past few years should have marked a period of rapid development for Arsenal, yet internal strife caused them to miss their optimal chance. As Kroenke's influence grew, Arsenal's operational philosophy began to shift. Returning to the locker room, Huang Kaiwen commenced changing his attire. Observing the anticipation level reaching 100, he opted to draw a lottery. Ding! You have won a 24-hour experience card for the fourth round of the 1994 English League Cup, Manchester United vs. Wigan Athletic, featuring Paul Scholes. Astonishing Gingerhead. In his early years, Scholes played as a forward and scored an impressive 70 goals in a single season at the age of 11. Numerous examples exist of prodigies dominating at a young age. This is not akin to a player like Makoko, who alters their age. After a brief retirement, Gingerhead continued to play until the age of 39. Many hail him as a genius, while others argue that such claims are exaggerated. Nevertheless, Scholes is undeniably one of the finest midfielders England has produced during that era. His playing style leaned towards that of an attacking midfielder and second striker, given that he originally occupied those positions. Manchester United's tactics, which featured wing play, highlighted Scholes' abilities, while his timing and precision in passing were equally crucial. He was a player of elite long-passing proficiency, adept at making incisive runs. Since he had drawn Scholes, Huang decided to utilize him. The Yellow King aimed to pay homage. United, United, United. Even before exiting the tunnel, the fervent cries of Manchester United fans could be heard. The glory of the Ferguson era instilled a sense of confidence in the fans, who believed their team could snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Despite losing the first leg, the outcome of a single goal remained uncertain, which fueled the fans' anticipation. The stands were populated with numerous legends and celebrity supporters. Both Milan and Manchester United are among the most beloved teams in Europe. In the absence of matches or training, Djokovic could often be spotted attending Milan's games. Recently, The cast of the popular Game of Thrones series, including Jon Snow, Littlefinger, Samwell Tarly, and Tormund Giantsbane, are all Manchester United fans. James, who is involved with his sister, is a Leeds United supporter, while the adopted Cian Greyjoy favors Arsenal. These British actors have been lifelong supporters of their respective teams. Emilia Clarke, for certain reasons, supports Chelsea. Galliani sat in a box with Old Glazer, discussing various business matters. Although Old Glazer showed little interest in allowing the team to spend, he couldn't help but envy AC Milan's profitability. "We are preparing to sell Sciglio. He is a good player," Galliani remarked with a smile. "What a joke. How can one expect to learn without paying tuition?" "I understand, but Manchester United cannot afford such an expensive full-back," Old Glazer replied. In recent years, Manchester United has invested over $30 million in a single transfer fee solely for forwards. Sciglio has recently been heralded as a more talented Italian fullback than Cocu, and it is likely that his asking price will not fall below that of Cocu's, who left Milan a decade ago for a staggering sum of €22.5 million. With Moratti being the unfortunate buyer. Let us discuss other players. After Cristiano Ronaldo's departure, Manchester United has lacked star power, allowing Rooney to demand a higher salary. "If they were to acquire Hazard, it would undoubtedly showcase their ambition," remarked Galliani. The elder Glazer interjected, stating that even if Hazard is not particularly involved in football, he is certainly aware of his worth. Selling players for $100 million is feasible, yet spending $60 to $70 million on a new acquisition is a different story altogether. As the players entered the field alongside the officiating crew, the sharply dressed professor stood in stark contrast to Sir Ferguson, who donned training attire. The stubborn Scotsman seemed to convey his indifference towards the match against the professor in this manner. "After the game, let us share a drink, Alex." The professor extended his hand, smiling, devoid of any pressure. "Huh, little man, if you have the skill, keep Kevin off the pitch," retorted Sir Ferguson, eliciting further joy from the professor. "You never voiced such sentiments when you had Ronaldo and Rooney. Now you understand my feelings, don't you?" The camera panned to Sir Bobby Charlton, one of Manchester United's Holy Trinity, who waved a flag from the stands. Indeed, AC Milan and Manchester United have not faced each other frequently in the Champions League, yet the current coach of AC Milan is a long-standing rival of Ferguson. Today, as Ferguson and Wenger meet once more, we shall observe the tactical arrangements of the two managers. Manchester United's formation is a 4-4-2 with double defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, De Gea, defenders, Evra, Ferdinand, Vidic, Raphael, midfielders, Nani, Carrick, Pirlo, Giggs, forwards, Welbeck, Rooney. Conversely, AC Milan employs a 4-3-3 with double defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Buffon, defenders, Quit, Thiago Silva, Godin, Ramos, midfielders, Rakitic, Kroos, Rodri, forwards, Huang Kaiwen, Van Persie, Hazard. Manchester United remains committed to the 4-4-2 formation with wing play, a hallmark of their style, as Ferguson's team invests significantly in the flanks. Indeed, under Wenger, AC Milan has utilized few formations. Between a single and double defensive midfielder, he ultimately opted for the latter, primarily because Ramos requires support when advancing. Currently, AC Milan's most pressing issue is the absence of a successor for the left-back position. Although Sciglio is young and versatile, his skill and experience are lacking, though his talent is exceptional. At this juncture, AC Milan should consider acquiring a ready-to-use left-back, allowing Sciglio to gain experience in less critical matches. Young players ought to develop gradually, particularly when the example of Senderos is evident. Wenger is clearly aware of this. Huang Kaiwen and Vidic approached the center circle together. After the incident involving Rooney and the heart of the team, he has undoubtedly lost the trust of Sir Ferguson. It was evident that under the management of Sir Moyes, Rooney resorted to similar tactics, securing a salary increase to $300,000. Such is the prowess of a leading figure in British football combined with an elite striker. Players like Kane are indeed rare. "We need to speak," Vidic stated. Referee Kamina glanced at Huang Kaiwen, who nodded in agreement. The referee then tossed the coin. "Milan will kick off," he announced. "We're starting," Huang Kaiwen said. Van Persie initiated the play, passing to Hazard, who, positioned on the right, hesitated to break through. Since the emergence of inside forwards, right-footed players have favored the left flank, and Hazard was no exception. Approaching the penalty area from the right felt awkward for him. Upon receiving Hazard's pass, Huang Kaiwen began to make his run forward. Veteran Giggs closely followed Huang Kaiwen, having transitioned through various roles in his career, including attacking midfielder, central midfielder, and defensive midfielder. The aging Giggs found himself on the right side today to accommodate Nani and simultaneously mark Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen remained composed. He had encountered tight defenses numerous times and could easily find ways to evade them. In the backline, Kroos received the ball and began to orchestrate the play. Although positioned as an attacking midfielder, he often found himself deeper on the field, akin to how Scholes of Manchester United would frequently position himself a few steps ahead of defenders to launch long passes. In contrast, Rakitic made a forward run to stretch the depth. When Kroos retreated, someone had to apply pressure on Manchester United. As Rooney pressed forward, Kroos was prompted to advance the ball. Rakitic seized the opportunity and surged forward, prompting Carrick to hastily close in on him. Next to Pirlo, he could only act as a bodyguard. Suddenly, Huang Kaiwen burst into action, startling Giggs, causing Carrick to slow his pace as well. On the left, Huang Kaiwen darted diagonally toward the right. Giggs gritted his teeth and tried to keep up, but the speed disparity was insurmountable. Even in his youth, he would have lagged behind Huang Kaiwen, let alone at 40. Observing Huang Kaiwen's movement, both Hazard and Van Persie began to mobilize. This maneuver liberated Rakitic, who found himself unmarked. "Aren't you going to mark him?" came an urgent voice with a Scottish accent. At that moment, Rakitic swung his right foot for a long-range shot. The ball sped into the penalty area, and De Gea leaped to block it, swiftly securing it under his body, eliciting a sigh of relief from Manchester United fans. As the players slowly transitioned toward midfield, Van Persie quietly crept closer to De Gea. The danger was imminent. Realizing the threat, De Gea rushed towards the ball. Swinging his right foot, Van Persie half-turned and intercepted. The ball struck Van Persie's foot and quickly ricocheted into the net. Stunned, both teams were taken aback by the sudden and bizarre nature of the first goal. Sir Ferguson, standing on the sidelines, seemed at a loss for words, staring blankly at the pitch. Remarkably, just over a minute into the match, Van Persie had put Milan in the lead. Indeed, the goal was utterly unexpected. None of us anticipated such a strike. De Gea failed to notice Van Persie, and by the time he became aware, he was already flustered. Yes, this goal was essentially a gift to AC Milan. One can assume that Van Persie merely aimed to test the waters. Even he was taken aback by his direct scoring. Wenger celebrated fervently on the sidelines, as his protégé Van Persie found the net, reminiscent of the historic clashes between the two giants of English football. Ferdinand turned to glance at the young goalkeeper, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Vidic, in his accented English, inquired, "What are you doing?" De Gea, with his head bowed, remained silent, seated on the goal line without uttering a word. Evra hurried over to offer some words of encouragement. "It's just one mistake. There are still opportunities ahead." Neither Vidic nor Ferdinand spoke further, as De Gea's performance had been commendable. Otherwise, Lindegaard would have been the only option. "Get up quickly," Sir Ferguson shouted from the sidelines. "I didn't bring you to Manchester United to see you moping. Pull yourself together." The venerable manager couldn't help but sigh. The temperament of this goalkeeper seemed a tad too soft. In contrast, previous goalkeepers, be it Van der Sar or Schmeichel, were commanding figures on the defense, vocally directing their teammates. Even Barthez, with his notorious blunders, was not one to remain quiet. Commanding the defense is a hallmark of elite goalkeepers. Yet De Gea lacks such prowess. Observing the performance of Kevin De Bruyne on the field, the Scottish veteran couldn't help but shake his head. Both having transitioned from Madrid, the disparity was striking. Comparing De Gea to Kevin felt somewhat unfair. At the very least, he should be on par with Casillas, right? Manchester United's performance over the years has not lagged behind that of Real Madrid. He began to question whether this young man truly was the answer for Manchester United's goalkeeping woes. Giggs glanced toward the back line, yet showed no inclination to return. Approaching the twilight of his career, Giggs had developed new ambitions, viewing his teammates with the perspective of a coach. While it was improbable for him to directly succeed Sir Ferguson, he believed that in a few years, he could take the helm of Manchester United, much like Guardiola and Enrique had done before him. As Manchester United resumed play from the midfield, Welbeck passed to Rooney, who immediately returned the favor to Giggs. Giggs, receiving the ball on the wing, surveyed the field. His footwork had not deteriorated significantly, yet carrying the ball over long distances had become a burden, leading him to rarely venture forward with the ball. Spotting De Bruyne advancing, Giggs delivered a pass to Pirlo, who swiftly distributed it to Raphael. Raphael, faced with De Bruyne's pressure, promptly returned the ball to Pirlo. Today, Pirlo found himself against his former club since joining Manchester United. He had quickly become a pivotal figure in the team. Confronted by De Bruyne's relentless pursuit, Pirlo remained composed, well acquainted with his old teammates' pressing style. The pass was made. Yet Pirlo struggled to maintain possession. De Bruyne's speed and quick reflexes allowed him to recover rapidly, making it challenging for ordinary players to withstand. Manchester United's backline appeared precarious. Although the veterans delivered solid passes, AC Milan's pressing capability was formidable. Vidic regained possession and swiftly relayed it back to Pirlo, who promptly launched a long ball forward. The ball soared from the right side of the backfield to the left flank of the front field, with Nani making a rapid dash forward. Yet it was evident he would not reach it in time. Welbeck, with his back to the play, was engaged in a physical contest with Godin, whose stature was clearly superior. As he leapt, Welbeck's center of gravity leaned back, yet Godin effortlessly directed the ball towards the center. At that moment, a figure surged into the middle and unleashed a right-footed strike so swift that Buffon could barely react. Despite his valiant effort to extend his arms, he was unable to thwart Rooney's shot. After scoring, Rooney rushed to the goal and kicked the ball in once more. A goal. The score was now 1-1, with a total aggregate of 2-1. Rooney's splendid volley had helped Manchester United claw back a point. In the 6th minute of the first half, both teams found themselves on equal footing once again. However, considering the away goals rule, the Red Devils needed to score at least 2 more to avoid elimination. Their failure to score at St. Kevin's Park weighed heavily upon them. Even if they managed to lead by 1 goal today, they would still face elimination due to the away goals rule. Indeed, it seemed nearly equal, yet Manchester United remained precariously perched on the edge of a cliff. At this juncture, Ferguson dared not relax, standing on the sidelines, urging his players to exercise utmost caution. The Busby babes had once brought us to tears, but those days were long past. Charlton, Edwards, Law, and the legendary George Best. We were united, capable of sharing all those enchanting moments. The anthem of Manchester United resonated through the theatre of dreams. Sir Charlton in the stands would surely feel immense joy. As one of the protagonists of the lyrics, his greatest achievement was leading Manchester United to revival alongside Sir Matt Busby. Having endured so much, his feelings regarding Ferguson's retirement were not as intense as those of ordinary players, for he understood there would be another Charlton, another Ferguson, to follow. As the game commenced, Van Persie immediately passed back. Kroos, upon receiving the ball, glanced towards the left flank, where Giggs had his right hand on Huang Kaiwen. Just as he was about to pass, he noticed Huang Kaiwen shaking his head, prompting him to instead play a lateral ball to Rodri. Rodri, not rushing, recognized Milan's clear advantage in the aggregate score. Welbeck surged forward, and only then did Rodri distribute the ball to Ramos. He had contemplated bypassing the technically raw Manchester United forward, yet Ramos's advanced position dissuaded him from taking unnecessary risks. As a young player, he valued his hard-won starting position immensely. A single mistake could lead to a lost ball, with Gattuso, Van Bommel, Lars Bender, and Saul waiting for him. Upon receiving the ball, Ramos immediately showcased his explosive prowess, prompting Nani to swiftly turn and chase back, even extending his arm in an attempt to slow Ramos down. However, Ramos countered by using his own arm to shake off Nani. Huang Kaiwen pressed forward, yet Ramos refrained from passing. Well aware of Huang Kaiwen's intentions to draw Manchester United's defensive attention, he carried the ball past the halfway line, where Carrick had already approached to assist. In a hurry, Ramos nudged the ball forward. As Hazard received the ball, Evra charged towards him, feeling uncomfortable on the right flank. Hazard opted to deftly maneuver the ball with his right foot. Noticing Kroos making a forward run, Hazard chose to pass. However, the quality of this pass was lacking. Intercepted by Pirlo, who extended his leg, Kroos quickly attempted to intervene, causing the unsteady Pirlo to stumble and fall. The ball rolled behind Kroos. At that moment, Huang Kaiwen surged forward. Carrick, positioned just outside the penalty area, instinctively lunged, but Huang Kaiwen effortlessly sidestepped him with a deft touch of his left foot. Vidic rushed over, attempting to obstruct Huang Kaiwen's path. Suddenly, Huang Kaiwen shifted his weight and, with a flick of his right foot, evaded Vidic, threading the ball between him and Ferdinand. Evra attempted a sliding tackle, anticipating that Huang Kaiwen would collide with his legs. Yet, Huang Kaiwen's reflexes were quicker than Evra had anticipated. just as a collision seemed imminent. He deftly nudged the ball to the right with the inside of his left foot, slightly leaping to adjust his balance. De Gea, unusually, ventured outside the small box. In such a scenario, Huang Kaiwen turned sharply and struck the ball. Renowned for his quick reflexes, De Gea could not thwart the close-range shot. He dove in an attempt to save, but failed, as the ball rolled beneath him and into the far corner of the net. Sir Ferguson swallowed hard, nearly choking on his gum. Although this once mighty defense had aged, witnessing someone challenge their entire line was still a striking spectacle. Hail St. Kaiwen! St. Kaiwen! St. Kaiwen! The fans of the Red Army leapt from their seats, erupting in exuberant cheers. These supporters, of various ethnicities, clearly demonstrated Huang Kaiwen's global fanbase. Kaiwen! Kaiwen! Goal! 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 Within 15 minutes of the match, Kaiwen scored his inaugural goal, a quintessential Kaiwen-style strike. After receiving the ball, he weaved past several defenders before deceiving the goalkeeper and shooting into the far corner. Some might argue that Vidic and Ferdinand had grown old, yet even at their peak, they would have struggled to prevent Kaiwen from scoring. I do not wish to assess whether Ferguson or Wenger possesses superior coaching abilities, but facing Wenger, who holds the button for intercontinental missiles, Ferguson's shotgun proves ineffective. There exists a generational gap in weaponry, just as there is among players. Ferguson could defeat Wenger's arsenal, but he could not overcome Wenger with Kaiwen. Van Persie immediately charged towards Huang Kaiwen. Hazard, momentarily taken aback, prepared to run but was soon knocked. Ramos. Before he could regain his footing, Rodri surged forward again. Hazard stood still, hands raised in resignation. Damn, those old geezers are one thing. But even the young ones are this quick. The tumultuous nature of the past 2 seasons instilled a sense of urgency within him. Hazard felt the need to showcase his abilities more prominently. Sir Ferguson shook his head. Although Manchester United retained their identity, this incarnation of the team was undeniably different. With the absence of Van der Sar, Neville, and Scholes, the players' determination was visibly diminished. Ryan, despite his age, was burdened by many concerns. Having watched these young players grow, Ferguson understood their thoughts all too well. If given a few more years, these young talents might well become the backbone of Manchester United. However, time is no longer on his side. 11 years ago, he promised his wife he would retire. Yet he has remained in the managerial position at Manchester United for far too long, unable to let go. Over the years, he has had to rely on a pacemaker, and his health is no longer what it once was. It seems unreasonable to continue neglecting his family. Fortunately, the team has practically secured their position in the Premier League, leading Chelsea and Manchester City by over 10 points, ensuring they won't finish the season empty-handed. Even though reason has informed him that Manchester United has little chance, Ferguson still stood on the sidelines, shouting, "For heaven's sake, show some spirit. Ryan, keep a close eye on Kaiwen. If you score again, we still have a chance. Move the ball quickly and increase your movement." In his lexicon, the word defeat simply does not exist. The professor smiled as he glanced towards the Manchester United bench. This was the Ferguson he recognized. Today, he had brought an exquisite bottle of red wine to Old Trafford, eager to relish Ferguson's expression post-match. Seeing his coach's fury, Giggs clapped to rouse his teammates. Although his brother-in-law's scandal had tarnished his reputation, he still held considerable respect in the locker room. Rooney initiated the play, passing to Welbeck, who, spotting an opportunity, deftly flicked the ball to Van Persie. Although Welbeck immediately attempted to reclaim possession, Van Persie shielded the ball and laid it off for Kroos, who quickly sent it to the advancing Huang Kaiwen. Giggs was hot on Huang's heels, as was Carrick. Huang carried the ball over the halfway line, with Raphael waiting on the flank. Unexpectedly, Huang began to dribble forward. Raphael quickly turned to chase, attempting to double-team with Carrick. However, their pace faltered. Even with all their effort, Huang easily maneuvered through the gap between them. "Those damned fools, foul him." Sir Ferguson roared from the sidelines. He could accept conceding a goal, but to be intercepted right from the kickoff and to allow such a seamless run was nothing short of a mockery. If he had a gun with 10 bullets, he would eliminate Wenger and all but Pirlo and Raphael from the Manchester United squad. Such disobedient players were better off gone. Huang had left Carrick in his wake, who attempted to trip him from behind but failed. Now, only 2 defenders remained in Manchester United's backline. Vidic rushed towards Huang, but with a deft touch. Huang skillfully sidestepped him, bypassing the last defender. As Vidic lunged for the ball, Huang opted for an unexpected choice, using the outside of his right foot to control the ball. He then turned and executed a swift flick. De Gea, positioned at the edge of the 6-yard box, was momentarily stunned, left with no choice but to watch as the ball rolled into the far corner of the net. The once boisterous Old Trafford fell into a hushed silence. The Red Devils had lost their enchanting aura. The managerial staff and fans of Manchester United could only gaze as Huang Kaiwen celebrated with a somersault towards the corner flag. With the number 10 from Milan becoming the star of this theatrical spectacle, a smile dispels enmity as a seamless play culminates in a goal, rendering Old Trafford devoid of its enchanting allure. Several Manchester United players silently lament, particularly Carrick, who exerted considerable effort in pursuit during this offensive maneuver. He acutely sensed that any slight movement on his part would prompt Huang Kaiwen to adjust accordingly. It was as if he anticipated that Carrick would foresee his own anticipation. Thus, he gritted his teeth, hoping to find an opportune moment to extend his foot, though such an opportunity eluded him, leaving him somewhat disheartened. After all, with a transfer fee exceeding £20 million, Carrick held himself in reasonably high regard, yet in direct confrontation with Huang Kaiwen. He recognized the disparity was far greater than he had envisioned. It bore a resemblance to the disorientation experienced after an invincible streak in a video game. Do not squander time idly. Focus on scoring, Sir Ferguson urged from the sidelines, prompting United players to rally their spirits. The authority of a revered coach instills trust, allowing players to relinquish all doubts and place their faith in their mentor. This seamless play lacked the brilliance of Huang Kaiwen's previous exploits, though the final shot exhibited a certain finesse, utilizing the outside of the foot to direct the ball toward the far corner, an effort that would typically elude most goalkeepers. Primarily, the absence of direct defensive pressure from United's players rendered it appear deceptively simple. With speed lacking, how could one speak of defense? Huang Kaiwen's pace was indeed remarkable, outstripping even Bolt. His prowess on the field was undeniable, though his character left much to be desired. Indeed, the infamous incident involving his failed attempt to impersonate a transvestite and mock a certain ring was true, albeit unsuccessful. It was rumored to have been an endeavor to induce discomfort for Kaka, thereby revealing a certain level of sophistication in Huang Kaiwen's antics. The dragon-slaying accolades bestowed upon Kaka were gifts from President Chun. Did one not observe the advertisements featuring Kaka during that period? Enough of this. Mentioning it brings to mind Kaka's foolish grin as he proclaimed he only played for legends. Sir Ferguson endeavored to conceal his trembling hands, unaccustomed to revealing vulnerability before others. This habit was forged during his apprenticeship in the shipyards, where, amidst crowds, there existed individuals who sought to assert their dominance through bullying. Such characters inevitably surfaced among the ranks of workers. Even at the tender age of 20, Ferguson understood that any sign of weakness would invite trouble. Observing the match, he profoundly missed his protege, Fletcher, a true Red Devil with a heart of steel, reliable in crucial matches, a testament to Ferguson's diligent nurturing. Regrettably, Fletcher had succumbed to ulcerative colitis, robbing him of his athletic capabilities. Previously, he had managed to participate in matches intermittently, but now he was distanced from the field. Were Fletcher available, it would not have been Giggs tasked with countering Huang Kaiwen. Fletcher, even if unable to halt Huang Kaiwen, would have provided invaluable protection to the defensive line. Contemplating this, the Scottish veteran began to suspect a curse upon the defensive midfield position of his team, as a meticulously nurtured Fletcher succumbed to an inexplicable genetic ailment, while a pricey acquisition, Hargreaves, played for merely a year before becoming a fragile shadow of his former self. The careers of these two pivotal players had unfolded in a most bewildering manner. Compared to today's match, Ferguson's greater concern lies in his life after retirement. Despite promising his wife to embrace a life of leisure, his 2-decade-long tenure at Manchester United has rendered him unable to relinquish the team that bears his personal imprint. In silence, Manchester United resumes play. The supporters in the stands remain engulfed in the aftermath of the recent goal conceded. This is no longer merely a matter of a few goals. Manchester United appears utterly incapable of thwarting AC Milan. Huang Kaiwen's brilliant solo run has thoroughly diminished the confidence of the United fans. Giggs opts for a backward pass, and Pirlo swiftly redirects the ball. Although Carrick has possession, his responsibilities on the pitch have notably shifted. His organizational skills pale in comparison to those of Pirlo. Perhaps he believes himself to be quite competent. Yet Sir Ferguson would never allow him to assume the role of chief orchestrator. Carrick showcased his lateral passing ability, delivering the ball to Pirlo. His forward passing has often been criticized, but partnering with a player like Pirlo effectively compensates for this shortcoming. Pirlo, focused on the field, contemplated passing to Nani, but ultimately hesitated. Even with many new faces in the Milan squad, Pirlo remains intimately familiar with their defensive system. Veteran Giggs struggles to advance the ball, as Milan's defensive focus evidently centers around Nani. The attention on Nani complicates matters for him. Huang Kaiwen again charges toward Pirlo. Gritting his teeth, Pirlo finally opts to play the ball to the left flank. However, his target is not Nani. The ball swiftly traverses from the right flank of the backfield to the left flank of the attacking zone, with Ramos and Rodri preoccupied with Nani, and Godin seemingly dismissing Welbeck. Yet, the ball lands right in front of Welbeck. This young forward exhibits the commendable speed typical of African players. Godin, unable to keep pace, trails behind. As Welbeck approaches the goal line, Godin's presence dissuades him from abruptly stopping or cutting the ball. He chooses to accelerate toward the goal line. And with careful preparation, Welbeck turns and crosses the ball, which sails out of bounds. A collective sigh resonates throughout Old Trafford. However, the United fans have somewhat braced themselves for this forward's performance. Welbeck possesses commendable physical attributes, but lacks technical skill and football intelligence. This failed offensive attempt has completely extinguished Ferguson's last flicker of hope, compelling him to retreat to the bench. His physical condition renders his presence on the sidelines a burden. The performance of his disciples leaves much to be desired. Though Rooney may be rebellious, his talent is undeniable. The left flank, occupied by Nani and Welbeck, is the source of his disappointment. Nani, often touted as Ronaldo's protege, possesses significant talent but plays according to his mood, lacking the psychological resilience of Ronaldo. Coupled with Welbeck's lack of cerebral gameplay, this duo proves to be ineffective. Ferguson feels that United has reached this point purely by sheer luck. He glances toward the Milan bench, overwhelmed by a wave of envy. If only Huang Kaiwen were replaced on the left flank by Hazard and Van Persie, the situation would not be so dire. The squad in the hands of that Frenchman truly incites envy in everyone. Buffon initiated a goal kick, and Ramos immediately unleashed a powerful kick forward, finding Huang Kaiwen. Upon receiving the ball, Giggs swiftly closed in. However, this once prominent left-wing maestro showed a notable decline in physical prowess. Huang Kaiwen, unperturbed, shielded the ball and delivered a pass without feeling any pressure. With a deft flick, Huang Kaiwen's precise lob dropped perfectly behind Ferdinand. As Van Persie made his move, he was impeded by Vidic, causing him to hesitate before entering the penalty area, allowing Ferdinand to clear the ball to the flanks. Evra seized the ball and surged forward. Kroos rushed in, applying pressure, but Evra opted for a direct lob. The veteran's passing skills remained commendable, though this particular long ball was slightly less accurate, still finding its way to Nani. Nani attempted to showcase his explosive dribbling ability. Now the most adept ball carrier since Cristiano's departure. Yet, his dribbling style proved ineffective against Ramos, who effortlessly nudged Nani toward the sidelines, leaving no room to maneuver. Astonishingly, Nani chose to force his way through, only for Ramos to poke the ball out of play. The professor, arms crossed on the sidelines, couldn't help but shake his head. 3 years prior, at the Emirates Stadium, Nani had dazzled in a match against Arsenal. At that time, it seemed Manchester United had discovered a young Cristiano. However, 3 years later, Nani not only failed to progress, but appeared to regress significantly. Ferguson's influence played a part, as last season he had ceded his position to Ashley Young on the right flank, leading to a noticeable dip in form. To this day, he has yet to regain his peak performance. Observing this, one might conclude that Hazard is indeed quite exceptional. The young player, despite being somewhat ball-hungry and lacking in outright speed, excels in numerous other aspects. As Manchester United prepared for a throw-in, their offensive efforts appeared sluggish. Rooney struggled against Thiago Silva's defense, while Nani was closely marked by Ramos and Rodri. Hence, the throw-in became crucial. Milan placed significant emphasis on defending set pieces, far more than the average team. Ramos kept a watchful eye on Nani, while Welbeck was shadowed by Rodri. Positioned near the touchline, Evra found no favorable passing options, taking a step back before forcefully launching the ball to the opposite side. Giggs. This was a commendable choice. Yet, Huang Kaiwen remained steadfastly beside Giggs. Having been hounded by Giggs for some time, Huang Kaiwen was not inclined to allow Giggs an easy touch. He surged forward, forcing Giggs to relinquish a fraction of his position. The two leapt almost simultaneously, yet at 40, Giggs' explosiveness and vertical leap paled in comparison to Huang Kaiwen's. Successfully obstructing Giggs with his body, Huang Kaiwen skillfully controlled the ball with his chest. Quick to react, Giggs placed his hands on Huang Kaiwen's arms. Ready to extend his foot, this gesture would effectively gauge from which side Huang Kaiwen might pivot. However, as Huang Kaiwen landed and turned, he executed a backheel pass that slipped through Giggs' legs, defying Giggs' expectations. In that moment, Giggs became flustered, unable to match Huang Kaiwen's agility. As Huang Kaiwen swiftly turned to seize the ball, the seasoned Manchester United veteran attempted to impede him by tugging at his arm, only to be effortlessly cast aside by Huang. With breathtaking speed, Huang Kaiwen, even in cleats upon the grass of Manchester, could clock in at a conservative estimate of 9.8 seconds. The sheer terror of his velocity sent ripples of exhilaration through the crowd as he appeared to glide just above the ground. His feet barely hesitated as he surged forward over 10 meters. Such is the alarming pace of a 100-meter record holder. At the half, Manchester United players rushed towards Huang Kaiwen, and upon spotting Eden Hazard advancing on the right flank, Sir Ferguson refrained from issuing any warning. With a decisive motion, Huang Kaiwen executed a long pass while in motion. Evra, in pursuit, hesitated not for a moment before attempting a scissor kick to trip Hazard. A yellow card was warranted for this foul from the side, though a red card could have been justified as well. The referee, likely considering Manchester United's current predicament, understood that a competent official must continuously assess the unfolding situation before rendering a judgment, unless the foul was excessively severe. In truth, Huang Kaiwen could have resolved the situation himself, yet he chose to pass to Hazard, perhaps wishing to provide the young player with an opportunity, particularly since Hazard often played as his substitute. The free kick from the right flank posed little challenge for Huang Kaiwen, who found comfort in striking with his left foot from this position. Meanwhile, De Gea in the penalty area rubbed his face vigorously, ultimately unable to evade the impending threat. Though Huang Kaiwen was not universally regarded as a nemesis for goalkeepers, he was certainly close. Aside from training for saves, goalkeepers also practice how to protect themselves. When faced with a ball traveling at 200 kilometers per hour, the concern of injury transcends mere protective measures. Players from both sides position themselves before the penalty area, forming a wall and preparing for an incursion, each one searching for their designated spot, determined by physical attributes and playing style. Huang Kaiwen glanced at the wall's formation and opted for an indirect free kick. Despite De Gea's initial blunder leading to the first goal, his reflexes in youth were indeed quite sharp. Given the distance, the goalkeeper had a clear line of sight. A direct free kick necessitates precise angles, and De Gea's positioning indicated he was bracing for a direct strike. Thus, Huang Kaiwen aimed to deliver a surprise. At the sound of the whistle, he stepped forward with his left foot, swinging his arms, and executed a deft flick with his right. The singular motion startled several Manchester United players. While it was no secret that Huang favored his left foot, his right was also proficient. However, taking a free kick from the right with his right foot felt awkward. They had not anticipated Huang Kaiwen opting to take the shot with his right foot, which led to a chaotic positioning of the wall. Ferdinand was oblivious to Ramos lurking behind him, and the ball descended precisely past Ferdinand, allowing Ramos to leap and deftly redirect it towards the far corner of the goal. Even if De Gea possessed remarkable reflexes, he could not intercept such a sharply angled shot from such proximity. The ball grazed the underside of the crossbar and found its way into the net. Huang's unexpected pass found Ramos with pinpoint accuracy. Goal. Ramos scores. Many players were taken aback by Huang Kaiwen's choice of an indirect free kick. However, Ramos was not among them. The former Real Madrid player departed alongside Kevin, closely following in his footsteps, and can be regarded as one of the individuals who understands Kevin the most. Their harmonious synergy effortlessly breached Manchester United's defenses, securing a decisive victory. The distinction between direct and indirect shots holds little significance for Kevin, as both lead to goals. However, for Ramos, scoring in the Champions League carries substantial meaning. I find myself questioning whether Kevin wishes to see Ramos join the ranks of Champions League scorers. After all, facilitating a top scorer in the Champions League is well within his capabilities, as evidenced by Inzaghi's record of goals in a single match. Immediately after scoring, Ramos turned and sprinted towards Huang Kaiwen, embracing him around the shoulders as they charged towards the away fans, fervently gesturing towards the stands. The players' passion ignited the emotions of the Rossoneri supporters, and Old Trafford reverberated solely with the voices of Milan fans. Ferguson gazed skyward, observing one of Manchester's rare clear evenings. The moon and stars twinkling above. At his age, a single match's outcome hardly bears significant weight, even if this Manchester United were to reach the finals. Winning the Champions League would be a formidable challenge. Yet he had already devised a plan for how to express his frustration post-match. Over the years, he had become adept at motivating young players. Although he did not place immense importance on the match's result, he still intended to display his anger. While it is somewhat regrettable to retire without securing the Champions League, he recognizes that such matters are often left to fate. More than the gains and losses of a season, he yearns for Huang Kaiwen to take the reins at Manchester United. In that scenario, if the situation falters, the coach would simply begin to warm up, ushering in an era of genuine peace for Manchester United post-Ferguson. Indeed, even if Huang Kaiwen declines, he remains undeterred. This is the sole method to ensure Manchester United's dominance. He should have persuaded the Glazers to invest significantly in Huang Kaiwen back in the day. However, the thought of Huang Kaiwen's rumored exorbitant salary brings a wry smile to Ferguson's face. It is a worthy investment, yet Manchester United cannot afford it. They possess the funds, but the reasons for their unavailability are all too frustratingly clear. The seldom reflective father of Manchester United finds himself contemplating his past within the confines of the Dream Theater's box. Emilia Clarke, filled with excitement, sits with her legs crossed. She refrains from sitting in the stands primarily due to the multitude of rumors surrounding her and Huang Kaiwen. However, now that Huang Kaiwen has arrived in England, it seems fitting to seek an opportunity for a reunion. After all, with so many rumors swirling, failing to solidify them would be a considerable loss, wouldn't it? With this thought in mind, Emilia Clarke retrieved a drumstick lollipop, unwrapped it, and placed it in her mouth, skillfully maneuvering it with her tongue. She then enveloped it with her lips, savoring the taste as she chewed. Rooney stood with his hands on his hips at the center circle, sensing a lack of ambition within Manchester United. Observing Van Persie's teammates compared to his own, the disparity was glaring. Previously, when they both played in the Premier League, he held a sense of superiority over Van Persie, given the latter's fewer championship titles. However, now Van Persie had overtaken him with remarkable speed. Rooney does not consider himself inferior to Van Persie. Is the quick sharpshooter destined to endure such a fate? With a deep sigh, Rooney felt it was imperative to discuss with his agent the possibility of playing for AC Milan. "What are you thinking?" Giggs exclaimed. It was then that Rooney passed the ball to Welbeck, who subsequently distributed it to Nani. Upon spotting Hazard, Nani instinctively turned and delivered a back pass. Carrick received the ball and promptly relayed it to Pirlo, who wasted no time in switching the play. Giggs showcased his exquisite technical skills, effortlessly controlling the ball at his feet. However, Quit's rapid advance compelled Giggs to swiftly turn and return the pass to the advancing Raphael. The absence of a central attacking midfielder rendered his position quite uncomfortable. Although he could pass to Rooney, relying on him for playmaking duties left only Welbeck ahead. This was arguably the least technically proficient forward Giggs had encountered in his career, causing him considerable concern. The young Raphael possessed decent speed, yet Kaiwen was not in a rush to engage. Nevertheless, Raphael hesitated to advance with the ball, fearing loss of possession as Manchester United found themselves trailing significantly. The Brazilian fullback opted to pass back to Pirlo. As Pirlo received the ball, Kaiwen and Kroos surged forward, denying him any time to assess the situation. Pirlo could only sideways pass to Carrick. Carrick instinctively intended a lateral pass, only to realize that Evra was absent on the left flank. In a hasty turn, he executed a direct pass, which fortuitously landed at Rodri's feet. Frustrated, Evra was ready to commit a foul and charged towards Rodri, who effortlessly passed to the retreating Kroos. Without a moment's hesitation, Kroos advanced the ball. The ball soared over Manchester United's midfield, landing in open space, allowing Kaiwen to break free from Giggs and carry it down the center. The pursuing Manchester United players were unable to close in on Kaiwen, with Van Persie and Hazard applying significant pressure. "Be wary of a long-range shot," Sir Ferguson shouted from the sidelines. Yet it was too late. As Kaiwen approached the top of the arc, he struck the ball with his right foot. Vidic's attempt to block Kaiwen's shot was in vain, and the ball sped into the penalty area. Due to its erratic curve, De Gea could not determine how to intervene, and the ball found the back of the net. Kaiwen. A spectacular long-range strike from Kaiwen had once again breached Manchester United's defense. Despite Giggs' diligent marking, he could not contain Kevin's offensive prowess. It became evident that the central defensive duo of Vidic and Ferdinand posed no limitation on Kevin. However, Manchester United fans could take solace in the fact that their defenders were not akin to Carragher. Wenger was preparing to make substitutions, and Kaká had been warming up on the sidelines for quite some time. Another Ballon d'Or winner from Milan had previously been a bane for Manchester United, having toyed with their once-celebrated defense. What was once a highly anticipated match had devolved into a personal showcase for Kevin. He jogged to the sidelines, embraced Kaká, and adorned him with the captain's armband. "Shouldn't that go to Sergio?" Kaká asked with a smile. "I believe this is quite beneficial for you," Huang Kaiwen remarked. Kaká was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a broad, joyful smile. Huang Kaiwen gave him a pat on the back before descending from the pitch. "How are you feeling today?" the professor inquired warmly, wrapping an arm around Huang Kaiwen's shoulders. Noticing Sir Ferguson's cold grunt as he turned away, Huang Kaiwen commented, "It seems that Manchester United's strength has significantly declined." "I share that sentiment. Indeed, that old fellow possesses considerable skill," the professor reflected. "With such a lackluster squad, Manchester United still manages to lead Manchester City and Chelsea by over 10 points. Even for him, that is no small feat." Huang Kaiwen chuckled, but remained silent as he wiped the sweat from his brow and headed toward the substitute bench. Upon seeing Huang Kaiwen return, Inzaghi, brimming with excitement, seized his arm and asked conspiratorially, "Does your companion know Cersei? Did you see in the newspaper that she got divorced?" Huang Kaiwen responded, "No. I just think she is quite beautiful," Inzaghi replied. "I'll ask her for you when I get the chance, but she did have an affair while married." "Does that not concern you?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. Lena Headey's subsequent romantic life has also been quite colorful. As an English actress, once you attain fame, you can hardly expect privacy. "Let's forget about it," Inzaghi stated. "I'm currently seeking a marriage partner, and that would certainly be unsuitable. Then let's leave it at that." Huang Kaiwen agreed. In the second half, Manchester United substituted Hernandez, and the Little P did not disappoint the United fans, scoring a goal in the 82nd minute, sparing the team from a more humiliating defeat. As the final whistle blew, the Milan substitutes rushed onto the field. Let us congratulate Huang Kaiwen on reaching the Champions League final once again. More importantly, this marks Wenger's second appearance in the Champions League final in his career. Indeed, and this time the chances of winning are quite favorable. Although Barcelona's performance has been steady, they may not necessarily prevail against AC Milan, Huang Kaiwen mused. Instead of immediately thanking the crowd, he approached Sir Ferguson. Having just shaken hands with the professor, Sir Ferguson chuckled. "What's this?" Concerned that this old fellow cannot bear the loss. "How could that be?" Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "I merely came to congratulate you on your imminent retirement. Returning to family life wholeheartedly is a happier new beginning, and that is a wonderful thing." "You articulate yourself far better than that Frenchman," Sir Ferguson remarked, giving Huang Kaiwen's arm a friendly pat. "Hey, I'm right here," the professor interjected. "Are you planning to strike me, much like you did with Mourinho?" Sir Ferguson teased. "Don't even mention that Portuguese rascal," the professor scoffed, clearly disliking Mourinho. "Ha ha ha," Sir Ferguson laughed heartily. "Did you know, Jose calls you the French Peeping Tom? The nicknames you both have for each other are quite similar." Huang Kaiwen pretended not to hear and walked toward his teammates to express his gratitude to the crowd. Sir Ferguson observed Huang Kaiwen's retreating figure and remarked, "Your captain is far more astute than you. I have yet to hear anyone speak ill of him." "Perhaps you have forgotten Ruud van Nistelrooy," the professor chuckled. "Ruud is a selfish individual. That is quite typical," Sir Ferguson replied. "The reason I ultimately let him go was due to his conflict with Cristiano, during which he uttered some unkind words." "Why did you clean Beckham?" the professor inquired, blinking. Sir Ferguson delivered a swift punch to the professor's chest. The incident regarding the flying boot was unveiled. At that moment, Sir Ferguson berated Beckham for being made a fool of by Ashley Cole. Beckham retorted, claiming Wenger had made an even greater fool of him, which incited Ferguson's wrath, leading him to kick the boot and injure Beckham's brow. The professor was evidently provoking him intentionally. However, by this time, Sir Ferguson had long since made peace with the situation. If he could forgive Beckham, that wayward disciple, he certainly could extend the same courtesy to the professor, with whom he shared a cordial relationship. At the post-match press conference, no verbal sparring ensued between the two, disappointing the British journalists. The professor remarked, "Sir Ferguson has had a magnificent career. He is undoubtedly the strongest opponent I have ever encountered." Sitting beside him, Sir Ferguson couldn't help but chuckle. Although he was preparing for retirement, he still possessed a penchant for the dramatic. Following Wenger's published remarks, Mourinho was sure to seek out trouble with him. After the match, the two enjoyed a glass of red wine together in Sir Ferguson's office. With Milan's schedule less demanding, there was no immediate need to fly back to the city. After changing, Kevin Huang found his hands filled with messages, all from Emilia Clarke, each containing the same content. 0658 Ballon d'Or reform. Emilia Clarke lay sideways on the bed, her not-so-long legs tucked beneath the covers. This position effectively alleviated the fiery sensation while avoiding pressure on the swollen areas. The hoarseness and tightness in her throat, coupled with a feeling of swelling, were the aftermath of a sleepless night. The poor-quality costumes lay scattered across the floor, transformed into tattered fabric, a testament to the intensity of her late-night activities. Emilia felt fortunate not to have returned to the hotel in Milan with Kevin Huang. Otherwise, she might have become the target of jests from half the team. By this time, the sunlight had grown rather blinding, streaming through the gaps in the curtains and causing her discomfort. However, any attempt to shift position resulted in pain in her groin, compelling her to remain still. The door swung open as Kevin Huang entered, carrying a tray, and sat down beside her on the bed. He playfully tapped Emilia, saying, "Stop pretending to sleep. We've known each other long enough. Feed me," Emilia exclaimed, her voice soft yet insistent. It was not a mere display of affection. She genuinely wished to avoid movement. Kevin placed the tray on the bedside table, positioning Emilia on his lap before arranging the tray once more. He brought a spoonful of cereal to the mouth of the mother of dragons. As she swallowed, the sharp sensation in her throat prompted Emilia to strike Kevin's arm in irritation. He rolled his eyes and replied, "Why do you keep hitting me? Is it some sort of reciprocal punishment? The world is in chaos due to relentless vengeance." Emilia instinctively glanced behind her, retorting, "The food is too coarse, of course. My throat feels awful, you wretched fool." Kevin chose not to respond and continued his task of feeding the mother of dragons. "When will you return?" Emilia inquired. "This afternoon. I suppose. We have a flight tonight," Kevin replied. Although the league match against Torino is imminent, the entire Milan team, having already secured the championship, need not rush back. Returning in the dead of night does not allow for proper rest. "What can I do in this situation? Otherwise, we could have gone out for a stroll," Emilia complained. "No worries. There are plenty of enjoyable activities at the hotel," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Emilia shot him a glare, but offered no retort. In the afternoon, upon returning to the hotel where the team was staying, Inzaghi approached Huang Kaiwen, sniffing him intently. "You scoundrel, you are utterly ungrateful. You're overthinking it." "I've been at the hotel the entire time," Huang Kaiwen responded. "Indeed, Kevin has been in his room and just came out," Ramos, who shared a room with Huang, added. "Impossible, my nose does not deceive me," Inzaghi declared, leaning in to sniff Huang's arm. "Unless you brought a woman back to your room. This scent cannot be acquired through a brief encounter." Huang silently raised his middle finger. "This fellow has quite the keen sense of smell. Perhaps he should consider becoming a sniffer dog at the Milan customs after retirement." "All right, let us prepare to head to the airport," Kaka interrupted Inzaghi. Inzaghi regarded Huang Kaiwen thoughtfully. Once aboard the plane, he continued to press. "How did you manage to evade the British reporters? I haven't seen any news about you in the papers." Huang Kaiwen remained engrossed in playing Final Fantasy. After all, he had played in the Premier League for 2 years. If he couldn't handle the reporters, what was the point? Even upon landing at Malpensa Airport, Inzaghi was unable to extract any information from Huang, leaving him feeling quite frustrated. The following morning, Huang Kaiwen indeed found Mourinho's comments in the Milan Sports Daily. Mourinho stated, "Results cannot be fabricated. Even if he refuses to acknowledge it, he is my subordinate. Compared to world-renowned coaches, the title of expert in failure suits him better. I am not accustomed to losing." But he hadn't won a championship for many years before joining AC Milan. Truly, Mourinho's offensive prowess remains unmatched. Regardless, it must be acknowledged that the professor's record against Mourinho is less than stellar. Mourinho's arrogance stems from his impressive track record, and his reputation has waned primarily due to a series of underwhelming performances. Such as the nature of football, achievements speak volumes. On May 5th, Milan easily triumphed over Torino with a score of 2-0, fielding an entirely substitute squad. The victory was comfortable, and had it not been for the Emperor's lack of precision, Milan could have secured at least 3 more goals. However, the day's most significant news was the reform of the FIFA Ballon d'Or. The FIFA Ballon d'Or stated on its official website that players who have won 6 or more Ballon d'Or awards will not appear on the nomination list for the following year. As long as the player's team advanced to the knockout stage of the Champions League or secured any trophy in the previous season, they would be awarded a new honor equivalent to the Ballon d'Or, the name of which is still under discussion. This regulation clearly targets the Golden Ball King. It signifies that next year, the Golden Ball King will no longer be among the contenders with that select group. As long as Milan can progress past the Champions League group stage or secure any trophy, the Golden Ball King will receive an honor equivalent to that of the Ballon d'Or. The FIFA is indeed making earnest efforts, attempting to exclude the Yellow King from the Ballon d'Or nominations, a move that fans cannot condone. However, the Yellow King has long monopolized the award, casting a shadow over its prestige. Consequently, it seems they have opted to bestow upon him an award akin to the Ballon d'Or each year. Huang Kaiwen is even convinced that he will undoubtedly secure next year's Kevin Puskas Award. Within the realm of football, the division of accolades is glaringly evident. Previously, the Yellow King consistently dominated the Ballon d'Or, with the Best Goal award being withheld from him since its inaugural edition. Nevertheless, should they remove the Yellow King from the Ballon d'Or, FIFA must offer some form of compensation. A temperamental individual might simply announce their withdrawal from the nominations, leaving FIFA in a precarious position. If the world's finest player is not encompassed within their awards, the value of such accolades diminishes significantly. Indeed, upon returning home, Huang Kaiwen received a call from Blatter. "Kevin, I believe you can understand our predicament," Blatter stated from the other end of the line. "Of course." Huang Kaiwen elongated his tone. "But doesn't that seem rather unfair to me? We have decided to name a new award the Kevin Ballon d'Or. In recognition of the changes you have brought to the Ballon d'Or," Blatter replied. "That is insufficient," Huang Kaiwen chuckled. "While this matter may benefit the sport, the Yellow King remains at a disadvantage. If you have any constructive suggestions, please share," Blatter said, adopting a humble demeanor. "I have been considering this." Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile. Milan is eager to assist talented players from less fortunate backgrounds in realizing their football dreams. However, some clubs fail to grasp Milan's noble intentions and frequently complain in the media about Milan poaching their gifted youngsters. FIFA prohibits international transfers for players under the age of 18, yet many elite clubs find ways around this regulation. After all, when it comes to truly exceptional young talents, one cannot guarantee that they will be able to sign them once they reach 18. Thus, prestigious clubs often seek to act preemptively. The simplest method involves tracing lineage, claiming citizenship from the country of the club based on an eighth of ancestry. This circumvents international transfer regulations entirely. Such practices are egregious slanders, and FIFA and UEFA will investigate these clubs, Blatter stated directly. "We appreciate FIFA's fairness and integrity," Huang Kaiwen said with a smile before hanging up. Milan, as a significant talent scouting entity, is unlikely to adhere to the rules. Italy's youth training has been rather lackluster in recent years. Even Dortmund is aware of the potential in British players, so Milan naturally won't restrict itself to domestic talent. Many Argentine players possess Italian heritage, and those with even a modicum of talent are often swiftly recruited. After all, the cost of developing young players is relatively low, with just one success story. The returns can be substantial. Milan, beyond its commercial pursuits, primarily considers the development of young players for its own use. And those who do not fit the club's needs can be sold to other Italian clubs or foreign teams, much like Real Madrid does. This constitutes a solid foundation for effective team operations. However, the relentless pursuit of talent does have its drawbacks, as the intense competition has posed challenges for Milan's youth teams in their recruitment endeavors. Some parents vehemently oppose their children playing football in Milan, even if they are ardent fans of the Yellow Ball King. Growing up within the youth teams of other clubs tends to garner more attention, and the likelihood of success appears greater. One could only say there are both advantages and disadvantages to this situation. Following the match against Turin, it was a day of rest. Huang Kaiwen awoke to find some peculiarities in the meal prepared by the old butler: truffle pasta, steamed oysters, greasy roasted lamb chops, and pomegranate juice. Amused yet exasperated, Huang Kaiwen remarked, "Albert, I am still quite young and do not require such nourishment. Furthermore, the experts' opinions hold little merit. There is a recent saying in Italy that consuming greasy food enhances one's vitality. It was requested by Miss Collins." The old butler smiled in response. Huang Kaiwen added, The Yellow Ball King does not need to bolster Lily. He is a quick draw. If the Yellow Ball King were to supplement, it might land her in the hospital. Not wishing to dwell on it, Huang Kaiwen picked up the newspaper. The Milan Sports Daily had begun to contemplate the next season, recommending numerous potential signings for Milan. With Hazard's underwhelming performance, they suggested that Milan consider acquiring a substitute for Kevin. Both Gareth Bale from Chelsea and Neymar from Santos would be commendable choices. Even Willian from Shakhtar Donetsk would fit seamlessly into Milan's robust Brazilian environment. In terms of fullbacks, aside from Ramos, there are not many suitable candidates available. Milan could contemplate signing Marcelo, who has found little room at Real Madrid, or Baines from Everton as a stopgap until the young players mature. Milan has indeed transformed. They are now weighing even the acquisition of a substitute with great care. While Bale may pose a challenge, securing Neymar could be relatively straightforward if the club genuinely pursues him. Unfortunately, the salaries for substitutes at this level are exorbitant. The suggestion regarding fullbacks seems more feasible. Acquiring Baines as a temporary solution until the Hernandez brothers develop would suffice. The Roma Sports Daily encouraged. In the upcoming league matches and the Italian Cup final, Roma will face AC Milan twice. Even without absolute confidence in victory, Roma should strive to showcase their capabilities and avoid being swept by AC Milan this season. At times, Huang Kaiwen feels that these mouthpieces resemble traitors. Roma is certainly one of the more ambitious teams in Serie A, unyielding even in the face of Milan. However, the disparity in strength is evident. Did they intentionally refrain from defeating Roma previously? Conversely, the Turin Sports Daily exhibits a realistic perspective, advising Juventus to maintain their position and consider strengthening for the next season. This season, Napoli, Fiorentina, and Udinese have been formidable, and the performances of the two Roman clubs have been commendable. Moreover, with Inter Milan poised to spend heavily in the transfer market next season, Juventus faces intense competition. Despite their current second-place standing, if they falter next season, they may not even secure a Champions League spot. At present, aside from Milan, no other Serie A team can confidently assert their place in the top four for the upcoming season. Inter Milan's dismal performance suggests that a single focus next season will likely guarantee them a Champions League berth. Additionally, with Galliani stirring up activity in the Middle East, there are already expressions of interest from investors in Roma. In 2011, the Sensi family sold Roma, and a consortium of 4 Americans took over the reins. However, the revenue of his Roma has been continuously declining, with a 20% decrease compared to the previous season in 2012, resulting in a deficit exceeding €58 million. This year continues to be a financially challenging one for them, and they are contemplating a sale. Should a Middle Eastern investor present a reasonable offer, the club may soon change ownership. Consequently, the league could be populated by several teams with white headdresses, intensifying competition. This situation causes Huang Kaiwen to feel concerned for Inter Milan. If they fail to qualify for the Champions League for 2 consecutive years, the prestige of the Milan derby will significantly diminish. Is there anything to eat? Inzaghi hastily inquired upon entering. Have you not returned home? Huang Kaiwen chuckled in response. Indeed. I attended a poetry class yesterday and met a young lady. After escorting her home, I ended up spending the night in Emperor 1. Inzaghi remarked after sipping a glass of water. I think I may have fallen in love again. Let me think, Huang Kaiwen stated directly. You developed an interest in a young woman, had someone follow her, and upon discovering she was enrolled in a poetry class, you deliberately registered to get closer to her. Yesterday, you shamelessly invited her to dinner, dragging it out until late, and after escorting her home, you were surprised she did not invite you upstairs for coffee. How do you know? Inzaghi asked, alarmed. Did you have someone follow me? Huang Kaiwen retorted. Do I need to follow you? This is your usual tactic. Yes. But perhaps I have lost my charm, Inzaghi sighed. Upon noticing the breakfast served by the old caretaker, he looked up and said, Thank you, Mr. Albert. It is not that you have lost your charm. Rather, your usual approach is onightthing, which is ill-suited for romance, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. When your objective shifts to marriage, and your target demographic comprises those not interested in frivolity, your methods for pursuing thrill-seeking women naturally become ineffective. Well, perhaps I have never truly dated properly. Inzaghi scratched the back of his head and confessed. In the past, it was simply a matter of mutual attraction, leading to intimacy before courtship. Now, attempting to reverse that process is far more challenging. Perhaps you could seek advice from the younger members of the team. After all, you are pursuing young women. They likely have a better understanding of their preferences, Huang Kaiwen suggested. You should consult De Bruyne. That shy lad should be adept at handling your situation. Are you suggesting I play house? Reciting sonnets beneath the young lady's apartment, or engaging in pottery, like some sort of dilettante? Inzaghi complained. Huang Kaiwen shrugged. You must invest either your time or your finances. If you wish to avoid women interested solely in your wealth, then dedicate your effort instead. Inzaghi devoured his breakfast and downed a large glass of water. After setting it down, he patted Huang Kaiwen on the shoulder and said, Thanks, mate. Your advice has been of little assistance. I am now considering a different target. Huang Kaiwen raised his middle finger at Inzaghi's retreating figure. His romantic endeavors concluded far too swiftly. This fellow clearly has not matured much. He shrinks back at the slightest challenge. Huang Kaiwen mused that Ramos might marry before Inzaghi. As for the host who was originally meant to be with Ramos, Huang Kaiwen considered it fortunate that Ramos would not have the opportunity to meet her. When Ramos returned to Sevilla, she was reluctant to leave Madrid, resulting in their separation. Huang Kaiwen believed that his influence on his good friend was predominantly positive, and perhaps Ramos would indeed find a soulmate to share the rest of his life with. On May 8th, Milan achieved a resounding 6-0 victory over Pescara, continuing their impressive winning streak. Across 36 league matches, 12 Champions League games, 2 Club World Cup encounters, 3 Italian Cup rounds, 1 European Super Cup, and 1 Italian Super Cup, Milan's 55 consecutive wins astonished Europe. Some fans even called online for AC Milan to be excluded from the Laureus Awards nominations. The prospect of breaking Milan's record of 58 unbeaten matches was tantalizingly close. Should Milan win all of their remaining 4 matches, they would achieve 59 consecutive victories. On May 12th, at the St. Kevin's Stadium, Milan fielded a strong lineup against their Italian Cup final adversary, Roma. Huang Kaiwen remained on the substitutes bench. This match was regarded as a rehearsal for the Italian Cup final, and the fans were fervently enthusiastic. The coach had originally intended for Huang to accompany family members in the box, but he declined. Roma was a notoriously challenging opponent in Serie A, and he genuinely feared that the team might falter in this match. With 55 consecutive wins already achieved, it would indeed be a loss not to break the record. Young man, do you think Kevin will play today? Inzaghi asked Sciglio. Sciglio instinctively shifted away from the troublesome elder brother. The previous incident involving the blue pill had left him quite embarrassed, with even newspapers suggesting he had a crush on Pogba. Had it not been for Inzaghi's considerable standing within the team, Sciglio would have long since confronted him. Just let him be, Buffon remarked irritably. What kind of skill is it to constantly torment a young player? I am merely expressing my fondness, Inzaghi retorted dismissively. You've already made it to the substitutes bench. Perhaps you should reflect on your own situation before meddling in others' affairs. Gigi is part of the normal rotation, Huang Kaiwen reminded. Hey, whose side are you on? Inzaghi responded with displeasure. Your actions betray our friendship. If this continues, you may no longer be my closest friend. I heard Ashley helped you pay over 130,000 this summer, Huang Kaiwen replied. That is a testament to our friendship, Inzaghi chuckled. Cole knows nothing about life. My experience is not something that can be bought with money. In the face of Inzaghi's shamelessness, the Milan substitutes fell into silence. In this world, those with thick skin often benefit, while Huang Kaiwen, with his more sensitive demeanor, found himself at a disadvantage. Roma's coach, Aurelio Andreazzoli, deployed a similar 4-3-3 formation with double defensive midfielders against Milan today. The young prince was absent due to injury, while the veteran prince took up the attacking midfielder position. Totti remained remarkably well-rounded. However, he did not prefer playing as a forward. Before his injury, his style was akin to a more technical version of Rooney. Although his running had diminished, his physical attributes, organizational skills, game-reading ability, and technical prowess remained intact. Often, he would direct his teammates' movements, passing the ball immediately upon their positioning. Personally, Huang Kaiwen felt that Totti surpassed Del Piero in strength. Moreover, aside from him, it is rare to encounter a player capable of executing such numerous long-range chips. It is indeed a stroke of luck if one manages to score even occasionally. Today, Andreazzoli's focus was evidently on defense, and he astutely instructed Totti and Perrotta to suppress De Bruyne. Devoid of space, De Bruyne's performance could hardly be deemed commendable. The ever-scheming Totti engaged in physical confrontations, even receiving a yellow card. Observing the situation on the field, Huang Kaiwen realized he might soon be called upon to play. Let us draw a card in anticipation of who it may be. Ding. Obtained a 24-hour experience card for the 1994 World Cup round of 16, Italy versus Nigeria. Featuring Roberto Baggio. Huang Kaiwen Baggio. A twinge of regret lingered for Huang, the king of balls, as Baggio had never donned the colors of AS Roma, rendering any homage impossible today. Prior to Huang, many Italian fans often mused about how formidable Baggio could have been had he not sustained injuries, a player shrouded in lament. At the tender age of 15, he suffered a severe meniscus injury in his left knee, and by 17, he endured a tibial fracture, with tendons severed and stitched with 220 sutures. He continued to compete with steel pins in his leg. Previously, Cassano was heralded as the new Baggio. Yet he was far luckier. Throughout his career, Cassano had scarcely faced injuries, relying solely on instinct in his playing style, never truly striving for self-improvement. Since the card drawn was Baggio, it would only be fitting to utilize him. After all, he was once a national idol in Italy. Today, Roma's defense was commendable. Although Hazard remained a persistent issue, while he could navigate past defenders, he posed little threat thereafter. Indeed, De Bruyne appeared far from comfortable today, as the referee's leniency allowed Totti and Perrotta, both seasoned players, to physically dominate him. They quickly gauged the referee's threshold and made it clear that De Bruyne would not have an easy time. Following adjustments in the second half, Milan's offense showed no signs of improvement. Nesta approached the sidelines, inquiring, "Coach, should we consider substitutions?" "Wait a moment," the professor replied, believing Milan's lineup to be significantly stronger than Roma's and thus capable of scoring. However, in reality, Sciglio and Hazard posed virtually no threat, overshadowed by the impactful incursions of Torres, who was filling in as a winger on the right flank. Roma's movements were bold, and the Milan players reciprocated without hesitation. Huang Kaiwen was not present on the field, and Ramos had entirely assumed the role of spiritual guide for the Milan players. Totti, having a cordial rapport with Huang, exhibited restraint in his tackles, while the left-sided Marquinhos, matched up against Ramos, was twice unceremoniously sent off the pitch along with the ball. In the 77th minute, Saul fouled Perrotta, resulting in a second yellow card and a red. Huang Kaiwen promptly removed his training jacket and began jogging along the sidelines. The professor, slightly exasperated, turned and, upon recognizing Huang, smiled and said, "Prepare to enter after your warm-up." "Understood, coach," Huang replied, grasping the professor's intent. It was merely a matter of demonstrating that he did not rely excessively on Kevin, particularly as Sir Ferguson and Mourinho had both made similar remarks. Yet, one must not underestimate a team like Roma. Regardless of their circumstances, they possess the capacity to overturn several titans of Serie A. Saul hesitated as he approached the sidelines. Huang Kaiwen smiled and waved his hand at him, prompting him to quicken his pace towards the professor. The professor patted him on the shoulder and said, "Go take a shower. It's nothing to worry about." He had always been rather lenient when it came to talented young players. A substitution was made. Huang Kaiwen replaced Hazard. However, AC Milan now lacked a midfielder. Given that the midfield was already being dominated by a few seasoned veterans from Roma, was it not a bit careless to refrain from bringing on another midfielder? Upon entering the field, Huang Kaiwen did not drift to the flanks, but instead positioned himself as a central midfielder on the left. Having observed from the sidelines for a considerable time, he was acutely aware of the team's issues this evening. As Roma initiated the play, Huang Kaiwen dashed forward. Perrotta quickly passed the ball to Totti. "I'll take it," Huang Kaiwen shouted, prompting De Bruyne to yield his position. Totti's face immediately bore a wry smile. He truly did not wish to face Huang Kaiwen directly. Huang Kaiwen swiftly closed the gap to Totti, who had barely registered before attempting to distribute the ball to Lamela. Unexpectedly, Huang Kaiwen intercepted and sent the ball out of play. "You're remarkably quick on the uptake. I see experts claim that those who react swiftly tend not to perform well in the evening," Totti jested. "I might be an exception," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Totti spat towards the sidelines, but a gust of wind carried it onto Huang Kaiwen's shoe. Before Totti could explain himself, the referee raised a yellow card high, resulting in a second yellow and a red. Totti was left dumbfounded. He looked towards Gianluca Rocchi, hoping for an explanation. Spitting on the field could be a serious matter. He had previously received a straight red for such an offense. However, if it were not directed at an opponent or the referee, it generally went unnoticed. As saliva, it tends to become thick and unpalatable after vigorous exertion, making it quite normal to expel. Totti believed he had not made any disrespectful gesture towards his opponent or the referee. Rocky pointed to Huang Kaiwen's shoe and stated, "You spat on Kevin's shoe." "I didn't mean to." Totti bent down, wiped his shoe with his hand, and then casually rubbed it on his jersey, saying, "I've cleaned it off. Is that acceptable?" "I'm afraid that once an incident occurs, it cannot be ignored. Regardless, you did spit on Kevin's shoe, and you must receive a yellow card." "This is already a lenient punishment," Rocky explained. It was just Totti, after all. He wouldn't waste his saliva on anyone else. Damn it. Totti's patience had worn thin. He was already known for accumulating cards, and today he had finally glimpsed the hope of equalizing against Milan, which had made him unusually amiable. The referee showed no leniency, prompting him to utter a curse as he tore off the captain's armband from his right arm and hurled it onto the pitch. Rocky scoffed disdainfully. Totti's behavior embarrassed him. Such incidents would surely be embellished in the post-match report. While he might not face a suspension next season, Totti's dream of participating in the Coppa Italia final was dashed. The referee also had to maintain his authority. Huang Kaiwen chose not to intervene. Totti had a notoriously fiery temper, and anyone approaching him in anger was likely to get caught in the crossfire. There was no need to invite discomfort upon oneself. Over his career, he had amassed a total of 135 yellow cards and 14 reds, not counting his time with the national team. Even Pepe had received fewer red cards than Totti. Among the attacking players, only Diego Costa can truly rival Totti. Undoubtedly, Costa belongs to the category of players who receive fewer cards than they ought to. He is a remarkably cunning player, often managing to deceive the referee's gaze. Even so, he stands on par with Totti. Totti, in his last match, completely disregarded the new coach of Roma. Even if a more esteemed manager were in charge, he would still pay no heed. Totti's temperament can easily flare, which is one reason why the Italian media is so eager to criticize him. They desire a prince who embodies leadership, not a child who requires coddling. Today, Roma faces a dilemma. Totti's actions could easily lead to a suspension. Indeed, in the Italian Cup, he might be forced to serve an additional ban, rendering him ineligible to play. After all, this is the penultimate round of the league. Should he incur a two-match suspension, Totti would miss the final of the Italian Cup. Huang Kaiwen offered a few comforting words to Rocky and patted the referee's shoulder before preparing to kick off. The Italian Cup will lose much of its allure without Totti. Roma is truly Totti's team. Huang Kaiwen even worries about what will become of Roma after Totti's retirement. Although the post-Totti era has seen Roma's finances struggle, their performance is still relatively acceptable given their fiscal constraints. However, the absence of an idol diminishes the team's allure. It is no wonder that American owners are keen to script narratives, transforming the NBA into a showcase. For a league to flourish, it desperately needs captivating stories. The enchantment of football lies not only in thrilling last-minute goals, but also in the tales that lie behind the clubs. With only mercenaries playing for money, it becomes increasingly rare to witness players regarded as idols. Rodri initiated the play, reorganizing the attack, while De Bruyne promptly passed the ball to Huang Kaiwen. Noticing that Torres had already made his run, Huang Kaiwen instinctively pivoted and delivered a long pass. The ball soared from near the halfway line directly to the right side of the penalty area. The speed of the pass was impressive, and Torres leaped to attempt to control it with one foot. The ball remained in the box, but he himself could not maintain his balance. He inadvertently surrendered possession to the opponent. Youngster Jose Ribeiro seized the ball and immediately surged forward. As a Brazilian fullback, he possesses the heart of a winger. In Serie A, both Roma and Milan boast a significant number of Brazilian players. Cafu and Aldair, the Brazilian defenders for these teams, have both worn the captain's armband. Ribeiro's pace is commendable. He almost instantaneously crossed the halfway line. Pass, quickly switch. Andrea Zoli urged from the sidelines. However, Ribeiro showed no intention of passing. He carried the ball across the halfway line, and Ramos swiftly approached. Andrea Zoli slapped his forehead in frustration. The new Roma coach had hoped to inspire his team to defeat Milan in the Italian Cup with a draw today. It seems the young players have temporarily forgotten how formidable AC Milan can be. Against a speedster like Ribeiro, Ramos is quite experienced. He feigned a challenge at the sideline, leaving ample space. Ribeiro indeed attempted to nudge the ball forward for a 1-2, which played right into Ramos's hands. As it is easier to commit a foul when the ball is at the opponent's feet, Ramos immediately edged toward the sideline, successfully cutting off Ribeiro's path. Ribeiro, a moment too late, saw the ball seized by Rodri. To Kevin, the professor, who had remained silent for most of the match, suddenly exclaimed. Without hesitation, Rodri promptly passed the ball to Huang Kaiwen. As Huang Kaiwen received the ball, Lamela and Bradley positioned themselves directly in front of him. With a swift flick of his right foot, Huang Kaiwen deftly bypassed the two defenders and surged forward once more to connect with Rodri. Although aware of Huang Kaiwen's intention to execute a 1-2, Lamela and Bradley instinctively shifted their focus towards the ball. In that fleeting moment, Huang Kaiwen had already darted past both players. Rodri quickly delivered a lateral pass to the advancing Huang Kaiwen. Meanwhile, Sciglio, who had been lurking to Huang Kaiwen's left front, opted to continue his forward run, thereby stretching the field's width. Marquinhos, who had charged in to defend, disregarded Sciglio entirely and lunged towards Huang Kaiwen with a sliding tackle. Huang Kaiwen, maintaining his pace, awaited the challenge. He exercised caution, knowing he was without an immunity card. Anticipating the move, he skillfully nudged the ball and leapt, evading Marquinhos' outstretched leg with ease. Sometimes, sheer speed is not the sole factor. Rhythm can facilitate a seamless dribble. Baggio himself was a player renowned for his exceptional ball control and rhythm. Standing at the edge of the penalty area, Berdisso was on the verge of exasperation, as Huang Kaiwen weaved the ball effortlessly between his feet. It posed significant difficulties for Berdisso's attempts to reclaim possession. In such circumstances, Berdisso dared not extend his leg and instead opted to retreat into the penalty area. At that moment, Huang Kaiwen suddenly accelerated to the left, catching Berdisso off guard. He hastily shifted his body, only to realize it was a feint. Huang Kaiwen swiftly pulled the ball to the right. Even as Berdisso attempted to pivot, he was too late, exposing a vast open space in front of the goal. Robont, seizing the opportunity, charged out of the 6-yard box, but Huang Kaiwen had already swung his right foot. The shot lacked power. Yet the proximity rendered Robont unable to react in time, and as he fell, the ball rolled past him into the net. A goal. Huang Kaiwen has scored. Merely 4 minutes after entering the pitch, he executed a splendid solo effort. As the match approached stoppage time, we observed that Roma's attacking players had begun their warm-up. Unwilling to relinquish a draw that seemed within their grasp, Ambrosini stood on the sidelines, preparing to enter the fray without much warm-up. And it was Huang Kaiwen who was to be substituted. This decision surprised many. Perhaps Wenger was wary of Huang Kaiwen sustaining an injury prior to the two impending finals. It seemed plausible, as he had just embarked on a lengthy sprint only to be replaced. Huang Kaiwen had not anticipated such a move from the professor. Nevertheless, upon seeing the substitution board, he made his way toward the sidelines. "Good luck," he said, exchanging a high-five with Ambrosini. Ambrosini offered a wry smile, stating, "The coach has instructed me to remind them that if they cannot defend a single goal, they should not expect to play in the Champions League final." No wonder. The professor was employing a tactic of provocation. Roma, after all, was not a team that easily conceded defeat. The ensuing minutes would surely see an escalation in the intensity of the pressing game. Hence, the professor opted to substitute Huang, the king of the yellow card. After receiving a towel from the professor, Huang Kaiwen draped it around his neck and returned to the bench. In the brief time he had been on the pitch, he had barely broken a sweat. "Shall we celebrate today's victory?" Inzaghi inquired. "Are you no longer interested in your poetry singing class, my dear?" Huang Kaiwen jested. "Forget it. I am not suited for such activities. Perhaps on the day of my coronation, I could invite her and her classmates to sing hymns," Inzaghi remarked with a smirk. He was captivated by the girls' appearance, yet considering their disparate interests, he decisively relinquished the notion. His Majesty, having engaged in revelries for many years, maintained a clear understanding of himself. It would be impossible for him to spend a lifetime with an ardent admirer of the arts. Milan managed to hold on to their single goal, achieving a challenging 37th consecutive victory in the league. As the final whistle blew, Totti, having changed into different attire, entered the field and explained to Huang Kaiwen, "It was not directed at you." "I certainly know that. Do not take it to heart," Huang Kaiwen replied, patting Totti on the shoulder. "Let us play cards together sometime." "Sure, when?" Inzaghi interjected. "Perhaps after the Champions League final," Totti suggested. Inzaghi quipped, "Just don't lose too much. There won't be a place to cry." Totti merely snorted in response, remaining silent. Inzaghi seemed unaware of Totti's prowess. While he may not be the highest-paid player in Italy, his commercial value was undeniably substantial, especially with the recent explosion of commercialism in Serie A. His personal fortune had reached an impressive $60 million, surpassing even Roma's liabilities. In fact, contemporaries such as Maldini and Vieri could not rival his wealth. Would he shed tears? During the post-match press conference, neither team's players participated. The professor gestured for Andrea Zoli to answer questions first. Zoli took the microphone and stated, "Today we played an outstanding match, dominating the schedule, yet we could not secure the victory. The individual capabilities of the Milan players left us helpless." "Do you have a strategy to deal with Kevin in the Coppa Italia?" a reporter inquired. "Deal with?" Zoli shook his head. "That is not a favorable term. We will strive to limit Kevin. Naturally, I hope he is not included in the squad on that day. What do you have to say regarding Totti's red card?" The reporter pressed. Zoli silently cursed the reporter's entire family in his mind. It was permissible to criticize Wenger while coaching Roma. As offending Milan's coach was a trivial matter. After all, AC Milan could afford to offend anyone except one person. However, in Roma, offending Totti could make life exceedingly difficult, as proven by numerous past experiences. Even the Sensi family had gained nothing in their disputes with the aging prince. Zoli cautiously remarked, "Francesco is a leader. He knows what he should do. As for that red card, I believe it should not exist, as one cannot constrain nature. Francesco has stated he would never tackle Kevin nor intentionally spit at him." "Mr. Arsene, do you believe Francesco Totti should face additional punishment?" a reporter asked. The professor shook his head with a smile, saying, "I do not wish for Totti to miss the Coppa Italia, but I respect the decisions of the Italian Football Federation. Francesco Totti is an exceptional player, and I have always held great admiration for him. And if you had to choose between Totti and Vieira, who would you prefer?" a reporter queried. The professor found the question quite intriguing. If given the choice, he would undoubtedly select the illustrious Totti, a player capable of embodying an entire city. The absence of a leader within the team has significant ramifications. Vieira possesses the same capabilities as Keane, just as Totti does. Were Arsenal to have a Totti, the circumstances would indeed be transformed. However, the professor refrained from voicing such sentiments, as they would undoubtedly incite considerable controversy. He remarked, "I hold great admiration for Francesco Totti. Yet I must choose Vieira, for Vieira operates in a more withdrawn position, one that is challenging to find a suitable replacement for." Andrea Zoli perceived the Frenchman as quite cunning, as he refrained from commenting on the personalities and significance of the two players, focusing solely on their positions. "Do you consider Totti to be a ball hog?" a journalist pressed. The professor shook his head, responding, "To deem someone a ball hog is rather subjective. I cannot make such a judgment about a player I do not know well. It would be akin to asking Sir Ferguson if Vieira is a ball hog, and he would likely refrain from answering as well. One cannot evaluate a player based solely on appearances or preconceived notions. Before coaching Kevin, I assumed he would be quite proud of his numerous accolades. In reality, he is remarkably easygoing and approachable. Despite his wealth and honors, his life has not altered significantly. I have encountered many extravagant players, yet Kevin is not among them. But Kevin possesses numerous luxury cars and mansions," a journalist remarked, somewhat dissatisfied. The professor, equally displeased, replied, "When faced with a billionaire, one cannot expect him to abandon his pursuit of an improved lifestyle. At the very least, Kevin has never hosted yacht parties nor demanded specific brands for everyday items. He even rides public transport and enjoys street food. What more can one expect from a super-rich individual, one of the finest players in football? Given Kevin's income, his personal expenditures are negligible. If you were to inquire with Ferguson, you would discover that Kevin is far more frugal than that singer's family." The journalists finally perked up, as they discerned that the professor was referring to the Beckhams. The professor chuckled inwardly, recalling how that Scottish gentleman had previously withheld his wine. This could provide Ferguson with a distraction, while also diminishing Milan's focus, allowing the players to concentrate on the pitch. As an experienced coach, he was seldom swayed by emotions, suggesting that his comments were intentional. Both Ferguson and the Beckham family were being used as scapegoats. Nonetheless, the professor speculated that Victoria might be quite pleased to bask in the limelight of the football world at this juncture. Following the match against Manchester United, he and Ferguson engaged in discussions regarding Beckham. The professor was not particularly fond of such player partners. After addressing this matter, he rose to depart. Yet the topic he left behind was far from concluded. The most talked about family in football remains a British one. Shortly after the match's conclusion, the Sun managed to contact Victoria Beckham for a telephone interview. When confronted by the journalist's questions, Victoria stated, "Luxury? I have never perceived our life as luxurious. I was born into a working-class family, and my parents instilled many values in me, none of which included extravagance or wastefulness. I have also been striving to venture into entrepreneurship. Much like Mr. Wenger has stated, we endeavor for a better existence. Although he is a former teammate, Huang Kaiwen holds a rather unfavorable impression of that family. Besides Victoria, there are also those several unruly children. It is one thing for a child to openly discriminate against Asians, but when all three exhibit such behavior, it is a reflection of their parents' character. Familial upbringing is evidently lacking, merely concealed for the sake of financial gain in Asia. The following morning, Huang Kaiwen anticipated that this family would dominate the headlines. To his surprise, it was a player who had previously served Milan. Paul Di Canio, now coaching Sunderland, deliberately reached out to the Gazzetta dello Sport to launch a tirade against Totti. The two have long harbored animosities. Di Canio derided Totti as a negative influence on Roma, to which Totti retorted, suggesting he come to Rome to voice such sentiments. Di Canio boldly accused Totti's rebuttal of being ghost-written, asserting that someone of Totti's caliber would not articulate phrases like Colosseum. This time, Di Canio remarked that Totti's intellect has never matched his talent. He is merely a more aesthetically pleasing Balotelli, a more gifted Cassano. During their time at Roma, the discord between him and Cassano stemmed from their mutual lack of intellect. Even at 37, Totti has shown little progress. I dare say that Totti's recent outburst is not solely due to physical factors. He consistently struggles to control his anger. A bull requires provocation, yet Totti does not. Whenever he is displeased, he acts as he pleases. As I transitioned into coaching, the most frustrating type of player is precisely this, as one can never predict when a team leader might receive a red card. Moreover, if Totti truly loved Roma, he ought to have retired sooner and passed the captain's armband to De Rossi. Several years prior, he resembled an old vehicle, and now he is transformed into a shopping cart from Esselunga, a budget supermarket chain based in Milan. Huang Kaiwen found this amusing. Totti indeed attracts criticism. Aside from the media, he has few admirers among his rivals. After all, the aging prince plays with considerable ferocity, often injuring opponents. It is only natural that rivals would not favor such a playing style. Moreover, given his own weaknesses, had Mourinho possessed similar talents, he would likely be even more beloved. Although Mourinho's playing talent is lacking, his capacity for learning, whether in language or football tactics, is commendable. The two are a perfect complement to one another. Mourinho's tumultuous career has led to an inflated ego, while Totti's greatest flaw lies in his lack of education. The Roma Sport has published discussions regarding whether Totti might face additional suspension. Huang Kaiwen, however, believes this is unlikely. After all, Totti is a significant draw. His infraction is not egregious enough to warrant missing the Coppa Italia final. Despite Di Canio's claims that Totti burdens Roma, the team truly struggles without his orchestration. Players like Perrotta and Bradley perform adequately alongside Totti. Additionally, Totti's deputy possesses a high enough skill level, and with De Rossi and Totti in the midfield, Roma does not lag behind elite teams. At noon, Huang Kaiwen and Kaka took the children to the park, where Kaka insisted on swapping the stroller. Looking at the one in his hands, Huang Kaiwen could only shake his head. Poor little Paolo Rett, to have such a father. With numerous fans capturing photographs, the two strolled for a while before returning home. Later, the Italian Football Federation finally announced the punishment for Totti, stating on their official website that Francesco Totti's foul in the league, resulting in 2 yellow cards and 1 red, would not incur an additional suspension, although he would still miss 1 match. Typically, a 2 yellow to red scenario results in a 1-match suspension. Thus, Totti would only miss the final league match, leaving him eligible for the Coppa Italia. Due to the Champions League, the last league match was scheduled earlier. On May 15th, a heavily rotated AC Milan secured a narrow 2-1 victory against Cesena away, finally concluding their long league journey. Following the match, the opposing fans applauded Milan, chanting the champion's name. This marked the first time in Serie A history that a team finished the league undefeated, a feat never accomplished in any major European league. Although Cesena was relegated, their fans had mentally prepared for this outcome. By the end of the final round, Regina led the relegation zone by 6 points, ahead of Cesena by 8. Besides them, Palermo and Pescara had already secured their spots in next season's Serie B. Milan, Juventus, Napoli, and Fiorentina would compete in the Champions League next season, while Udinese and Roma would partake in the Europa League. 5 days after this match, Milan would face the Coppa Italia final, followed by the Champions League final at San Kevin Stadium a week later. After the match, instead of resting, the entire Milan squad was taken to visit an orphanage, followed by a trip to Milan University, located near the cathedral. Are we here to show off? Inzaghi complained. Not exactly. It's about encouraging more people to participate in charity. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. You just need to focus on your actions, not on what others think. Who else, besides you, could speak at Milan University? Inzaghi quipped. Of course, the coach can, Huang Kaiwen chuckled. Professors are often invited to speak. At least you didn't mention Sergio's name, which shows you're still quite clear-headed. Inzaghi said with a mischievous grin. Ramos rolled his eyes, refraining from rebuttal, believing himself to be the type who excels in learning but struggles in speaking. Galliani seized the opportunity to approach Huang Kaiwen, stating, recently, Victoria has been quite active, as decided by the PR department, to showcase the team more publicly. I have no objections, Huang Kaiwen replied, but perhaps it's not ideal before the final. We should focus our energy on the pitch at this time. One glance at the professor's stern face indicated his reluctance for the team to be so high-profile. There's no choice. Commercial development must proceed simultaneously, Galliani said with a hint of exasperation. If it weren't for his disapproval, I would have arranged the team's warm-up matches in Japan and the United States for maximum commercial gain. This truly disregards the players as individuals, Huang Kaiwen remarked. Traveling to the Americas or Asia for training purposes is inherently ineffective. It serves merely as a means to generate revenue. Do you truly expect to prepare for 2 locations after a summer's worth of effort? During a conversation between 2 individuals, the entire AC Milan team entered the auditorium. A resounding applause echoed through the hall. The professor took to the stage to deliver a brief address and respond to inquiries posed by the students. He had previously delivered a talk at Tsinghua University during his tenure at Arsenal, which had garnered considerable acclaim. Today proved to be no different. Galliani murmured. If our coach were to teach, he would undoubtedly excel. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. After all, how else could he have earned the moniker the professor? Mr. Wenger resembles a teacher more than a football coach. A student inquired, Mr. Wenger, will Milan be acquiring a new defender? The professor nodded, affirming. We will certainly be seeking new fullbacks, although we have yet to identify suitable candidates. Isn't Sciglio an option? The professor responded, in a lengthy season. A young player like Mattia cannot participate in every match. We require a more reliable choice. With that, the professor concluded his address, setting down the microphone and turning to Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen stepped up to the podium, eliciting immediate cheers and whistles from the audience. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin. The students, brimming with enthusiasm, evidently preferred someone closer to their age over the professor. Although Huang Kaiwen was nearing 30, he appeared not much different from them. The applause and cheers persisted for quite some time, and Huang Kaiwen gestured for silence. Otherwise, the event would be unduly prolonged. Not everyone on the team relished such activities, so it was imperative to conclude promptly. Huang Kaiwen took the microphone and remarked, I often pass by the cathedral and always see Milan University. I have long wished to visit, but feared being stopped by security. Today, I finally have the opportunity, which was met with another round of applause. Huang Kaiwen, both amused and exasperated, waved his hand and continued, I know many of you are curious about my life, and you have a myriad of questions. I can assure you, my life is quite simple. I spend my days dining and watching television with my girlfriends, and the ingredients are hardly extravagant. The phrase girlfriends elicited yet another round of whistles. It was common knowledge that Huang Kaiwen had 2 girlfriends. He further stated, I do not wish to take up too much of your time with other matters that might detract from your engagement with the team. I can only make one promise. Everything concerning Milan belongs to Milan. The students anticipated more from Huang Kaiwen, but to their surprise, he shifted gears, saying, I know you are some of the brightest individuals in the world, so I have prepared for you the most intellectually challenging games. Huang Kaiwen turned to write 2 website addresses, declaring, these games are not only entertaining but also offer cash prizes. The first place can earn up to 1 million euros. The auto chess games are now available, and there are 2 versions. One based on League of Legends, seamlessly integrated into the client, and the other is an SNK auto chess game. Given that such gameplay has been well established, creating a model and data for it is not particularly challenging, especially when production capacity is ample. Especially with League of Legends having established models, the primary efforts still lie with SNK. Huang Kaiwen is reluctant to delve into the realm of League of Legends auto chess, as that game heavily relies on Tencent's channels. Sharing profits with others lacks the allure of enjoying them alone. However, the market share of League of Legends is undeniable, making it illogical to forego potential earnings. Thus, Huang Kaiwen remains cautious. The launch of SNK's auto chess precedes that of League of Legends, and certain synergies in the latter will likely mirror those in SNK's offering. As the player base expands, disputes will inevitably arise between the communities of both games. Should the loyal supporters of the original be able to sustain SNK's revenue, they may gradually abandon League of Legends auto chess and redirect their attention to SNK. Otherwise, they may turn away from SNK altogether. This nurturing strategy is commonplace among studios under Tencent's umbrella. Huang Qiuwang merely echoes the thoughts of others. SNK's Hearthstone is also under development. Even if it cannot launch before Blizzard, it aims to capture a share of the market. In Huang Kaiwen's view, he aspires to create AAA titles. However, the profitability of AAA games tends to be slow. Thus, he prefers to first amass sufficient funds through online games. After all, one cannot self-fund AAA projects. The lengthy development cycle of games, coupled with the risk of a well-received game failing commercially, presents far greater challenges than those faced in online gaming. While game companies may not divulge their earnings, at the very least, online projects can support AAA development, and the technologies from single-player games can, in turn, bolster online offerings. Following this, Ramos took the stage to promote both games. The entire Milan team departed from Milan University. Students would engage in discussions online, and with some journalists fortuitously present. It is likely that curiosity will soon lead players to download both games or even play within League of Legends. In truth, developing games remains most profitable in the pig farm model, where point cards and items flourish, and entry requires VIP status, with transactions incurring additional fees. The success of Dream of the West can be deemed quite formidable. The thought that these unscrupulous companies, while mastering public opinion, are infiltrating hundreds of sectors such as medicine and entertainment is chilling. It has already been demonstrated that with adept control of public sentiment, even a pig placed on stage can attract fans without any effort in content creation. Even more unsettling is the possibility that the medical field may witness similar innovative charging models akin to those of the pig farms. Viewed in this light, Huang Qiuwang emerges as a beacon of domestic internet innovation. Should a short video platform emerge, it could at least prevent a complete collapse of public discourse. By the time the event concluded, it was already past 3 o'clock. Huang Kaiwen opted to return home. As soon as he arrived, Lily greeted him from the sofa, exclaiming, "Look, there's big news." Huang Kaiwen retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the fridge and settled onto the sofa, inquiring, "What big news? Has your homeland gone to war in the Middle East again? How rude. I'm British." Lily playfully slapped Huang Kaiwen, adding, "But it actually is news from Britain." Huang Kaiwen turned his attention to the television. The reporter announced, Professor Andy Schofield, a theoretical physicist at the University of Birmingham, Vice-Chancellor and Dean of the School of Engineering and Physics, has proposed a new theory of time travel. The scene shifted to reveal a thin, bald, elderly man. He spoke to the camera, expressing his unwavering support for Birmingham City. Regrettably, the team failed to secure Kevin's signature during their visit to China. Thus, I resolved to take matters into my own hands, aiming to facilitate Kevin's signing and irrevocably alter the course of the club's history. This was my original intention. Moreover, my design has the potential to transcend the speed of light. Look, Lily exclaimed excitedly, he has actually invented a time machine. However, theory does not equate to realization. In truth, the likelihood of surpassing the speed of light is virtually non-existent. Kevin shook his head, stating, if I were to join Birmingham City, the probability of us remaining together would diminish significantly. The old man was not referring to Birmingham City. They occasionally manage to ascend to higher leagues. This Birmingham City is likely a lower-tier team. Reflecting on the frail physique of the once great Huang, Kevin doubted that even if he were to join, he would become a savior. The chances of becoming a mere shadow of his former self seemed greater. The lower divisions of English football are notoriously brutal. Indeed, Lily exclaimed, slapping her thigh. However, it should be fine. Even if he alters the timeline, it merely creates an additional temporal divergence, which won't affect us. I recall that the plot of The Flash unfolds in such a manner. Kevin chuckled. Do you still enjoy The Flash? Lily asked curiously. No. I have always yearned for the ability of the Invisible Man, Susan Storm. Do you remember her from the Fantastic Four? Kevin replied. Lily paused briefly, playfully punching Kevin on the shoulder and teasing, Are you planning to spy on others while they change? Just as they were frolicking on the sofa, the young lady returned home, handbag in tow. Why are you home so early? Huang Kaiwen inquired, looking up. Lily had already wrapped her arms around his neck. There wasn't much to do today, so I returned early, the young lady remarked, rubbing her forehead. Lately, those who have been calling me are all concerned about the Coppa Italia and the Champions League final. Do they wish to bring about the demise of William Hill? Huang Kaiwen jested. You guessed correctly, the young lady replied, taking a seat at the dining table. They even asked me how many corner kicks there would be. Damn it. I feel like the phone recordings will eventually be scrutinized. So let us refrain from discussing such matters. Huang Kaiwen advised, I want to even entertain discussions regarding this issue. If a sport cannot ensure fairness, it will swiftly be abandoned by its audience. As players, we must never exploit the efforts of others, be they opponents or teammates. I certainly understand, the young lady responded. What do you feel like eating? Let me cook today. Let's avoid these disheartening topics. Anything is fine. Let us have some roasted ribs. I saw them outside today and felt a strong craving, Huang Kaiwen suggested. Lily also rushed to the kitchen, adding to the commotion. Huang Kaiwen quietly played on his gaming console. Just as dinner was nearing completion, Lily suddenly exclaimed, Damn, Paul is still upstairs. As the finals approached, the influx of tourists to Italy surged. The municipal governments of Milan and Rome have recently been entangled in disputes, as both cities are renowned tourist destinations. Previously, Milan had welcomed a group of Romani people from Rome, leading to a rapid decline in public safety within the city. Following amendments to municipal regulations, those individuals returned to Rome. Now, neither city wishes to inherit a multitude of belligerent Romani thieves. They not only target tourists, but also local residents, ultimately burdening local finances to support them. Protests are inevitably encountered. The verbal sparring between Totti and Di Canio continues unabated. In response to the ongoing feud, Totti remarked in the Roman sports newspaper, Di Canio only dares to speak such words when he is abroad. He is nothing more than a coward. His incessant criticism stems from jealousy of my talent. I am the wealthiest Italian player, and my career accomplishments far surpass his. I can understand his predicament. As for Antonio, there is no issue between us. We even spoke on the phone previously. Given that Di Canio is coaching Sunderland, the English media has rallied behind him. Those Brits are merely seeking headlines, and Totti provides them. The Times has compiled statistics reflecting Roma's performance during Totti's absences over recent seasons, lending support to Di Canio's claims. The Sun continues to cover Premier League scandals, this time focusing on Robinho, who, despite no longer playing for Milan, remains unable to control his lower impulses. In an interview with the Sunderland Echo, Di Canio labeled Totti a hypocrite, asserting that Totti's alleged rejection of Real Madrid was merely a result of the Sensi family's generous salary, which formed the basis for his decision to stay. In 2001, Sir Ferguson personally called me, offering me the number 9 shirt to play at Old Trafford, but I declined because West Ham was my refuge after being sidelined by Capello. That was a genuine rejection. When I departed the Premier League, Juventus offered me 3 times my salary, yet I did not abandon Lazio. That is the choice of a true man. As for AC Milan, I only played there for 1 season, during a friendly in Beijing. I asked Capello why I couldn't play the full match, as the Chinese fans desired to see the stars. Capello merely spoke of tactical balance. This was not the Champions League, but a performance. After that, I ceased to regard him. Perhaps he has fared well in England, but he is not a good person. Kevin Huang, upon reading the reports, could not help but shake his head. Di Canio is indeed a provocateur. Old-school players can be challenging, yet they truly do not care about money. Aside from extreme cases like Bellarabi, who accepted a mere 300,000 annual salary, many players during that era placed greater value on emotional connections and other factors when choosing clubs. Di Canio's temperament is even more eccentric than Totti's. Interestingly, FIFA initially imposed a lifetime ban on him, only to rescind it shortly thereafter, awarding him the Fair Play Award after he refrained from scoring into an open goal due to the opposing goalkeeper's injury. Of course, the most unforgettable moment remains his Nazi salute during a match. Had this occurred in Germany, no media outlet would dare to support him. The Germans are exceedingly cautious when it comes to matters involving the Jewish community. On May 19th, the day before the Coppa Italia final, at Milanello, the professor stood at the field's edge in a training short-sleeve shirt and shorts, holding a clipboard behind his back. Nesta, Bull, Patras, as well as the fitness coach and goalkeeper coach, were gathered nearby. During his time at Arsenal, He had only 2 assistants and a goalkeeper coach, a situation that Nasri has also criticized. Upon arriving at Milan, the coaching staff has significantly expanded. The players are in good form. They are highly motivated for the last 2 matches, Bold remarked. The crux of the matter lies in whether Kevin can maintain his health, Nesta remarked. Both Roma and Barcelona are formidable adversaries, particularly considering our last victory was somewhat fortuitous. This may instill a psychological belief in the Roma players that they can overcome us with greater effort, thus increasing the risk of injury for Kevin in this match. The professor nodded, his current concern revolving around this issue. If only we were to play the Champions League final first, he mused. With Puyol sidelined for the season due to surgery in March, he felt less anxious about Huang Kaiwen's safety. However, the players from Roma might not share the same restraint. In their fervor, they could inadvertently harm Huang Kaiwen without intending to commit a foul. Should we start Kevin or keep him as a substitute? The professor pondered, massaging his temples. Let him start, Chief, Nesta suggested. We should secure an early lead and then substitute Kevin. The Romans are unlikely to play too aggressively at the beginning. If he comes on as a substitute, it might not be the same. I concur, added Patras. The professor nodded. Very well, then he shall start. Once the decision was reached, he no longer hesitated, summoning the players to the tactical room to elaborate on some strategic details for the following day. That evening, the entire Milan team flew to Rome, opting for the JK Plaza Hotel, primarily due to its limited number of rooms and decent amenities. Milan had conveniently reserved 26 rooms in advance. After swimming, Huang Kaiwen settled on the terrace with a book in hand. The hotels in Rome often boast scenes reminiscent of Roman holiday, such as Hepburn enjoying ice cream on the Spanish Steps. Compared to Milan, the skyline of Rome, devoid of towering skyscrapers, indeed offers a more picturesque view. To find high-rises in Rome, one would have to venture to the outskirts, closer to Turin. What are you reading? Kaka inquired, handing Huang Kaiwen a cup of coffee as he took a seat. Huang Kaiwen raised the book, saying, The Rome Travel Guide. I'm contemplating whether to purchase a house here after making some money off toddy. That sounds appealing. I find this place quite lovely, Kaka replied with a smile, as he has always had an affinity for cities steeped in history. Ramos, seated nearby, diligently scribbled away, having recently reached a pivotal moment in his narrative where the protagonist encounters his mentor. Regardless of whether it is the mentor or the Lord, the protagonist invariably requires an extraordinary adventure. Harry Potter follows this very formula. J.K. Rowling's success is attributed not only to her talent, but also to Warner's promotion. However, Huang Kaiwen held reservations about his friend's work. It seemed too premature for children and overly simplistic for adults. Perhaps this book truly targets the college demographic, a testament to Ramos's unwavering dedication to his craft. After exchanging a few words, Kaka returned to call Paolo, who had also arrived in Rome but was staying at a different hotel. I think he should open a kindergarten after retirement, Ramos suddenly interjected with a smirk. Inzaghi, who had been striking poses for some time, nodded vigorously in agreement. Huang Kaiwen refrained from commenting, turning to inquire, Tony, why didn't you join them for the match? Aren't the young ones in the entertainment room? I wanted some peace and quiet, Cruz replied, raising the recipe he was holding. I've decided to learn a few new dishes recently. Next time, I'll show those rascals what I can do. Huang Kaiwen gave him a thumbs up. Cooking is indeed a delightful endeavor, provided one is spared the chore of washing the dishes afterward, particularly when it comes to dishes that require caramelization. The aftermath of cooking can be quite laborious. Ramos remarked, I envision my life post-retirement to be somewhat like this, living near friends, meeting daily, and occasionally embarking on travels. That sounds rather dull, Inzaghi interjected. If marriage is in your plans, you must acclimate to such a lifestyle. Ramos retorted, real life lacks the fervor one might expect. The mundane is a luxury many yearn for, yet they must contend with a plethora of pressures such as mortgages, healthcare, and raising children. Let's be grateful for the fans. Those fools. Well said. Cruz couldn't help but praise. Inzaghi shot him a disapproving glance. Huang Kaiwen, however, concurred with Ramos. Yet, he noted, the disparity between dreams and reality is often stark. A prime example being how many yearn for new games or consoles, finding joy in the anticipation and selection, only for them to gather dust once acquired. Life can be much the same. What one desires may not truly suit them. Around 10 o'clock, the players on the terrace returned to their rooms to rest. Despite the availability of over 20 rooms, the first team was assigned to share rooms. While single accommodations were reserved for club executives, and coaching staff. Ramos lay on his bed, contemplating. Sometimes I think retiring tomorrow wouldn't be so bad. Yet I fear I would miss the pitch. Don't dwell on it too much, Huang Kaiwen advised. Play as long as you can. Just look at those old-timers. They surely miss the green fields once they hang up their boots. There is plenty of life left to live after football. True, Ramos replied, closing his eyes. Huang Kaiwen gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, upon awakening, Huang Kaiwen found Ramos already engaged in push-ups. While freshening up, he decided to check the results of that day's draw, only to be surprised by a substantial influx of fate points. Ding! FIFA Ballon d'Or rules have been altered, earning fate points. Wow! This is the most fate points the King of Yellow has ever amassed. It was indeed fitting for him to have significantly influenced the selection process of the sport's highest honor. With the additional points, he now possessed a considerable amount. Huang Kaiwen was still undecided about his purchases. Enhancements on the player front were minimal. It seemed wiser to invest in coaching skills. Observing his full expectation meter, he opted to participate in the lottery. Ding! You have received a 24-hour experience card for Andrea Bellotti from the third round of the 2015 to 2016 Serie A season, Torino vs. Hellas Verona. Wow, Red Baby. Bellotti certainly possesses talent, yet his attributes are rather singular. Selling him for €100 million would be quite the farce. Huang Kaiwen promptly initiated a second draw. Ding! Based on Bellotti's Torino attributes, you have drawn the Torino Divine Team combination, Loic, Gabbiadini, Valentino Mazzola, Assola, and others, totaling 11 players. Thankfully, it was only 11 individuals, unlike the previous draw of 16 cards. However, this group was exceptionally formidable, as 10 of the 11 starters were players from Torino during that era. This may well be the team with the most national team players in the annals of Italian football history, had it not been for that tragic air disaster. The identity of Torino's leader might have remained uncertain. Even today, the city of Turin boasts a considerable number of ardent supporters for the Torino team. Huang Kaiwen pondered whether he should ease up a bit during their future card games, as the rivalry on the pitch was fierce, while off the field, they were still taking jabs at Totti. After lunch, there was a brief wait before the entire Milan squad boarded the bus en route to the Olympic Stadium in Rome. The Coppa Italia final has consistently taken place in this arena, perhaps to emphasize the capital's stature. In this match, Roma enjoyed the advantage of home ground. Yet, the streets of Rome were still filled with fans donned in Milan jerseys, accompanied by numerous police officers wielding walkie-talkies. Thanks to Milan's prominence, the match attracted a significant number of foreign spectators. The fans from both teams were notoriously unruly, and there was palpable concern about potential disturbances. Even if Roma's supporters were provocative, the extreme elements from Lazio were lurking in the background, fanning the flames. The Rome City Hall had begun deliberating whether to relinquish the venue for the Coppa Italia final, as Milan's annual visit imposed immense pressure on them. Should fan-related casualties arise, the situation could escalate into an international dispute, far beyond the monetary gains from tourism. The Milan team arrived at the stadium without incident, and it was only just past 3 o'clock. Huang Kaiwen accompanied his teammates to the dressing room to change, declining to attend the press conference. He was well aware that attending would likely result in questions concerning Totti and Di Canio, and frankly, he wished to avoid such entanglements. He heard that Roma had invited a guest performer for the day. Inzaghi smirked. I bet it's Shakira. You're in for a treat, Kevin. Huang Kaiwen scoffed. Roma's current situation doesn't afford them the luxury of hiring a prominent foreign singer. They can only hope for local talent at a lower cost. Who do you think is the most influential young female singer in Italy? Inzaghi seemed taken aback. Buffon and Gattuso chimed in, shouting, Laura Pausini. Some of the younger players were puzzled, prompting more knowledgeable teammates to enlighten them. Inzaghi seemed eager to witness Huang the King's embarrassment. In truth, Roma had already contacted Huang the King ahead of time. They wished to showcase their influence to potential buyers. Hence, they not only invited nearly all club legends, but also planned to host some artistic performances before the match. However, financially strapped Roma had limited viable options. They simply could not afford to shell out millions of dollars to invite two high-profile stars. Huang the King suggested they invite the Italian diva. This was not merely for the sake of amusing Inzaghi. It was mainly because, with Roma approaching, Pausini might be willing to reduce her appearance fee. Nevertheless, a big shot remains a big shot. Hearing that his ex-girlfriend was the guest performer did not hinder his performance. He even coaxed Sciglio into charging a fee to impart a few tricks to the younger players. Roma drew the home ground. Milan had to don their away kits, as both teams shared a primary color of red. Yet, in the stands, supporters from both teams wore their home jerseys, creating a distinct visual divide. The fervor of Milan's jersey ignites like a blazing fire. Against the backdrop of black, the red appears even more resplendent. In contrast, the jersey of Roma possesses a more somber hue, reminiscent of blood, as if narrating the historical transitions of this city. With the advantage of home ground, the Roman supporters have refrained from selling too many tickets, a testament to their unwavering loyalty to the team. The price of a final match ticket has surpassed that of a season pass, a considerable temptation for anyone. However, for some, football transcends mere leisure and entertainment. It embodies their faith. Even when confronted with adversaries tenfold or 100-fold stronger, they remain steadfast, choosing to rally for their team on site. In attendance, the ratio of fans is approximately 33 to 67, primarily due to neutral tickets being predominantly claimed by Milan supporters from around the globe. Nevertheless, the fervor of the Romans does not wane. The stands are graced by former legends and notable celebrity fans from both teams. Roma boasts a considerable array of illustrious figures: Bruno Conte, Giuseppe Giannini, Thomas Hassler, Rudi Völler, Balba, and Caniggia stand tall alongside Milan's legacy. Had Ancelotti not declined Roma's invitation, their roster of legends would have been even more formidable. As for Milan, their century-long history has been etched by countless stars. It is a slight disappointment for fans that only Van Basten of the famed Dutch trio has made an appearance in the stands. Van Basten inquired, "Are Frank and Ruud occupied? Why haven't they come?" "Yes," I asked. "They have no time," Galliani responded perfunctorily, secretly contemplating that those two would likely never have time for Milan's events in the future. Fortunately, Van Basten did not press further and instead engaged in conversation with his former teammates, Costacurta and Barisi. The home crowd swells in might, even unfurling a grand tifo in the south stand. However, the Roman players find themselves somewhat intimidated by the spectacle before them. They had not anticipated that an Italian Cup match would garner such an influx of spectators. The press area is packed, rivaling that of international competitions. As they return to the tunnel, staff members come to remind them. Kevin Huang turns to call his teammates back inside. "Francesco," Kevin Totti calls out, his expression a mixture of emotions. Kevin smiles and nods in acknowledgement. Totti states, "I know victory will be difficult for us today, but we shall certainly demonstrate the spirit of the Roma team." "I have never underestimated Roma or you," Kevin responds with a smile. "You have always been one of Italy's most tenacious opponents. I would prefer facing Lazio over playing against you." "Really?" Totti inquires, to which Kevin nods affirmatively. Totti gazes at Kevin's face for a few seconds before breaking into a smile. The players of both teams stand in the tunnel. A former girlfriend of one player stands at the center of the field. The extras, still clutching a white flag, gradually converge near Laura Pausini, as Italian artistic performances often involve holding props. However, it seems they did not pay the French for copyright. I find myself at a loss, unable to discern a purpose or destination, as my existence has become an echo chamber, resonating solely with my own thoughts. The esteemed singer Bassini passionately performs Regaining You. Truly, a national treasure of a vocalist. Last year, during a concert with Pavarotti, the audience sang along to her every note. "Surely, this cannot be a tribute to Inzaghi," murmured Totti. He too peruses the newspapers, albeit with a penchant for sensational stories. Huang Kaiwen quipped, "It's remarkable enough to have met that fellow once. Who would desire to rekindle a relationship with him? The song title might as well be My Mind is Going Awry." Totti erupted in a hearty laugh, clearly entertained by the jest. The old prince appeared to revel in the humor, unable to suppress his amusement at Totti and Huang Kaiwen. After all, his wife had confessed that should she make her affairs public, it would devastate 50 families, hinting at the multitude of her indiscretions. This transcends mere infidelity. One could speculate that from the personal trainer to their gardener, plumber, pest control personnel, and figures in both the political and sporting realms of Rome might be entangled in this web. The thought is chilling. The repair workers who come by on weekends, coupled with the celebrities encountered at events, could very well have contributed to his predicament. Huang Kaiwen resolved to investigate further. Given the likelihood of infidelity on such a grand scale, when the evidence is gathered, it could be handed over to the press, sparing him the discomfort of facing Totti. A swift divorce would bring liberation. Observing the carefree laughter of the old prince, Huang Kaiwen couldn't help but shake his head. This man is utterly oblivious. What expression is that? Even if you win, don't gloat, especially since the game hasn't even begun, Toddy retorted with irritation. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen replied, bemused. The two were clearly lost in divergent thoughts. It's uncertain who suffers more, Toddy or Grimy, whose two children are not biologically his own. It seems Mahrez has endured similar trials, though his wife has a penchant for boxers. As the performance concluded, the referee offered a brief reminder before ushering both teams onto the field. Daniele Asado, who turned professional in 2003, ascended to the top tier by 2006. Having avoided the repercussions of the match-fixing scandal, and is now an international referee. This referee is known for his propensity to issue cards, averaging 7 yellow cards per match and sending someone off every 4 games. It is fortunate that Toddy has escaped suspension. Today, De Rossi returns from injury, enabling Roma to field their strongest lineup. Indeed, Roma's primary issue lies in their forward line. Both Osvaldo and Destro have been languishing in goal-scoring efficiency. When considering Roma's midfield and defense, they are on par with teams like Liverpool. Moreover, intriguingly, Osvaldo possesses a rather volatile temperament. Previously, he erupted in the locker room when Lamela failed to pass to him, only for Lamela to counter, questioning whether Osvaldo fancied himself Maradona. One wonders if his absence from the starting lineup today is related to this incident. Now, let us review the starting lineups for both teams. In a 4-3-3 formation, the Roma team consists of goalkeeper, Robson, defenders, Balzaretti, Leandro Castan, Marquinhos, Berdisso, midfielders, Bradley, Toddy, De Rossi, forwards, Marquinhos, Destro, Lamela. Meanwhile, AC Milan employs a 4-3-3 formation with a single defensive midfielder, goalkeeper, Buffon, defenders, Quit, Thiago Silva, Van Dijk, Ramos, midfielders, Kroos, Rodri, Saul, forwards, Huang Kaiwen, Van Persie, Kaka. In comparison to their last encounter, Wenger has made adjustments to the lineup. The dual defensive midfielders have transformed into 2 central attacking midfielders. And Saul's competence in both attack and defense is commendable. The youth and vitality of these 3 midfielders is promising. Yet their ability to withstand the pressure from Roma's seasoned trio remains a significant concern. AC Milan's defense undoubtedly appears more formidable, consistently excelling against various league titans. Following the retirements of legends like Maldini, the transition seemed seamless, although it must be noted that during Maldini's absence and Nesta's injury, there were moments of vulnerability. However, with the emergence of Thiago Silva and the addition of Van Dijk, the dynamic has notably shifted. Should they acquire a left-back, Milan's defense could once again claim the title of the world's best. The trophy awaits on the sidelines, and after either 90 or 120 minutes, one team will triumphantly lift the Coppa Italia. Huang Kaiwen and Toddy approach the center circle to flip a coin. The sunlight around 5 p.m. is gentle, yet Huang Kaiwen, having won the toss, opts to let Roma commence the match. Amid the chorus of Roma Roma, the Roma team kicks off. Destro promptly returns the ball. Toddy handles the ball with great caution, aware of Milan's formidable counterattack and Huang Kaiwen's extraordinary individual prowess. Toddy, wary of losing possession, swiftly passes back to De Rossi. Huang Kaiwen accelerates, prompting De Rossi to nearly falter as he regains control and distributes the ball laterally. Bradley, taking his time, allows Balzaretti to make a forward run before releasing the ball. Marquinhos, eager for the ball, finds Balzaretti reluctant to pass, as he gestures for him to push forward. It is a jest. Balzaretti does not trust that the Brazilian can outmaneuver Ramos. Indeed, Ramos advances assertively. Saul, seemingly unfamiliar with Ramos's style, follows suit, leaving a significant gap behind them. Balzaretti quickly sends a lateral pass, and Toddy, without turning, deftly redirects the ball towards the left flank. Marquinhos drives the ball into the penalty area, while Destro, anxious, gestures fervently for him to shift wide and create space. Overcoming Milan's defense will be a daunting task. The optimal strategy lies in awaiting the arrival of their respective captains for support. However, the winger, who bore a resemblance to his compatriot, exhibited far less patience. With a deft touch of his left foot, Marquinhos maneuvered the ball into the penalty area with his right. Van Dijk instinctively extended his leg. Marquinhos promptly pulled back. Yet Van Dijk remained composed, making it difficult to discern who was truly deceiving whom. Van Dijk had clearly anticipated this move. When his initial attempt failed, Marquinhos was eager to persist. "Pass the ball, you fool," shouted Totti, who was charging forward. Before Marquinhos could react, Ramos executed a sliding tackle from the flank, sending the ball out of play. Totti vehemently waved his hand, expressing his dissatisfaction. "When you have the chance to approach Milan's penalty area, why are you playing with the ball yourself?" It was not arrogance on Totti's part. Over the years, he had witnessed many players come and go, but none possessed a talent superior to his own. Even he, in such circumstances, found it challenging to resolve the situation. These youngsters seemed solely focused on making a name for themselves. If you could cut inside and score, that would be one thing. Yet, the truth was, they couldn't even find a shot on goal. Why cling to the ball? Totti conferred with De Rossi and instructed Berdisso to take the corner kick. At this moment, the veteran prince felt an urgency to assert himself in the box. Come on, come on." Totti gestured for his teammates to position themselves. His demeanor unmistakably radiated authority. Roma clearly valued this set-piece opportunity. Before the corner could be taken, a fierce physical confrontation ensued with the Milan players. Daniele Assato had to intervene, warning, "No more shoving. If the corner isn't taken soon, I will issue a card." As a seasoned referee, his words carried considerable weight. Once the players were properly positioned, Assato blew the whistle. Berdisso sprinted up and delivered the ball to the far post. Huang Kaiwen, seeing this, immediately dashed forward, confident that Van Dijk would not be able to contain Totti. Indeed, the ball was cleared by Van Dijk to the edge of the box, where De Rossi rushed in. But Kroos had already received the ball and turned. Even so, De Rossi opted to extend his foot. Fortunately, Kroos managed to pass the ball out just in time. Rodri seized the ball, turned, and darted away. He intended to pass to Huang Kaiwen, but De Rossi's speed was overwhelming. Noticing the open-mouthed vice-captain of Roma, Rodri felt a pang of trepidation. "Give it to Kaiwen quickly," the professor shouted from the sidelines. Rodri wished he could, but at that moment, he found himself unable to deliver the pass. The experienced De Rossi, robust at 30, presented a formidable challenge. Rodri sensed that even a moment's hesitation would result in a loss of possession. The two became entangled as they crossed the halfway line, with several Roma players retreating to defend. The professor on the sidelines could only shake his head in regret. There was little that could be done. The 18-year-old possessed height, but lacked a low center of gravity, and at such a young age, he wouldn't have much muscle mass. Achieving this much was commendable. Suddenly, De Rossi extended his leg, and the ball was deftly poked away. Fortunately, Saul had been lurking nearby. He swiftly turned and delivered a direct pass. The initial kick was executed with a sense of urgency, causing the ball to travel behind Huang Kaiwen. Berdisso sensed an opportunity and swiftly rushed towards him. Quid approached to receive the ball and passed it to Huang Kaiwen, who expertly controlled it with his right foot. He feigned with his right foot, letting the ball slide past him, and then promptly turned to push it forward with his left foot. This maneuver deceived Berdisso, who quickly turned to chase after him. After being tricked, Berdisso did not hold back, sprinting back with full force, only to be met with Huang Kaiwen's sudden deceleration and lateral dribble, leaving him empty-handed once again. The agitated Argentine defender turned just as Huang Kaiwen made a sideways pass to Van Persie. Without pausing, Van Persie returned the ball to Kroos. As Huang Kaiwen surged forward into the box, when the referee blew the whistle, a yellow card was issued to De Rossi. Frankly, this card did not come as a surprise. Previously, in the AC Milan penalty area, De Rossi had committed a foul that almost warranted a card. But the referee refrained from issuing it as the ball was still in AC Milan's possession. Now, having committed another foul in their half, this card felt like a 2-for-1 deal. Indeed, both of De Rossi's fouls were rather heavy, indicating a sense of urgency among the Roma players. Roma goalkeeper Lobont seemed to exchange words with De Rossi, leading to a brief argument, which Totti intervened to resolve by pushing De Rossi aside. However, Lobont did not pursue the matter further. Yet, upon witnessing the free kick position just outside the penalty area, he felt a tinge of unease. The distance from the goal was quite minimal. Surely, Huang Kaiwen wouldn't unleash a powerful shot? That uncertainty lingered in his mind. As the season drew to a close, the media relished in recounting such moments. Even if he had previously been indifferent to the daily reports of players reaching speeds of 200 kilometers per hour, there was an underlying concern. After all, if Riss could fracture Alan Smith's leg with a shot, why couldn't Huang Kaiwen do the same? Not just him. The Roma wall also felt apprehensive. Observing the situation, De Rossi grumbled as he approached, saying, "Don't flinch. he likely won't strike the wall. He hadn't considered the implications of the foul at the time. However, standing before Huang Kaiwen at the foul spot, he too felt a flutter of fear. He had attempted to block Huang Kaiwen's shots numerous times during open play, but felt particularly anxious at this moment. Especially as Huang Kaiwen stood more than a meter away from the ball, this added immense psychological pressure on the entire Roma team. The distance for a run-up did not equate to the power of the shot, yet it was evident that this kick would not be gentle. The whistle blew as Huang Kaiwen took a step forward. He made several small strides before unleashing a powerful strike with his right foot. The tremendous sound echoed as the wall barely had time to react. The ball soared over their heads like a streak of light. To the right. Lobont quickly assessed the trajectory and dove, but his reaction, though swift, was no match for the velocity and precision of Huang Kaiwen's shot. Even as he stretched his arm, he could not make contact with the ball, which found its way into the net at the intersection of the post and crossbar. A goal. Another stunning free kick from Huang Kaiwen. This shot was indeed spectacular, nestling perfectly into the corner, leaving no room for opportunity. Huang Kaiwen found himself encircled by his teammates. Yet, the Roma players forming a human wall astonishingly did not disperse immediately. The mood among several players was quite similar. Fortunately, no one leapt into the air. Had they been struck at such close range, an immediate trip to the hospital would have been inevitable, especially for Burdisso, who felt a rush of wind as the ball sailed just over his head, causing a sharp pain in his ears. As the ball drew nearer, he became acutely aware that he was drenched in cold sweat. Damn, that was terrifying. Burdisso took a deep breath and murmured, "Perhaps we should avoid giving them a free kick from such close distance?" Agreed. Granting them a free kick is ill-advised. Marquinhos fervently nodded in agreement. Absolutely. We cannot afford to give them any opportunities. Castan concurred as well. Balzaretti understood his teammates' sentiments, but refrained from voicing anything, for when one truly faces Huang Kaiwen, the terror of his free kicks becomes abundantly clear. Robont lay on the ground for an extended period. Only when the referee prompted him to rise and resume play did he turn to retrieve the ball. Upon grasping it, he sensed something was amiss. After turning it over in his hands a few times, Robont raised his hand, signaling the referee. To change the ball, one must first obtain the referee's consent. The broadcast camera focused on the ball in the referee's hands. Although it had not burst, it had taken on an irregular shape, with a conical protrusion emerging from the valve. "What a street cat!" exclaimed one player. "Wow, Huang Kaiwen really packs a punch." Indeed, he has always been known for his strength. But wait, isn't he more famous for his theatrics? When did he become a symbol of power? In recent years, Huang Kaiwen had not feigned injury often, yet observing his shot power suggested he was not easily prone to injury. Could it be that his excessive force was the cause of his injuries? While kicking another might sting, his own muscles and joints must also bear the burden of that power. Ronaldo had once been advised to minimize using the pendulum move. Although dribbling and shooting are not entirely the same, both impose physical strain. It seemed the Roma players were bewildered, and it was utterly amusing, standing there in the wall. If you were to relieve yourself, you'd be frightened out of your wits. Huang Kaiwen's shots are no laughing matter. Should he truly frighten me into submission? Let him pay up so I can purchase a Blade Soul activation code. Activation codes aren't as expensive now, are they? Previously, they were 500. Now, it should be around 200. Are there really people still playing that game? The key point is that they are even buying activation codes to play. Hilarious. Sciglio sat on the substitutes bench, feeling somewhat bored. Today, Inzaghi had not even included him in the squad, leaving him to watch the match from the stands. Without that unreliable older brother, he felt a strange emptiness. Sciglio turned to Torres and asked, "Hey, want to make a bet? Will the captain score more than 5 goals? Get lost." Torres retorted irritably. He was already displeased about not starting today, and Sciglio's comment only added to his annoyance. Sciglio felt somewhat embarrassed. Upon observing Torres's robust arms, he ultimately chose to forgive him. Destro passed the ball to Lamela, who, without hesitation, advanced towards Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen felt somewhat resigned. Although his defensive prowess was commendable today, he had little desire to engage with these minor antagonists. He turned and waved his hand, prompting Cruz to charge forward without a word. Lamela, taken aback, had no intention of passing. He aimed to bypass Cruz and seek out Huang Kaiwen. Cruz deliberately positioned himself along the sideline, aware that Lamela's ability to cut inside was limited. This single maneuver left Lamela somewhat vexed. leading him to nudge the ball forward in an attempt to force his way past Cruz. Just as Huang Kaiwen was preparing to defend, Quit had already surged ahead. Huang Kaiwen laughed as he sprinted towards the center. It was not that Huang Kaiwen wished to deny them opportunities. Rather, he had too many comrades to consider. Quit proved to be a far tougher opponent than Cruz, clinging tightly to Lamela, which allowed Cruz to seize the moment and snatch the ball away. In a fit of frustration, Lamela turned and kicked Cruz on the ankle. Huang Kaiwen quickly intervened to stop his teammate, exclaiming, "Let's not take our frustrations out on Lamela." Given that it was a decisive match, Roma had little chance as it was. It would be excessively cruel to endure further punishment. "Are you all right, Tony?" Huang Kaiwen inquired as he bent down to assist Cruz. "I'm fine, Captain," Cruz replied with a smile. "If that's the case, let us carry on. The referee has already issued a yellow card." Huang Kaiwen turned to Ramos and Saul, instructing them to return to their positions and prepare for the restart. The professor on the sidelines shook his head in bemusement. Milan was commendable in many respects, yet they were overly zealous in confrontations. This team was well versed in committing fouls, yet they inexplicably faced numerous suspensions. Rodri observed Saul's return, sensing a certain pressure. Both hailed from Atletico's youth academy, were Spaniards, and had arrived at Milan's training camp in the same year. He had ascended to the first team more than 6 months prior to Saul. However, Saul's excessive enthusiasm created a sense of pressure for Rodri. As midfielders, he felt compelled to compete with Saul, who was of a similar age. By the end of the season, Van Bommel and Gattuso would likely retire. On his way back, Rodri reminded himself to be more proactive in future altercations and to remain astute. Totti remarked wearily, "If it weren't for his stature, Lamela would have been reprimanded further." He had grown weary of these flashy young talents with mediocre abilities, one Brazilian on the left flank and one Argentine on the right. If Roma were to acquire a wealthy owner, I would certainly recommend selling these two. Milan's defense was unhurried in their restart. Despite Cruz's youth, he possessed considerable experience as a champion player. With him orchestrating the team's rhythm, Milan could confidently dictate the match against their adversaries. While many positions valued experience, there were indeed those gifted prodigies. Although one may not immediately assume a pivotal role upon joining the first team, the pace of development far exceeds that of the average player. As Roma currently finds itself in a precarious predicament, they engage fiercely in duels. Yet they do not embody a high-pressing style of play. The leading AC Milan, with a 1-goal advantage, shows no intention of advancing. They simply allow Roma to press forward. This itself contradicts their previously established tactics, but there is little to be said about the situation. Totti gestures emphatically, prompting his teammates to surge forward while he positions himself slightly behind to provide support. Saul receives the ball and horizontally passes it to Cruz. Upon receiving the ball, Cruz swiftly turns, noticing Totti alongside Huang Kaiwen, and delivers a pass. This time, he was cautious, intentionally directing it closer to the sideline. As Huang Kaiwen turns, he can shield the ball from Totti. Totti, remaining behind Huang Kaiwen, refrains from committing too readily. While a foul is unlikely, it is easy for Huang Kaiwen to seize an opportunity to maneuver past him. He maintains the pressure, preventing Huang Kaiwen from initiating a move. Awaiting the arrival of his teammates for support, is Huang Kaiwen perhaps being a bit too possessive of the ball? His usual playing style does not reflect this. Indeed, I suspect Huang Kaiwen may have his own strategy, perhaps to lure Roma players forward. Lamela drops back, while De Rossi advances. 3 Roma players encircle Huang Kaiwen. Suddenly, as Huang Kaiwen pivots, De Rossi reacts immediately, stepping forward to intercept. However, at that moment, Huang Kaiwen seizes the opportunity to nudge the ball along the sideline, darting forward from the outside. "Damn," De Rossi mutters under his breath as he turns quickly. Yet, before he can reach his position, Huang Kaiwen has already executed a long pass. With a thud, the ball travels from the left sideline directly to the right, where Huang Kaiwen's expansive transfer finds Ramos with pinpoint accuracy. Verdisso attempts to capitalize on Ramos's unsteady control to intercept, but Ramos deftly uses his chest to redirect the ball to Kaká, showing no intention of taking possession himself. Milan's offensive surge on the right inevitably captures Roma's defensive attention. Seizing the moment, Huang Kaiwen charges straight towards Roma's penalty area. Kaká, possessing the ball, remains a formidable threat. De Rossi hastens to the right to assist his teammate, at which point Kaká passes to the retreating Van Persie. Van Persie, with the ball, feints repeatedly, while Leandro Castan retreats, waiting for his teammates to return. However, what he did not anticipate was that after a single feint upon entering the box, Van Persie would promptly spin and deliver a cross with his right foot, his non-dominant foot. This took him by surprise. The ball swiftly rolls along the grass towards the center. Marquinhos and Balzaretti closely follow Huang Kaiwen, one in front of the other. Unexpectedly, as Huang Kaiwen approaches the small box, he shifts direction, positioning himself to face the incoming ball. With a deft flick of his right foot, he lofts the ball, denying the defenders any chance to react, before turning and unleashing a powerful shot. With a resounding thud, the ball swiftly penetrates the left side of the goal. De Rossi, reaching out from behind, and the initially diving robot become mere background figures. Boom. Kevin. 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 The Rossoneri erupted with a thunderous cheer, not merely in celebration of Huang Kaiwen's goal, but also in anticipation of the forthcoming trophy. The broadcast camera deliberately focused on a young boy, a familiar face to seasoned Milan fans, recognized as the ball boy from Roma who once facilitated a quick throw-in for Milan. Years have passed, and the child has now entered his teenage years, yet he remains a devoted supporter of Milan. Kaiwen. Goal. 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 A quintessential Kaiwen goal. Though it was merely a deft flick followed by a powerful shot, technically outclassed all forwards in Italy today. More significantly, this goal was initiated by Kaiwen's possession on the left flank, where he deliberately enticed De Rossi and Lamela. From that moment, he had already orchestrated the attack, subsequently moving into the penalty area to await a teammate's pass for the strike, entirely in alignment with Kaiwen's script. Sometimes I ponder, if Kaiwen were not a footballer but a screenwriter, he would undoubtedly excel in that role. If he chose to direct, he would surely be the finest director. We should indeed be grateful that Kaiwen has not forsaken the verdant pitch. Among countless options, he chose us, and for that, we must express our gratitude. Cried Krudel passionately. Nearby the Roma penalty area, the defending players kept their heads down. Marquinhos looked quizzically at Van Persie and inquired, "I recall your dominant foot is the left. Why take the risk with that pass?" "We prefer to deliver the ball to our strongest players," Van Persie replied. "Happy birthday, Kaiwen." "We have little hope," said Paulo Falcao. Fellow Brazilian Aldair nodded in agreement and asked, "Do you believe we would have a chance without Kaiwen?" Falcao, possessing remarkable talent despite a less illustrious career, was well aware that Brazilian football often undervalues accolades in favor of flamboyant players. Not only was Falcao technically gifted, but his ability to read the game was exceptional. Even Maradona once remarked during a red card incident, "I intended to tackle Falcao, but I got the wrong man." Falcao shook his head and said, "Though I hesitate to admit it, Roma finds it exceedingly difficult to outplay AC Milan. This match represents a contest between a handful of elite players and 10 top-tier athletes. Even without Kaiwen, they will inevitably find opportunities." Many Roma legends nodded in agreement. Roma has never been weak, yet they seem to lack that crucial edge. To claim the championship, one must not only perform well, but also rely on the opposing team's subpar performance. This reality has become increasingly apparent. After all, star players command multi-million contracts. No team can consistently rely on fortune or scouts. Thus, these legends have come forth to advocate for the club, striving for Roma to acquire a wealthier owner. They understand that without financial backing, the game cannot be sustained. The Roma fans, the Giallorossi, continued to chant their team's name with fervor. Totti and De Rossi roared on the pitch, urging their teammates. This team embodies an indomitable spirit. For them, the coach is not of paramount importance. As the match commenced, Huang Kaiwen swiftly advanced alongside his teammates to apply pressure. Totti received the ball and executed a precise lateral pass to find Marquinhos. This pass was made directly in front of Van Persie, and the seasoned prince displayed remarkable confidence at his feet. Kaká charged in with impressive speed, prompting Marquinhos to deftly pull the ball back with his right foot. Noticing Kaká's movement, he attempted to outmaneuver him with a nutmeg. Kaká instinctively extended his leg to obstruct the advancing player. In a swift motion, Marquinhos flicked the ball past Kaká's legs with the tip of his foot. Brazilian players generally exhibit commendable technical skills. Only a few are limited to cutting in for shots. Destro, nearby, received the ball and, under pressure, returned it to Totti. Upon receiving the ball, Totti immediately turned, only to be confronted by Saul. In a flash, he executed a 180-degree turn and flicked the ball with his heel to the advancing Berdisso. Berdisso's pace was not particularly rapid, Primarily due to the lack of significant gaps to exploit, he could only advance while constantly scanning for opportunities. The Milan players maintained a judicious positioning when not pressing the ball carrier. Consequently, Berdisso had to progress at a measured pace. At that moment, Huang Kaiwen unexpectedly retreated. Cautioning his teammate, Berdisso instinctively moved towards the flank. In the next instant, he realized Huang Kaiwen had caught up with him. Cursed be the moment. Without a second thought, he pivoted and kicked the ball, which struck Huang Kaiwen's shin and went out of play. Huang Kaiwen shook his head as he walked back. He truly hadn't anticipated such decisiveness from his opponent. Typically, one would attempt to break through or pass to a teammate in such a situation, resorting to a throw-in only as a last resort. Berdisso's straightforward approach caught him off guard. Spotting an opening, Berdisso threw the ball to De Rossi. De Rossi continued to push forward. He possessed the capability to loft the ball into the attacking zone. Yet the diminutive stature of the Roma trident was no match against the Milan defense in aerial duels. This rendered the vice-captain's exceptional long-passing ability ineffective. Cruz moved in to press, but De Rossi relied on his physicality, preventing Cruz from gaining any advantage. Observing this, Saul attempted to assist defensively, but just as he moved, De Rossi delivered a diagonal pass to Totti. Upon receiving the ball, Roma's attack visibly accelerated, with both flanks surging forward and De Rossi and Bradley also joining the advance. Together with the two fullbacks, Roma committed no fewer than 8 players to the assault. This bore resemblance to the later strategies employed by Dortmund. However, Roma found themselves in a predicament. If they did not strive to leverage their numerical superiority on the field, they would have little chance to threaten the opposing goal. Rodriguez charged toward Totti, who quickly executed a lateral pass. De Rossi surged forward with such intensity that one might assume he intended a long-range shot. Yet as his right foot landed, he merely tapped the ball. A direct through pass. Prior to receiving the ball, De Rossi had already surveyed the field, delivering it to the vulnerable left flank. Marquinhos once again found himself with the ball behind Ramos, yet this time he refrained from attempting to cut inside, as Van Dijk's previous defensive prowess had left a lasting impression on him. As Marquinhos seized the ball, he aimed to advance along the flank. Yet Van Dijk swiftly closed in. A backward pass. The advancing Bradley called out. At that moment, Ramos had already returned to his position, standing beside him. Marquinhos could only grit his teeth and persist in his pursuit down the line, unable to outmaneuver Van Dijk. He found the goal line in close proximity and was compelled to force a cross. With a thud, fortune smiled upon him. Van Dijk had retracted his foot, yet the ball grazed his boot before crossing the line. Another corner kick. While the opportunity for a corner was promising, failure to convert could easily lead to a counterattack from Roma. Indeed, AC Milan's counterattacking speed is renowned, capable of traversing from their own penalty area to the opponent's goal within 10 seconds, ranking among the fastest in Europe. The Romans were acutely aware of this reality. However, they had no alternatives. At this juncture, the corner presented their best chance. Totti clapped his hands, urging, "If we don't score, foul quickly," to avoid being countered. Their only recourse was to commit fouls in the attacking third. Berdisso took the corner once more. Bradley, in his eagerness, inadvertently caused Ramos at the near post to misjudge the ball, prompting Buffon to swiftly reposition himself as he realized the ball's trajectory was not central. Totti, sprinting from outside the box, arrived just in time, and the ball's sudden descent allowed him to nod it ahead. Bam! Buffon instinctively raised his hand, successfully parrying the direct shot. Lamela, quick to react, attempted a follow-up, but Thiago Silva was even quicker, blocking the shot. Buffon promptly dropped to the ground, securing the ball and denying Roma another chance at goal. Lamela, having lost his balance, tumbled within the box. Penalty! Penalty! He shouted, yet the referee remained unresponsive. After rising, Buffon took a few steps and cleared the ball. This was unlikely to be a penalty. Lamela had lost his footing while attempting to shoot, extending his leg forward for a hurried attempt. Indeed, his habit of calling for penalties was curious. On occasions when the referee might overlook it, he could indeed be awarded one. The Roma players were sprinting back, eager to commit a foul, but the ball was with Ramos. Balzaretti had already attempted to tug on Ramos's jersey, but to no avail. Ramos surged forward like a bull in heat, an unstoppable force. The Milan players surged forward, while the entire Roma team frantically retreated. At this critical moment, Leandro Castan, gritting his teeth, charged towards Ramos, clearly intent on executing a sliding tackle. Even the ball-carrying Ramos felt a twinge of apprehension, momentarily slowing to brace for the impending challenge. However, Castan approached without any intention of tackling, instead positioning himself to pin Ramos against the sideline. Damn! Realizing he had been deceived, Ramos was momentarily delayed, allowing several Roma players to regroup in the box. Get away! An irate Ramos thrust his arm, forcing the ball past Castan with his right foot. Bradley and Totti converged on him. The old prince had retreated quite deep today. Without waiting for their challenge, Ramos swung his right foot and lofted the ball directly into the penalty area. The real battlefield awaited within. Both teams have several players positioned within the penalty area. The players from both sides stretch their necks, attempting to ascertain the trajectory of the impending ball. As it descends, all three make their moves. Positioned next to Berdisso, Cruz realizes that he holds no advantage in a header, thus opting to leap prematurely. However, he loses his balance mid-air and tumbles forward. Although he fails to contest the ball, Berdisso is also hindered by his presence and cannot leap. Just behind them, Huang Kaiwen takes off slightly after Cruz, yet his timing is impeccable. Berdisso, having been nudged back by Cruz, leaves Huang Kaiwen with an unobstructed path. With a powerful push, Huang Kaiwen leaps sideways, his body rotating in the air as he connects with the ball. The sphere strikes the right side of the goal, bouncing past Robanti and into the net, while Huang Kaiwen completes a 180-degree turn in midair before landing. St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The Rossoneri erupt with heart-wrenching cries, struggling to contain their overwhelming excitement. Kevin! 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 Goal! The starting Kevin spares no opportunity for Roma, finding the net with each attack, regardless of the defenders surrounding him. Roma has invited many legends to witness today's final, but Falcao and Caniggia can only watch in disappointment as Milan lifts the trophy on their home ground. The reform of the Ballon d'Or serves as the best testament. If Kevin were to be included in the voting, no other player could possibly claim the prestigious award. FIFA, seeking to maintain suspense in the selection, has resorted to a non-voting Ballon d'Or. However, glancing at the nominees, I genuinely feel that no player is worthy of competing with Kevin. Just as leagues are categorized into divisions, players are ranked in stature. If Kaká and Cristiano Ronaldo are regarded as contemporary football superstars, then Kevin is the unparalleled deity of football history. After scoring, Huang Kaiwen rushes to the corner flag to perform his signature celebration, his acrobatic backflip igniting the atmosphere in the Stadio Olimpico. The professor smiles and claps from the sidelines. Recently, his daughter has remarked that he appears considerably younger. Though his work remains busy, he no longer worries as he did during his time at Arsenal. His responsibilities now largely revolve around youth training and the Team S structure for the upcoming season. With the most pressing matters no longer requiring concern, his spirits are buoyed, and his overall mental state has improved significantly. He even manages to find time to jot down some ideas to counter Mourinho, and even some directed at Ferguson. With ample funds and quality players at his disposal, Wenger truly wonders what there is to be anxious about as a coach. Moreover, players from Huang Kaiwen to Abbiati in the Milan first team are unlikely to stir any troublesome headlines. He no longer has to read about players indulging in smoking, drinking, or engaging in scandalous behaviors, which is one of the key reasons for his uplifted mood. In the past, he was always fearful of players misbehaving. Yet now he would rather encourage the young first-team members to enjoy their leisure time. During breaks, Huang Kaiwen, Kaká, and Ramos are mostly at home, while younger players like Cruz and De Bruyne seldom venture out. If only Ferguson were informed, he would undoubtedly feel a pang of envy, perhaps even some frustration. Hazard, much like Anderson of Manchester United, struggles to keep his mouth in check. The professor mused, perhaps it would be prudent to send Hazard to Manchester United, allowing him to indulge in fast food with Anderson. In the stands, Inzaghi pointed to the field, stating, "Did you see? Kevin's ability to anticipate is something he learned from me. Such impeccable timing is beyond the grasp of ordinary players." "Is that so? I was unaware," Djokovic remarked, pulling out a notebook from his pocket to jot down the observation. This attitude pleased Inzaghi immensely. Nadal, however, was not as compliant. He even took to learning Italian to challenge him. In contrast, Djokovic stood as a clear example of diligence. Inzaghi nodded. "Indeed, when Kevin first arrived in Italy, he was just a child, and I was his protector, both on and off the pitch." "That's impressive," Djokovic acknowledged. "Playing football in Europe is no small feat. Having a good teammate is a blessing. Of course, how else could we be the best of friends?" Inzaghi declared proudly. I'll let you in on a secret. Kevin has helped me make quite a bit of money through investments. He possesses a keen business acumen. Really? That's remarkable, Djokovic exclaimed, astonished by the bond between Inzaghi and Huang Kaiwen. If you're looking to invest, feel free to ask. I can inquire with Kevin for you, Inzaghi offered. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Djokovic inquired, intrigued yet hesitant. In this era, profitable investments in sports are a rarity. Losses or pitfalls orchestrated by agents are all too common. No worries. By the way, you play quite well. How about joining the Holy Roman Empire? Totti interjected. Hey, performing a backflip is perilous. The coach previously warned little Mancini about it. Huang Kaiwen rolled his eyes, replying, could you provide a better example? He ended up in a rather compromising situation. Little Mancini had once attended a party hosted by Ronaldinho and had his sights set on a star, only to be rejected, leading him to resort to coercion and ultimately serving 32 months in confinement. The old prince chuckled heartily. Not to worry, if such an incident were to occur in Italy, the girl likely wouldn't press charges. Huang Kaiwen simply raised his middle finger. Did they truly regard him as a fool? Nonetheless, Totti meant well, and Huang, the king of yellow, appreciated the sentiment. Upon returning, investigating the Busby matter must become a priority. Perhaps it would help Totti avoid a multitude of scandals. Oh, this game is utterly unplayable. Upon seeing Totti, Huang Kaiwen felt a twinge of sympathy for the old prince. Let us get 2 substitutions in quickly. In Italy, the stigma of being capped would surely become a source of amusement for Totti in the latter half of his life. However, Huang Kaiwen believed that the media should be involved. His participation was not entirely above board, and Totti had a tendency to be rather soft-hearted. Resolving matters privately might not yield favorable outcomes. At least media exposure could help preserve his earnings, preventing them from being siphoned away. With a swift kick, the ball was launched, and Destro made a rapid forward charge. Trailing significantly, Lamela refrained from taking excessive risks. Upon noticing Huang Kaiwen's advance, he promptly delivered a lateral pass to Totti. Totti, in possession of the ball, observed that the 2 defensive midfielders had surged forward with remarkable speed, a stark contrast to the declining athleticism of the 37-year-old Wolf King. Totti passed to De Rossi, who immediately directed the ball to the left flank. Marquinhos had lost his trust, leading to a pass intended for the advancing Balzaretti. Balzaretti endeavored to draw Ramos forward before making his pass. Yet the synergy between Saul and Ramos proved effective. As Ramos charged forward, Saul swiftly positioned himself to intercept any potential pass to De Rossi. Unable to advance, Balzaretti executed a swift back pass. Ramos pursued him, while Castan, positioned high, again delivered the ball to him. Seizing the opportunity, Balzaretti lofted the ball into the penalty area. This unexpected maneuver caught the Milan defenders off guard, their focus lingering on the edge of the box as Destro and Lamela suddenly surged toward the goal. Fortunately, Buffon reacted swiftly, decisively leaving his goal to leap and clear the ball from the penalty area. That was indeed a precarious moment. The Roma team had struggled to mount a substantial attack, leading the AC Milan defenders to become somewhat complacent. It serves as a reminder that even elite players cannot maintain unwavering focus throughout the match. During less intense phases, concentration can easily wane. Now, it was AC Milan's turn to counterattack, but this time, Destro committed a foul by colliding with Rodri, and the referee chose not to issue a card. Rodri, in possession at the back, passed to Cruz, who quickly relayed it to Huang Kaiwen. Upon receiving the ball, Huang turned and deftly nudged it forward with his left foot before swiftly taking off. Although Lamela reacted quickly and burst forward, he found himself trailing Huang by approximately half a meter as he began his sprint. The nearby Roma supporters widened their eyes in astonishment. One must witness it firsthand to truly comprehend the extremity of such speed. Stop him, stop him, Totti roared from the center. The aging prince felt powerless. De Rossi almost immediately darted toward the flank, intent on halting Huang's advance. As he ran, Huang's right foot brushed the ball, performing a half-bicycle kick before executing a push with his right foot from behind the ball. De Rossi hastily shifted left, attempting to intercept Huang. Unexpectedly, Huang's right foot feigned once again, gliding over the ball as he shifted it to his left foot. Like a fried meatball, De Rossi recognized the trick. But he was too late to adjust, helplessly watching Huang slip past him between himself and the sideline. Berdisso, not waiting any longer, chose to sprint alongside Huang, believing it to be his best defensive strategy. With physical contact, Huang could not maintain his speed, a choice that filled Burdisso with pride. As they neared the baseline, Burdisso braced himself for Huang to suddenly decelerate. However, at that moment, Huang unexpectedly flicked the ball with his left heel, allowing it to glide not only past Huang's right leg, but also roll beyond Burdisso's reach. The entire Stadio Olimpico in Rome erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Even the fervent supporters of the Giallorossi could not help but marvel at such a performance. In a moment of panic, Burdisso instinctively reached for the elusive Huang Kaiwen. Yet Huang deftly accelerated past him, retaining possession of the ball. Near the byline, Castan leaned in to impede Huang's potential pass. However, just as they approached the penalty area, Huang deftly nudged the ball with his left foot. The pass reached Robin, who, unable to intercept it, allowed Van Persie to effortlessly slot the ball into the empty net. Huang Kaiwen assisted Van Persie. Today, Huang's performance was indeed exceptional, and Van Persie also shone brightly, having previously set up Huang for a goal, only for Huang to reciprocate with an open net opportunity. With 3 goals and 1 assist, Huang had played a pivotal role in securing AC Milan's victory in the Coppa Italia, clinching the championship well ahead of schedule. AC Milan was already preparing to make substitutions. Torres, and the young talent Hazard, who had seen limited playing time lately, seemed to be a point of contention for Wenger regarding his performance. Hazard's playing style reminded me of Denilson. While there are differences, the essence remains the same. It cannot be said that Hazard lacks talent, but he requires the team's resources to flourish, whereas Huang Kaiwen is capable of creating opportunities independently, utilizing minimal resources. This illustrates the disparity between them. The crowd at Stadio Olimpico rose in unison, honoring Huang Kaiwen for his commendable display. He accepted a towel from the coach, wiped his brow, and returned to the bench. Ambrosini approached him, remarking, "I too am considering retirement." "Not playing anymore?" Huang inquired. "Indeed, I shall cease. There aren't many opportunities left, and retiring at 36 isn't too early. I do not wish to persist into old age like Paolo," Ambrosini chuckled. He had contemplated this decision numerous times. The team had no place for him anymore, and he was disinclined to seek a position elsewhere. Thus, retirement seemed the most sensible option. With so many veterans retiring this summer, the team is finally undergoing a renewal, Huang teased. Ambrosini shrugged, adding that he felt the current Milan squad was exceptionally strong, making his own talents appear insufficient in comparison. Observing these gifted youngsters perform, he thought it might be better to retire early and pursue personal endeavors. After a lifetime of playing, fatigue inevitably sets in. Huang patted Ambrosini on the shoulder. At this juncture, there was little left to say. Having achieved both honor and wealth in Milan, reaching the age of 36 while still playing was indeed fortunate. Shortly after Huang departed the pitch, De Rossi scored with a long-range shot. However, this did not alter their fate of defeat. In the 70th minute of the second half, Torres broke through on the left flank and scored, adjusting the score to 5-1. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the conclusion of the match. Stadio Olimpico instantly transformed into a sea of jubilation. Totti removed his jersey and draped it over his shoulder, slowly walking towards Huang Kaiwen. "Kevin, shall we swap jerseys?" De Rossi preemptively asked, rushing to Huang's side. Huang smiled and nodded, removing his jersey and handing it to De Rossi. Totti, playfully chiding, turned back, surprised that this young player had gotten ahead of him. After changing his jersey, Huang Kaiwen promptly handed it to the manager and took another one, as he needed to wear it for the awards ceremony later. Kaiwen, I shall ever support you." The Rossoneri celebrated joyously for their new championship, eagerly anticipating the next. Huang Kaiwen strolled towards the stands with the professor, who smiled and remarked, "The most striking sensation in Milan is that work and weather are equally bright. Damn London. I still detest its weather." "So do I," Huang Kaiwen chuckled. "I rather enjoy the occasional rain for its romantic allure. But the thought of losing my hair from rain in London makes it hard to like their rain. I should have advised them to avoid getting wet." The professor laughed. "Let us not keep the host waiting too long. Roma is still waiting for Milan to receive their accolades." Some players emerged from the corridor, having changed their jerseys as they did not make the final list. "Where's Filippo?" Huang Kaiwen inquired with a swift glance. "No idea. Didn't he see that fellow while changing?" Gattuso replied. "Is he perhaps flirting with some woman at the hotel?" "It's possible," Huang Kaiwen said. "That seems like something he would do. Never mind. I'll hold on to it for him." Huang Kaiwen wrapped an arm around Gattuso as they queued. These old-timers were on the brink of retirement and rather sensitive. Huang Kaiwen hoped his body language conveyed enough warmth and camaraderie. Milan. The DJ at the Stadio Olimpico in Rome shouted. Ambrosini led his teammates forward. And as Buffon passed by Totti, he deliberately mimicked Totti's celebratory gesture, prompting the old prince to raise his middle finger. Their camaraderie as world champions was evident. "I never expected to see you again so soon," remarked Italian Football Federation President Abet. "Is it surprising? Shouldn't we frequently meet at this time each season?" Huang Kaiwen jested. "I would prefer Serie A to have teams that can challenge Milan's dominance. A league dominated by a single club is unhealthy," Abet stated. "Then you might as well wish for my early demise," Huang Kaiwen quipped. "Even if I retire, as long as I live, Milan shall remain the king of Italy." Abel helplessly shook his head and handed the medal to Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen draped the medal around his neck and took the trophy towards his teammates. Just then, the music suddenly changed. That rascal Inzaghi had somehow procured a cart, pushing it out alongside Djokovic, followed by Roma's staff. The cart bore a massive cake, and Inzaghi cheerfully proclaimed, "Italian champions, happy birthday." Damn, they stole the spotlight. Kaká and Ramos exchanged glances before quickly turning away. They both remembered Huang Kaiwen's birthday, but did not expect Inzaghi to act so swiftly. When a club prepares surprises for someone exceeding 10 in number, timing becomes crucial. Clearly, the emperor inadvertently disrupted many people's plans. The Stadio Olimpico erupted in a chorus. The players of Roma, originally poised to exit the field, found themselves compelled to remain and join in the celebration of Huang Kaiwen's birthday. Huang Kaiwen distributed slices of cake to both young fans and seasoned supporters, which swiftly ignited an impromptu cake battle on the pitch. The colossal cake transformed into a weapon in the hands of the players, as the defeated Roma players retaliated fiercely. Milan's physical prowess was formidable, while the Romans displayed great spirit. This overtime segment proved even more exhilarating than the day's football final, with numerous commentators lending their dramatic flair to the scene. Gattuso embraced Totti, and De Rossi attempted a clearance, only to inadvertently throw the cake on Totti's face, thus mistakenly injuring his teammate. Van Persie aimed to strike Lamela, but alas, the sharpshooter found his aim only with his feet. His cake landed squarely on Torres, who, unbeknownst to anyone, was harboring his own cake, showing no intent to target Roma, and instead pursuing Buffon with his confection. However, Buffon demonstrated remarkable agility, catching the cake hurled at him, only to retaliate by throwing it back. The Olympic Stadium of Rome erupted into a frenzied chase. Though the Roma club might soon lament the aftermath, as cake cleanup is no trivial task, perhaps necessitating a turf renewal post-match, which would incur a significant expense. Initially, the Milan youngsters appeared somewhat shy, but they quickly integrated into the jovial chaos. Even the coaching staff was not spared, with the professor forced to navigate the tumultuous scene, showcasing an unprecedented level of disarray for Italian fans witnessing this coach in such a plight. One wonders if Sir Ferguson, watching from his television, felt a sense of relief, likely entertained by the prospect of sponsoring some pizzas. The post-match press conference was delayed by more than an hour, as Roma players, still unsatisfied, sought to challenge Milan for a rematch. They believed they could reclaim their pride outside the stadium, unaware that Milan also boasted some exceptionally talented individuals beyond the pitch. Both coaching teams remained clad in their suits, although there were no spare outfits available. A hasty cleanup revealed remnants of the cake fight. Huang Kaiwen and Totti sat alongside the coaches, with the latter's hair oddly clumped together. Demonstrating wisdom, Huang Kaiwen opted to secure his hair with the back of his jersey, thus preserving his appearance better than the others, who appeared somewhat disheveled. The journalists struggled to contain their amusement, attributing the primary responsibility to the professor. Regardless of the weather, he maintained his meticulous attire. Suddenly, the collar of his white shirt bore a striking resemblance to a lipstick mark, prompting chuckles from the reporters. "Mr. Wenger, will you retaliate against the attacking players, perhaps by increasing their training regimen?" Kaiwen, share your feelings about celebrating your birthday on the pitch. Francesco, after today's loss, you seem to enjoy yourselves. Does that suggest a lack of concern for the championship? Arsene, Barcelona is a formidable opponent. Have you devised specific tactical preparations? Unable to contain himself, Totti seized the microphone and stated, "We are not happy about losing, but one thing is clear. Kaiwen is a magnificent player, and we are delighted to celebrate his birthday together. This is the wish of every Italian." Upon hearing Totti's words, the journalist found himself at a loss for a retort and redirected his inquiry. Mr. Wenger, how are you feeling today? The professor, with a smile, took the microphone and declared, "We are elated to have secured the championship, and today coincidentally marks Kevin's birthday. Kevin is an exceptional player and a true leader of the team. More importantly, he possesses an admirable character. The superheroes portrayed on television are fictitious. Yet during times of crisis, Kevin is always the first to rise to the occasion. He is our very own superhero. Whether in Paris or London, or even on a flight, Kevin has saved many. Sharing the pitch with him brings me immense comfort, and I hope to witness Kevin celebrate his birthday each year. Will you penalize any players who threw cakes at you?" the journalist pressed. The professor shook his head, saying, "No, even if I wanted to, I couldn't. As the entire first team is engaging in such antics. I am glad the players are enjoying themselves. They have been under tremendous pressure. And this moment of release following 58 consecutive victories is vital. So, you are feeling considerable pressure, fearing a loss to Barcelona?" a journalist with a Catalan accent inquired. Before the professor could respond, Huang Kaiwen interjected, "We're more concerned about the possibility of the pitch spraying water after winning the match, not at Camp Nou, but at St. Kevin's, then it would be fine." Laughter erupted among many journalists, while the Catalan reporter looked around, trying to mask his embarrassment. Who could forget the incident when Chelsea won at Camp Nou and the sprinkler system malfunctioned, preventing their celebration? "Do you feel confident about securing victory, Kevin?" another journalist asked. Huang Kaiwen replied, "I cannot say we have absolute confidence, but we will do our utmost. Barcelona is a formidable team, and the Champions League final will indeed be a test." "How are you feeling today, Kevin?" the journalist pressed further. Huang Kaiwen expressed, "I am immensely grateful to my teammates, the coaching staff, and the fans. I never anticipated celebrating my birthday at the Olympic Stadium in Rome, and I must also extend my thanks to everyone at Roma. Their sportsmanship is truly commendable." "Do you believe any Roma players could be starters at AC Milan?" the journalist provocatively inquired. This question was rather offensive. Huang Kaiwen did not shy away from the topic, stating, "If there were any, it would undoubtedly be Totti and De Rossi. Both are exceptional. Of course, other Roma players are quite good, but Totti and De Rossi are phenomenal. I particularly enjoy playing with Roma in games because they possess great potential for development. While the team's roster can improve, the essence, history, and character of the team are much more challenging to alter. Roma is a tenacious team capable of posing a threat to any opponent. If you were to select one player from Italy's 2006 squad to join the current AC Milan, who would it be?" the journalist asked once more. Without hesitation, Huang Kaiwen replied, "Paolo Maldini." "Is it because Milan lacks a fullback?" the journalist curiously questioned. Huang Kaiwen shook his head, saying, "No, I simply want to hear him call me captain." The room erupted in laughter once again. It must be said that the atmosphere at today's press conference was quite delightful. The journalists refrained from posing any questions that could embarrass Roma. After responding to several inquiries, Huang Kaiwen and the professor finally took their leave. The entire Milan team would fly directly back to Milan, leaving Huang Kaiwen, who had hoped to win a wager against Totti, somewhat regretful. It appears that his plans to purchase a residence in Rome will have to be postponed once again. There is always a twinge of regret when one acquires expensive items, especially when their prices drop. After all, money is hard-earned. However, if one does not spend their own money, such worries cease to exist. Later, Huang Kaiwen received a gift from Kaka, several volumes of the 1963 first edition of Amazing Suspense Stories, which included Iron Man's debut. It was a gift that perfectly aligned with Kaka's tastes. Huang Kaiwen estimated these books to be worth over €1,000,000. With the surge in popularity of Marvel superhero films, the value of such vintage items has significantly increased. He had previously encountered similar collectibles at an auction. Ramos gifted him some of his manuscripts, detailing character designs, skills, and maps, showcasing evident thoughtfulness. Teammates presented their gifts, and even club staff did not fall short. They first saw the teammates off home, and then Huang Kaiwen boarded a bus laden with gifts for his return. Upon entering the house, he spotted a massive gift box. Approaching it, he unwrapped the box to find Lily curled up in the embrace of the young lady, both appearing somewhat fatigued, dressed in rather light attire. "I'm a bit tired. Could we leave the gifts for tomorrow?" Huang Kaiwen jested. "What do you think?" the young lady countered. "Well, I really can't tell who the reward is for," Huang Kaiwen quipped, as he hoisted one item in each hand and ascended the stairs. The following noon, Huang Kaiwen awoke. The old steward had already prepared lunch. He sat down and casually picked up a newspaper. The Gazzetta dello Sport featured an interview with the president of the Italian Football Federation, Abet, who stated, "We are discussing scheduling the Italian Cup final for May 20th each year, a date of great significance. Kevin is not merely a player for Italian football. He is a symbol of Italy. We are even considering organizing a cake-throwing competition between the champions and runners-up post-match, which we believe sponsors will find immensely appealing." This was not what captured Huang Kaiwen's attention. Turning to the second page, he indeed found what he was looking for. The Gazzetta dello Sport reported, according to our investigation, the wife of a prominent Italian player has been unfaithful to multiple men, displaying little regard for their social status. Such behavior evokes memories of Paris Hilton, whose videos we can still find online. Soon, we will provide our readers with more detailed information. Indeed, such matters can be uncovered with the slightest inquiry. Huang Kaiwen suspected that only in Italy could such affairs remain under wraps. Had it been in the UK, Totti's wife's indiscretions would have been exposed long ago. The Roma Sports Daily published an interview with De Rossi, who remarked, "Losing to AC Milan is not the end of the world. The entire team remains full of vigor. We are preparing to achieve better results in the upcoming season, and everyone in the locker room eagerly anticipates the arrival of the new season. The prospect of a takeover? That might be a positive development. As a player, I remain unconcerned about the new ownership. I will focus solely on my own responsibilities." It is evident that the vice-captain possesses a reasonable level of emotional intelligence. However, he likely feels a sense of urgency himself, as Totti shows no signs of considering retirement. The seasoned veterans from Milan are already preparing to hang up their boots at the end of the season to make way for the younger generation. Next year, De Rossi will turn 30, and not having donned the captain's armband by then certainly gives him cause for concern. The vice-captain of Roma and Buffon's substitute. These are perhaps Italy's most unfortunate players. Reflecting on our victory over Roma, it seems essential to acquire some attributes. Huang Kaiwen settled into the courtyard and activated the system. The very first notification that caught his eye was, ding, significantly alter the fate of top player Ramos, earning 2,000 fate points. Following that were notifications regarding the acquisition. Ding. Successfully acquired Roma player Destro for the Coppa Italia. Ding. Successfully acquired Roma player Totti for the Coppa Italia. Skill activation successful. Attribute acquired. Ding. Successfully acquired Roma player De Rossi for the Coppa Italia. Skill activation successful. Attribute acquired. There were numerous notifications regarding acquisitions. Attribute. Environmental ambassador, Francesco Totti. After numerous instances of infidelity, Francesco Totti ultimately chose to engage in an extramarital affair. Even so, it is challenging to alter the multitude of green hats atop his head. With this attribute, one can easily detect the infidelities of others. The closer the relationship, the easier it is to uncover deceit. Do not allow your friends to follow Totti's misguided path. Huang Kaiwen thought, this attribute cannot be deemed entirely useless. If any of my friends are indeed being unfaithful, I can discover it in advance. Attribute. Why change me? Daniele De Rossi. During the World Cup qualifying playoffs, Italy struggled to score against Sweden, having lost the first leg by a single goal. At this critical juncture, Italy desperately needed to find the back of the net. As the coach called for De Rossi to warm up, he angrily shouted at the coach, demanding to be put in as a forward. With this attribute, expressing anger can easily sway the coach's decisions. As for this attribute, it holds little significance for Huang the King. After all, he can negotiate with the coach to alter many decisions amicably. Attribute. Captain Slayer, Pablo Osvaldo. During his time at Bologna, Osvaldo clashed with Captain Tater over a tackle and retaliated with a punch. With this attribute, inflicting greater harm when striking a captain becomes more probable. Damn. Is Huang the King really that kind of person? Moreover, Milan's captain is none other than himself. Would he strike Puyol? Puyol is already injured. Whether he can participate in the Champions League final remains uncertain. However, this attribute is indeed intriguing, as it pertains to delivering a crushing blow to the captain. Perhaps we should summon Van Nistelrooy to the Dutch team, and see if he can don the captain's armband for a while. Attribute. Raise salary again. Marquinhos, the PSG captain, with a monthly salary of €1.2 million and in poor physical condition, still rejected the club's renewal contract, demanding a continued increase in wages. Possessing this skill makes it considerably easier to persuade the team to grant you a raise. Huang Kaiwen could not help but massage his temples. What difference does it make whether Milan increases his salary or he does it himself? It is evident that Roma has no shortage of talent. Characteristic. Red card magnet, Eric Lamela. During the encounter between Tottenham and Manchester United, Tottenham earned a corner kick. Before the corner could be taken, Lamela began to provoke Marshall. After Marshall pushed him for 3 seconds, Lamela dramatically fell to the ground, causing Marshall to receive a red card. This characteristic makes it increasingly likely for opposing players to receive red cards due to your actions. Lamela's style of play is indeed quite unscrupulous. Characteristic, nemesis of cowards, Nicolas Burdisso. In July 2011, Argentina's La Nación reported that Burdisso angrily chastised Messi for being cowardly in the locker room when faced with feeble teammates. Your words and actions can more easily inspire them to rise to the occasion. This characteristic is quite commendable. It serves as a highly effective positive trait. In reality, there is a plethora of players in football with poor psychological fortitude. Without delving too far back, Nani, who was previously an opponent, is one such example. He is a quintessential representation of the new Ronaldo when in high spirits, but a sorrowful figure when in low spirits, sometimes even brought to tears. Even Sir Alex Ferguson found him challenging to manage. Should he encounter the king of yellow cards, he would be invigorated in an instant. Now, let us proceed to the main event of today. Upon clicking on Fate's display, an image materializes. A cake battle ensues, prompting Ramos to reflect. His expectations regarding player education levels resurface, after retiring in 2025, having already obtained his FIFA A license. He resolves to seek a team with an average educational background of at least a bachelor's degree to coach. Regrettably, such teams are scarce in the world, and those that meet his criteria are even fewer. During this time, Ramos serves as an assistant coach, accumulating experience. In 2030, Beijing University entered Ramos's purview. As his alma mater's team, he naturally harbors a fondness for this club. Under circumstances where he demands little to no salary, Ramos successfully becomes the head coach of this team. In his first match at the helm, Beijing suffered a 3-0 defeat to Yukoan Club. After the match, Ramos erupted in fury, pointing at the players and rebuking them. You cannot even defeat your opponents. Why do you not retaliate when they foul you? Witnessing the timorous demeanor of these players, Ramos was instantly incensed, kicking the locker room door and shouting, "I cannot fathom how you all managed to enroll in a bachelor's program. It was proven that education reflects talent. Your predecessor Kevin serves as the quintessential example, as only those with a bachelor's degree or higher can become the most elite stars." The players exchanged glances, realizing that their new coach was indeed quite extraordinary. A team is a collective. While one may engage in personal disputes, one must never involve a teammate's partner. When others strike at your teammate, they strike at you. Internal conflicts within the team must be resolved, and even if your relationship is strained, you must stand up when your teammate is threatened. The football pitch is akin to a battlefield, where the act of playing the game holds equal significance to the physical confrontation. The coach personally finances massage therapists for the players, ensures hospital visits when necessary, and celebrates every player's birthday collectively, fostering a sense of unity within the team. After matches, he meticulously reviews the reasons for any defeat, gradually molding the team into a cohesive unit. Under Ramos's guidance, a unique team emerged in the second division, transforming what was once dubbed the student army of Bailey into a formidable force. Notorious for an astonishing average of 8 yellow cards and 2 red cards per match, an exceptional statistic on a global scale. At this juncture, Ramos recruited several skilled martial artists to serve as special advisors, further enhancing Bailey's combat prowess. He trains alongside the players daily, enduring the summer heat and winter chill, focusing not only on technical and tactical skills, but also on team coordination and rapid enemy engagement drills. The strategy of employing 3 players to feign mediation while blocking the opposing team's key players, complemented by a second line of defense and swift elimination of threats, has become the latest tactical doctrine. Despite the season's fluctuations in performance, Ramos's squad exhibited remarkable solidarity. When one player faltered, the entire team rallied. Bailey inherited the glorious traditions of Milan, channeling the spirits of Nesta, Van Bommel, and Maldini. This was not merely an individual struggle. Their friendly match against QPR truly thrust Bailey into the national spotlight. Having previously triumphed over the national youth team, the media's narrative was marred by accusations of losing both the match and their composure, primarily due to provocations from QPR players. During their training camp in England, sponsored by Kevin's tea brand, Bailey faced adversity with only 14 players on the roster. Nevertheless, they dominated QPR, even confronting the coaching staff and encroaching fans. Ramos's charges achieved legendary status in that match. They are not only the team with the highest average educational attainment in football, but also one of the most formidable. As the new season commenced, the arrival of Paulo Rett to pursue graduate studies at Bailey became a pivotal moment for the team. Although his combat skills were somewhat lacking, his footballing talent was commendable. While he may not reach the heights of his father, Kaka, he was more than capable of excelling in the second division. The coach and teammates focused on physical confrontations, while Paulo assumed the role of goal scorer, propelling Bailey to a promising start and illuminating the path to victory. Following the brawl with QPR, the Student Army developed a stable fan base. In their matches, the most common chants echoed sentiments such as "Go on, beat him up. Don't coddle that brat, take him down." Even the team's anthem, "A man should strive for self-improvement," was a staple, with fans uniting in song at every game. They even sought to crowdfund an invitation for Jack Chun to perform before matches, energizing the team. The Student Army, fulfilling the hopes of many, advanced to the promotion playoffs. At this moment, Programmer 2 approached Ramos, subtly expressing a desire for a high-scoring match without any red cards. Although the other party hoped for an upgrade at Bailey, Ramos steadfastly declined, asserting that he would never partake in match manipulation, as it was a matter of principle. As your dearest friend, he could not bear such a stain upon his character. The following day, Ramos was dismissed. The players in the dormitory watched with heavy hearts as Ramos departed in despondence. Paul Lett could not restrain himself and shouted, "Coach!" Ramos did not turn around, but simply raised his right thumb and called out, "Losing is acceptable, but do not lose in a fight." That evening, during the playoff against Blue Airlines, a massive conflict erupted following a foul, leading all 11 key players of Bailey to receive red cards for kicking the opposing players. The Bailey Stadium resonated with thunderous applause and song, the lyrics proclaiming, "With pride we face the tumultuous waves. Our blood runs hot like the rising sun." Goodness! Huang Kaiwen chuckled, shaking his head. Truly, this is a team led by a good brother. Not to mention, Huang, the king of balls, said that Bailey plays rather averagely. If they can play to this level, that would indeed be commendable. They have now become the Roma of the China League too. "Sir, you have a call," the elderly butler reminded him. Huang Kaiwen answered the phone to discover it was Edwin van der Sar, who had just returned to Ajax as the director of marketing. Ajax wished to invite Huang, the king of balls, to serve as their honorary president. Huang could only laugh in disbelief at the absurdity of the request. He had never even played for Ajax. How could he assume such a title? Just as he hung up, Galliani arrived, carrying a tray and sitting across from Huang. After pouring a cup of coffee for both himself and Huang, Galliani remarked, "Recently, sponsors have been quite active, and with the season's end approaching, you can make the decisions. I need not be involved." Huang chuckled. The acquisition of Roma has entered a substantive phase. If all goes well, it should be finalized after the Champions League final. They hope we can wait until the acquisition to sell the Sciglio to them. Galliani responded, "If the offer from the white headscarf is generous, I have no objections." Huang shrugged, indifferent to De Sciglio's fate, as he was no Paolo Maldini. "There are also various invitations concerning you, a mishmash of offers," Galliani continued. "What sort of invitations?" Huang inquired. "The Tour de France, the Dakar Rally, and the Red Bull Tunnel Acceleration event." "Stop," Huang interjected. "Are they being a bit too outrageous? Red Bull wishes to invite me? Can they convince the insurance companies? Nowadays, they are quite reluctant to underwrite policies for the king of balls. Who knows? They may be overthinking it," Galliani shrugged. Additionally, regarding next season's acquisitions, Harry Kane has basically agreed to join Milan, but his agent wants assurances on his playing time. "Tell him that is a pipe dream. At Milan, everyone must compete, and he might even be loaned out next season to acclimatize to Italian football," Huang mused. "He is not a marquee player. He can hardly secure a starting position at Tottenham, yet he expects guaranteed playing time at Milan? That is pure fantasy." Even at his peak, Kane could only vie for a position alongside Van Persie and Torres. Furthermore, the Italian Football Federation is preparing to reform its youth training system. They have invited you and several club executives to participate in a seminar following the UEFA Champions League final, Galliani remarked. "I agreed, as this is a positive development." Huang Kaiwen replied. "It seems the Italians themselves are beginning to recognize the issues within their youth training programs. Currently, Spain is experiencing a boom in youth training. Yet other nations are not lagging behind. Comparatively, The quality of Italian youth players has significantly declined, especially when juxtaposed with the 2006 World Cup winning generation. The Italian national team still relies on veterans like Pirlo and the BBC trio, lacking promising young talents to ascend. In England, however, there are still emerging prospects like Wilshere, Phil Jones, and Sterling, who, regardless of their trajectory, are undeniably showcasing their innate abilities. Germany's younger generation boasts even stronger talents such as Kroos, Reyes, Götze, and Müller. Huang Kaiwen suggested that it would be beneficial to exchange insights with clubs like Benfica, Southampton, and Ajax to understand their youth training methodologies. I understand, Galliani responded, asserting that Milan's youth academy must consistently improve to supply the first team with more exceptional players. Domestic talents are equally vital. We should avoid a scenario like Arsenal's, where the starting 11 lacks local players, Huang Kaiwen cautioned. While replicating the legendary Torino squad may be far-fetched, the team should at least feature 1 or 2 Italian internationals. Recently, we have also been discussing the acquisition of promising young Italian talents. Chiesa's son has been performing remarkably well in Fiorentina's youth setup, and he is one of our targets, Galliani noted. As long as you are aware of this, Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Galliani, Huang Kaiwen realized Kaka had arrived, cradling Paul in his arms. When did you get here? Huang Kaiwen inquired with a smile. I found staying at home rather dull. So I came to see Paul, Kaka replied, playfully teasing the child. I feel like he has lost some weight. Could it be an illusion? Huang Kaiwen chuckled awkwardly, insisting it must be a figment of his imagination. Perhaps I am worrying too much, Kaka laughed. Where's Beatrice? What made you come alone? Huang Kaiwen asked. There were some issues with the company's new products, so she went to the office, Kaka lamented, adding that she has recently been dragging him into advertisements. At least their SA sponsorship fee, which isn't too shabby, Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile, not having seen his good friend. Huang Kaiwen took out his phone and called Ramos, who was currently engrossed in writing a crucial plot and had no plans to go out today. Huang Kaiwen decided to turn on the television, and just as he was about to plug in his gaming console, Inzaghi rushed through the door in a flustered state, exclaiming, Kevin, I might be in trouble. Please help me. Grasping Huang Kaiwen's leg tightly, Inzaghi cried out, I'm doomed. Did you sleep with someone else's wife? Huang Kaiwen asked. How did you know? Is her husband back? Were you following me? Do you know I killed someone? Inzaghi responded in astonishment. Now it was Kaka and Huang Kaiwen's turn to be astonished. After hesitating for a mere second, Kaka swiftly carried Paolo upstairs, covering the child's ears, exclaiming, Children must not hear such things. What on earth is happening? Huang Kaiwen inquired, his brow furrowing. This isn't typical of Inzaghi. Upon returning to Milan yesterday, I felt rather bored and decided to visit the theater, Inzaghi replied. The foyer, I presume? Huang Kaiwen mocked. The foyer has gambling facilities. It pales in comparison to the theater. They're quite similar, Inzaghi continued. I then noticed an actress, quite captivating, as you know, exchanged a few words, and successfully accompanied her home. And then, Huang Kaiwen pressed. Upon waking in the morning, I heard a commotion, and shortly thereafter, I witnessed a man grappling with her. I intervened and pushed him, causing him to collide with a table. Inzaghi, with a hint of dread, asked, I won't end up in prison, will I? Did you not call for an ambulance? Huang Kaiwen queried. No, for she urged me to help find a place to bury him, Inzaghi confessed. The back of the head? Huang Kaiwen asked. No, the forehead. Inzaghi clarified. Fool, that might not necessarily be fatal, Huang Kaiwen remarked, rising to his feet. Let us proceed to the police station. By the way, how did you manage to escape? She insisted I prepare the tools quickly and to meet her later that evening. I feigned agreement, Inzaghi explained. At least you're somewhat clever. Huang Kaiwen noted. This affair bore an air of peculiarity. Even in the world of the Grim Reaper's elementary school, one would be in a state of panic after committing murder. Yet this woman immediately prepared to dispose of the body, suggesting premeditation. Huang Kaiwen instructed Neo to drive them to the Milan police station. Kaiwen, it has been far too long, greeted the balding Chief Marangoni Cadona, opening his arms with a smile. Indeed, Mr. Cadona, Huang Kaiwen replied, extending his hand. He was generally not fond of embraces due to the heavy scents often carried by Europeans. Cadona ushered Huang Kaiwen into his office, inquiring, I see the weather is splendid today. It must be due to the arrival of a significant figure. What significant figure? I merely encountered a bit of trouble today. Huang Kaiwen replied with a dismissive wave. Upon hearing this, Cadona promptly opened the door, calling, Leon, Leslie, come in. After two officers entered, Huang Kaiwen exchanged a glance with Cardona. Cardona lit a cigar, smiling as he remarked, "These are trustworthy individuals. Share your concerns." Huang Kaiwen recounted the events briefly, then stated, "Excluding Filippo from suspicion, I suspect that woman aimed to eliminate her husband. Had she not encountered Filippo, she would have sought another to serve as a witness. She merely did not anticipate Filippo pushing her husband, resulting in him being knocked unconscious. We cannot be so certain. Filippo Inzaghi remains a suspect, and we cannot rely solely on his account," one officer interjected. "Enough. What authority do you possess to speak here?" Cardona bellowed, slamming his hand on the table. "Get out." Once the officer departed, Cardona specifically called out, "Leon, please share your thoughts." The officer, Leonardo Giannini, nodded towards Huang Kaiwen, saying, "My uncle often speaks of you. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Cardona remarked that his father was the brother of Lamberto. Huang Kaiwen nodded, realizing that he was the nephew of the Director General of the Italian National Police. Giannini pondered for a moment and stated, "From this, we can indeed deduce that the perpetrator was well prepared. This was not a mere chance affair gone awry. We have dealt with numerous cases arising from infidelity, and such reactions typically indicate premeditated murder. If Filippo Inzaghi had not pushed the man, she would have schemed to create an accident, making Inzaghi her witness. However, the circumstances were rather fortuitous, surpassing her expectations. Perhaps delving into their marital relationship would reveal the motive. What if it was unintentional?" Inzaghi timidly inquired. "Then you can clean yourself up and prepare for imprisonment. I shall assist you in finding a competent attorney," Huang Kaiwen scolded. Inzaghi promptly fell silent. Cardona nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Such situations often arise from a desire to escape from a husband who is unwilling to divorce. Women who engage in extramarital affairs may encounter true love or seek better opportunities with directors. Such scenarios are quite common within these theatrical circles." Giannini immediately suggested, "My recommendation is to swiftly apprehend the perpetrator to prevent the destruction of evidence, while concurrently investigating her background and social connections." Cardona agreed, saying, "Then I leave it in your capable hands. I hope to resolve this matter expeditiously. Otherwise, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage if the journalists catch wind of it." Giannini nodded. Huang Kaiwen rose and said, "Filippo and I will accompany you. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Cardona. We must play golf together sometime." Cardona stood and smiled. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement and departed alongside Giannini. In a hushed tone, Giannini whispered to Huang Kaiwen, "If what Filippo Inzaghi claims is true, I assure you that he is not involved in this matter. It aligns with your assessment that the man merely fainted, though he may now be in grave danger." "Why would this occur?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Perhaps it was an attempt at manslaughter. You are aware of the current Western media narrative. Crying domestic violence could lead to exoneration. However, Inzaghi may have inadvertently pushed the man onto the table and compounded the error, subsequently attempting to extort our star player or even demanding that he marry her. This way, she could rid herself of her bothersome husband while securing a more desirable partner," Giannini scoffed. "Is that even possible?" Huang Kaiwen asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Indeed, similar incidents have transpired," Giannini sighed. Maurizio Gucci, the grandson of the founder of Gucci, was assassinated by a hired hitman at the behest of his wife. He was a major shareholder in Gucci. She sought a divorce, but he refused, leading her to orchestrate his murder. Had a small-time thug not overheard the contract for the hit, we might still be in the dark about the truth. Such occurrences rarely involve accidents. They are typically the result of those closest to the victim. Then let us hurry. Perhaps the unfortunate soul still clings to life," Huang Kaiwen urged. Giannini nodded. "I suspect the same. The likelihood of immediate death from a blow to the forehead is quite low." Huang Kaiwen took his seat in the passenger side of the Alfa Romeo, while Inzaghi sat obediently in the back. Upon reaching the vicinity of the University of Padua, it became evident that the pedestrians along the street predominantly bore complexions reminiscent of South America and Africa. Giannini elucidated that recently, illegal immigrants have taken residence in this area, suggesting that if one resides here, their economic circumstances are likely precarious. "Yet you still come here, unafraid of abduction?" Huang Kaiwen inquired, turning to her. Inzaghi softly remarked, "I was too distracted last night to notice." Giannini interjected, "Given the income of the theater actors combined with their husbands, they ought not to dwell in such perilous surroundings. Thus I can surmise their financial difficulties." Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. "In Italy, there are many men who do not work. Yet the expectation for them to become homemakers is utterly unrealistic. The woman bears the burden of earning while managing household duties, and the entanglement in divorce proceedings only serves as a sufficient motive. Encountering such circumstances is indeed pitiable, yet involving Inzaghi in this matter is unwarranted. If the attempt was unsuccessful, how long would the sentence be? Huang Kaiwen questioned. Giannini replied, recently. A 26-year-old woman in Sicily attempted to murder her own children for insurance money and received a sentence of 10 years and 8 months. Thus, an attempt on a husband would likely incur a similar duration. Huang Kaiwen nodded, his thoughts aligning with hers. After all, Italy is a patriarchal society that imposes strict penalties for such offenses. Upon reaching the apartment building, the group ascended to the 3rd floor. Inzaghi approached the door and called out, "Open up, it's Filippo, I have brought everything." This display alleviated Huang Kaiwen's concerns to some extent, as it indicated a lack of fear that rendered him mute. Nearly 3 minutes passed before the door swung open. Giannini swiftly delivered a kick, producing handcuffs from her waist and restraining the individual. Upon entering, Huang Kaiwen observed a knife embedded in the man's body, indicative of a recent altercation. "Call an ambulance," he instructed. "Oh." Inzaghi hastily fished out his phone to make the call. Huang Kaiwen approached with a smile. "You were indeed correct. Her husband bears a knife wound," confirming he was alive just moments prior. "I knew it," Giannini stated. "If he survives, that would be for the best. Otherwise, we might find ourselves in a bit of a pred." Huang Kaiwen rolled his eyes and ignored Inzaghi, who expressed gratitude for the assistance from the Milan Police Department. Recently, AC Milan was preparing to make a donation to help upgrade some better equipment for our noble adversaries, enabling law enforcement to combat crime more effectively. "That sounds splendid," Cardona remarked as he shook Huang Kaiwen's hand, personally escorting him and Inzaghi away. Upon returning to his car, Neo immediately protested, "Sir, matters like this should involve me." "Next time, for sure," Huang Kaiwen replied. "Kevin, perhaps I should just make a donation myself," Inzaghi stammered, visibly shaken. "It's nothing. It's merely a small matter." Huang Kaiwen chuckled. "After such an ordeal, I imagine you lack the inclination to return home for a restful sleep. Why not call your friends to see who's in Milan? They could join us for a card game." "Totti. Let us find Totti," Inzaghi exclaimed, slapping his thigh. He was eager to hitch a ride on a private jet to Milan for the final. He should have arrived by now. That's splendid, solving everything in one go. Huang Kaiwen laughed. Given how much the King of Yellow had assisted a Jew and the prince, winning some money from them seemed trivial. "What do you mean? Solving everything in one go?" Inzaghi inquired, puzzled. "Nothing. You misheard," Huang Kaiwen replied. To his surprise, Totti arrived with Brazzi in tow, even with Lily seated beside them. She was hardly subdued. After several hours of play, Huang Kaiwen could no longer endure it and announced, "Let us call it a day." Brazzi looked at the Indonesian notes in Totti's hand and complained, "What are you doing? Are you mad? You've lost so much. It's of no consequence. I'm the wealthiest player in Italy. If others hear this, they might think I'm poor," Totti replied nonchalantly. Inzaghi gave a thumbs up. Such a seemingly impoverished individual exuded confidence. He would likely lose his fortune sooner or later. Losing 200 would greatly distress someone like him. Yet Totti remained unfazed by the loss of 500. Before leaving, Inzaghi pilfered 2 bottles of wine from Huang Kaiwen's home to compensate for his losses that evening. At 2 a.m., Huang Kaiwen received a call from Cardona. The man was awake, which relieved Huang Kaiwen. He took out his phone to send a message to the professor, suggesting he take a half-day off due to the exhausting day. The following morning, Huang Kaiwen awoke, finally able to leisurely peruse the newspapers. In addition to today's papers, there were several from Spain yesterday. The AS newspaper derided, "Barcelona reaching the Champions League final will only lead to their defeat. They stand no chance against AC Milan." As a legendary player for Real Madrid, Kevin had always delivered astonishing scores whenever facing Barcelona. Conversely, the World Sports newspaper encouraged, "So far, Kevin has not lost a single match, and AC Milan has maintained a perfect record this season. Barcelona is the dragon-slaying warrior, embodying the hopes of Europe. Should they win this match, they will be the greatest club of the century." Huang Kaiwen nearly burst into laughter. These Catalans truly lack perspective. Even if Milan were formidable now, it was uncertain whether those clubs would support Barcelona. According to the Milan Sports Daily, a survey conducted among fans worldwide has revealed that over 3 million supporters have cast their votes. with 82 expressing a desire for Milan to triumph in the Champions League final, a sentiment that resonates widely. All Serie A clubs stand in solidarity with Milan, particularly some top-tier teams that have begun to appreciate the benefits of the new broadcasting scheme. Kevin has played a pivotal role in persuading Juventus and Inter Milan, fostering a promising development for Serie A. There are still those who remember the contributions of the Yellow Ball King, which is commendable. Currently, it appears that the interests of the elite clubs have been somewhat compromised regarding broadcasting rights, yet Serie A is progressing overall. As for the Spanish Super League, the question arises as to why they are pursuing a European Super League. The answer lies in their league being undermined. Many smaller La Liga teams are in dire financial straits, and aside from the passionate supporters, few are inclined to watch Barcelona face Granada. In contrast, an English Premier League match between Manchester City and Burnley still garners attention. The overall development of the league is far more significant than merely concentrating resources. Although the Premier League benefits from the advantage of the English language, this is not easily replicable. Nevertheless, Serie A's continuous influx of star players, coupled with technological advancements in broadcasting, could sustain market expansion. According to the Roma Sports Daily, reliable sources have revealed that the previously alleged infidelity pertains to the wife of renowned Italian player and Roma captain Totti, Busby. Evidence suggests that she has dated at least 7 different men, surpassing Totti's impressive hat-trick record of 4. It seems that Totti is akin to Louis VII. Perhaps he should take a page from Louis VII's book and devote himself entirely to his faith. This is rather harsh, considering Totti and his original partner have a son, while Louis VII did not. However, in his third marriage, he did father a son who became a significant figure in making France a continental powerhouse. This perspective suggests that Totti may be nearing divorce. The Turin Sports Daily features an interview with young Agnelli, who expressed concerns regarding the influx of Middle Eastern capital and its implications for the league's future. It seems they will purchase any player they desire, treating football as a mere game. Should they withdraw their investments, the aftermath could be chaotic. Kevin chuckled and shook his head, indicating that Juventus is feeling the pressure. Currently, the arrival of the white-capped investors in Serie A is perceived as beneficial. Due to UEFA's regulations on player registration, there are requirements concerning the number of homegrown and youth-trained players, ensuring that even if the white-capped investors aim to acquire players, a portion must be Italian. The high prices of British players are partly attributed to their nationality. When attending meetings with the Italian Football Federation, Kevin plans to propose regulations similar to those of the Champions League concerning youth training players, thereby encouraging large clubs to focus on nurturing local talent. Milan's youth teams boast numerous Italian prodigies, alleviating any concerns in this regard. Players like De Bruyne and Hazard also fit within the parameters of Italian youth training, having played in Italy for 3 years before the age of 21. In addition to these matters, there are discussions surrounding European transfers and managerial changes. It seems increasingly certain that Real Madrid will dismiss Mourinho, with Ancelotti being a prime candidate for replacement. Furthermore, news regarding reinforcements indicates that not only Milan but all major European clubs are in need of right and left backs. After recovering from liver cancer, Abidal's performance has noticeably declined, prompting Barcelona to seek a new left-wing player. Additionally, several football legends have shared their insights regarding the Champions League. Rijkaard remarked, "Barcelona is a team imbued with faith. Although AC Milan is my former club, I feel that Barcelona is an intrinsic part of my being. When these two teams collide, I am confident that Barcelona will emerge victorious." Cruyff stated, "Barcelona cannot contain Kevin. That is the crux of the issue." Van Basten expressed, "This is a match devoid of suspense. Milan has provided me with tickets, but I intend to give them to a friend, as I am wholly unconcerned about the outcome. After the match, I will call Arsene and Kevin to congratulate them on yet another championship." In an interview with the São Paulo newspaper, Pelé remarked, "Football has never been merely about winning or losing. It is essential to stir the emotions of the fans and to evoke joy within them. Kevin is the current embodiment of Samba football. He should showcase his dazzling skills in the final rather than merely chasing goal efficiency." Indeed, Huang Kaiwen understands that Pelé's influence is undeniable. The Brazilian truly enjoys witnessing flamboyant football skills. It is no wonder that Denilson is so beloved upon his return to Brazil. On his way to the team, Huang Kaiwen noticed an increase in the number of people in Milan. These were tourists visiting for the final while also exploring the city. Italy's tourism industry has always thrived, though Rome previously outshone Milan. Now, Milan has surpassed Rome in popularity. The white headdress continues to gain momentum, with Dubai ranking among the top 10. Interestingly, Paris consistently holds the #1 spot. Huang Kaiwen perceives this city as lacking in charm, with poor sanitation, inadequate security, and an overwhelming number of illegal immigrants. The French also have a penchant for chewing gum, which is carelessly discarded everywhere. Publications like Youth Digest and Elin are utterly devoid of merit. Upon arriving at the team, Huang Kaiwen found that everyone had just woken from their afternoon nap. Without waiting to change, he stepped onto the field to test his touch. Inzaghi raised his hand, saying, "Boss, there is someone playing in casual attire. Once you win the Ballon d'Or, you could even train here in the nude," the professor jested, eliciting laughter on the training ground. "Damn the privileged class," Inzaghi complained. "Isn't the emperor also part of the privileged class?" Gattuso retorted. "It is precisely because I envy others' privileges that I aspire to be an emperor." Inzaghi replied, "All right, lads. We have an event shortly. Change in half an hour." The professor clapped his hands. The first team groaned. While avoiding training was pleasant, players generally disliked participating in sponsor activities, which were far less engaging than training. After a while, everyone returned to the changing room. Although Huang Kaiwen did not need to change, he followed suit. Hazard deliberately bumped into De Bruyne, causing him to stumble into the center of the changing room as he prepared to remove his shirt. "De Bruyne is going to tell us a joke," Hazard teased. Because of Huang the King, everyone referred to him simply as Kaiwen. De Bruyne stood there helplessly, as he was not one to tell jokes. Huang Kaiwen stood up and called De Bruyne over, saying, "Let me tell a story." "Kaiwen, go ahead," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Two French nuns traveled to America for an event. Nun A said to Nun B, "I heard that in this country they eat dogs." Nun B responded, "Then we should respect their customs and partake as well." At that moment, they spotted a hot dog stand. Nun A immediately took out some money and approached, saying, "I'll have 2 dogs, please." The vendor promptly prepared them and handed them over. The curious nuns sat on a bench. Unwrapping the packages, Nun A glanced at it and quietly asked, "Which part of the dog is yours?" As soon as Huang Kaiwen finished the story, a few old rascals burst into laughter. Inzaghi whistled and exclaimed, "Kevin's risque joke is fantastic. It should be shared with His Holiness." "There can't be that many shy nuns," Gattuso chimed in. "Perhaps because the priests prefer young boys," Ramos quipped casually, causing even more laughter in the locker room. Even Kaka was struggling to suppress his smile. Whether it be religion or law, the intentions are good. The issue lies with those who enforce them. The locker room was alive with jovial banter until Bold urged everyone to leave. Van Bommel reflected, "When I played in the Netherlands, we rarely shared such joy together. Arriving in the Milan locker room feels like no conflicts have ever occurred." Van Dijk nodded in agreement, having previously thought that competition in Milan was fierce. Upon joining the team, he discovered that although there was competition, it was not as tense as he had imagined. The group boarded the bus and arrived at the police station. Huang Kaiwen once again saw Marangoni and Cardona, who, along with several officers, stood at the entrance welcoming the Milan players. Galliani represented the Milan team in donating €2 million to the Milan Police Department. Huang Kaiwen declined an interview request, and Vice-Captain Ramos stepped forward to address the reporters, stating, "Milan has always been more than just a club. We care about everything in this city. This donation to the police department is intended to equip them better to combat crime." Cardona similarly expressed, "The Milan police are dedicated to fighting crime and safeguarding the personal safety and property of every citizen. We encourage every citizen to uphold their legal rights and hope everyone can raise their awareness of protecting their rights. When you face violations, seek the police's assistance immediately." This is a reciprocal gesture. Ahead of the Champions League final, the Milan police were certainly in the spotlight. They would be quite busy in the coming days as tourists flooded the city, and with some celebrities seizing the opportunity to host concerts in Milan. The excitement grew even more. It was reported that the prices of small hotels in the city had tripled, with some individuals even renting out their homes as short-term accommodations for visitors. Just as Huang Kaiwen was preparing to head home, he received a phone call. "Kevin, I'm planning to come to Milan for the final, but I can't find a hotel," Shakira said on the other end of the line. "Do you need my help?" "I can try to find something," Huang Kaiwen offered. "No need, as I plan to stay at your place," Shakira replied. Huang Kaiwen responded, "That works," as she knows Lily as well. As he was about to return home, Huang Kaiwen paused, and Inzaghi, somewhat puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" Do you want to go out and play with me? No, I simply do not wish to return home so early. How about we go fishing together? Huang Kaiwen inquired. Is that true? Such words do not seem characteristic of you, Inzaghi responded, astonished, for Huang Kaiwen harbored no interest in angling whatsoever. Of course it is true, Huang Kaiwen said, wrapping an arm around Inzaghi. You must have an extra fishing rod. Let us go fishing and return later this evening. Something feels amiss. Do you not want to go home? Inzaghi paused to ask. How could that possibly be? Huang Kaiwen replied. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message from Emilia Clarke. After reading it, Huang Kaiwen inquired, Filippo, may I stay at your home for the next few days? 0665 Ollivander's Wand Shop. Andre Villas-Boas had meticulously packed his belongings. As an accomplished wizard and part-time assistant coach, he would not miss such a grand occasion. Before departing, Villas-Boas checked his possessions, magical powder disguised as food, Latin spell notes, and most crucially, his wand made of apple wood. Measuring 11 inches and containing a strand of Kevin's hair. It was said that apple wood is most compatible with those who have lofty aspirations and idealists, counteracting dark magic. The holders of apple wood wands were generally well-liked and long-lived, and Villas-Boas noted that clients matched with apple wood wands often possessed remarkable charisma. Many wielders of apple wood wands exhibited exceptional talent in communicating with other species. However, Villas-Boas dismissed such notions as mere folly. His ventures often attracted stray cats and troublesome guard dogs. After enduring numerous bites, even with assurances that rabies was non-existent in Europe, he had taken the precaution of flying to Asia for a rabies vaccination. As a distinguished wizard, he had no desire to become a creature of the shadows. Just as he was about to step out, Villas-Boas halted, ventured to the basement, and unlocked the heavy iron door secured by intricate codes, revealing treasures hidden within. Satisfied, he nodded and turned to leave. He instinctively touched the ring on his finger. Oh, my dear. Barcelona had arrived early in Milan. Yet they encountered some complications regarding their use of Inter Milan's training facilities. The white scarf was eager to associate with a prestigious club like Barcelona, especially as their youth training seemed remarkably robust in recent years. Perhaps fostering a good relationship could allow for the recruitment of some of Barcelona's talented youth players. However, the local staff were reluctant to cooperate with Barcelona, given the significant conflicts between the team and Huang Kaiwen. When individuals from the Middle East sought to dismiss certain staff members, the Milan trade union intervened, complicating matters further. The Pinatina training facility had been issued a notice for rectification due to severe fire hazards. Huang Kaiwen was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. This is rather troubling, isn't it? He asked. Galliani replied, this incident was not our doing, it was Maratti's. When he sold the club, he insisted that the Middle Eastern investors guarantee the retention of mid-level staff for at least 5 years. The White Scarf agreed, but now seeks to find a way to dismiss them, prompting Maratti to decide to teach them a lesson. All right, tell Massimo to conclude this matter sooner rather than later, lest the entire world becomes a spectator to our folly, Huang Kaiwen remarked. It seemed as if all of Italy had united in their disdain for Barcelona. As if Barcelona were so formidable that they could not emerge victorious without resorting to underhanded tactics, providing the Catalans with ample excuses for their defeat. I understand. I will communicate with them, Arsene replied. Shall we convene today or tomorrow? Which day do you deem more suitable? Galliani inquired, bending slightly. Today, it must be today. Huang Kaiwen insisted. He had hardly slept well since returning home yesterday. If this continued, he feared he might become a mere shadow in the Champions League. Even in a local final, the team would gather at a hotel in advance for several days of close training, allowing the players to acclimate to the situation. Otherwise, remaining at home might lead to a psychological laxity, not to mention the potential for unforeseen incidents. After all, there had been instances of goalkeepers injuring themselves while bathing. Galliani nodded quickly, fearful of betraying a smile. Although the Italian media lacked prowess, an influx of Englishmen had recently graced the city. It was no secret that 4 women resided in Huang Kaiwen's household. The Sun even jested that it resembled Game of Thrones. When Ramos arrived and requested a cup of coffee, with both captains present, Galliani stated, this situation is rather troubling. One of our devoted fans has tragically lost a child, and this mother has attempted to take her own life twice. Her husband, in desperation, has turned to us for assistance. The club is considering whether you might visit her and see if you can encourage her to regain her strength. Absolutely, Huang Kaiwen affirmed with a nod. He was not fond of such matters. After all, No decent person relished witnessing the suffering of the kind-hearted. Yet, if it meant saving a life, he was willing to try. Ramos remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. In Milan, such endeavors were not uncommon. A club's commitment transcended mere words. The three of them drove to the Humanitas Research Hospital, a private establishment under the Humanitas Group. From this, it was evident that the female fan hailed from a well-off background. Those who have endured hardship seldom exhibit such fragility. Huang Kaiwen had likely devised a strategy for persuasion. After knocking, the door was opened by a caregiver. The middle-aged caregiver informed them, "Ms. Bettina is currently stable, but please keep the visit brief." "Thank you," Huang Kaiwen replied. From this name, he gleaned further insights. Italian names draw from a wide array of origins: Latin, Greek, Hebrew, and even South American influences, along with the Italian variants of Greek names. Bettina was a genuine Italian name, quite uncommon, suggesting her parents were discerning. Over the past several years, the most popular female name in Italy had been Sofia, while Francesco topped the list for males. The second most common names were Giulia and Alessandro. Perlo was not faring much better. Andrea was the third most prevalent name. It was no wonder so many shared names with Toddy, as that name was akin to a common dog-esque name. Huang Kaiwen gently knocked before pushing the door open. A flicker of surprise crossed the other's eyes. Yet she made no move to rise, still holding a picture frame in her hands. Huang Kaiwen leaned in and remarked, "He seems quite astute. What is his name?" "Kevin." "His name is Kevin Lombardi Colombo," the woman replied. Huang Kaiwen mused. He has a premonition that Kevin has surpassed Francisco to become the most common name for Italian boys. "Does little Kevin enjoy playing football?" he inquired softly. "He does, but he aspires more to be an astronaut." Bettina, reclining on her bed, chuckled. "My Kevin always gazes at the night sky, asking me if there is life among those stars. I once heard someone say that every atom in our bodies was once part of a planet. Perhaps little Kevin has not departed. He has merely returned home," Huang Kaiwen said. Bettina raised her head and replied, "Thank you, Kevin. Yet, these words hold little solace. You cannot comprehend. I too have lost loved ones." Huang Kaiwen grasped her hand and said, "At that time, I believed I had endured all of life's suffering, but in reality, it was merely a fraction. Reflect on those who love you, your husband and your other children. Death is not the end. It leaves a complete essence for those who cherish you. But I know," Huang Kaiwen continued, "the agony of losing a close one is not alleviated by the passage of time. A writer once articulated that the departure of loved ones is not a torrential downpour, but rather a long, damp existence. We remain ensnared in this humidity, stirring tempests on every calm day." As Huang Kaiwen spoke, Bettina tightened her grip, tears beginning to flow, for his words resonated profoundly with her emotions. The sensation of being understood was what truly touched her. "Whenever I see other families, I think of my parents, and I believe you feel the same. However, if you simply leave, those poignant moments will become an eternal nightmare for your husband and remaining children. When they remember little Kevin, they will recall you. Life is not solely one's own. It belongs to those who love us. Having experienced the despair of losing a loved one, do not let your family endure the same pain. So, please, live well," Huang Kaiwen whispered. Bettina, clutching his left hand, was overcome with sobs. Gagliani remarked softly, "I feel as though I have undergone a baptism." Kevin spoke beautifully. If only a photographer had been present, it would surely spark widespread discussion online. Ramos scoffed silently, choosing not to respond. At this juncture, still preoccupied with garnering attention, this fellow was beyond redemption. He felt a deeper understanding, sensing the potency of language. For the first time, Ramos realized that writing might not be as effortless as he had presumed. Huang Kaiwen and Ramos returned home to gather their belongings. Gagliani had already informed the players to convene at the hotel. The sudden assembly prompted some grumbling among the younger players, while the older ones appeared visibly relieved. Even with a love for their families, a few days of respite were a delightful reprieve. Players, while earning substantial salaries, must also deliver performances that match their compensation. This has never been an easy profession. Some persist in their complaints, alleging discrimination and demanding justice from the world. Some individuals find solace in alleviating their stress through the manipulation of air pressure. "Is anyone interested in a swim before dinner?" Kevin Huang inquired, waving his hand. "Is it a competition, Captain?" Cruz asked. Inzaghi, standing nearby, scoffed, "You wish to compete with Olympic athletes? Do not get ahead of yourselves. It's merely to rejuvenate our bodies." Kevin Huang retorted, giving Inzaghi a playful kick. Damn it. This guy was embroiled in a murder case just yesterday, and now he's bouncing back. That is quite the resilient heart. Even the great Huang might not forget so swiftly, he mused. I'll join too, Cruz declared. Let us go, Ramos nodded in agreement. On their way to the pool, Cruz conspiratorially remarked, recently, De Bruyne has been quite close with the Bender brothers. They often stay together. And De Bruyne's girlfriend is rather displeased. Men generally prefer the company of their fellow men, Kevin Huang chuckled. He reminisced about earlier years when he contemplated living with friends. Much like in the series struggle, Ramos and Kaká nodded in agreement. It was at this moment that Kevin Huang realized, De Bruyne has a girlfriend? Yes. I heard she's an online acquaintance. I've seen her picture, and she's quite lovely, Cruz replied. Kevin Huang nodded in amusement. Teacher Ding has skillfully avoided being overshadowed by Courtois. Considering this, it wouldn't be excessive for him to show respect to the great Huang. However, for now, Ding and Courtois maintain a good rapport. Moreover, it's possible that his girlfriend may not have any ties to Courtois. There's no need to worry excessively. The swimming pool had been thoroughly cleaned, with fresh water devoid of any outsiders. Milan had made substantial preparations for the Champions League, opting for a quality hotel. Presently, there were numerous vacant rooms. Shall we attempt 1,500 meters, Tony? Kevin Huang inquired with a smile. I doubt I can manage that. Cruz shook his head. No worries. Give it a try, Kevin Huang encouraged. All right then, Cruz conceded, beginning to warm up. Ready, set, go? Ramos shouted. At the moment of entry, Kevin Huang surged ahead slightly. By the time Cruz entered the water, Kevin had already gained a lead of over half a meter. Ramos chuckled. Tony will likely fall behind by 200 meters. After all, Kevin is a professional. Kaká nodded in agreement. Even without intentionally accelerating, Kevin Huang still left Cruz behind. Nevertheless, Cruz maintained a commendable mindset, swimming at his own pace despite the disadvantage. When Kevin Huang emerged from the water, Cruz was still paddling below. Kevin took a seat between Ramos and Kaká. Kaká handed Kevin a glass of juice and asked, Kevin, do you have any plans for vacation? Not yet decided, but I should definitely go somewhere, Kevin replied. Having recently participated in the Olympics and played in the European Championship with the Netherlands, I haven't had a proper rest. Then let Paul stay at my place. Kaká promptly suggested. Kevin remarked, so you were waiting here all along. Without that little rascal, you could rest well. He doesn't sleep very soundly, Kevin said. No worries. I get along splendidly with Paul, Kaká laughed. During dinner, the hotel provided a sumptuous array of dishes for the Milan players to choose from. However, the most favored cuisines remain Italian and French. Huang Kaiwen opted for roasted chicken breast and grilled fish, accompanied by lemon onion rings, yogurt, and a fruit salad. Overall, the flavors were quite delightful, reflecting the considerable effort put forth by the hotel. After dinner, he engaged in some leisure activities with friends before returning to his room. Upon turning on the television, he encountered interviews featuring various players. Robin addressed the camera, stating, Barcelona? FIFA has established a new Ballon d'Or for Kevin. I wouldn't be surprised if UEFA concocts a new Champions League title. The championship will only belong to Kevin's team. Others are inconsequential. Van Persie? I have no issues with him, but substituting him with Huntelaar or Van der Vaart wouldn't alter anything. Huang Kaiwen chuckled, amused by Robin's candid remarks aimed at Van Persie. In recent days, numerous players and legends worldwide have shared their perspectives on the impending Champions League final, with few expressing optimism for Barcelona. The following morning, May 25th, with merely 2 days remaining until the Champions League final, reports regarding the match dominated the front pages. Yet, the Gazzetta dello Sport unveiled other news on its front page, revealing that Totti and Blasi's marriage has reached its end. A family that had initially planned to watch the Champions League final hurriedly returned to Rome. The couple would soon seek lawyers to safeguard their interests. Fortunately, Totti had heeded the advice of his former agent and signed a prenuptial agreement, ensuring that he would not lose a significant portion of his wealth. Ultimately, divorce was inevitable. In Italy, a prenuptial property agreement complicates matters of division. Although Totti has been married for 8 years and has amassed considerable wealth during this time, the court is likely to prioritize the non-fault party, suggesting that Blasi may not receive much. This rationale seems quite justifiable. Infidelity does not affect the division of assets, and one cannot expect to benefit from a drop in birth rates. Il Tuttosport reported that Barcelona continued to train at Inter Milan's training facility, highlighting concerns regarding Middle Eastern investors' disregard for local employees' rights. Thus, We remain skeptical about allowing greater Middle Eastern capital into Serie A. This is not their homeland. And they do not consider the livelihoods or environmental concerns of the locals. A glance reveals Agnelli's stance. Juventus is likely the most opposed to foreign investment. The reign of the Italian king has become a relic since the rise of the Yellow Ball King. An increasing number of Middle Eastern investors wielding oil money are entering Serie A, eroding some of Juventus's advantages. However, their protests garner little support. Even in Turin, he struggles to maintain order, as many high-ranking officials in the city are fans of the Turin team. Only after these old figures step down will Juventus find respite. During the Calciopoli scandal, the Turin prosecutor's office exerted considerable effort, serving as a testament to this. Il Romanista reported that the Vatican is deliberating whether to deploy sufficient personnel to ensure the smooth conduct of the final. Though a brief statement, it conveys a wealth of information. They certainly wish to have a hand in the Champions League final held on Italian soil. However, the designation of St. Kevin Stadium is sensitive, and the Vatican has not endorsed this title. If several cardinals were dispatched, it would undoubtedly solidify Huang Kaiwen's reputation as the king of the yellow ball. The thought of their eagerness for personal gain juxtaposed with their apprehension regarding Huang Kaiwen is rather amusing. As the date of May 27th arrived, the day of the Champions League final, a significant increase in police presence was noted in Milan, with over 16,000 officers assigned to patrol and security duties. This constitutes a considerable mobilization, especially given that Milan's resident population is less than 1 per million, with only around 4,000 police officers available. The recent explosion at the Parc des Princes had instilled fear across Europe. Thus, for any major event, stringent security measures are enforced. Law enforcement personnel were seen engaging with tourists throughout the streets. The buses transporting the Milan team journeyed from their hotel to San Kevin, revealing a sea of Milan jerseys far outnumbering those of Barcelona. Even though it was not a home game, such a scenario remained largely unchanged. Nevertheless, Huang Kaiwen sensed an inexplicable absence. Upon disembarking with his teammates, the fans erupted in thunderous cheers. San Kevin, San Kevin, San Kevin. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Sciglio, give me your contact information. Huang Kaiwen turned in surprise, recognizing a familiar face who grinned mischievously and exclaimed, Sciglio, your fervent admirer is here. Gattuso, with a furrowed brow, hastened into the stadium, subsequently taking his place in the stands. In such crucial matches, Gattuso had long since been relegated from the substitutes bench, which was a significant reason behind his decision to retire. Kevin, let us go. We have a press conference to attend, the professor remarked with a smile. Huang Kaiwen nodded and followed the professor. Upon their arrival, the Barcelona representatives had yet to appear, but this did little to dampen the journalists' enthusiasm. Mourinho stated that your success is predicated on Kevin. Do you concur? Kevin, I hear Puyol is recovering well. What are your thoughts on this news? Barcelona boasts several former Arsenal players. How do you view their choices, Arsene? At this moment, Vilanova and Xavi entered the press hall. Once seated, the journalists began their inquiries. Tito, do you believe Barcelona can triumph? A reporter asked. Vilanova rubbed his forehead and replied, to be frank, I do not know. If I did, I would pursue a career as an actuary or a sorcerer, which would be far more promising. So, are you suggesting that Barcelona will hire a sorcerer to contend with Kevin? A journalist with a Madrid accent inquired. Vilanova nearly chuckled in disbelief, stating, I certainly will not, as I believe football is just football and requires no external distractions. However, we have heard of many sorcerers purportedly assisting Barcelona, the reporter pressed on. Vilanova responded, are you referring to that individual who demanded $3 million from Kevin, or else he would curse him? I have no interest in such charlatans. They merely seek notoriety in the Champions League final, much like that Jimmy fellow. There are always jesters like this who seek attention by behaving absurdly or making nonsensical statements during significant matches. I have never paid them any mind. The professor took the microphone and stated, indeed, we shall keep football at a competitive level. I have never believed that others can dictate our fate. Otherwise, we might as well hire a sorcerer as a coach. Are you targeting Domenech? The reporter pressed. The professor nodded without hesitation, saying, I have long asserted that his tactics are abysmal, leading to Henry's silence. Domenech is certainly not a competent coach. If divination were effective, our astrologers would not have been dismissed so easily. Will you assume the role of coach for the French national team in the future? The professor shook his head, replying, At present, I have no such intentions, nor have I contemplated future possibilities. You must understand that coaching a national team is entirely different from managing a club. I am uncertain whether I can bear the weight of so many French hopes. Huang Kaiwen nearly laughed out loud, hastily lowering his head. It was evident that the professor held little regard for the position of the French national team. Currently, France is experiencing a significant talent drought, with a group of players who are overly ambitious yet prone to internal strife. They thrive in their clubs, yet one wonders what leads them to the national team. The rise of Mbappé may herald a new era for France, yet the tradition of discord persists. Today you may face Song and Fabregas. How do you feel? A reporter inquired. The professor replied, I am not feeling anything particularly special. I am delighted that they have achieved their wishes. Cesc has always wanted to return to Catalonia. And now he has. The reporter could hardly contain himself and asked, Are you certain his situation is favorable? The professor responded, Sometimes what we desire may not necessarily suit us, but everyone must take responsibility for their choices. I made several attempts to retain Cesc, but I failed. What more could I possibly do? He chuckled, revealing a hint of schadenfreude. After all, Fabregas was a captain he had meticulously nurtured for years. Given Fabregas's desire to return to Barcelona, it would be strange if the professor were not somewhat irked. If Fabregas struggles, it is ultimately his own choice. Do you think Fabregas will perform well today? The reporter queried. The professor shook his head, stating, I do not comprehend Cesc within the Barcelona system. If you were to ask me about Robin van Persie, I would assure you he would excel. However, for players from other clubs, I can only say I do not know. Observing the professor's reluctance to speak further, the reporter shifted focus to Huang Kaiwen. Kaiwen, does playing against Barcelona make you feel special? The reporter asked. Huang Kaiwen smiled slightly, responding, Playing against Real Madrid feels special because they are my former club. A match against Inter is a city derby, but against Barcelona, I truly cannot find a reason to treat it as special. I do not intend to offend Barcelona. But historically, having only one Champions League title does not warrant special treatment. Nottingham Forest has more titles than they do. Many reporters chuckled. This was entirely uncharacteristic of Huang Kaiwen. He claimed there was no special treatment. Xavi, somewhat irritated, turned to glare at Huang Kaiwen, who merely shrugged, ignoring Xavi. Do you believe the number of Champions League titles serves as a measure of a team's strength? The reporter asked. Huang Kaiwen immediately thought of Arsenal. There is a trap within this question. The former Arsenal manager sat beside him. The number of Champions League titles reflects a club's history, yet it bears little relevance to the present, unless the victories were achieved in recent years. Huang Kaiwen remarked. We cannot disregard the championships won by teams that have fallen from grace, just as we should not elevate opponents solely based on their past triumphs in the Champions League. Ultimately, it is the current performance that matters. The reporter pressed, Do you believe that the present Barcelona can pose a challenge to AC Milan? Huang Kaiwen shook his head, stating, I do not consider Barcelona to be superior to the other teams we have defeated this season. They lack a player who can compare to Cristiano Ronaldo of Real Madrid, hence we made no special preparations. As Barcelona currently does not possess superstars akin to Cruyff or Ronaldinho. Xavi abruptly grabbed the microphone, asserting, during the match, we will demonstrate our prowess. Barcelona is certainly not the team you envision. Huang Kaiwen shrugged in response. Well, if you manage to secure a victory, I may start believing that. Xavi slammed his hand on the table in frustration. The professor, caught between amusement and exasperation, gave Huang Kaiwen a light pat on the leg, urging him to temper his remarks, lest he provoke a harsh response. Huang Kaiwen, however, was unfazed, feeling invincible with his immunity card. The press conference concluded on a less than amicable note, yet the journalists were thoroughly satisfied, having witnessed Huang Kaiwen's fervent rebuttals. They understood his attitude, especially considering the many times he had been the victim of malicious fouls by Barcelona players. My ears are practically deafened. Why should I offer you a smile? On the way back to the locker room, the professor advised, Kevin, stirring up the emotions of Barcelona players before the match might lead them to target you with fouls. Huang Kaiwen chuckled, Rest assured, Coach, I will not be defeated by them. The professor could only nod in agreement. It was for the best. He did not wish to see Fabregas and Song celebrate victory over his fallen figure. This match was not just about his first Champions League title. It was also about his pride. Upon returning to the locker room, the teammates were already dressed and engaged in conversation. While changing, Huang Kaiwen noticed the anticipation meter had reached 100 and opted for a lottery draw. Ding! You have won a 24-hour experience card for the match between Barcelona and Valencia in the 2012 to 2013 La Liga season. A Barcelona fullback? This defender is also named Adriano. Huang Kaiwen promptly chose to draw again. Ding. Based on Adriano's nationality, you have drawn the Brazilian all-time 11. Ronaldo, Pelé, Romario, Falcao, Zico, Ronaldinho, Dunga, Carlos, Lucio, Aldair, Cafu. Taffarel. Gather at the village entrance, bring your own cement. Milan, hosting the match at home, held significant advantages. This was the first major event held at the St. Kevin Stadium, and the Rossoneri were fervently enthusiastic about this Champions League final. The Catalonia region is notably affluent. However, that does not imply they can afford tickets priced at tens of thousands of euros each. It is said that certain fans purchased tickets at exorbitant prices from Barcelona supporters. Observing the distribution of fans in the stadium, it becomes evident that in the section allocated to away fans, many attendees donned red-striped jerseys, Italian national team kits, Chinese team jerseys, and even attire from other clubs. The Milan police had anticipated this scenario, collaborating with St. Kevin's security to focus on this particular area of the stands. The Rossoneri, reveling in their home advantage, displayed a massive tifo in the southern stand. However, there was no sign of fireworks today, as St. Kevin's security had reached an alarming level of vigilance. As the stadium's large screen illuminated, a figure resembling the Pope appeared on the second floor of St. Peter's Basilica, greeting the world with a resounding hello. The multitude of devotees in St. Peter's Square erupted into thunderous applause. Following this, the Vatican Guard was seen marching through the streets of Rome. This UEFA Champions League final was steeped in considerable interests, with the Vatican wielding significant influence within Italy, making it impossible to overlook their presence. Both the Rossoneri and the Catalans listened intently to the various sounds emanating from the sound equipment, reminiscent of armored knights. The heavy footsteps seemed to transcend the screen, reaching the live audience. Suddenly, the screen dimmed. When the fans became aware, the Vatican Guard had gradually emerged from the players' tunnel, splitting into two lines and filling the entire perimeter of the stadium. Following them were 8 buglers, positioned on either side. The banners hung from the trombones bore the emblems of both teams, the Italian coat of arms, and religious motifs. The players stood in the tunnel, awaiting their warm-up. Even the battle-hardened Ramos felt a twinge of nervousness, although he had warmed up countless times before. Doing so under the protection of the Vatican Guard was a first for him, and as a Spaniard, he felt it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. The players were imbued with a sense of gravity. Being intertwined with religion in such a context inevitably prompted deeper reflections, particularly as the buglers sounded their trombones. The players felt as if they had transformed into members of the Knights Hospitalier, striding onto the field with an air of dignity. On the stands, Van Persie remarked with a hint of bitterness, "I intend to rid this world of all wildcats." The professor had already informed him he would start. But while taking a stroll at the hotel, he was startled by a wildcat and twisted his ankle, forcing him to miss the Champions League final. "You've got yourself in a predicament, my friend. The Animal Protection Organization will not let you off easily," Inzaghi retorted with a smirk. He found the Vatican's display quite impressive, stating that he too would hire a Swiss guard in due time. "Torres had better not score today," Van Persie muttered under his breath. "I never expected the boss would call up a young player from the youth team. It makes me feel old. I even dyed my hair for the final," Inzaghi sighed. With Van Persie injured and unable to make the squad, the professor had resolved to nurture promising young talent, promoting Patrick Cutrone from the youth team. Cutrone may not have the opportunity to take the field, yet he can still savor the atmosphere of the Champions League final. This alone has left his friend Locatelli in a state of envy. Players from all levels of AC Milan's youth teams are present in the stands today, witnessing their friend warm up in such an esteemed setting, prompting Locatelli to dream of his own debut with the first team. Van Persie inquired, "Have you ever considered retiring to coach the youth team?" "Of course not. I can still play," Inzaghi exclaimed with wide eyes. Each season, Galliani proactively seeks to renew his contract, a testament to his undeniable worth. For the sake of Milan, he has sacrificed the joys of life to continue battling on the pitch. Barisi, watching the field with a hint of worry, remarked, "Puyol has surprisingly recovered. I hope Kevin isn't injured again." "Rest assured, Kevin is no fool," replied Maldini with a smile. "If he dares to foul today, he certainly won't leave St. Kevin's Stadium unscathed." Upon hearing Maldini's words, Barisi reflected, "When I first saw that boy, I never imagined we would one day name our home ground after him. He is truly remarkable, isn't he? Maldini replied with a hint of pride. Even so, Kevin continues to respect me. Both his son and his son bear the name Paolo. Inzaghi, seated in the front row, nearly burst into laughter. Though he may not be as fluent in Chinese as Kaka or Ramos, he possesses a fair understanding of Chinese culture. Sighing, Inzaghi shook his head, deciding not to reveal the truth, allowing Maldini's foolish pride to persist. As the players warmed up on the field, they were cautious not to kick the ball out of bounds. Cruz persistently attempted various passes to Huang Kaiwen, who effortlessly controlled the ball or shot on goal. Buffon, standing in front of the goal, raised his hands and exclaimed, "If you keep this up, I'll summon the goalkeeping coach to join me for warm-ups." This intensity is too high. High-intensity warm-ups can help you concede fewer goals. You don't have many clean sheets in Serie A, Thiago Silva quipped. Buffon rolled his eyes. Isn't that clever of him? He simply had his agent cancel the clean sheet bonus. Otherwise, with Milan's defense being so reckless, he would lose a fortune. Hearing this, Huang Kaiwen refrained from shooting and began juggling the ball instead. Alternating between foot and shoulder, he maintained perfect balance, standing still despite the movement. The Milan players had grown accustomed to his remarkable skills, yet some discerned the uniqueness of his talent. Huang Kaiwen was indeed the center of attention, having once performed a piano piece using his feet. The officiating team for this match hails from England, with Howard Webb as the main referee. Nonetheless, Herbert van der Linde remained focused on the final. As Huang Kaiwen began juggling, he fixated on the screen, murmuring the musical notes. After a few moments, a majestic melody emerged in his mind. The Mass is a solemn religious piece. Indeed, Kaiwen is Kaiwen, even in the grand setting of the Champions League final. He can effortlessly compose any symphony with his feet. Van der Linde felt a tinge of regret for not officiating the final, leaving it to an uninformed Englishman. However, Webb was merely a backup choice. Originally, the main referee designated was Rizzoli, but with Milan representing Italy in the final, it was impossible for an Italian referee to officiate. In the stands, legends Pelé, Cesare Maldini, Beckenbauer, and Cruyff sat together, all positioned in the neutral fan section, which was adorned predominantly with red and black striped shirts. Even more organized than the home supporters section, Pelé observed the lively Huang Kaiwen on the field, utterly captivated. Beckenbauer chuckled, remarking that Barcelona seemed to stand little chance. "Let us hope they don't lose too badly," sighed Cruyff. To think they could triumph over AC Milan is merely a dream. At that moment, Pelé noticed some players with unusual hair colors. "Ah, today we see some players sporting blue hair," he noted. "Indeed, that is true," replied Beckenbauer. "When Huang Kaiwen first joined AC Milan, his hair was blue. I wonder if there is a reason behind this." The camera panned to Inzaghi, who also had dyed hair. It was evident that AC Milan was resolutely determined to seize victory in the UEFA Champions League final at St. Kevin's Stadium, yet caution was warranted. For Barcelona was no easy adversary. As the players returned to the tunnel, it seemed a bit premature, for next was a cultural performance. The Vatican Guard and other players departed as well. The stadium soon filled with many beautiful women, their attire reflecting the historical evolution of Italy. The predominant red hue also signified that this was Milan's territory. Center stage were Shakira and Pashini, performing Milan Milan. Only dreams, no violence. May you be free from pollution. Milan, Milan, we only wish to support you. Milan, Milan, forever for you. This anthem sparked a chorus among the crowd. Reverberating throughout the city of Milan, the young lady whispered to Beatrice, "Isn't the line about no violence a bit inappropriate for us?" Not at all. What is often lacking is fervently proclaimed, a hallmark of Western culture, proving Milan is a team of pure lineage, Beatrice playfully responded. The young lady reflected on this and found merit in the observation. After all, what is wrong with football players brawling? Neither the Italian Football Federation nor UEFA has objections. At this juncture, models began to grace the field. Numerous brands transformed the stadium into a runway, with an impressive array of supermodels in attendance. They donned the latest fashions, strutting their stuff around St. Kevin's Stadium. Fans in the lower tier were thoroughly entertained. The supermodels' outfits were minimal, with angles revealing even the tiniest details. The Valentino models concluded the procession. Beatrice urged her companions in the box to pay attention to the spectacle. This UEFA Champions League final featured an abundance of Italian brands. Just as the fans thought the show had concluded, the Ferrari team executed a live assembly of a race car on site. driving it out of the stadium, prompting gasps of astonishment. This iconic car brand is part of the Fiat Group, fulfilling a request from Little Rainieri. The groundskeeper nervously entered the field to make preparations, heightening the anticipation for the impending final. Boas chose to discreetly sit in the stands occupied by Barcelona fans, his gaze fixed on Rosell, who was engrossed in conversation with two Africans, capturing his attention. Tassadi turned to Ancelotti and inquired, "Carlo, are we merely spectators today? What can be done? Damn Italian customs have seized our new equipment," Ancelotti lamented. In a corner unnoticed by the two, a figure clad in a robe adjusted his glasses with a middle finger. The players from both teams entered the field following the officiating crew. To address a matter of great concern, Puyol had returned to the starting lineup. Indeed, Puyol had made it back for the Champions League final, serving as a tremendous morale boost for Barcelona. The veteran captain had weathered many battles. In terms of squad completeness, Barcelona appeared slightly more favorable, as their key players were all present. Now, let us examine the starting lineups. AC Milan deployed a 4-3-3 formation with dual defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Buffon, defenders, Zambrata, Van Dijk, Thiago Silva, Ramos, midfielders, Rakitic, Kroos, Rodri, forwards, Huang Kaiwen, Torres, Kaká. Barcelona, on the other hand, opted for a 4-3-3 formation with a single defensive midfielder, goalkeeper, Valdez, defenders, Alba, Pique, Puyol, Alves, midfielders, Iniesta, Busquets, Xavi, forwards, Pedro, Fabregas, Villa. Wenger continued to favor a relatively youthful midfield combination, likely aiming to utilize their stamina to restrict Barcelona's passing prowess. Indeed, while AC Milan possessed commendable technical skills, they were not a team known for patiently passing to create opportunities. Generally speaking, their attacking tempo was rather swift. Today, possession would likely favor Barcelona, with AC Milan compensating for this disparity through increased running. Van Persie's sudden injury left Wenger with limited options. Yet the decision to exclude Inzaghi in favor of a 15-year-old substitute seemed somewhat perilous. While one could understand Wenger's intention to nurture young talent, past experiences suggested that premature appearances could prove detrimental for young players, especially in such a momentous match as the Champions League final. Huang Kaiwen felt a buzz in his head upon seeing his teammates with blue hair. This could be considered a rather infamous chapter in the saga of the Yellow King. Perhaps the impact of these blue-haired players on the Yellow King was even more pronounced than that of Puyol. After winning the coin toss, Huang Kaiwen returned to his position, entirely disregarding the midfield. The youthful players in the center all sported blue hair, much to Pepsi's delight. Their sponsorship was certainly well invested. At 7:45 p.m., the English referee Howard Webb signaled the commencement of the match. Fabregas initiated play with a lateral pass. Kaká and Torres immediately surged forward. Huang Kaiwen did not rush to engage. Instead, he maneuvered between the central and left flanks to apply pressure. Villa, hesitant to linger on the ball, turned and delivered a back pass. Upon receiving the ball, Xavi remained unhurried, confident in his evasion capabilities. As Milan's players advanced slightly, Xavi swiftly evaded a challenge and executed a delicate lob. Iniesta, receiving the ball on the left flank, showcased his formidable dribbling skills, executing two swift changes of direction before performing a deft nutmeg. Rodrigo, towering over 1.90 m, found it impossible to adjust his center of gravity and fell heavily onto the grass, just as Iniesta squeezed through the narrow gap between Rodrigo and the sideline. Ramos burst forth, striking both the man and the ball, sending Iniesta out of bounds. Puyol's roar from the backline echoed like a starting gun, prompting Milan players to rush towards the scene of the foul. Remarkably, within less than a minute of the match's commencement, a conflict had already erupted. Kevin Huang had faced numerous fouls when up against Barcelona. As for Ramos, the Marca even accused him of fracturing the Spanish dressing room alongside Torres, which led to the team's failure to defend their European Championship title. The referee, Webb, merely issued a warning to Ramos, while the Barcelona players tugged at the referee, urging him to brandish a card. The AC Milan players, visibly displeased, sensed that a red card was inevitable, with Ramos being the most likely recipient. Indeed, it was uncertain. Ramos had a reputation for accumulating cards. Ramos may not appear particularly robust, yet it was said he was quite formidable. His fair complexion and absence of tattoos belied his fierce reputation. Perhaps the presence of furniture in the dressing room contributed to this perception. After all, Jack Chun could single-handedly take down a battleship when surrounded by furnishings. Torres, on the other hand, appeared significantly stronger, although his speed had noticeably diminished. Yet his resilience had improved. It seemed he had undergone a transformation, as AC Milan required a pivotal player. With Ramos in the attacking front, they need not worry about a lack of support. If he were to transition, playing as a fullback might suit him better. Indeed, I sensed that a red card was on the horizon. It was hardly surprising, given that Kevin Huang often incited brawls whenever facing Barcelona. It had become a hallmark of his matches. I realized a concerning trend. AC Milan was continuously recruiting young Spanish talent, and once Xavi and others retired, the Barcelona contingent might dwindle. At that point, with Ramos and Torres, the elder statesmen guiding the younger generation, would they not overwhelm the Barcelona squad? Alba and Pedro would surely be in dire straits. Did one truly believe they would still be considered for the national team? With Casillas seemingly fading, it felt as though Ramos was not far from becoming the captain of Spain. After the referee's intervention, the players were finally separated. Kevin Huang, placing a reassuring arm around Ramos's shoulders, counseled him, "Ignore those Barcelona fools. They only wish to see you sent off." "If only they could play properly," Ramos retorted. His meaning clear, any foul play would warrant a stretcher for them. Unable to suppress a sigh, Huang recognized his friend's fiery temperament, which made him prone to red cards. Alba then stepped up to take a throw-in, passing the ball to Peak, who advanced it forward. Lacking aerial dominance, Barcelona hesitated to launch the ball directly into the penalty area. Upon receiving the ball, Xavi noticed Huang approaching and, before he could arrive, swiftly delivered a horizontal pass to Busquets, who, without pausing, sent it back to Iniesta. Just then, Ramos surged forward, and Iniesta immediately delivered a through ball behind him. Pedro's acceleration was rapid, while Thiago Silva, despite his physical condition, was a step slower in his initial response. Nevertheless, he adeptly positioned himself to deny Pedro any opportunity to cut inside. Just before reaching the byline, Pedro executed a sudden turn and attempted to dribble past Silva, but failed to evade him. Consequently, he had to initiate another sprint and deliver a long pass. Silva easily intercepted the ball, sending it out for a corner. "Mark your man, and don't let them combine outside the box," Huang Kaiwen shouted, clapping his hands. Barcelona's corner kicks were predominantly tactical. Against Milan, it was unlikely they would directly swing the ball into the area. The prospect of Fabregas and Thiago Silva contesting a header was no trivial matter. The professor gazed with a complex expression at Fabregas, who stood at the edge of the penalty area. This was once his cherished protege, and while he felt angered by Fabregas's insistence on returning to Catalonia, witnessing his current plight stirred a sense of discomfort within him. Despite Fabregas's impressive statistics over the past 2 years, his tactical position remained quite precarious. His elite through balls and long passes clashed with Barcelona's rhythm, rendering him unable to play in his preferred role, and thus, he could never truly become a core player for the team. Being utilized as a false nine was a disservice to his abilities, akin to asking De Bruyne to play as a forward. Just by observing his demeanor, it was apparent that Fabregas was not enjoying his time at Barcelona. The former Arsenal captain occasionally found himself omitted from the national team roster. 8 years is no brief span. He had watched this young man grow. Now, seeing Fabregas in such a state, he could only sigh. Even if Fabregas wished to join Milan, acquiring a high-priced player in a congested midfield was hardly feasible, especially when the youth players might possess greater potential. Sometimes, a single choice can alter the course of a lifetime. Puyol, noticing Huang Kaiwen standing in the penalty area, approached him and said, "Don't think you'll easily take the trophy. Today, you'll experience the taste of defeat." Huang Kaiwen rolled his eyes, too disinterested to engage in conversation. Anyone can boast, but Huang, the king of yellow, found it impossible to do so because his words on the field often materialized. Even his aspiration to become the Prime Minister of Italy might one day come to fruition. At times, being exceptionally talented can be a burden. Huang Kaiwen distanced himself from Puyol, causing Fabregas's eyes to brighten. However, Huang showed no inclination to converse, which left Fabregas feeling somewhat disheartened. Back in his Arsenal days, Huang had invited him multiple times to join AC Milan. In the corner flag area, Xavi executed a short pass to Alba, who immediately advanced down the flank. Xavi moved away from the corner area, creating space between them. Yet, at that moment, Ramos had already rushed to Xavi's side, with Cruz lurking nearby. Alba hesitated for half a second before opting to deliver a cross into the box. Peak, despite being a towering presence, was unable to elevate due to Zambrata's cunning elbow to his side. With Thiago Silva pressing him from behind, Peak was unable to even fall to the ground. The ball sailed over the near post and into the center, where Van Dijk headed it clear of the penalty area. The ball soared directly towards Fabregas. But Huang Kaiwen's quick acceleration allowed him to surge forward, launching himself with his left foot and intercepting the ball with his right foot right in front of Fabregas. Surprised, Fabregas swiftly fell to the ground, attempting a slide tackle. His intention was primarily to halt Huang Kaiwen, rather than to dispossess him. As Huang Kaiwen positioned himself at the edge of the penalty area, he deftly flicked the ball with the inside of his right foot, which then bounced off his left foot and found its way to Cruz. Before Cruz could even turn, he was brought down by a swift tackle from Xavi. The crowd erupted with a chorus of boos as Webb, the referee, merely issued a warning without brandishing a card. Huang Kaiwen grimaced. Webb's officiating had always seemed lenient. Despite his background as a sheriff, players like Marcelo had tackled Muller from behind, and De Jong had kicked Alonso without reprimand under his watch. Moreover, in recent matches involving German teams, they had suffered defeats. Although Milan was not a German team, the inconsistency in officiating was still concerning. Both Barcelona and Milan might escalate their aggression under such lenient scrutiny. Ramos cleared the ball from the back, and Cruz immediately sent a diagonal pass to the right flank, where Ramos advanced to regain possession. Iniesta attempted to slow Ramos's progress, only to be shoved to the ground by him, much to the amusement of the nearby Rossoneri fans. As Ramos crossed the halfway line, the Barcelona players grew cautious. Busquets hurried to provide cover on the flank, fearing that Alba might struggle to contain Ramos alone. Just as Barcelona shifted their formation toward the left, Ramos executed a swift turn and delivered a lateral pass to the advancing Cruz, who without hesitation directed it to the left. This startled the Barcelona players, prompting them to hastily retreat. Huang Kaiwen received the ball and turned, but Xavi lunged at him, aiming for his heel. However, Xavi's reach fell short. Puyol opted to press forward, and as Huang Kaiwen maneuvered, he deftly passed the ball to Torres in the center. Torres immediately returned the pass to the left, completing a wall pass. Alves rushed toward the ball, diving in an attempt to intercept Huang Kaiwen's possession. Yet, Huang Kaiwen's speed surpassed his own. At the moment Alves hit the ground, Huang Kaiwen tapped the ball with his right foot, causing it to ricochet off Alves' shin and soar behind him. Huang Kaiwen, slightly awkward, leapt over Alves' legs. As he regained his balance, the ball approached, and he expertly brought it down with his chest. Seeing Peak close in on Huang Kaiwen, Alves anticipated his route and attempted to bypass Peak. After two successive touches with his left foot, Huang Kaiwen suddenly switched to his right, feigning a rightward breakthrough, prompting Peak to adjust his positioning. In an instant, Huang Kaiwen pulled the ball back with a swift flick of his foot. The ball was now at his left foot, leaving Peak unable to keep pace. As Peak chose to dive and extend his foot for a block, Huang Kaiwen skillfully evaded him. Noticing the impending danger, Valdez rushed toward the edge of the small penalty area. Without adjusting, Huang Kaiwen struck the ball with his right foot, elegantly sending it over Valdez's head and into the net. As Huang Kaiwen sprinted back after scoring, he passed by Puyol and raised a toast with the Spanish exclamation, "Salute." The echoes of the 2006 World Cup reverberated, and amidst the excitement, Kaiwen scored a signature goal right from the outset. When UEFA announced that this season's Champions League final would take place at St. Kevin's Stadium, I knew we would witness our team lift the Champions League trophy on home turf. Leaving San Siro marked the end of an era, yet arriving at St. Kevin's heralded the beginning of a legendary chapter. A remarkable 59-match winning streak culminating in victory is an accomplishment unprecedented in history, irreplicable in its grandeur. Although my sentiments towards UEFA's bureaucrats are rather unfavorable, witnessing a home victory has eased my lingering regrets. Europe boasts numerous five-star stadiums, and while waiting for Milan's next triumph may not be arduous, anticipating a home win is a far more daunting prospect. The venue for the Champions League final is predetermined long before the season commences. It will not be altered simply because the home team reaches the final. Manchester United once aspired to clinch victory at Wembley, while Real Madrid aimed for glory at the Bernabeu, yet neither succeeded. The most disheartening sight was witnessing former players return to compete in a final, leaving Real Madrid with a stinging defeat. Puyol stood resolutely, hands on hips. But his athletic prowess had waned, as he was now 35. The notion of fiercely pursuing opponents as he once did was no longer realistic. Even the most elite players must eventually confront the decline of their physical capabilities as their careers advance. Recently, he had begun contemplating retirement, a thought that crosses the minds of many athletes at his age. Puyol briefly entertained the idea of provoking Huang Kaiwen into a red card, considering it a final opportunity to contribute to the team. However, the memory of the hooligans who had previously thrown Molotov cocktails at his home filled him with trepidation. As a professional athlete, even a mercenary, he should not have to live in constant fear upon returning home. With such thoughts, Puyol hesitated to make a decision. In the stands, Rosell turned to ask, "Mamadou the Wizard, why has there been no effect? Haven't you consumed 5 liters of camel blood mixed with wine to communicate with the divine?" Rosell was reluctant to take such risks. However, as president of Barcelona, securing results was imperative for his tenure. Previously, he had been criticized for selling players at exorbitant prices. To stabilize his position, he needed to defeat AC Milan. In truth, even if it weren't the final, overcoming AC Milan with Huang Kaiwen would still be a monumental honor, and with the trophy in hand, his re-election would be assured. The sullen Mamadou the Wizard replied, "It's not that simple. I've experienced several Champions League finals, and they have ensnared me at this point in time. Are you sure this isn't a hallucination induced by your drinking?" Rosell queried, equally glum. The Wizard's words seemed dubious. Given the recent trend of magical confrontations in world football, a new profession of wizard agents had recently emerged, similar to agents who, for a fee, can procure models and celebrities for various engagements or even for personal pleasures. There are those who can summon a sorcerer upon receipt of payment. Russell has enlisted the Eritrean sorcerer Mamadou in such a manner. Eritrea, a nation shrouded in mystery, is often referred to as Africa's North Korea. Establishing contact with a sorcerer from that region is no small feat, Mamadou, displaying a hint of impatience, remarked. "This is my area of expertise. Do you really think I would deceive you? If Barcelona fails to win, I shall forfeit the remaining payment." Russell rolled his eyes, internally cursing. "Am I truly so desperate for that paltry sum?" he thought. If Barcelona triumphs, all will be well, but should they falter, Laporta will undoubtedly turn against him come summer. The stakes are exceedingly high in the position of a member-based club president. Even a slight deduction could suffice for personal gain. Reports had already surfaced in March, revealing that his marketing firm, Oriento, had illicitly organized numerous matches, with just the friendly match between Brazil and Portugal netting a profit of €3.5 million. Particularly in recent years, nearly all of Brazil's friendly matches have passed through his hands, suggesting a significant amount of illicit income. If this continues, he may find himself facing incarceration. However, as long as he retains connections within Barcelona, he still possesses maneuvering space, which is why Russell was so anxious. Recognizing his brusque demeanor, Mamadou rummaged through his army green crossbody bag and produced a small bottle, handing it to Russell. The bottle, yellowing and reminiscent of a beverage container from 1982, prompted Russell to inquire, "What purpose does this serve?" "Place a photograph of Kevin inside and fill it with water," Mamadou instructed. "And then Kevin will drown?" Russell asked. Rolling his eyes, Mamadou replied, "It will influence his performance." "Could I substitute a photo of Laporta instead?" Russell suddenly inquired, having recalled a pressing concern. Kevin Huang might be under the protection of someone from the Vatican. However, if a rival were eliminated, Kevin's performance would be inconsequential as long as no one troubled him. He would still retain his presidency at Barcelona. On the field, Barcelona maintained possession. After a brief pause, they had organized an attack. Yet, Fabregas's ability to break through and advance could only be deemed mediocre, failing to replace Messi. Throughout the match, Fabregas primarily lingered behind Villa, poised to provide him with incisive passes. Unfortunately, Villa was closely marked today, limiting his opportunities. Iniesta, receiving the ball on the left flank, propelled forward with remarkable speed. But Rodri, having learned his lesson, held back slightly as he approached. Upon seeing Iniesta's movement, he quickly followed suit, remaining vigilant against the opponent. "Fried meatballs," he thought, confirming his suspicions. Yet, Rodri still failed to contain him. His center of gravity was too high, and even with preparation, he could not adjust his pace in time. To intercept in such a scenario, one must either execute a sudden slide tackle like Busquets or trick the opponent into moving according to one's own strategy. Iniesta skillfully maneuvered past Rodri, feigning a pass to the left, while Ramos, in pursuit, focused on defending Pedro. In an instant, Iniesta found Fabregas with a precise pass. Fabregas, upon receiving the ball, noticed that Zambrotta and Rakitic had effectively marked Villa. Van Dijk stood in the path of his intended pass. Faced with this predicament, he had no alternative but to delicately return the ball to Iniesta. Thiago Silva immediately pressed forward, while Iniesta feinted with his shoulder and darted down the left flank, adjusting himself before delivering a precise diagonal pass. Buffon intercepted, seizing the ball just in time. This moment illuminated a flaw in Barcelona's strategy. They lacked a focal point in the attacking front. Everyone aspired to be a playmaker, leaving the penalty area devoid of presence when a pass was sought. Previously, Balotelli had performed admirably at Barcelona. His capabilities were unquestionable, yet he seemed somewhat out of sync with the team's dynamics. Barcelona ought to consider acquiring a forward, akin to Villa, who had thrived during his tenure there. This thought reminded me that both teams fielded two key forwards from the Spanish national squad today. Indeed, Torres and Villa are both elite strikers, and discussions among fans often center on who possesses superior skills. If one were to assess based on accolades, Torres undoubtedly reigns supreme, having amassed an abundance of titles during his years at AC Milan. Had it not been for Kevin Huang leading the Dutch team to victory, he might have claimed 2 European Championship titles as well. Buffon initiated the play with remarkable speed, passing to Kroos, who then found Kaká. Kaká's incisive through ball set Huang free on goal. The ball found the net as Huang executed a deft pendulum dribble. Evading Valdez, AC Milan's counterattack was indeed swift. Barcelona's high defensive line left them vulnerable, and they were exploited effectively during counters. Hail to St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The stadium erupted with resounding cheers. Even the Milan supporters were taken aback by the rapidity of the goal. Although Huang's pendulum dribble showcased his skill, the entire sequence appeared effortless. Barcelona's defense crumbled like paper before Milan's counteroffensive. The professor exuberantly embraced Nesta, both exhilarated at the prospect of their first UEFA Champions League trophy as coaches. Raul, seated in the stands, remarked, "Kevin is truly remarkable. I never anticipated he would maintain such a high level after all these years. Isn't that natural? That fellow's mind is consumed with thoughts of triumph. If I were as renowned as he, I would certainly charm every leading actress." Guti interjected before Raul could respond. Guti shook his head in resignation, surprised that Cassano remained unchanged. Raul sighed as he observed his children, each brimming with excitement. The good news was that they all adored football. The bad news was that their idol was not him. Even his eldest, Jorge, had questioned why, despite his inferior skills compared to Uncle Kevin, he bore the moniker of the Ring King, deeming such a title rather trivial. Raul could only helplessly explain that it wasn't his inadequacy, but rather Huang's extraordinary talent that set him apart. Not even the legendary figures from Real Madrid's history, like Di Stefano, could match Huang's prowess. Guti could only utter a sigh as he watched the unfolding drama on the pitch. As a staunch supporter of Madridism, he expressed profound regret over Huang Kaiwen's departure from Real Madrid. This time, in addition to attending the final, he wished to meet Huang Kaiwen's son, who could potentially be the next prodigy. Should the child indeed possess remarkable talent, Guti resolved to undertake additional efforts to guide him towards the Real Madrid Youth Academy, aiming to usher in a new era of dominance for the club. On the field, Barcelona launched another offensive, with the ball reaching the left flank. The moment Pedro received the ball, Ramos surged forward. This was the weakest Barcelona front line he had ever faced in previous encounters. He had contended with the likes of Eto'o or Ronaldinho. Pedro's skills and physicality were vastly inferior. Confronting such an opponent, Ramos held a significant psychological advantage. He gradually approached Pedro, who hesitated to attempt a direct pass back, allowing Ramos's teammate Rodri to exhale in relief. Whomever played as the defensive midfielder on that side bore the responsibility of supporting Ramos. After receiving the ball, Iniesta advanced with the play. His shooting ability paled in comparison to Fabregas, yet his dribbling far surpassed it. He had become a crucial element in Barcelona's ball progression. "You go, Tony," Ramos called out, observing Pedro's reluctance to move, knowing that Iniesta would surely pass if he did. Kroos charged directly at Iniesta, who deftly switched the ball from his left foot to his right, evading Kroos with a quick feint. Ramos could only curse as he rushed towards the center. Young Rodri, recognizing the situation, moved to the flank to contain Pedro's advance. As Iniesta propelled the ball forward, Barcelona's players surged ahead. "Go to the middle for support," Huang Kaiwen instructed Rakitic while continuing to follow Xavi. Suddenly, Iniesta accelerated and delivered a swift pass. Fabregas made a rapid run, receiving the ball with his back to goal and flicking it left, prompting Zambrata's alarm. Before he could intervene, Villa received the ball at the edge of the penalty area and executed a curling shot with his left foot. The ball arcing past Van Dijk and leaving Buffon with scant time to react. In a pivotal moment, Buffon leaped to deflect the ball out of bounds with his right hand. What a strike, destined for the corner. Villa's proficiency with both feet ranks among the elite in Europe, rivaled only by Huang Kaiwen and a select few others. Barcelona earned a corner kick, yet a dilemma loomed. If Peak did not advance, they lacked a height advantage, but his presence in attack would leave the defense vulnerable. Occasionally, Barcelona's corners aimed directly into the box. However, AC Milan's aerial prowess instilled caution in their approach. After prolonged deliberation, Peak positioned himself in the penalty area while Puyol remained close to Huang Kaiwen. Even if they refrained from delivering the ball into the box, they needed to ensure their tall players entered the area. Otherwise, it would clearly reveal a tactical corner. Peak not only aimed to contest headers in the box, but also to draw defensive attention. At Webb's urging, Alves made a run and executed a short pass. Iniesta, receiving the ball on the left flank, did not rush. He waited until Ramos approached before delivering a precise lateral pass. Fabregas opted to pass back to Alba, who promptly delivered the ball to Xavi. Barcelona frequently transforms corner kicks into a siege at the opponent's penalty area, perpetually exchanging passes to uncover vulnerabilities in the defense. The professor, standing anxiously on the sidelines, felt a tinge of nervousness. This was Barcelona's inaugural assault on Milan's penalty area today, and he was uncertain whether Milan could withstand the pressure. Despite Milan's historical performance and their past encounters, he remained apprehensive. Having been in the football realm for many years since his player days, the prospect of securing his first Champions League title made it difficult for him to maintain his composure. Fortunately, the Milan players, seasoned in pressing, thwarted Barcelona's attempts to create any opportunities. The ball shifted to the left flank, where a restless Rodri tackled Iniesta to the ground. After the whistle blew, the referee refrained from issuing a card. The professor, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Be wary of conceding too many set pieces. This could lead to a goal. It is unwise to keep giving the opponent chances." "Calm down, coach," Nesta interjected, tugging at the professor's arm. "We are in a good position. Defeat is not an option." "Is there truly no possibility of failure in football?" the professor retorted. "Let me rephrase," Nesta replied with a smile. "With Kevin on the pitch, we cannot lose." The professor nodded, acknowledging the presence of the number 10. He recognized his own anxieties regarding the Champions League, having waited far too long for this moment. Since the team reached the Champions League final, sleep had eluded him for over 2 weeks, leading to his emotional upheaval. Realizing this, the professor returned to his coaching seat to regain his composure. As the head coach, he understood he must not burden his players with additional pressure. For this free kick, Barcelona advanced only a few players. Alba played the ball to the side, and Xavi took a step forward with it. Rakitic charged ahead, prompting Xavi to deftly pivot and evade. Noticing Zambrata and Van Dijk approaching to assist, Kevin shouted, "Get back to your positions." Xavi passed the ball to Iniesta, who glanced at the penalty area but, disappointed, opted to distribute it wide again. This time, Ramos managed to intercept the ball before it reached its destination. The Barcelona players immediately sprinted back. Pedro dashed toward Ramos, attempting to foul him to thwart Milan's counterattack. However, their physical abilities were not comparable. As Pedro pursued Ramos, he reached out repeatedly, but after a few meters, he stumbled and fell. Xavi clung to Kevin's shirt, yet once Ramos crossed the halfway line, he chose to execute a wide-ranging switch, sending the ball soaring from the right flank to the left. Kevin suddenly surged forward, and Xavi, nearly losing his balance, struggled to keep up. Despite the momentum, Kevin leaped and skillfully controlled the ball with the back of his heel. Seizing the opportunity, Alves and Busquets closed in. Facing away from the touchline, Kevin shielded the ball, readying himself for the impending challenge from the two Barcelona players. At that moment, Kevin flicked the ball with his right foot, causing it to bounce slightly before he nudged it forward. With a sharp crack, the ball soared over Huang Kaiwen's head and flew behind him, startling the two Barcelona players. Huang swiftly turned, using his chest to nudge the ball, and immediately charged towards the Barcelona penalty area. Seizing the opportunity, Xavi hurriedly positioned himself to mark Huang. In a similar motion, Huang deftly controlled the ball with his right foot, and after taking 2 steps, he suddenly struck the ball forward with force, pivoting swiftly towards the penalty box. Damn! Xavi muttered under his breath as he turned to chase. However, the disparity in their explosive power was too great, despite his efforts. He still lagged behind by a considerable distance. Reaching the ball near the 6-yard box, Huang flicked it with the inside of his left foot. Realizing the imminent danger, Pique rushed towards Torres. Yet, the pass was perfectly placed, allowing Torres to effortlessly nod the ball towards the goal. Valdez on the left flank barely had a moment to react as the ball thundered off the crossbar and out of play. That was almost another goal. It was primarily Pique's collision with Torres that prevented him from getting into position. Otherwise, that would have been a certain score. Indeed, AC Milan's offensive onslaught today has been relentless, wave after wave, rendering Barcelona's attacking efficiency utterly inadequate. Before the match commenced, we anticipated Barcelona would dominate possession, yet thus far, AC Milan boasts 52 control compared to Barcelona's 48. This can be attributed partly to the early stage of the match and partly to the numerous attacking opportunities created by AC Milan. Barcelona cannot sustain such a performance. Torres shrugged his shoulders at Huang, indicating that the missed opportunity was regrettable. Huang smiled and waved dismissively. It feels as if Barcelona poses no threat whatsoever. One only needs to observe the Spanish national team's recent matches to discern their struggles. Barcelona's framework mirrors that of Spain. Meanwhile, Brazil has been formidable lately, having secured consecutive titles in the Confederations Cup, with another tournament set to take place on home soil this summer. The current Brazilian squad lacks the star power of 2006, when Kaká, Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, and Adriano comprised their strongest lineup, with exceptional players in every position. The 2006 Brazilian team was somewhat unfortunate, facing France too early, while their stars struggled from the group stages. Conversely, the French veterans exhibited commendable performances. Reflecting on recent tournaments, last year's Dutch team stands out as the most impressive. In contrast to teams such as Italy from 2006, which boasted numerous superstars, even Spain's substitutes were worth millions, yet the Dutch team, with players who struggled to secure spots in the top leagues, triumphed under Huang's leadership. During last year's European Championship, Quit was instrumental, averaging over 13,000 meters per match, truly a testament to his endurance. Under relentless pressure, Barcelona grew anxious, often resorting to hasty forward play. Rodri seized an opportunity, intercepting the ball and swiftly delivering it to Huang. Receiving the pass, Huang turned and accelerated, with Xavi urgently keeping pace. Unexpectedly, Huang executed a sudden stop and a deft pullback, leaving Xavi reaching for nothing but air as Huang nudged the ball forward again, igniting his run. Xavi, now fully aware he had been outmaneuvered, was left in disbelief. Alves hurriedly rushed forward to bolster the defense, while Huang Kaiwen remained composed, feigning a move with his right foot over the ball, prompting Alves to continue retreating. At this moment, Xavi, who was tracking back, drew closer. Huang Kaiwen skillfully brushed the ball with his right foot, executing a half-bicycle kick, and as his right foot landed, he deftly nudged the ball forward with his left, leaving Alves grasping at thin air as he propelled himself once more towards the Barcelona penalty area. Noticing that Valdez was positioned slightly too far forward, Huang Kaiwen instinctively flicked the ball with precision. It soared into a parabolic arc towards Barcelona's goal. Over 80,000 spectators in the stadium lifted their gazes skyward. Valdez, scrambling back towards the 6-yard box, leapt in a desperate attempt to intercept the ball, successfully deflecting it near the crossbar and sending it out for a corner. Goodness, that was nearly another goal. The Barcelona players were left in a cold sweat. Puyol turned back and shouted, "Pay attention, damn it. This is the Champions League final." It was as if mere attention could secure victory. Pique muttered under his breath. "What did you say?" Puyol glared back, inquiring. Pique quickly raised his hands defensively, replying, "Nothing. I said nothing." Puyol's anger was indeed quite intimidating. Cruz jogged up, noticing that Huang Kaiwen wasn't heading towards the corner flag, and asked, "Captain, are you not taking the corner?" "You go ahead. I trust your judgment on who to pass to," Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile. Today, he had drawn several long-range shooting experts, so it was only logical to wait for an opportunity to strike directly. Huang Kaiwen's words ignited a spark of excitement in Cruz. He immediately wondered if Huang Kaiwen was hinting for him to pass the ball to himself. However, upon reflection, He realized that Huang Kaiwen meant to commend his exceptional ability in the game. This instilled a sense of purpose in Cruz. As if he were not merely taking a corner kick, but rather standing at the brink of a decisive penalty in a World Cup final. Positioned at the corner flag, he continuously turned his head, striving to identify the best angle for a goal. Upon seeing Huang Kaiwen, Puyol immediately approached him, tugging on Huang Kaiwen's jersey. "Do all you Barcelona players enjoy doing this? If you want my jersey, I'll gladly give it to you after the match," Huang Kaiwen huffed. Observing a hint of arrogance on Huang Kaiwen's face, Puyol felt a surge of indignation. Yet, this exchange felt oddly familiar. It reminded him of what Zidane had said to Materazzi in 2006. Yes, that was it. Suddenly, a thought struck Puyol. "I'm not interested in your jersey. I fancy your sister." Huang Kaiwen, aware of the relationship between him and Materazzi, almost chuckled, realizing that Puyol was trying to provoke him. Huang Kaiwen covered his mouth, saying, "In our country, we are all only children. Even among relatives, I have no sisters, so this banter holds no weight with me. But you are different. I have no sister, and you have no mother. You despicable scoundrel, employing such tactics. Surely even your mother would not wish to acknowledge you as her son. Of course, you might be her daughter." Puyol paused for a moment, then, realizing the insult, erupted in fury like a raging lion, lowering his head to charge violently at Huang Kaiwen. Time seemed to freeze. The previously boisterous St. Kevin's Stadium fell into an eerie silence. Both Barcelona and Milan players wore expressions of disbelief. Previously, Puyol's foul on Huang Kaiwen could be interpreted as a defensive maneuver laced with a certain malice, and this action was entirely unjustifiable, amounting to a deliberate attempt to harm an opponent. Even more astonishing is that a similar incident had occurred during the 2006 World Cup final. No one could have anticipated Puyol's audacity, not even the Barcelona fans. The referee, Webb, was momentarily taken aback. Unable to recall anything beyond the memory of someone hurling a homemade incendiary device at the FA headquarters, a news event that left a lasting impression on every Premier League referee. Fear. Despite his background as a sheriff, he was not particularly courageous. In Europe, self-preservation often takes precedence over martyrdom. The entire stadium fell into silence, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The camera then focused on Ramos, who had initially been positioned inside the penalty area but had now retreated to the halfway line. Fans worldwide were left wondering what he intended to do. In a swift turn at the halfway line, he surged toward the Barcelona penalty area with a speed that rivaled Huang Kaiwen's. Undoubtedly one of the fastest sprints in football. Realizing this, Cruzadeli exclaimed, "Ramos has accelerated. I have a premonition." Ramos, a flying kick. With several meters still between him and Puyol, Ramos launched himself into the air, his right boot striking Puyol's cheek with force. Barcelona players rushed to intervene, and Iniesta, upon witnessing the scene, instinctively hid behind the goal, sitting on the ground to minimize his presence, perhaps haunted by a previous injury. Ramos's actions seemed to signal the onset of an offensive, prompting all 7 substitutes from Milan's bench to charge toward the field in unison. The professor was taken aback. If the players on the field exceeded 7, it would lead to an immediate defeat. Was his first Champions League title slipping away? The professor quickly grabbed hold of a player, and the young Catron struggled fiercely, shouting at the field, "Damn Catalan pigs, you're finished." The professor turned and called, "Alessandro, help." Nesta joined the fray, asserting, "Let me handle this." Bull joined in to assist the professor in restraining Catron. The situation was perilous for Milan. Any player rushing onto the field would undoubtedly receive a red card. And even if the main players were not penalized too severely, he had no other substitutes left. On the ground, Huang Kaiwen, having assessed the situation after Ramos kicked Puyol, quickly rose to intercept several teammates. Ramos was done. Torres could not hold him back, so he grabbed hold of Kaká and Buffon, also pulling Rodri along. No matter what, they could not afford to lose too many players today. Cruz's speed was alarming, but fortunately, Zambrata remained composed, promptly blocking Thiago Silva. Van Dijk, eager to join in, hesitated but was also restrained by him. Even so, Barcelona players suffered a grievous blow. Puyol lay on the ground, unable to rise. Yet the Milan players showed no intention of relenting. Regardless of who stood in their path, Torres and Ramos continued their relentless assault. The substitutes, rushing onto the field, had no thoughts of returning to the bench. Their emotions were far more fervent than those of the starters. The scene descended into utter chaos. The police force dispatched by the municipal government was nearly overwhelmed amidst the rossoneri, while the security at St. Kevin's Stadium could only offer limited assistance. In such circumstances, the situation on the field was utterly beyond effective control. Rosell was almost delirious with glee, muttering to himself, "Send off 5, send off 5, send off 5. If we can't send off 5, then take 1 down." As a politician, he understood all too well that if a malignant incident were to erupt during the Champions League, even if AC Milan emerged victorious, they would face disqualification, perhaps even a ban for a considerable duration. Thus, whether AC Milan received 5 red cards, leaving them with fewer than 7 players, or 1 Barcelona player was sent off, it would ensure the championship belonged to Barcelona. At that point, he could emerge as the victim, denouncing the atrocities of AC Milan. Wasn't that a masterstroke? If Laporta dared to undermine him at such a moment, he would be branded a traitor across all of Catalonia, a conspirator aiding the perpetrators in diverting attention. Football may not have been his forte, but the president of Barcelona needed not to be a football savant. One must possess an understanding of either tarnishing opponents or leveraging one's own players. What to do? What to do? The professor was genuinely alarmed. Leading by 2 goals, the championship was tantalizingly close, only to suddenly plunge into chaos. The magnitude of this disparity gripped his heart in turmoil, akin to lying beside the woman of one's dreams, just as he prepared to light a cigarette. When she abruptly inquired, "Have we begun? Do not hold me back. I must enter." On the stands, Van Persie was overwhelmed with emotion. Damn it! He thought he had merely missed the Champions League final, unaware he was missing such a pivotal moment. One could forego scoring in the final. Yet Puyol had engaged with Kevin, who shockingly did not appear. This was something Van Persie could not accept. Inzaghi and Maldini pulled Van Persie back, his actions inciting further agitation among the fans. If this continued, a malevolent incident could ensue. The now rejuvenated Webb approached Kevin, saying, "You must intervene, Kevin. Let us resume the match first. This situation benefits no one." "Understood," Kevin nodded, then swiftly intervened to separate Ramos and Torres, while Buffon and Zambrata took the opportunity to embrace the two. Kevin declared, "That's enough. Let us see some cards. The match must go on." With that, he turned to the stands to calm the fans, for a disturbance among them would spell disaster. Ramos, Torres, Cruz, Rakitic, Abbiati, the Bender brothers, De Bruyne, Hazard, Quit, Nesta, and Puyol, all shown red cards. Goodness, AC Milan had 10 players sent off, 4 starters along with 6 substitutes, leaving only 8 from an 18-man roster. Nesta was a member of the coaching staff. Some fans, curious, wondered how the match could possibly continue after such an abundance of red cards. In truth, it is indeed feasible that if one side has fewer than 7 players on the field, the match will be promptly terminated. Should the score be less than 30, the winning team will be credited with 30 points. If the score exceeds 3 o'clock, the current tally will be acknowledged. Although AC Milan has received 11 red cards, only 4 of their key players were sent off, allowing the game to persist. However, currently, playing 7 against 10 presents a significant disadvantage, and the disparity in numbers will hasten the physical exhaustion of AC Milan's players, with substitutes nearly wiped out, leaving no one left to replace them. Such a tumultuous situation may even lead UEFA to impose sanctions on both teams. This confrontation was devoid of yellow cards, with all actions resulting in red cards. The officiating crew is diligently verifying the penalized players, ensuring no one slips through the cracks. The television replay was once again presented, revealing Puyol headbutting Huang Kaiwen in the chest. The camera then shifted to Ramos, who opened his mouth and quickly turned to exit the penalty area. The lens followed Ramos as he dashed back to the center line, only to turn and deliver a kick aimed at the back of Puyol's head. Had Puyol not sensed the movement behind him, he might have found himself in a far graver predicament. With this singular action, nearly all Milan players were stirred into motion. Huang Kaiwen promptly stood up to restrain his teammates. The reaction of the Barcelona players was particularly intriguing. Xavi encouraged others to intervene, but when someone attempted to retaliate, Xavi quickly restrained them, continuing to provoke from behind. It appears that Xavi aims to secure victory without conflict. He truly deserves recognition as one of Spain's most astute players, deliberately instigating AC Milan players into aggression. Iniesta, on the other hand, amusingly positioned himself quietly behind the goal, entirely disengaged from the skirmish. It is evident that Barcelona players exhibited a level of composure suggesting that they may have had a premeditated strategy in place. Indeed, you are correct. This was undoubtedly prearranged, as it is unlikely that Barcelona players could maintain such calmness otherwise. Webb and the linesman communicated, ensuring no offenders were overlooked, yet Barcelona, aside from Puyol, received no red cards. The replays confirmed that Barcelona players refrained from any physical altercations. Currently, AC Milan is left with only 7 players on the field, while Barcelona maintains 10, creating a considerable advantage. No one anticipated such a reversal of fortunes. And now the world is intrigued by the nature of the exchange between Puyol and Huang Kaiwen. This segment has also been replayed, revealing Huang Kaiwen's initial remarks, seemingly addressing Puyol's tugging of his jersey. Puyol responded, after which Huang Kaiwen covered his mouth, inciting Puyol's ire. One might wonder if this interaction bears resemblance to the exchange between Materazzi and Zidane, albeit Puyol failed to provoke Huang Kaiwen, who instead incited Puyol's anger. I find this comparison quite apparent. It is amusing indeed. I share your sentiments. The crux of the matter lies in Huang Kaiwen's penchant for gaming and online forums, rendering him impervious to typical banter. Had Zidane possessed Huang Kaiwen's level of composure, he likely would not have received a red card. It must be noted that while Huang Kaiwen's moral standing may be questionable, he exhibits no discernible weaknesses on the field. I have often speculated that his previous red cards were intentional. Huang Kaiwen has always exhibited remarkable composure. A few derogatory remarks hardly faze him. It amuses me to think that if the commentary holds true, Puyol must be rather inept. Let us recall Huang Kaiwen's initial remarks. It was Puyol who instigated the altercation, having been persistently tugged at by Xavi beforehand. What could a mere exchange of words achieve? Puyol deserved this. Furthermore, one should note a subtle detail. Huang Kaiwen's first utterance was undoubtedly not an insult. After covering his mouth, it's likely he had nothing pleasant to convey. Indeed, this individual is particularly attentive to lip-reading experts, as the world of football has seen many seek their interpretations. Even Moratti has faced repercussions. Safety is a concern not only on the field, but also in the stands. Nevertheless, I doubt Huang Kaiwen's team will suffer a defeat today. It seems improbable. Even the most seasoned fans who oscillate between support and criticism cannot ascertain the outcome. Anyone well-versed in football understands the magnitude of a 7 versus 10 disadvantage. What is even more absurd is that AC Milan has but one substitute left, Catrone. Had quit and a few others still been present, they could have relied on stamina for defensive support. However, in this scenario, only a young forward remains, who is not even a defensive player. No one can confidently claim that AC Milan can endure to the 90th minute and secure victory. This conflict has resulted in considerable unforeseen consequences. While the turmoil in the stands has gradually subsided, the repercussions of 12 red cards linger. Some companies have hastily adjusted their odds. Bob Rives, CEO of William Hill, resolutely stands in favor of Huang Kaiwen. Having suffered losses, he seeks to recoup them this time. Rives even raised the odds without waiting for the actuaries to entice fans to bet on Barcelona. He is wagering his career on this gamble. A loss due to regulatory violations could lead to dire consequences, while a victory might yield substantial rewards, potentially earning him a stake in the board. Inzaghi, after glancing at his phone, was overcome with despair. What is the matter? The outside world does not hold us in high regard? Asked Maldini. Indeed, this sentiment exists. With a woeful expression, Inzaghi lamented, "If I were not a player, I would bet everything on Milan. With Kaiwen, we cannot lose. His refusal to retire has cost me billions." Maldini was taken aback. Van Persie, though silent, shared his astonishment at Inzaghi's unwavering faith in Huang Kaiwen. He himself harbored little optimism regarding Milan's situation. With one forward, 2 midfielders, and a fullback sent off, Milan finds it nearly impossible to play effectively. With so few players, even passing necessitates extensive movement, which alleviates defensive pressure on the opposition. Barcelona could easily deploy 2 or 3 players to contain Huang Kaiwen while maintaining numerical superiority. Both coaches are acutely aware of this reality. The professor gazes at the field, overwhelmed with despair. He is yet to recover from the significant blow. The Barcelona coach has already devised his strategy. Mascherano, after a brief warm-up, is ushered to the sidelines. Villanova reassures Mascherano, "Inform them not to rush. The longer we play, the greater our advantage. We shall wear down our opponents with our passing game. The dawn of victory is upon us, and time will bring the trophy to us." Mascherano nodded as he approached the sidelines, and the fourth official gestured for him to enter the field. "We need to bolster our defense," Huang Kaiwen exclaimed, clapping his hands. With only 6 players on the field aside from the goalkeeper, the situation was exceedingly challenging. "What should we do?" Kaká inquired, hands on his hips. "Rodrigo, drop deeper into the defensive midfield position. I will position myself in front of you, while Ricardo should stay further upfield to prepare for counterattacks or pass the ball to me when I make a forward run," Huang Kaiwen instructed. Rodrigo, whose full name is Rodrigo Cascani, nodded vigorously. In such crucial moments, he instinctively placed complete trust in Huang Kaiwen's words, devoid of any inclination to argue. This unwavering faith stemmed from the legendary undefeated status of Huang Kaiwen, fueled by the reverence he held for his childhood idol. At the age of 8 or 9, he had begun to grasp certain concepts, albeit not entirely, and had directly witnessed the remarkable trajectory of Huang Kaiwen's career over the years. He believed in Huang Kaiwen even more than in himself. It was Pedro, not Fabregas, who was substituted. Iniesta was pushed to the front line, while Fabregas took his place on the left side, partnering with Xavi in central midfield. Barcelona's formation shifted to a 4-3-2, rendering Fabregas ineffective in the center. Thus, they opted to forego a central forward and allowed the wingers to expand their movements. As Barcelona completed their substitutions, Weber called out, "Milan hasn't taken their corner yet, Kevin." Kaká and the others turned to Huang Kaiwen. "I'll take it myself." Huang Kaiwen waved his hand. Fans across the globe bore witness to an unprecedented scene. Even when Barcelona executed a corner kick or a tactical corner, there would typically be players in the box. However, this time, Huang Kaiwen stood alone at the corner flag. With no Milan players in the penalty area, such a sight was remarkably rare. AC Milan was clearly wary of being caught on the counterattack, with 3 fewer players. If they failed to contest the aerial ball, a counterattack would be inevitable. Huang Kaiwen decided to take a direct shot. He had no other option. Positioned at the corner flag, he turned to look at Weber. After Weber nodded, he swiftly stepped forward with his left foot and struck the ball with the inside of his right foot. Bam! A direct shot. This attempt was almost too transparent. Huang Kaiwen had no alternative but to shoot. However, the goal had ample space, providing him with various options. Valdés positioned himself where he thought was optimal. But Kaká's sudden forward run distracted Barcelona's defenders slightly. As the ball soared through the air for a second, Valdés sensed something was amiss. The ball reached the goal earlier than he anticipated. He quickly turned to make a save, but it was too late. Though his hands made contact with the ball, he could not deflect it away. Boom! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The stadium erupted. Milan was ablaze with excitement. Europe, indeed the world, was in a frenzy. Huang Kaiwen, standing at the corner flag, executed a somersault, igniting the fervor of the earth. Against all odds, Huang Kaiwen had managed to extend the scoreline. Which side was truly at a disadvantage? Goal! Kevin goal! Kevin executed a magnificent hat trick, with one of his goals scored directly from a corner kick. Despite being at a significant numerical disadvantage, Kevin further extended the lead. Is there anyone who believes Milan might falter? I can only assert that such a notion is utterly inconceivable. Do not tell me that impossibility does not exist. At least in Kevin's case, defeat is out of the question. The unexpected events of today have ignited a flicker of hope for Barcelona. Yet, the most lamentable aspect lies in witnessing hope, grasping it, only to be met with profound disappointment. At St. Kevin's Stadium, Catalonia found no opportunity to grasp the trophy. The 30-year-old Kevin extinguished all suspense. St. Kevin's Stadium is no warm spring retreat. Barcelona is not a Persian army, and Kevin is certainly not a king of Sparta. He is the deity of football, and no one can triumph over Kevin merely by virtue of numerical superiority. The professor leaped in exhilaration, turning to search for Nesta, only to realize that the eager assistant coach had already ascended to the stands. He chuckled awkwardly, brushing his temple to alleviate the embarrassment, not only due to the absence of his companion, but also because of the previous pessimism. Now, with Milan scoring again, he glimpsed renewed hope. Despite being 64 years old, when faced with the pinnacle of European club honors, he remained anxious. Even his seasoned adversary Ferguson, who has secured numerous European titles, could not escape moments of indiscretion in the finals. Football is a sport that evokes both laughter and tears, tugging at the strings of one's heart with every pulse. St. Kevin's Stadium has transformed into a sea of jubilation. The Milan Youth Academy players in the stands embraced each other in wild celebration. Nesta, having joined the stands, was bouncing with a few old friends. Van Persie sat despondently, silent and untroubled. For him, the final had already concluded. Torres had triumphed. Ramos had triumphed. Even the underwhelming Quit had triumphed, yet he faced defeat. Van Persie understood well the source of his arrogance towards Sneijder and Robben, and indeed, all Dutch players. The moment Puyol's head collided with Yellow Kevin's, he found himself unable to take the field for a red card, an outcome far more difficult to accept than missing 10 penalties across several matches. Should he not emulate the assassins in films and eliminate Puyol in the hospital? However, Van Persie quickly pondered a crucial dilemma. Although dispatching Puyol in Milan would not pose a challenge, he could not boldly proclaim himself the hero of the tale. Such declarations would diminish in impact. Van Persie sighed. "No need to rush. We have ample time." Villanova shouted. "Even if we concede a goal, it matters not. The later we progress, the greater our advantage. Steady yourselves today. This is your closest encounter with the Champions League title. Do not squander such a splendid opportunity." Although Barcelona had frequently reached the finals, during the latter part of the Dream Team 2 and the entirety of Dream Team 3, the Champions League had been monopolized by Yellow Kevin. These Spanish internationals have secured international tournament victories with the national team, yet have found little success at the club level in European competition. Villanova genuinely feared they might lose their composure and allow Yellow Kevin to score twice more. The difference between trailing by 3 goals and 5 is vastly significant. Fortunately, the Barcelona players also understood that there was no need for haste. Iniesta initiated the play with a lateral pass, allowing Villa to gradually advance. The Milan players, wary of committing to aggressive pressing, conserved their energy, a precious resource at this stage, affording Barcelona a comfortable rhythm. Kaká's defensive prowess was lacking, leaving Huang Kaiwen to shoulder a greater defensive burden. He and Rodri formed the final line of defense in front of the 3 defenders. Huang Kaiwen understood the necessity of showcasing his utmost defensive skills, and fortunately, both he and today's experience card were formidable. Xavi's pace was insufficient, and Villa sought to maintain possession. Seizing the moment, Huang Kaiwen closed in. Upon noticing this, Villa quickly turned, only to find that Huang Kaiwen had anticipated his move, maintaining perfect synchronization and positioning himself directly behind Villa to execute a precise poke, dislodging the ball from Villa's control. Observing this, Xavi dashed forward. Huang Kaiwen needed to navigate around Villa, which cost him precious time. Even with a swift start, he would be a step behind. After careful consideration, Huang Kaiwen opted for a sliding tackle. Xavi instinctively sidestepped at Huang Kaiwen's action. However, with a deft flick of his right foot, Huang Kaiwen successfully redirected the ball. This time, Huang Kaiwen reacted more swiftly than Xavi, promptly rolling over to shield the ball, while Xavi, in a reflexive motion, inadvertently kicked Huang Kaiwen's shin. Referee Howard Webb immediately blew his whistle. Xavi, wide-eyed, looked at Webb, incredulous that such a seemingly innocuous incident warranted a foul call. "Foul," Webb declared emphatically. "Why?" Xavi protested with dissatisfaction. "It was unintentional, and the challenge wasn't overly harsh." "I am not obligated to explain myself to you," Webb retorted, pointing towards Barcelona's half. "Return or face a card." Reluctantly, Xavi muttered curses as he retreated. Webb exhaled, relieved, although the situation had its context. He had already sent off 11 Milan players. Should Huang Kaiwen's unbeaten streak be broken, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the backlash. Did he truly believe that only the Colombians were fervent? Huang Kaiwen's supporters were akin to zealous religious devotees, and Webb, hailing from the historic English city of Yorkshire, was acutely aware of the brutalities of religious wars. Thus, he aimed to maintain balance on the pitch. This meant, to some extent, allowing AC Milan players leeway. Even if someone were to launch a flying kick at a Barcelona player, he would treat it with the same indifference as in the previous World Cup. It was imperative that AC Milan never fell below 7 players to avoid a forfeit. Despite obtaining a free kick in the back line, Huang Kaiwen felt little joy. The numerical disadvantage was glaringly evident. An additional player would have significantly eased the situation. With 3 midfielders, they could maintain possession without being intercepted, yet without Kaká up front, there was no one to exploit counter-attacking opportunities. Continuous passing, even with gaps in Barcelona's half, would yield no recipient. Rodri took the kick, delivering it directly to Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen took small steps to advance the ball, Barcelona players swarmed towards the left flank, no longer intimidated by AC Milan's offensive capabilities, solely focused on stifling Huang Kaiwen's efforts. Frustrated by the dense cluster of defenders, Huang Kaiwen felt a headache coming on. As he crossed the halfway line, Villa approached, offering no assistance. This is to prevent him from being overwhelmed individually, waiting for teammates to arrive for support. Xavi immediately moved up, followed closely by Alves. Mascherano also advanced significantly, positioning himself beside Busquets. Huang Kaiwen attempted to initiate play with a touch from his left foot, but Xavi swiftly shifted right to block the sideline. With a flick of his left foot, Huang Kaiwen transferred the ball to his right, and Villa wasted no time in extending his foot. An opportunity, however. Upon noticing the positions of Fabregas and Busquets, Huang Kaiwen opted to retreat, pulling the ball back with his right foot and turning to carry it toward his own half. This exemplifies the issue of having too few players. Indeed, there was no one to share the burden with Huang Kaiwen. Previously, AC Milan thrived because Huang Kaiwen required at least 2 defenders to mark him. When 2 players were occupied with him, there was less coverage elsewhere. And AC Milan's other players possessed strong individual skills. However, with their departure, Barcelona could easily fortify their defense with sheer numbers. Huang Kaiwen had no supporting options nearby, making it exceedingly simple for defenders to neutralize Kaká. As Huang Kaiwen returned to the back line, Villanova immediately shouted, "Don't chase one by one. This is meant to draw you apart." Huang Kaiwen thought to himself, surprised that Barcelona's coach saw through it so quickly. Due to the differing speeds and playing styles of each player, he sought to lure the Barcelona players in pursuit, enabling him to attempt a solo breakthrough. Yet, with the coach's warning, that possibility vanished. When faced with a single opponent, Huang Kaiwen was nearly guaranteed to succeed. However, when confronted by 2 or 3, especially with additional support, the situation became dire. Huang Kaiwen could only play a lateral pass, which Kaká received and subsequently passed back to Rodri. It was then that the Barcelona players began to press forward. Rodri and Kaká exchanged passes, but after facing pressure, he opted for a back pass. Van Dijk sensed danger and attempted a long ball towards Huang Kaiwen, but the pass lacked precision, landing directly at Xavi's feet. Xavi effortlessly controlled the ball and gradually advanced it forward. The Barcelona fullbacks pressed up, and with their numerical advantage, Barcelona appeared overwhelmingly powerful, able to maneuver freely through passing. Even Huang Kaiwen found himself at a loss. The Milan players could only continue to retreat. This was untenable. Huang Kaiwen charged directly at Xavi, who promptly turned and played a lateral pass. Unexpectedly, Huang Kaiwen spun around, having anticipated this move. However, Fabregas received the ball without adjusting, smoothly directing it to the left flank. Even with Huang Kaiwen's speed, he could not keep pace with the ball. Alba made a forward movement, causing the Milan formation to shift toward that side, yet he ultimately redirected the ball to the right. Villa leaped quickly for a header. Xavi immediately passed to Fabregas, who deftly flicked the ball just outside the penalty area. The ball fell into the left side of the small box, and a surging Iniesta unexpectedly pulled it to the right before striking toward the far corner, breaching Buffon's guarded goal. After scoring, Iniesta sprinted in ecstasy. He was elated. After suffering defeat at the hands of Huang Kaiwen so many times, he finally glimpsed the dawn of victory. Today presented the perfect opportunity. Whether trailing or leading, he had not considered it at all, nor did he need to. Continue to exhaust AC Milan's stamina. Substituting 2 players in the second half could utterly deplete them. "Hold on, we are already in stoppage time," the professor shouted from the sidelines. The Milan players instinctively turned their heads. It was better not to look. But upon seeing the 4th official raise the board, their hearts sank. Due to the extensive conflict in the first half, even halting the match had consumed considerable time. An astonishing 9 minutes of stoppage time was announced. "Let us try to delay a bit. We will catch our breath during halftime and devise a strategy," Huang Kaiwen urged, forcing himself to remain focused. "Come on," Buffon shouted from the backline. In this situation, everyone must deliver their utmost performance. In the stands, Barcelona fans finally gained the upper hand, while the Rossoneri grew increasingly anxious about their team's plight. Shortly after the restart, Milan lost possession. The disparity in numbers could not be compensated by mere technical ability, as both teams consisted of elite professional players. It was evident that the match was becoming increasingly difficult. Although AC Milan led 3-1, the situation was dire. Even if they could hold out until halftime, they still had 45 minutes of play ahead. Indeed, Barcelona excelled at using their passing game to wear down opponents, and today as circumstances allowed their advantage to expand exponentially. This offensive effort appeared somewhat frantic. As Barcelona players sought to equalize swiftly, they regained possession, and Xavi delivered a lateral pass to Fabregas. Splendid. Fabregas's through ball was exquisite. Buffon made a crucial save, deflecting Iniesta's shot with his foot, yet it still resulted in a corner for Barcelona. It appeared that Barcelona intended to take a direct corner, recognizing AC Milan's numerical disadvantage, altering their set-piece strategy. Oh dear, Peak has fallen to the ground. Was this a penalty? The assistant referee alerted Webb to this being a penalty, and after a brief discussion, Webb pointed to the spot. Thiago Silva received a yellow card, showing signs of anxiety. The world-class defender seemed unsettled. Peak appeared to have said something to him, prompting Silva to push Peak, who fell theatrically. Fabregas approached to take the penalty. Being good friends with Peak, he took a run-up and scored. 3-2. Barcelona trailed by just one goal, but with the second half still to come, the scales of victory began to tilt in their favor. The away fans erupted in jubilant cheers. Cesc! 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 While the Catalans might not have adored Fabregas, he had endured oppression from Milan and Huang Kaiwen for too long. He simply wished to prove to Wenger that his decision was not misguided. Steady now, we must maintain our composure, the professor shouted at his players, ignoring the jubilant celebrations from the Barcelona side. Fortunately, after the restart, Huang Kaiwen managed to shield the ball until the end of the first half. During halftime, the stands erupted in song. Milan, Milan, we only wish to support you. The Rossoneri rallied in their own way. However, the Milan players were utterly exhausted, each hastening into the tunnel. Buffon, in a fit of frustration, struck his fist against the wall, and even through his gloves, the impact was palpable. Under normal circumstances, a goalkeeper would not act in such a manner. As Huang Kaiwen strolled at the back, a sudden thought struck him. Although Buffon was undeniably exceptional, under such immense pressure, his emotional stability could wane, leading to a decline in his prowess. His reflexes and explosive power could hardly rival those of the illustrious Huang. The pressing need at present was to prevent the opponent from scoring rather than to score oneself. Thus, the goalkeeper emerged as the most pivotal position. Huang Kaiwen had unveiled the key to breaking the deadlock. Regardless of the midfield's waning control, opportunities seemed scant. However, should the goalkeeper excel, there remained a glimmer of hope. Milan lacked a prominent figure. Buffon might as well play as a winger. Upon entering the locker room, Huang Kaiwen immediately spoke up. Gigi, let us swap positions. Can we do that? Buffon inquired quietly, uncertainty evident in his voice. Of course we can. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. The coach, concerned, suggested. Perhaps we should substitute Patrick for Gigi? No need, coach. Huang Kaiwen waved dismissively. Patrick is our secret weapon, save for a final push against Barcelona. With fewer players, our defensive structure is already compromised. Whether I or Gigi plays in midfield is inconsequential. As long as we hold our ground, Barcelona will inevitably press forward. At that moment, Gigi and Ricardo can surge ahead. You'll be the dynamic duo, one tall and one swift. Rodrigo will serve as the midfield Zico. We are more than a match for Barcelona. Addressing his defensive teammates, he asserted, you three will guard one flank while I take charge of the other. Just ensure that side is solid and provide support here. We'll be fine. I entrust my back to you. Understood, Captain. Thiago Silva nodded vigorously. The coach, realizing he had little recourse, took a seat on the bench, allowing Huang Kaiwen to orchestrate the strategy. All right, I believe everyone understands the gist. Our focus is on defense, luring them into our half, thereby exposing their vulnerabilities and seizing opportunities for a counterattack. Huang Kaiwen grinned. Gigi might even score a stunning goal today. It could become a cherished memory. For our continued dominance in the Champions League, for our unprecedented 59 consecutive victories, let us rally together. Cheers erupted, dispelling the previous gloom. Huang Kaiwen offered no time for contemplation, leaping and singing Cup of Life with exuberance. The chants of go, 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 yelly, yelly, yelly echoed through the home locker room. As both teams returned to the field, Huang Kaiwen donned the goalkeeper-esque gear, yet Buffon remained on the pitch. Indeed, this was a positional swap. Huang Kaiwen was capable of playing all 11 positions and had even shown as a goalkeeper several times throughout his career. Most notably during the Istanbul night of the 04-05 Champions League final. He stood resolute in goal, ensuring the net remained unbreached. And his performance in the penalty shootout was nothing short of legendary. Yes, there was a former Liverpool player, Mascherano, on the field for Barcelona, though at that time he was still with River Plate. Yet if he inquired with his old teammate Xabi Alonso, the memories would surely be vivid. Alonso's penalty kick has indeed proven to be less than effective in front of Huang Kaiwen. Firstly, Huang possesses a remarkable memory, and secondly, he has cultivated a commendable habit of observing the playing patterns of his opponents. Coupled with his innate composure and acute understanding of human behavior, he consistently manages to predict the direction of his adversaries' penalty shots. The cheers have erupted at the St. Kevin Stadium, and the Rossoneri are undoubtedly elated. Among AC Milan supporters, a popular adage circulates: Buffon is world-class, and Dido was once world-class, yet together they do not equate to a single Huang Kaiwen, illustrating the immense trust that AC Milan fans place in Huang's goalkeeping. As the second half commenced, the teams exchanged kickoffs. Kaká swiftly passed to Buffon, who seemed somewhat anxious while receiving the ball. In his youth, he played as an attacking midfielder, but after reaching puberty, he transitioned to the goalkeeper position. At that moment, Buffon was striving to recall his previous playing style. Iniesta and Fabregas were determined not to grant Buffon any opportunity, pressing him together. However, Buffon's ball protection skills surpassed their expectations. He turned promptly to shield the ball, using his formidable physique and long legs to keep Fabregas at bay. Iniesta cleverly maneuvered around, prompting Buffon to carry the ball toward the sideline. The two Barcelona players, seasoned in their experience, maintained a cautious distance, wary of Buffon creating a throw-in. Yet, Buffon did not turn around. He simply flicked the ball with his heel. Iniesta instinctively stretched his foot to intercept, but still managed to deflect the ball out of bounds. Buffon stepped out to prepare for a throw-in, while the Barcelona players focused on Kaká, knowing that Buffon would not act recklessly. Fabregas, noticing the situation, made way and positioned himself alongside Busquets, awaiting Buffon's throw to Kaká. Buffon did not disappoint him, despite the risk of passing back. With Barcelona's attacking players pressing in Milan's half, he chose to throw to Kaká. Upon receiving the ball, Kaká attempted to turn immediately, but halted halfway upon realizing that an opportunity had eluded him. Quickly, he pivoted to protect the ball and aimed to advance along the sideline, only for Alves to swiftly kick the ball out of bounds. "Gentlemen, let us surprise them," Huang Kaiwen exclaimed as he dashed out of the goal, gesturing for the Barcelona players to experience the power of a long throw-in. "What if it doesn't go in?" asked Van Dijk, who was running forward. Thiago Silva retorted, "Fool, then you simply foul and interrupt them." As the Milan defenders surged past the halfway line, the world erupted in excitement. The St. Kevin Stadium descended into a frenzy. No one anticipated that, in such a precarious moment and while outnumbered, Milan would dare to push forward. With the situation in a deadlock, the entire team advanced for a set piece. This was remarkably audacious. However, such bravery ignited a fervor among many fans. "To hell with it, let us do this." Huang Kaiwen approached the sideline, as the 6 Milan players stationed themselves in the penalty area, each seeking their position. Once inside the box, Thiago Silva began to feel a twinge of anxiety, having noticed the coach's intense gaze. Nevertheless, Huang Kaiwen seemed to possess an enchanting aura that instilled unwavering confidence in those around him. Now, we must bravely face the challenge ahead. Barcelona did not have their entire squad positioned within the penalty area, although a solitary counterattack can be resolved by one player, as exemplified by Fabregas's long pass that could roll into the goal even if it lands short. Crowding the penalty area may hinder teammates' defensive efforts. In such a situation, where there are more attackers than defenders, Barcelona opted for the most prudent strategy. They positioned defenders at the goalposts, employed man-to-man marking, and ensured that players occupied spaces both inside and outside the small and large penalty areas to secure the first opportunity for a header or a counterattack. However, only Piqué and Busquets possessed the height advantage, with even the 1.75-meter-tall Villa needing to contest headers within the box. Milan had only a few players, with Thiago Silva standing right in front of the goal, while the remaining players positioned themselves at the near post, center, and far post. After signaling, Kevin Huang took a step forward with his left foot and launched the ball forcefully. Both teams swiftly assessed the trajectory and jumped almost simultaneously, as the ball soared from the left flank towards the center of the small box, enveloping Buffon and Van Dijk in a crowd of Barcelona players. Neither player achieved significant height in their jump, nor did the Barcelona players, and Buffon merely grazed the ball, which ricocheted off Van Dijk's head and into the bottom right corner of the net. The rapid throw-in left Valdez with no time to react. It was madness. Holy Kevin! Holy Kevin! Holy Kevin! As the Rossoneri celebrated, the cameraman struggled to locate Kevin Huang. A quick flash revealed him already back in his half. The television replay showed Huang throwing the ball and immediately turning to sprint back, showing no inclination to celebrate despite the goal. This moment was simply unimaginable. We could not have anticipated that AC Milan would score again, altering the score to 4-2 despite being outnumbered. It was incredible, unbelievable, and unforgettable. The chaos of this final exceeded our expectations. Just when we presumed the second half would witness Barcelona's dominance, AC Milan demonstrated through their actions what it means to be the kings of the Champions League, showcasing the prowess of the most formidable team in the tournament. Their journey is destined for the stars and the sea. Indeed, that goal was breathtaking. Yet, only Kevin Huang had the audacity to take such a risk and persuade his teammates to join him. No one else could have rallied them to venture forth. Furthermore, there was a crucial detail. Huang immediately returned after throwing the ball, a precaution against a counterattack should they fail to score. After the goal, he did not cross the halfway line, adhering to regulations that stipulate if no defenders are present in the backfield, the opposing team can take a direct free kick. This meticulous attention to detail encapsulates Huang's secret to victory. Milan's players rushed back to their half, embracing Kevin Huang, while the coaching staff on the sidelines shared a tight embrace. Milan's fans in the stands passionately hugged and kissed, oblivious to the presence of strangers beside them. The most fervent team inspires the most fervent supporters, and the Rossoneri demonstrated to the world that even in the face of numerical disadvantage, they remain the most potent offensive force. Yet, with a one-goal lead, the Milan players felt a twinge of apprehension. However, at this moment, they had ignited their confidence, believing that with effort, they could triumph against the odds. They did not subscribe to the notion that man could conquer nature, yet Milan embodied that very essence. Caution. They must exercise utmost caution. Huang Kaiwen raised his hands and emphatically struck his gloves, shouting, "Forza Milan!" The Barcelona supporters in the stands wore expressions of complex emotions as they witnessed the unfolding drama. The spirit of competition, unity, and the relentless pursuit of excellence, attributes that define the beauty of athleticism, were evident in their rivals. Frankly, this promised to be an extraordinary match, one that could potentially be etched in the annals of history. Yet, their home team resembled a jester. Some Barcelona fans could already envision the next day's headline in Marca. Puyol's malicious foul provokes multiple red cards for AC Milan. Seven-man Milan obliterates Barcelona. Hush! White handkerchiefs emerged en masse. Though they possessed only one Champions League title, their pride remained unwavering. Such scenes failed to appease the Barcelona fans. The away supporters waved endless white handkerchiefs. The Barcelona players, jeered by their own fans, grew anxious and began to surge forward with reckless abandon, passing the ball fervently. One might mistake their relentless advance for that of Arsenal under the guidance of the professor. Buffon, shifting his weight, sought to mark Iniesta, but his defensive prowess was insufficient. Iniesta effortlessly maneuvered past him. Kaká could do little but watch the other side to prevent an Iniesta pass, indicating for Rodri to advance. Rodri, astutely focusing on Iniesta's weaker foot, seized the moment as the ball approached Iniesta's left foot and charged forward. Iniesta took a step and, feeling discomfort in his left foot, opted to pass to the advancing Fabregas instead of continuing his advance. Fabregas, brimming with confidence, faced the encroaching Thiago Silva and readied himself to dribble past him with a deft touch of his right foot. Thiago Silva followed suit, yet failed to shift his weight. As Fabregas attempted to sidestep, Silva unexpectedly extended his foot, catching Fabregas on the calf, causing him to tumble. "Damn it, get up quickly," Zambrotta scolded. Yet, Thiago Silva refrained from pressing forward, merely glaring at the Barcelona players from afar. He recalled the yellow card he bore. Was it a free kick? The referee awarded a free kick, placing it in a precarious position. Barcelona had several capable free kick takers. Xavi, Alves, Fabregas, Villa, and Iniesta all possessed commendable skills. It was Villa. David Villa, as previously mentioned, was a two-footed player. Like Huang Kaiwen, his ambidexterity could pose challenges for the goalkeeper. Positioned slightly to the left, he could strike with his left foot as well. Huang Kaiwen stood at the center of the goal, The closer the free kick was to the goal, the more crucial it became to refrain from premature judgment. Standing to one side, while anticipating the other, was exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, his reflexes were sharp. Assuming his position, Huang Kaiwen maintained a low center of gravity, his legs taut, poised to spring into action, his hands and mouth devoid of unnecessary movements. Some goalkeepers relished taunting their adversaries. Huang Kaiwen found such antics beneath him. With the sound of the whistle, Villa sprang into action, swinging his arm. Huang Kaiwen instantly dove to his right below. Almost in the next moment, the ball struck his arm and bounced off, fortunately not flying away. Damn! This ball was aimed perilously close to the inner side of the goalpost, a threat even more dangerous than the theoretical dead angle where the crossbar meets the post. After securing the ball, Huang Kaiwen quickly rose and shouted, "Gigi, make a forward run." Buffon and Kaká sprinted fervently ahead, while the Barcelona players desperately rushed back. Pique, remaining in his own half, was even prepared to commit a foul. At that moment, however, Huang Kaiwen bent down and passed the ball to Zambrata's feet. The faces of the Barcelona players were filled with helplessness. The jeers from the away fans grew louder, their disappointment palpable. Not only were they trailing, but they were also being tactically outsmarted. Despite having more players on the field, they should have been able to wear down AC Milan's stamina, but with Huang Kaiwen's command, the Barcelona players were compelled to retreat. Who was truly exhausting whom? At this point, the camera focused on a fan seated by the corner flag. Wielding a long sword and shield made of tinfoil and cardboard, the shield reminiscent of Puyol being hoisted onto the gallows. The composition and lighting were meticulously crafted, casting half of Puyol's face in shadow, subtly emphasizing his role as the antagonist. Drawing from past experiences, many fans had anticipated Puyol would foul Huang Kaiwen. They just hadn't expected it to echo the infamous collision from the 2006 World Cup. Upon noticing the camera, the fan excitedly struck his shield with the sword. Yet, the match gradually slipped into Barcelona's control, their passing and movement naturally drawing more players into their pressing game. Seeing only 2 defenders remaining, Huang Kaiwen quietly maneuvered out of the small penalty area. As expected, Iniesta suddenly delivered a precise through ball, and Fabregas rushed towards the penalty area. Though Thiago Silva and Van Dijk couldn't catch up with Fabregas, they effectively blocked his angles, preventing him from advancing in any direction. In such moments, Huang Kaiwen felt no fear. Upon seeing Fabregas take a shot, he decisively dove to block it with his hand, successfully deflecting the ball away. Villa, charging in from the right, continued with a follow-up shot towards the near post, and Huang Kaiwen leapt to make another save, thwarting the opponent's attempt. Rodri received the ball at the edge of the penalty area and executed a powerful clearance. Control of the ball returned to Barcelona once more. Remarkably, Huang Kaiwen's performance in front of the goal was exceptional. It was no wonder Buffon had swapped places with him. Under such pressure, Huang Kaiwen's composure revealed the essence of terrifying calmness. Even in such a significant disadvantage, he maintained optimal positioning. Barcelona launched another attack. Villa unleashed a powerful shot from outside the box, and though Huang Kaiwen managed to parry it, Iniesta, rushing in from the middle, failed to convert the rebound. Yet a corner kick opportunity arose. Alves approached to take the corner, and I surmised that this corner would be delivered directly into the penalty area. It should be. After all, with more players than opponents, the chaos inside the box still presented a chance for a header. Piqué's header was skillfully intercepted by Huang Kaiwen, who reacted with remarkable speed, promptly securing the ball beneath him. Unfortunately, Xavi's follow-up shot proved unsuccessful. How perplexing it is to witness Huang Kaiwen's prowess once more. One might ponder, isn't it similar to how you often throw the ball into the basket from behind, seeking to impress? Whenever AC Milan finds itself at a disadvantage, it undeniably becomes Huang Kaiwen's stage to shine. The grand stage of Milan beckons. If you possess the courage, step forward. Ramos and his comrades appeared genuinely willing to engage in combat. Otherwise, the match would not have necessitated such exertion today. With Barcelona trailing by 2 goals, you dare suggest the match is arduous? The truth is, Barcelona has yet to score a single goal. Did you not observe the beginning of the match? The disparity in skill is evident, primarily due to Barcelona's lack of a stable striker. One can't help but feel that Ibrahimovic would have thrived in Barcelona. Perhaps one should mention Torres instead. He is, after all, a Spaniard. Alas, Torres might have clashed with the Barcelona players immediately upon his transfer. As Barcelona pressed forward once again, all Milan players were concentrated near the penalty area. Even so, they managed to carve out an opportunity. Fabregas delivered the ball to Villa in the center, who, with his back to the play, executed a backheel pass to Alves on the right. Alves unleashed a powerful long-range shot, which Huang Kaiwen narrowly deflected to the left side of the goal line. The coach appeared visibly anxious on the sidelines. As Barcelona's attacks came in relentless waves, the physical toll on the Milan players was significant, especially for Kaká, whose movements seemed somewhat distorted. After all, he was the only genuine attacking player on the field, tasked with leading counterattacks. Even if he couldn't create a threat, he needed to seize the ball and waste time. This intense level of forward movement and defensive effort was unparalleled in Kaká's career, and his fatigue was palpable. The coach turned to Cotrone and instructed him to warm up. Normally, he would take the time to offer a few words, particularly to younger players, but today his mind was a whirlwind. His gaze remained fixated on the pitch. Cotrone, momentarily stunned, quickly rose to remove his jacket and began jogging along the sidelines, his emotions a mix of excitement and apprehension. Apart from the thrill of potentially participating in the Champions League final, there was also Huang Kaiwen's remark during halftime that he was a secret weapon. A simple compliment, laced with a hint of jest, yet it was more than sufficient for a young player like him. Sir Ferguson once elucidated why he favored employing young talents, stating, "When you urge players forward, young individuals will charge ahead, even upon encountering barbed wire, while their older counterparts would halt, seeking alternative paths. Youth may carry a plethora of flaws due to inexperience and not yet having reached their peak. However, as long as they possess the courage to fight, that single quality suffices." Cotrone was already daydreaming of becoming the second-best performer on the field today. As Barcelona prepared for another corner, Huang Kaiwen surged out of the goal, leaping high, but was unable to secure the ball due to Piqué's collision, forcing him to awkwardly clear it. Van Dijk surged forward in the penalty area, heading the ball high into the air, yet it did not travel far. Outside the penalty area, Fabregas surged forward and struck the ball with considerable force, sending it hurtling towards the goal at an impressive speed. Huang Kaiwen sensed he could not reach it. After leaping, he managed to punch the ball away, yet it still sailed beyond the baseline. Another corner kick ensued. Observing the weary expressions of his teammates, Huang Kaiwen clapped his hands and urged, "Hold on. Just a little longer. The match is almost over. If we can endure, victory will be ours." Buffon smiled and gave a thumbs up, energized by his assist in such a critical moment. "Just don't use your hands," Huang Kaiwen jested. Today had been a test of both physical and mental endurance against the Milan players. Ferdinand had a tendency to lose focus, as the intense concentration required during the match was exhausting. Barcelona prepared to take another corner kick. This time, Huang Kaiwen, with a determined left-footed strike, successfully claimed the ball. Spotting Kaká's position, he dashed forward and launched the ball with great force. Kaká, in turn, continued his advance, pursued relentlessly by Alba. The distance between them visibly diminished. At this moment, Kaká was utterly fatigued. Acknowledging the slim chances, he opted to dribble along the sidelines, which made Alba hesitant to disrupt him, especially after the last goal stemmed from a throw-in. The two engaged in a tug-of-war, arriving at the corner flag area. Alba, nimble on his feet, found Kaká unyielding, as he continually shielded the ball. Frustrated, Alba resorted to forcefully knocking the ball out of play. Both teams were preparing to make substitutions. Young talent Cotrone replaced Kaká, marking his appearance at just 15 years and 144 days old, making him not only the youngest player to feature in a Champions League final, but also the youngest in the competition's history. One wonders if Fabregas, upon seeing Cotrone, reminisced about his own early achievements at Arsenal, where he set numerous records as the youngest scorer in both the Premier League and the Champions League, albeit at the age of 17. Indeed, Professor Wenger had a penchant for nurturing young talents, and it was believed that Cotrone would bring forth surprises. Barcelona, too, planned a substitution, with Sanchez coming on for Xavi, a decision aimed at intensifying their offensive strategy. Perhaps they felt the need for less orchestration, confident in their players' passing accuracy, opting instead to bolster their attacking front. Despite Barcelona's apparent advantage, they struggled to convert it into goals, leading to a sense of urgency for Villanova. Time was running short. His original strategy was to exhaust AC Milan with the current players before unleashing two fresh ones to decisively overwhelm them, yet the match had not unfolded as anticipated. Fearing unexpected injuries, he hesitated to reserve even the last substitution. This time, Huang Kaiwen refrained from taking the corner kick. Cotrone and Buffon executed it, both continuing to waste time at the corner flag. Even with Kaká off the field, the duo remained a formidable combination, one tall, the other swift. As long as the Barcelona players did not concede any openings, they maintained possession at the corner. Alba and Busquets rushed to apply pressure. Observing the situation, Buffon once again maneuvered the ball towards the corner flag. Professor Bu, in a state of anxious urgency, resorted to employing both hands and feet in his efforts. Buffon, however, proved to be formidable in the face-off. Although the two men were not significantly different in height, Buffon's advantage in weight was strikingly apparent. Busquets, with both hands on Buffon, attempted to extend his foot, but Buffon simply used his leg to shield the ball. After several futile attempts to make contact, Professor Bu resorted to a series of lumberjack moves, causing Buffon to fall to the ground, clutching his leg and rolling about. The exaggerated display clearly indicated that Buffon was uninjured. The Barcelona players, displeased, were not inclined to allow Buffon to continue wasting time with the match clock ticking down. The referee issued a yellow card to Busquets and cautioned Buffon against further delays. Huang Kaiwen showed no intention of stepping up to take the free kick, likely conserving his energy after a taxing game. An amusing turn of events unfolded as Buffon positioned himself to take the free kick at the foul spot, a first for us to witness. His run-up resulted in a strike that rebounded off the wall, leading to a corner kick. It appeared as though he had aimed directly at the wall. Cotrone approached, seemingly prepared to utilize the corner kick to further delay the game. Even the commentators, alongside the fans, could hardly contain their unease. The starting goalkeeper of Milan and the young forward displayed a commendable level of coordination in the offensive play, leaving the Barcelona players at a loss. Weber, unable to bear it any longer, rushed over to issue a warning. "If this continues, I will show a card." Okay, Buffon gestured in response, engaging in conversation with Cotrone. Subsequently, Cotrone moved toward the corner flag, while Buffon positioned himself within the penalty area. The Barcelona players remained diligent in their defensive efforts. Yet Cotrone's attempt at a curled ball with the outside of his foot was rather outrageous, veering off course and out of play shortly after being struck. "Do not waste time, get on with it," shouted Villanova. With only about 10 minutes of regular time remaining, the tension escalated. "If this goes on, we will lose," he thought. Valdez seized the ball from the ball boy and swiftly executed a throw-in to Alves. Alves, displaying remarkable speed, traversed the halfway line in mere seconds. Buffon and Cotrone, returning to their half, found themselves ineffective as the Barcelona fullbacks toyed with them, with Alves effortlessly bypassing both players. Zambrotta quickly regained his focus. The strategy discussed in the dressing room revolved around their primary responsibility for the left flank, specifically the side occupied by Villa and Alves. Sensing the moment was ripe, Zambrotta charged forward, prompting Alves to immediately play a lateral pass. Fabregas, making a forward run, intentionally let the ball slip through his legs. The newly entered Sanchez seized the opportunity to push the ball forward, but Thiago Silva, recognizing the impending danger, rushed in. However, he was still a fraction too late. As Sanchez had already taken his shot, the ball grazed past Thiago Silva's leg, altering its trajectory, and Huang Kaiwen, stationed centrally, swiftly dove to the side to deflect the ball out of play once more. Rising from the ground, Huang Kaiwen raised his arms in a fervent display, urging his teammates to elevate their spirits. At this juncture in the match, it was evident that the Milan players were engaged in a battle of will against their opponents. Even neutral fans could not help but feel a surge of emotion, as the first half concluded with a score of 3-2 and the second half nearing its end. The outcome was unforeseen by all. The Rossoneri showcased to the world the true essence of unity and collaboration. Even those unfamiliar with the sport could feel the allure of teamwork at play. There were no fluid, breathtaking attacks nor dazzling solo goals, yet the remaining players of Milan, through their sweat and tenacity, nearly shattered Barcelona's dreams of glory. Once again, Barcelona lofted the ball into the penalty area, and Piqué's header from the center was acutely angled, yet Huang Kaiwen remarkably deflected it with one hand. "St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin!" The stadium erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. Huang Kaiwen seemed to transform into a proverbial wall of lamentation, an insurmountable barrier for the Barcelona players. Upon gaining yet another corner, Barcelona even attempted an indirect free kick. However, Huang Kaiwen's imposing presence compelled them to abandon their plans for a direct header. Sanchez received the ball and immediately passed sideways to Fabregas, who relayed it to Alves. As Alves surged towards the penalty area, Zambrata attempted to defend. But with a sudden deft touch, he sent the ball into the box. Villa launched forward with remarkable speed, but Huang Kaiwen was swifter still, diving ahead to smother the ball beneath him. With no opportunity to shoot, Libya leapt over Huang Kaiwen, avoiding a booking for intentional harm to the goalkeeper. As the extra time board was raised at the sidelines, the fans in St. Kevin's Stadium began their countdown. With only 4 minutes of injury time, a reasonable allocation, Barcelona needed 2 goals. If they reached extra time, victory would be theirs. Yet, the AC Milan players offered no opportunities. And a foul ensued. Fabregas took a long-range shot, nearly causing Huang Kaiwen to lose his grip, but his quick reflexes saved the day. Seizing the moment, Huang Kaiwen launched the ball with a powerful kick, sending it soaring past the penalty area into Barcelona's half. The young Catron sprinted forward with unparalleled speed. Realizing that this might be his finest opportunity, he arrived just in time. However, upon receiving the ball, he failed to control it close to him. Fortuitously finding no defenders nearby, the coach watched anxiously from the sidelines as Catron charged into Barcelona's penalty area. Could he score? Another goal would definitively seal the match. Mascherano, remaining in the back, lunged at Catron, executing a brutal tackle. The sharp whistle pierced the air, red card. Yet, Mascherano displayed no reaction, expressionless as he walked off the pitch. With hopes of victory extinguished, the card held no significance. A mighty cheer erupted from St. Kevin's Stadium. This was the final chance for an offensive maneuver. The championship belonged to Milan. Let us go, we'll attack. Huang Kaiwen beckoned once more. Having persevered for so long, it was essential to show Barcelona a glimpse of their resolve. The Milan players, exhilarated, surged forward, while the Barcelona players quietly trudged back, their earlier urgency now entirely absent. Get in there, contest for the ball. Huang Kaiwen commanded from the foul spot. The Barcelona players remained silent in response. This time, the defeat in the match left them with no justification. With a powerful run, Kevin Huang struck the ball, and at the far post, Buffon leapt high, directing the ball swiftly into the bottom corner of the net. The referee, Webb, immediately blew the final whistle, depriving Barcelona of any chance to restart the game. The stadium erupted with chants of champions. Champions! Champions! The atmosphere at St. Kevin's Stadium was electrifying. The professor, tears streaming down his face, raised his arms and rushed onto the field. Buffon, overwhelmed with excitement, sprinted and seized a makeshift sword crafted from tin foil from a fan, turning to present it to Kevin Huang before kneeling before him. Understanding the gravity of the moment, Kevin took the sword and tapped Buffon on each shoulder, asking, Gianluigi Buffon, do you pledge your loyalty to Milan, prioritizing the club's interests, adhering to the ethics of a professional player both on and off the pitch, maintaining fairness and integrity, uniting the locker room, cherishing the fans, and always remembering that the crest on your chest outweighs the name on your back? Yes, I do. With the sound of the camera shutter, this moment was eternally captured. The cheers from St. Kevin's Stadium surged like a tidal wave. Even though the sword in Kevin's hand was made from tin foil and cardboard, it did not diminish the significance of this scene in the hearts of Rossoneri fans, or indeed in the hearts of fans worldwide. Power resides not in the objects themselves, but in the individuals who wield them. The inaugural grand event at St. Kevin's Stadium may not have been flawless, yet it aptly demonstrated that Milan remains invincible under any circumstance. Perhaps football is simply a sport where 22 players run, culminating in a victory for AC Milan. Observing the professor standing at the center of the pitch, Kevin chose not to intrude but instead waved to his teammates to acknowledge the crowd. After years in football, securing a Champions League title must evoke a complex array of emotions for the professor. His gaze was not fixed on the present, but rather on his youth, reflecting on his journey from an unsuccessful player to a coach, from selling the captain to renovating the stadium. After over 40 years of relentless effort, he had finally reached the pinnacle of European football. This may not have been the most spectacular match in Champions League history. After all, the most lopsided final score was Chelsea's 8-2 victory over Bayern, and the most thrilling encounter remains the night in Istanbul. However, this match recorded the greatest disparity in player numbers in Champions League history. Yes, an early incident led to multiple red cards for AC Milan, seemingly tilting the scales of victory entirely in favor of Barcelona. Yet, The Rossoneri demonstrated to the world through their perseverance, effort, and skill that the Champions League belongs to them, to AC Milan, to the city of Milan, and to Kevin Huang. Indeed, Kevin's performance was remarkable, with both goals and assists that even prompted FIFA to revise the Ballon d'Or selection criteria, a precedent in football history. Some claim that Kevin Huang surpasses the greatness of Maradona and Pelé. Such opinions vary, as 1,000 people may hold 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet. Yet there is undeniably only one Kevin Huang. Since his entry into the world of football, Huang Kaiwen has exhibited an astonishing dominance in the Champions League. His exceptional footballing skills, outstanding physical attributes, resilient character, and remarkable mental fortitude have shaped the illustrious figure of Huang Kaiwen we see today. Perhaps the adage holds true. Wherever Huang Kaiwen plays, he is undoubtedly the finest player in that position. I never imagined anyone would switch places with Buffon during a match, as Buffon is widely regarded as the best goalkeeper in the world. Yet, Huang Kaiwen's performance has revealed that even among the best goalkeepers, disparities exist. Buffon is commendable, but Huang Kaiwen surpasses him. The camera panned to Ramos, who may face a lengthy suspension. However, as a Grand Slam player with 7 consecutive Champions League titles and the record for the most Champions League victories in Spanish history, it is likely that Ramos is not particularly concerned. Previously, a Spanish journalist inquired why Ramos is always quick to defend Huang Kaiwen, to which Ramos simply replied, "That is Kaiwen." The stands have cleared significantly, with only a handful of Barcelona fans remaining, their expressions vacant and their eyes devoid of life, lost in thoughts they cannot articulate. If excuses were plausible before, a 7-10 final has rendered them obsolete. The two teams are not even in the same league. The overwhelming numerical advantage cannot bridge the chasm in individual capabilities. One can only imagine the elation among Espanyol fans and the Madrid media at this moment. They had previously mocked Real Madrid, only to find themselves the subject of the greatest jest. The Barcelona players, dejected, ascended the stage to collect their awards before swiftly departing. Now it is the turn of the Milan players. As they take the stage one by one, St. Kaiwen ignites the atmosphere like an erupting volcano. St. Kaiwen, St. Kaiwen, St. Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen has led them to yet another championship. Fans of rival teams can only envy, as long as Huang Kaiwen remains active. The European football scene will continue to be dominated by the Rossoneri. Some fans even brandish signs reading, "Lisbon, safeguard our trophy," as next season's Champions League final is set to be held at the Estadio de Luz in Lisbon. As a guest presenter, Pelé, with a stern expression, remarked to Huang Kaiwen, "I only witnessed a half of an exhilarating match." Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile, "What can one expect when Barcelona's actions led to the expulsion of the Milan players?" Pelé chuckled and embraced Huang Kaiwen, saying, "It's truly astonishing. I didn't expect you to achieve victory in such a manner. I had not anticipated it either. It is a testament to the entire team's effort," Huang Kaiwen responded. Pelé nodded with a smile, though internally, he held reservations. Huang Kaiwen donned his medal and received the trophy as he descended from the podium. "Come on, coach," Huang Kaiwen called out to the professor. If only 1 or 2 teammates were preparing for retirement, it would be fitting to grant them the opportunity to lift the trophy. However, with so many players considering retirement this summer, managing the situation becomes challenging, prompting the decision to invite the professor along, emphasizing equality. As the countdown of 3, 2, 1 echoed throughout the arena, Huang Kaiwen and the professor jointly raised the trophy high. The sound of fireworks erupted, accompanied by the anthem "We Are the Champions," igniting particular excitement among the seasoned veterans in attendance. This marks the final chapter of their illustrious careers, as they leap and frolic with a fervor that surpasses that of the youth, exuberantly unrestrained. Yet, their eyes shimmer with nostalgia. Since childhood, they have been molded by rigorous training, and football has consumed the entirety of their lives thus far. Gattuso stands quietly to the side, seemingly unaffected by the passage of time, much like an elder statesman. Even during routine training, he consistently arrives early, commencing his preparations alone. It is astonishing that even on the brink of retirement, he remains so composed, a stark contrast to the exuberance surrounding him. "Hey, don't play dead." Inzaghi exuberantly sprays champagne, catching Gattuso unaware as it splashes into his nostrils. In the next heartbeat, the stadium erupts with a thunderous roar. Each time they claim victory, Huang Kaiwen is the crowd's favorite. Yet today, he cradles 2 Pauls in his arms, while the other children silently linger nearby. Huang, surrounded by a throng of youngsters, gestures to the reporters, signaling for a photograph to commemorate the occasion. Van Persie rushes towards the camera once more, proudly displaying the medal around his neck as he bellows. "Losers, I've won again. Where are you?" He can scarcely muster the energy to utter the names of Robin and others, for there are simply too many failures to mention. "Sergio, accompany them for the doping test," Galliani interjects. "Me?" Ramos inquires, taken aback. Galliani nods affirmatively, stating, "Yes. UEFA suspects you may have ingested something that has affected your judgment." With a scowl, Ramos strides towards the sideline. Once Ramos has departed, Galliani continues. "Barcelona intends to file a complaint, urging UEFA to reconsider the ruling." "How naive," Huang Kaiwen scoffs, amusement dancing in his eyes. "I share your sentiment. But Barcelona seeks to frame this as a major scandal, hoping for UEFA's stern punishment," Galliani explains. "I believe it would be prudent to alert you and Arsene. They will undoubtedly seek trouble at the press conference. Let us first clean up Puyol's mess," Huang Kaiwen retorts dismissively. UEFA is not without intelligence. Regardless of whether the incident was instigated by Puyol, even if Milan were to strike first, UEFA would tread carefully, though they may act foolishly at times. They are acutely aware that to profit, they must appease the fans. Is there a fan base larger than that of Milan? If not for the decline of Serie A, UEFA would not dare to impose such stringent measures on the Northern Triumvirate. PSG can delay financial fair play sanctions for individual signings, yet Serie A faces immediate penalties. This leniency stems from the severe decline of Serie A, which allows for more arbitrary enforcement. "Let us depart, Kevin," the professor chuckles, waving his hand. I am sure the reporters are eager. In the press room of St. Kevin's Stadium, the new venue has been designed with slightly larger space. Yet it remains packed to the brim. The journalists, unwilling to grant their peers a chance, scramble for prime positions. The press officer can only admonish them to maintain order. "Mr. Wenger, what do you believe was the secret to today's victory?" "Kevin, could you share your future plans? There have been rumors of your potential transfer to Bayern. Is there any truth to that?" "Tito, in your opinion, what was the most significant factor in today's loss?" "Arsene, are you not pleased to have triumphed over the teams of Fabregas and Alexander Song? Was the deliberate execution of the indirect free kick in the final stages intended to assist Buffon in scoring during the Champions League final?" "Kevin?" Tito Villanova, who sat there, remarked, "The primary issue with our defeat undoubtedly lies with me, followed closely by the players. Our performance did not meet the expectations of our fans. But the crux of the matter is that Kevin's superiority is universally acknowledged. It is apparent that players worldwide are enamored with donning the number 10 jersey. Thus, the inquiry arose. Did you lose to Kevin rather than AC Milan?" Villanova responded, "The principal reason today was indeed Kevin, while other players contributed. You must have witnessed Kevin's display. He completely dominated the match, both in the attacking third and before the goal line. Our players took 31 shots in the second half, yet failed to convert even one into a goal. I even believe Kevin deserves a trophy for best goalkeeper." Huang Kaiwen sat silently at the side, showing no inclination to speak, and the professor remained equally reticent. The reporter pressed on. "What is your perspective on Puyol's header against Kevin, and regarding the looming large-scale conflict? Is Barcelona deliberately provoking AC Milan players into a loss of composure?" Villanova quickly clarified. "Absolutely not. We are a remarkably clean team. Barcelona's focus has always been on the game rather than resorting to inexplicable tactics." Not only Huang Kaiwen, but the reporters too struggled to contain their reactions. While Barcelona's prowess is widely acknowledged, the team is not without its share of underhanded tactics. Busquets has often been known to disrupt play, and the substitute goalkeeper has occasionally simulated the referee's whistle to interrupt opposing attacks. Seeing that Villanova was devoid of newsworthy material, the reporters turned their attention to the professor. "Mr. Wenger, please share your thoughts on today's match." The professor nodded and replied, "The course of the game was unforeseen, yet we emerged victorious. I must emphasize that the players' performances today were exceptional. The lion's share of our success is attributable to them. They taught me a lesson, pulling me back from the brink of despair when I felt hopeless." "Are you pleased, at least in part, due to triumphing over a few traitors?" the reporter inquired. The professor quickly shook his head, saying, "I have never regarded departures as acts of treachery. Player transfers are a common occurrence. Anelka departed, Henry joined Arsenal, Vieira transferred, and we subsequently acquired Hleb and Rosicky. Transfers are a constant in football. One cannot deem players traitors simply because they leave. Even if Fabregas's departure was less than honorable, do you feel the same? He even subsidized his transfer fee. The professor jested. I too hope to encounter such fortunate circumstances while acquiring players this summer. Milan's appeal is hardly inferior to that of Barcelona. And perhaps there are players willing to subsidize their transfer fees to join us, regardless of the jerseys or financial adjustments involved. However, what truly vexed him was that Fabregas had consistently promised to remain, only to waver at the slightest persuasion from Barcelona players. During that period, he was exceedingly fatigued. And just as he had settled, new aspirations emerged. Acquiring him at a high price early on would allow for swift recruitment and the cultivation of new talent. Yet, while discussing emotions and jerseys, one simply refuses to provide the requisite transfer fee, which is indeed quite disheartening. Now, let us address today's red card. Do you believe Milan should be barred from European competition? The journalist finally posed a pointed question. Before the professor could respond, Huang Kaiwen swiftly seized the microphone and stated, Indeed, there were numerous red cards today, but it served as a cautionary tale. One should refrain from provoking opponents on the field. When Puyol engaged in such conduct, Barcelona must bear the repercussions, not Milan. Otherwise, the pitch will devolve into a battleground of harsh words, where victory favors the side with the most audacity. The journalists, now alert, pressed on. Kaiwen, what exchanges transpired between you and Puyol? They had already gleaned part of the story, with such a significant event, and the cameras focused on the two. Both newspapers and television stations had enlisted lip-reading experts. Huang Kaiwen smiled and replied. At that moment, he was tugging at my jersey. To which I suggested that if he desired it, I would gladly donate it to him. Regarding the dialogue between Materazzi and Zidane, Huang Kaiwen nodded. Yes. Puyol likely believed he could provoke me, hence his remark about not wanting the jersey but rather my sister. However, I do not have a sister. Nor do I have any female relatives. I conveyed this to him and retorted that his mother would feel shame for such vile tactics, disavowing him as her son. As for the ensuing events, you have all witnessed them. Is that so? The journalist asked incredulously. You may inquire with Puyol. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. This matter is not complicated, yet I did not anticipate his inability to withstand the consequences of his provocations on the field. The journalists rolled their eyes. Puyol was still unconscious in the hospital. They inquired who would visit him. So what are your thoughts on today's red cards? Huang Kaiwen shook his head. There is little to discuss, as Puyol's foul instigated the conflict between both sides. You should know that Milan is a remarkably united team. Such impulsiveness from the entire squad is understandable in moments like these. However, receiving so many red cards at once is a rarity in football, the journalists reminded him. Huang Kaiwen asserted. Such rarity should compel us to regulate player behavior, preventing deliberate provocations that lead to conflict. Had Puyol refrained from instigating, we would not have received so many red cards. Several young players also faced expulsion, and I suspect this incident will significantly impact their psyche. During such times, we ought to treat these talented youngsters with greater leniency, for they are not malevolent individuals. Here it comes, here it comes. They are not bad people. Upon hearing this, the journalists visibly relaxed. Will you play for Bayern in the future? Huang Kaiwen raised a finger. This will be the final question. I cannot predict the future. This press conference concludes here. Huang Kaiwen rose and departed the venue alongside the professor. The locker room was in disarray. Many had not even changed their clothes, instead indulging in spirited singing. Once, Milan had a plethora of Brazilian players who reveled in celebratory song and dance. Although the team now contains few Brazilians, the tradition endures. Fortunately, the simple songs remain within reasonable bounds. In the realm of football, if one were to speak of the pinnacle of musical talent, it would undoubtedly be Julio Iglesias, the illustrious Latin singer. During the era when Di Stefano and his team swept across Europe, he was the goalkeeper for Real Madrid's youth squad. However, a tragic car accident at the tender age of 20 prematurely ended his career on the pitch, yet he unexpectedly flourished in the world of music. Occasionally, he graces the Bernabeu, where Kevin Huang has encountered him multiple times while playing for Real Madrid. Not long after, Galliani entered the dressing room, exuberantly announcing, "Let us celebrate heartily today. After our discussions, the Champions League bonus has been increased by an additional 2 million. The players' jubilant cheers nearly reverberated through the ceiling of the locker room. Although the 2 million, when divided among the first team and coaching staff, amounted to a modest sum, the sensation of winning the championship was utterly incomparable. This time, there was no need to celebrate at Kevin Huang's home. The hotel had long been prepared for the occasion. In addition to the AC Milan first team, coaching staff, and executives, several family members and football legends were also invited to partake in the festivities, creating a vibrant atmosphere. As a high-ranking club official, Paolo Maldini's appearance elevated the ambience to a crescendo. Many first-team players began to jest, playfully urging him to step down. Maldini, waving his hand, took to the microphone and said, "I understand your joy at seeing me, but I kindly ask for your silence." "Paul, we demand a different Paul," Inzaghi shouted. Today, Kevin Huang and Kaká's children were also present. To everyone's surprise, others joined in the jesting, rendering Maldini incapable of speaking. "Let Paul take the stage." Kaká approached and lifted young Paolo, bringing him onto the platform. Just shy of his first birthday, Paolo, amidst the throngs of onlookers, remained composed, uttering a soft sound. Immediately, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Kaká swiftly leaned into the microphone, exclaiming, "Cheers! Cheers!" Maldini, somewhat exasperated, sat beside Kevin Huang and remarked, "Perhaps we should offer him a position at Milan." "That could be arranged," Gattuso chimed in. "You are retiring soon. Are you not concerned about lacking a farewell match?" Maldini teased. Gattuso promptly fell silent. At this moment, every player harbored a complex array of emotions within their hearts. Maldini said nothing, merely placing a comforting hand on Gattuso's shoulder. They had all traversed similar paths. Cassano, who had joined the celebration, approached Kevin Huang and said, "Kevin, I have a new idea." Kevin Huang quickly shook his head, replying, "Forget it. I never considered acting in a film." "Did you know before I even mentioned it?" Cassano inquired, astonished. Kevin Huang silently rolled his eyes, opting for silence. "Your idea is common knowledge." Seizing the opportunity while Kevin Huang was in the restroom, Galliani hurried over. "Adriano, you startled me." Kevin Huang jested, "I thought you were an assassin." Galliani, forcing a smile, replied, "There is a significant matter at hand." "What is it?" Kevin Huang asked. Galliani stated, "UEFA has announced its preliminary decision. They mentioned on their official website that although this situation is somewhat unexpected, it will not result in a suspension for Milan, nor will it strip Milan of its championship, as Barcelona fans had hoped. I had already anticipated this." Kevin Huang said with a smile, "It is anticipated that the players will face suspensions, particularly Sergio, and even the Italian Football Federation may impose some penalties. Considering the numerous red cards he has accumulated without facing severe repercussions," Galliani remarked, "let us hope the duration is brief, if necessary. We could loan Sergio to South America or Asia," Huang Kaiwen replied with resignation. "It's indeed a troublesome matter for our good brother Ramos. His ability to evade punishment has certainly displeased some players and fans. It appears there is no avoiding it this time. Is there anything else, Adriano?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Indeed. Several sponsors are approaching us to discuss sponsorship fees, as well as some individual endorsements for players, including yours. They are eager to secure lifetime contracts." Galliani responded with a smile. "After all, this is a positive development. The price isn't exorbitant, is it? Or has it not increased significantly?" Huang Kaiwen asked. Galliani nodded. "Such matters are not about the brands being stingy. It's simply that priorities dictate decisions. Each year, negotiations help save the company some funds, which greatly benefits their personal development. Naturally, they do not consider the players' perspectives. Everyone is solely concerned with their own interests. This is not the place for idle chatter. Let us head to the cigar lounge for a moment," Huang Kaiwen suggested. The cigar lounge was conveniently located near the restroom, so they did not have to walk far. After sitting down, Galliani patted his bald head and said, "By the way, Pelé has mentioned the Brazilian player again. He hopes we can expedite the acquisition of Neymar. Simply inform him that such matters depend on the coach's decision. If Mr. Wenger desires Neymar, then we will procure him," Huang Kaiwen stated. "However, that seems unlikely. In Arsene's eyes, he and Hazard are interchangeable, both relegated to the bench," Galliani chuckled. "Have you been in contact with agents recently? Is anyone seeking a transfer?" Huang Kaiwen asked. "Not really, but there are quite a few players looking to renew their contracts," Galliani replied. "Reasonable requests are acceptable, as well as lowering base salaries while increasing bonuses and even having sponsors assist with some expenses. Although our operational situation is sound, we must maintain it and manage the club's payroll effectively. We cannot allow the team's salaries to escalate, as this would complicate future rebuilding efforts," Huang Kaiwen explained. Galliani nodded, acknowledging, "I understand. The initial dispersal of that batch of players at Manchester City was quite challenging. After discussing transfer matters for a while, Huang Kaiwen called for Lily and the young lady to head home. Upon returning, he unexpectedly encountered Amelia and Shakira. After completing their tasks, dawn had already broken. Huang Kaiwen, weary, took a shower and prepared to rest in the guest room, at which point he remembered to activate the system. Upon successfully intercepting key players from Barcelona, including Pedro, Xavi, Iniesta, Fabregas, Mascherano, and Pique, the protagonist eagerly anticipates the rewards of the season. The culmination of the season results in a commendable acquisition of 500 destiny points, albeit with a reduction due to frequent appearances on the field. Among the rewards, a special template characteristic is obtained, revealing a remarkable trait, Azure Beast. As a man who nearly changed the course of events through sheer determination, Mike Kai stands as the epitome of non-bloodline strength within the realm of Naruto. This characteristic allows one to exude an aura of positivity and optimism, effortlessly inspiring those around. In a moment of intense anger, one can declare to their adversary, among all opponents, I, insert name, deem you the strongest. This declaration is followed by a powerful attack, placing the opponent on the brink of unconsciousness, left to endure one more strike. The protagonist, Huang Kaiwen, gazes in astonishment, realizing that even in the face of a Scion invasion, a mere proclamation of strength followed by a forceful blow could render the opponent nearly incapacitated. Such a skill would undoubtedly be deemed overpowered in any gaming context, likely facing rapid nerfing due to its imbalance. However, as this trait is derived from a Kai, its strength is arguably justified. In the realm of boxing, a Kai's characteristic would likely propel him to become the next champion, reflecting the intensity expected from a special template. Yet, Huang Kaiwen recalls a film starring the renowned Guotian Wang, portraying the unfortunate decline of a boxer's health in later years, often unable to even hold chopsticks during meals. Many professional athletes grapple with occupational ailments, some more pronounced than others. The high-intensity training imposes significant strain on muscles and organs, coupled with injuries sustained during competition, making it challenging to avoid lingering repercussions. Football, comparatively, is regarded as a safer sport. During his tenure in the Premier League, Huang Kaiwen encountered research from Cologne University indicating that while the likelihood of injury in football is greater than in sports such as tennis or gymnastics, the resultant health issues are fewer. This may be attributed to the fact that football injuries predominantly affect the legs, whereas tennis players often suffer from back and arm complications. Continuing his exploration, he hopes to intercept more valuable traits from Barcelona. One such characteristic is dual wielding, a testament to David Villa's resilience. Despite a severe injury to his right leg in his youth, he practiced relentlessly with a cast, ultimately honing his left-footed skills. Heaven did not betray his efforts. The young Billy miraculously recovered and returned to the field, possessing a remarkable ability that allows both his dominant and non-dominant foot to reach the same level of proficiency. This is quite impressive. Not to mention Billy, even Huang Kaiwen's non-dominant and dominant foot exhibit subtle differences. This particular trait can effectively bridge that gap. However, the enhancement is marginal, as both a score of 99 and 100 are considered elite levels. If this characteristic were bestowed upon a player like Robben or Bale, who predominantly utilize their right foot, it would represent a tremendous enhancement. Often, Robben's inward shots are thwarted simply because he relies solely on his left foot. Without a predictable dominant foot, the pressure on defenders would significantly increase. This is precisely why ambidextrous players are so difficult to defend against. Characteristic, for years later, when La Masia was established, Xavi's father took him for a visit. However, due to his age being under 13, La Masia did not accept him, advising that he return when he turned 13. Possessing this trait means that if you take your child to any school and they are not admitted, returning 4 years later will likely result in acceptance. As for Huang Kaiwen, he is indeed formidable, but perhaps not sufficiently so. After all, the admission process is rarely a barrier for the affluent. There are numerous ways to navigate the system in capitalist countries. Many privileged individuals gain entry into desired institutions through parental donations, often leveraging their experience in niche sports. In Huang's case, even such complexities would be unnecessary. After all, his good friend Ramos was accepted into Politecnico di Milano with ease. Characteristic, ignite, O hero. As a star athlete, an affinity for Captain Tsubasa is hardly surprising. Upon hearing the theme song, one's mental state is immediately revitalized. This is quite remarkable, as mental fatigue is notoriously challenging to overcome swiftly. Is this not akin to a supercharged version of Red Bull? What concerns Huang Kaiwen more is that Captain Tsubasa seems to be a cherished part of the childhood for many athletes from the ADS. Regardless of the scientific accuracy of the matches depicted, a great work can indeed inspire a multitude of young individuals to engage in sports. Characteristic: the big mouth. Pique is a multifaceted individual, often instigating disputes in the media, leading to a continuous war of words between the Real Madrid and Barcelona camps. He appears to be deeply sentimental, yet this is merely a facade. Possessing this trait grants a higher success rate when stirring the pot. Huang Kaiwen notes that Pique is indeed somewhat formidable. After retirement, reflecting on all that transpired, Huang even reconsidered his previous opinions of Pique. Initially perceived as somewhat thoughtless due to his outspoken nature, subsequent events revealed that Pique was far more complex. His words tensioned the relationship between Barcelona and Real Madrid, effectively creating an adversary for Barcelona and uniting the national players under his banner, frequently discussing camaraderie and shared history. It later became evident that Pique's notion of friendship was merely a means of manipulation, a quintessential political maneuver. However, such a trait holds little utility for Huang. The king of football. Characteristics: scoring frenzy. Mascherano achieved remarkable success at Barcelona, yet his tenure was marked by a solitary goal. Possessing this trait means that regardless of the number of seasons you serve at Barcelona, once you score, further goals elude you. Alas, although the Yellow King cannot possibly join Barcelona, this characteristic is rather absurd. It rivals the previously obtained Marseille spin-own goal, or perhaps it surpasses that in its ridiculousness. Characteristic: central midfield maestro. Although Fabregas has regressed since his return to Barcelona, during his Arsenal days, he was undoubtedly a Ballon d'Or caliber midfielder. With this trait, your through-ball ability is enhanced when positioned forward, and your long pass capability improves when stationed deeper. Fabregas indeed embodies this quality. His long and short passes are exceptionally penetrating. However, Barcelona does not require dribbling skills, which are not his forte, and his preference for short passes conflicts with his playing style, even if he had not remained at Arsenal. A move to Bayern or Real Madrid would have suited his style better. This reflects a typical issue in career planning. Such scenarios are quite common in both Real Madrid and Barcelona's youth academies. Some players, despite knowing that a return would not likely afford them opportunities commensurate with their abilities, still disrupt their career trajectories, returning merely to serve as a bargaining chip for their parent club to profit from the difference. It is likely that Milan's youth academy will witness numerous similar occurrences in the future, especially given their recent recruitment of numerous talents from Italy and across Europe, even extending to South America. Among these many young players, some coaches are bound to overlook potential, resulting in talents flourishing elsewhere or developing late. Given Milan's trajectory and youth development methods, when the time comes for them to seek the return of these players, most should be amenable. It has been quite a while since we have seen a trait that enhances on-field prowess, which is rather commendable. However, the Yellow King is more eager to see if Milan can replicate the glory of the legendary Torino team, should Serie A continue to flourish. With the majority of the starting 11 comprising Milan players, that would be truly remarkable. Characteristic: exploiting loopholes. British media has enumerated 10 reasons to dislike Barcelona, among which is their exceptional ability to exploit loopholes, continuing to recruit even amidst transfer bans. When you possess this trait, as a figure of authority within the club, you can deftly navigate the edges of regulations to achieve your objectives. In the end, they have once again outmaneuvered the president of Barcelona. However, this trait is unlikely to be of much use to the Yellow King. Currently, Milan's available transfer budget for the next season may exceed $1 billion. Consistently securing championships and maintaining a stable roster, ensuring positive returns each season. Additionally, selling youth academy players contributes to this situation. Even if the club were to languish for 2 decades, it should still be able to lavishly spend. It is exceedingly difficult to be constrained by FFP regulations. However, in the future, Milan may find it challenging to maintain such a substantial foundation. This is primarily due to the affordability of players in recent years, coupled with Milan's near-perfect recruitment strategy, which has resulted in surplus funds. Otherwise, even with a myriad of chaotic earnings from championships, acquiring a few top-tier players would deplete those reserves rather quickly. This recent acquisition has yielded satisfactory results. The fate value has exceeded 20,000, and with suitable coaching skills. He can promptly acquire several to form a suitable tactical ensemble. Huang Kaiwen then succumbed to slumber. When he awoke again, it was already afternoon, a rather unusual occurrence. Descending the stairs, he inquired of the old steward, "Where are they?" "The lady and Miss Collins have taken the other two ladies to the airport," replied the steward. Huang Kaiwen exhaled in relief. Such occurrences, though tolerable once or twice, are not sustainable. Even those in the Middle East donned in white headdresses do not indulge in such antics daily, for their bodies cannot withstand it. Huang Kaiwen consumed a considerable amount of food, having expended significant energy without immediate replenishment. After the meal, he picked up a newspaper. The front page of the Milan Sports Daily featured a photograph of Buffon kneeling before him, accompanied by the headline, "If we claimed we knew from the outset, it would be a lie." However, when Kevin departed Milan for Madrid, we realized that the true emperor of European football is Kevin, not Milan, which established a formidable dynasty. Buffon evidently recognized who the most pivotal figure in the entire Apennine Peninsula was. Beyond his exploits on the field, Kevin serves as a role model for the youth in life. Remarkably, due to the admiration for Kevin, the crime rate among Italian youth has shown a declining trend, as revealed by our investigative findings. Previously, we had never endorsed the notion of young people idolizing athletes, as many players' moral standards fall far below their athletic prowess. Yet, Kevin's emergence has transformed this perspective, completely altering our stereotypes of athletes. Perhaps some believe one Bellerin to be the saint of football, yet Kevin, while receiving a handsome salary, has contributed even more to the world. Huang Kaiwen smirked, surprised that the editors of the Milan Sports Daily were so forthright. Upon reflection, it seems he, Huang, has indeed committed no wrongful acts, and his influence on the world has been entirely positive. Currently, numerous young players are emulating Huang's strict dietary and self-discipline in various aspects. The second page contained announcements regarding penalties for Ramos and several players. The swiftness of UEFA's actions was unexpected for Huang Kaiwen. Concerning the malevolent incident that transpired during the Champions League final, we have decided to impose severe penalties targeting the source of the event. Barcelona player Puyol deliberately provoked and harmed opposing players, leading the match down an undesirable path. We impose a fine of 50,000 euros on Carles Puyol and a lifetime ban from participating in any football-related activities in Europe. Sergio Ramos is banned from European competitions for 6 months, while the other players involved in the brawl face a 2-month ban. Additionally, AC Milan is fined 110,000 euros and has one of their home grounds closed, effective immediately. This is indeed a severe measure by UEFA. Puyol, whether aspiring to be a coach, part of the club management, or even a Barcelona ambassador, will find any such positions immediately subject to UEFA penalties. He is even prohibited from opening a football academy unless he ceases his involvement in European football. Otherwise, he is barred from any football-related activities. Such harshness is truly astonishing. As for the penalties for the Milan players, one can only say they were rather lenient. It is somewhat fortunate that Brother Ramos's suspension is extended, yet it takes immediate effect, meaning that he will return before the completion of the Champions League group stage. The situation for the remaining players is virtually unchanged whether they are suspended or not. It seems UEFA, acknowledging the public sentiment, has opted to close one of AC Milan's home stands, barring local supporters from attending. As for the Italian Football Federation, there is no news from their side, likely indicating their desire to remain uninvolved. Typically, national federations intervene only in cases of severe adverse impact during European competitions. Milan's recent victory is widely accepted, and the Italian Federation would not want to engage in self-embarrassment. In an interview with La Gazzetta dello Sport, Materazzi shared his thoughts on the events surrounding the Champions League, stating that Puyol acted with intention. He expressed reluctance to justify his stance. However, he believes that when provocation occurs, one must bear the consequences. As Puyol's foul sparked a conflict, the reactions of AC Milan players were entirely justifiable, while it appeared that all Barcelona players were acutely aware of the impending events, exhibiting remarkable restraint, except for Puyol, who remarkably avoided even a yellow card. Materazzi suspects that such actions were premeditated. Interestingly, Zinedine Zidane was also contacted by Tuttosport, and he shared his perspective, recalling the events of the 2006 final. He admitted to being overly impulsive, yet he felt the Champions League final resembled a conspiracy, with Barcelona nearly winning without a fight, merely a red card away. They likely did not anticipate that Kevin and Gigi would impede certain players. And had another Barcelona player provoked, victory would have been assured. The opinions of both involved parties aligned closely, making this situation genuinely intriguing. One wonders how Zidane would react to Materazzi's comments. Curious, Kevin browsed various international newspapers. The Times described the final as an ugly affair. Yet the outcome did not disappoint justice. The Sun reported that Shakira and Emilia Clarke had stayed at Kevin's mansion in Milan prior to the Champions League, enjoying harmonious relations with the mansion's female residents. The Manchester Evening News noted Sir Ferguson's disapproval of Barcelona's actions, while expressing hope for Kevin to one day manage Manchester United. As highlighted that the Catalans were thoroughly defeated by AC Milan, suggesting that only after the tide recedes do we discover who is swimming naked. Advocating for the cancellation of Barcelona's qualification to represent Spain in European competitions, as their presence brings shame to the entire nation. The intelligent Barcelona did not achieve the results they desired. Club president Rosell has even enlisted the help of a sorcerer to harm Kevin, and we currently possess preliminary evidence. According to Mundo Deportivo, Ramos should face a lifetime ban, as he has become the greatest bane of European football. L'Equipe reports that the performance of FC Barcelona, from top to bottom, has been profoundly disappointing. Indeed, apart from Barcelona's mouthpiece, there seems to be a general dissatisfaction with their performance. It is likely that they will face significant challenges in the near future. Although Puyol has retired and can walk away unscathed, Barcelona cannot escape their troubles. Kevin promptly went to Kaká's home to retrieve Paulo. There were too many family members present yesterday, making it unsuitable for him to return home. When Paulo left, Kaká was still reluctant to part ways. Kevin, holding Paulo, strolled towards Ramos's residence for a leisurely walk. To Kevin's surprise, he found Ramos, who was engrossed in writing, sitting in the yard with a forlorn expression. "What is the matter, Sergio?" Kevin inquired. "Ah, Kevin," Ramos responded, momentarily taken aback, then smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Look who has come to visit, our little Prince Paulo." Paulo giggled at him. Ramos eagerly took the child, saying, "I've encountered some troubling matters." "Is it related to your writing?" Kevin asked. Ramos hesitated slightly, shaking his head, and replied, "Actually, I've met a girl who isn't a university student." "Do you like her?" Kevin chuckled, amused by his friend's immediate concern for educational background. "Yes, I've invested in a few apartments, and she is a tenant. She might not have recognized me because I was wearing sunglasses, so we chatted quite happily. I pretended to be a writer who resembles Ramos," Ramos explained. "And then she found out?" Kevin inquired. "Yes," Ramos nodded awkwardly. "After she discovered I was a player, she ceased all contact, probably thinking I was a fraud." Kevin placed his arm around Ramos and asked, "Why was her first reaction to think you were deceiving her? Being a player isn't a disreputable profession. Recently, Tati's divorce has been widely discussed, and I believe that status and wealth can lead women to feign their true nature to win your affection. Hence, I wanted to attempt a relationship that is less concerned with such conditions, striving for a more genuine connection," Ramos shared. "I didn't expect it to be that way." Kevin chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, "You see, when you find a girl you like, you no longer care about her educational background. Nor do you overthink so many things. I have always regarded you as a wise man, Sergio. Regardless of whether the other person is intentionally disguising herself. Trust your own feelings. One's true nature will reveal itself in everyday interactions. Do not let excessive thoughts confine you. The more you engage, the clearer it will be whether you are compatible or not. There are no rules stating that a relationship must culminate in marriage after one or several dates." "What should I do now?" Ramos asked, somewhat distressed. "Follow your instincts. Reflect on whether you genuinely like her. If not, let it go. After all, a negative impression has already formed, regardless of whether she is genuinely upset or merely pretending. If your feelings are not strong, do not waste your time speculating. If you truly care, then find a way to change her impression. Even if you fail, at least you have made an effort," Huang Kaiwen remarked. Ramos nodded and replied, "I know what to do." Huang Kaiwen took the pole from his arms and said, "Think it over, and good luck." Upon returning home, Huang Kaiwen shared this matter with Lily. Surprised, Lily exclaimed, "I thought that guy was incapable of romance." "What do you mean?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "I mean it literally." "He doesn't understand," Lily chuckled, adding, "There aren't many stars like him. Now I can finally rest easy." "Sergio simply has his own aspirations," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. He found Ramos's approach quite admirable, Having personal goals and knowing the type of partner one desires is commendable. Moreover, from previous experiences, Huang Kaiwen was aware that Ramos was quite discerning about whom suited him. Thus, he harbored no concerns. Despite Inzaghi's advanced age, he was not necessarily as astute as Ramos, who thrived purely on instinct. Meanwhile, the television continued to broadcast the unrest in Stockholm, Sweden. Days prior, Swedish police had shot a Portuguese immigrant, inciting hundreds to attack police vehicles and officers. The turmoil had persisted for quite some time, and the global media eagerly reported on foreign chaos, highlighting the tranquility of their own nations. Lily changed the channel, and the two watched Atonement for a while before she finally returned home, bringing along an unexpected guest. Ms. Granovskaya, what brings you here? Huang Kaiwen rose to greet her. You may call me Marina, she replied, presenting 2 bottles of wine. Mr. Abramovich has some matters in Moscow and could not attend personally, but he has ordered a new yacht to celebrate your remarkable victory. That's unnecessary. I have received plenty already. Huang Kaiwen graciously declined, casting a questioning glance at Lily. She shook her head, explaining that she had coincidentally encountered Marina at the door while she was organizing her thoughts. No need for formality. Mr. Abramovich specifically instructed me to ensure you accept this, Marina insisted. Huang Kaiwen accepted the wine, guiding her to sit on the sofa as he asked, I didn't expect to see you today. I thought the Chelsea executives would be quite busy, given that many prestigious clubs have their eyes on Chelsea players. No one can leave until their contracts expire, Marina replied fiercely, clearly exasperated by the transfer discussions. After all, it was only natural for other clubs to covet Chelsea's talented players. Huang Kaiwen complimented her with a smile. Your visit must surely have a purpose. While Abramovich is generous, he would not suddenly gift a yacht to the King of Yellow. However, Marina remained silent regarding her intentions, and Huang Kaiwen was not in a hurry to press her. The players from Milan are the same. Roman has always aspired to sign Torres, Marina remarked with a smile. Fernando just renewed his contract, so acquiring him won't be easy. Lily interjected. Although she did not often involve herself in team matters, her approval was still necessary for first-team contract renewals. As the conversation about football continued, Marina finally took the initiative to speak. Kevin, Roman wishes to invite you to join the Katusha team for the Tour de France in July. Me? Huang Kaiwen inquired. Yes, Marina affirmed. The Katusha team was established in 2008 with an initial budget of 15 million euros, and subsequent investments have been of the highest caliber. I am aware of Russia's substantial investments in sports, but why would you want me to participate in the Tour de France? Huang Kaiwen questioned. Marina hesitated before responding. I am not entirely sure, but Roman must have his reasons. Participating in the Tour de France will not interfere with the upcoming season. After all, you competed in the Olympics last year and also coached at the European Championship. It is precisely because last year was so hectic that I wish to take a break. Huang Kaiwen sighed. Last year's schedule was packed, and it felt as though there was hardly any time off. 2 consecutive seasons without a break. And even the vacation was filled with high-level competitions. If you participate, Roman is willing to offer a signing bonus of 30 million euros, and should you win, there is an additional 30 million, Marina stated. The living room fell silent. Just the prospect of Huang the King participating in the Tour de France prompted Abramovich to gift a yacht and offer 30 million without any performance expectations. This gesture was indeed filled with sincerity. However, a realization dawned upon Huang Kaiwen as he considered the implications of the victory bonus. Regardless of whether Huang the King was someone who settled for second place, he had always delivered satisfactory results, even when incentivized. At this moment, Huang Kaiwen could ascertain that this was Abramovich's influence at play. If it were up to the lady, even if Abramovich requested a total of 60 million, it would likely be structured as a signing fee of 5 million and a victory bonus of 55 million, although the total amount would remain unchanged. The former arrangement would undoubtedly be more agreeable, reflecting on the uninterrupted invitations from the Cycling Federation and their ongoing association with the International Anti-Doping Agency, which claimed this would be the cleanest edition of the race. Huang Kaiwen began to grasp the underlying motivations. He might not be well versed with the Katusha team, but he understood that it was part of Russia's global outreach. Russia has often been portrayed negatively in Western films and media, prompting the current leadership to aspire to change that narrative. This was evident in their actions. It seemed likely that either the leadership had taken an interest in the Tour de France or Abramovich sought recognition for his contributions. After all, He had been actively investing in film and various sports projects in Russia, expecting no return beyond the accomplishments themselves. If someone dared to promise €100 million to win an Oscar, Abramovich would not even blink, demanding not a cent from box office revenues. As long as Russian cinema could grace that prestigious stage and receive accolades. For him, both cinema and the Tour de France were merely avenues to please the leadership. "I will consider it," Huang Kaiwen replied. The young lady immediately rose with a smile, saying, "Then let us have Kevin call Mr. Abramovich later." Marina could only nod and rise, feeling a tinge of disappointment for not receiving a definitive answer, yet she understood the need for patience. After all, Huang Kaiwen's stature was significant. He could not simply be regarded as just another player. After Marina departed, the young lady inquired, "Do you wish to participate in the Tour de France?" "Absolutely. Earning 60 million in a week is swifter than playing football?" Huang Kaiwen responded candidly. "Then you should agree." Lily suddenly interjected. "You haven't learned the phrase rare opportunity, have you?" Huang Kaiwen explained in Italian. "Since it can only be me, there's no need to give an immediate affirmative, otherwise Marina might feel she has lost out. If any difficulties arise along the way that enable her to achieve her goals, she will merely feel fortunate. A superstar like the king of football cannot simply be persuaded with a single suggestion. He had previously contemplated participating in the Tour de France while engaged in triathlons. The rules of triathlons were straightforward and lacked the competitive intensity of the Tour. With funding now available, participating in this race seemed an appealing prospect. Moreover, the World Cycling Union had struggled to organize this event, but Abu had directly resolved the issue, allowing him to bask in the limelight. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Later, Huang Kaiwen received a call from the headquarters of SRAM, the sponsor of the Katusha team, even before he had confirmed his participation. They promptly dispatched a technical team to Milan, equipped with various apparatuses, to allow him to gauge the experience and adjust based on his feedback. The young lady beside him remarked, "Their previous plans for going public were shelved, regardless of whether you participate in the tour. They are eager to have you on their team." Huang Kaiwen chuckled, acknowledging their eagerness. They had already flown over, seemingly intent on using the king of football for promotional purposes. However, it was crucial to distinguish between team sponsorship and personal endorsements. They could not expect to benefit from Huang Kaiwen without due compensation. Huang Kaiwen familiarized himself with the Katusha team, which was ostensibly organized by the Global Cycling Development Fund under the auspices of a Russian initiative, but was, in truth, financed by Igor Malafeev. The primary aim was to please the emperor. Huang Kaiwen admired the emperor's tenacity. Despite the apparent lack of interest, he continued to pursue involvement. Abu had sought out the king of football, likely out of fear, particularly after Berezovsky's demise in London 2 months prior. The Russian oligarchs seemed to vanish without a trace. The bonuses promised to Huang Kaiwen might have stemmed from joint funding with Igor Malafeev. The emperor had previously vowed not to pursue the 7 oligarchs. Yet some had met tragic ends while others fled. The London police announced they had found no perpetrators, although anyone with discernment knew it was the work of the KGB. One by one, the old guard had been eliminated, and they too feared for their lives despite their wealth. Thus, they turned to Huang Kaiwen, who was consistently the most suitable candidate, excelling in influence and reputation, with ample support worldwide. Following the conclusion of the Champions League final, Huang Kaiwen was basking in glory. The UCI had long hoped for his participation in cycling events, but had seen no success. If they could secure his representation for the Katusha team, both the emperor and the UCI would be elated. In recent years, due to doping scandals, cycling events had been forsaken by some audiences. Competitive sports should showcase the limits of human capability, rather than the superiority of pharmaceuticals. With each individual succumbing to substance abuse, it is only natural that the audience loses interest. Despite their relentless promotion, the results remain mediocre, particularly since both UCI and WADA have previously endorsed Armstrong, a scenario that has recurred far too often. The issue now transcends mere athletes and teams. The audience's trust in them has begun to wane. At this juncture, a figure is needed to restore their reputation. Additionally, a significant advantage of cycling events lies in their marketability in America, thanks to Armstrong, unlike football, which remains a niche sport there. One of the sponsors of the Katusha team, Sutherland, is a company based in Chicago. In this context, the participation of King Huang in the Tour de France would garner global attention for the event. The level of interest may rival that of the World Cup, representing a monumental enhancement. Therefore, Kevin Huang's previous conversation with Lily was somewhat conservative. After discussing with the young lady, he has already relayed the message to Abu and the sponsors. There is no need for frugality. King Huang has limited personal sponsorships, and when combined with the team and Tour de France sponsors, along with Abu's backing, they should collectively present an astonishing appearance fee that would astound the world. Even Florentino's Real Madrid understands the allure of attracting attention with a hefty price tag. UCI and the Katusha team should adopt a similarly generous approach. It is likely that Marina has lost interest in Chelsea affairs by now, as she needs to coordinate numerous brands. Consequently, when the time comes, all of King Huang's equipment, energy supplements, and even his transportation and accommodation during the competition must be financially supported by these brands. Galliani is now in a comparable position to Marina. Besides overseeing negotiations with those brands, he must also meet with King Huang's personal sponsors. Their contracts were signed based on King Huang's market value on the field. However, King Huang consistently takes summer jobs during every break, allowing their brands to gain substantial exposure during the football transfer window, which ultimately feels like a loss for them. They must be persuaded to increase their financial contributions. This, in turn, will also inflate Milan's sponsorship fees, such as the power of star players. When a team boasts multiple star athletes, it transforms into a celebrity club, consequently attracting attention to its rivals and positively impacting the league. This explains why some esteemed former players and coaches criticize certain transfers, while officials defend the clubs that are willing to invest heavily. The Serie A's Seven Sisters era and the current English Premier League serve as excellent examples. The departure of La Liga's twin giants from Rome led to a significant drop in interest. Had it not been for the overlapping positions and demands for ball possession between Cristiano Ronaldo and King Huang, Galliani might have even considered bringing Ronaldo to St. Kevin's. Now that it has been decided that he will participate in the Tour de France in July, Kevin Huang is preparing to adjust his schedule. First, he plans to rest adequately, followed by some relevant training. After the Tour de France, preseason training will commence swiftly, allowing his body to transition seamlessly into the new season. Sergio, how did yesterday's events unfold? Kevin Huang inquired over the phone. I have given up, Ramos replied from the other end. After you left, I reflected on it, Kevin. I believe that since we've already experienced unpleasantness, even if the relationship improves, it cannot be forgotten. Every time we argue, it will inevitably resurface. I just don't feel as fondly anymore. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and remarked, since that's the case, let us embark on a vacation. Even riders cannot remain cooped up at home all day. You still have to participate in the World Cup at the end of next season. So take a few days to enjoy yourself. Let us wait until after the Laureus Awards and the memorial match, Ramos replied. Well, let us first contemplate where to go. After an arduous season, it is indeed time to rest properly, Huang Kaiwen said with a smile before hanging up the phone. The Laureus Awards have been postponed for several consecutive years, and it seems unlikely they will revert to a March ceremony before the illustrious Huang retires. As for the memorial match, there are simply too many players retiring from Milan this time. If we were to hold individual farewell matches for each of them, it would severely disrupt our preparations. Thus, it seems more practical to forego friendly matches altogether. A single commemorative match for each player would suffice. However, the intensity of such memorial matches is lower than that of friendly games, offering little benefit for adjusting one's form. Therefore, it has been scheduled for the end of the season, pitting a mixed team of current players and veterans against Inter Milan in a celebratory exhibition match. This would serve as a collective tribute for several individuals. While perusing the newspaper, Huang Kaiwen noticed that Carragher had also retired, which filled him with a sense of regret. In the future, no one would be able to rival Huang Kaiwen's goal-scoring prowess against Liverpool. On May 29th, 2 days after the Champions League final, the parade for Milan's championship victory commenced. Early in the morning, Milan's players eagerly gathered at the entrance of St. Kevin's Stadium. The procession would begin at the stadium and then return to St. Kevin's Square, located in front of it. Statues of Milan's legendary figures from various eras adorned both sides of the square, with the centerpiece being the statue of Huang Kaiwen. This imposing statue not only stood grandly, but also incorporated remnants of the Helios bronze statue brought back from North Africa. The torch was modified into a long sword held by Huang Kaiwen, while the surplus bronze was transformed into his sword sheath and shoes. Upon arriving at St. Kevin's Square, one could not help but notice the magnificent statue of Huang Kaiwen. The entire ensemble of statues mimicked the style of Michelangelo. With the statue of Huang Kaiwen and several other legends recently completed, there were plans for a second phase, with ample space reserved for other players. I believe I should stand beside you, Inzaghi approached and stated, in the entire history of football, there has only been one player of my esteemed stature. Have you forgotten about the little Gaddafi? Huang Kaiwen reminded him. Is he an emperor? Inzaghi inquired. Huang Kaiwen, slightly taken aback by Inzaghi's lack of knowledge, responded. Did you not see his name in the papers? He played for clubs like Perugia and Sampdoria. Ah, I did see it, Inzaghi quickly nodded, concerned about being mocked by the younger players. Come on, the bus has arrived, Huang Kaiwen called out. The players gradually made their way to the bus, and Inzaghi seized De Bruyne's arm, whispering, You've spent a considerable amount of time in Italy. What is the little Gaddafi's lineage? Is he an emperor? Or is his father the emperor? Milan, Milan, Milan. The city of Milan was enveloped in red smoke as fans erupted in jubilant cheers. Huang Kaiwen remained curious about their enthusiasm for fireworks, wondering if they were not concerned about respiratory ailments. On the bus, Huang Kaiwen greeted the fans with a casual wave before effortlessly donning his mask and finding a spot to rest. The primary focus of today's celebration was on those seasoned veterans poised to retire, alongside a few younger players like Delane and Catrone. While the likes of Cruz and other mid-generation players still appeared youthful, they had amassed a commendable collection of collective honors, surpassing even some key players from elite clubs. The excitement was palpable. Inzaghi, leaning against the bus railing while playing cards, quipped, You nearly tried to steal the trophy home the first time you won the Champions League. Gattuso replied with a lowered head, And you dare to mock the coach? Inzaghi shot a glare at Gattuso, retorting, Don't talk to me. Those who retire young have no right to judge me. I will secure even more trophies in the future. Damn it, Gattuso muttered under his breath. It's hardly surprising that this rascal refuses to retire. By the time Inzaghi hangs up his boots, it's likely that he will have accumulated more trophies than even Maldini. A helicopter from the television station hovered above the bus, and a reporter cheerfully remarked, We can see Inzaghi once again playing cards with Kevin. Fans are undoubtedly familiar with this scene, but this time, the bus parade will culminate in a moment where a scarf will be tied around the St. Kevin statue. I believe this will become a cherished tradition for the team. When Real Madrid wins, they adorn the statue of the goddess of abundance with scarves. Perhaps in the future, young fans will tease Real Madrid for copying Milan, much like the Manchester United anthem, which was originally used by Tottenham fans, yet due to United's greater fame, many unaware fans assume that Tottenham merely imitates them. Such is the nature of football. The victors reap all rewards. And any club with numerous honors is deemed to be in the right. You lot, how long have you been playing? Nesta inquired. Keep your distance from us, coaching staff. Huang Kaiwen jested, looking up with a playful scold. Nesta shrugged in resignation. Previously, he had been curious as to why Maldini ceased attending gatherings post-retirement. However, upon becoming a coach himself, he realized that the distance between the coaching staff and the locker room does not vanish simply because one was once a player. Players instinctively quiet down in his presence. Have you thought about what you'll do after retirement? Nesta turned to ask. Gattuso shook his head, replying, For now, I'll focus on the restaurant business and also take coaching classes. Leaving football truly isn't an easy decision. Van Bommel nodded along. He was reluctant to retire, having celebrated countless victories in Milan. Yet, his opportunities to play had dwindled, as Milan's tactics demanded high physical endurance. He was unwilling to embrace a new environment nor languish on the bench, hence the difficult decision. The bus made a roundabout journey through Milan before returning in front of the stadium. Huang Kaiwen took the scarf and ascended the fire truck's ladder. As the ladder slowly rose, he tied the red and black scarf around his statue. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin. The moment the staff handed him the microphone, Huang Kaiwen began, I'll only say a few words, then pass it to the coach, as there will be similar opportunities next year. As his words echoed, the atmosphere in the square intensified tenfold. The fans erupted in fervent cheers and applause. For Huang Kaiwen's words are a promise. What he asserts, he can achieve. At next year's Estadio de Luz in Lisbon, the victors will undoubtedly be the Red and Black Legion. After nearly a minute, the volume of the crowd diminished slightly, allowing Huang Kaiwen to continue. Celebration is not the essence. Rather, it is the company with whom we celebrate that truly matters. I hope to see you all here every year, for without the fans, football is nothing. With that, he passed the microphone to the professor. The professor, with a wry smile, remarked, The pressure is immense. The fans clearly prefer your presence. Yet, you embody the essence of Milan as a coach. Huang Kaiwen retorted with a smile. This was something previously stated by the Milan sports newspaper. The professor's personal image is indeed commendable. There have been instances in football where a poor public persona, as seen with Busby, has led to dismissal. The professor waved his hand with a smile, taking the microphone in hand, and said, "A year ago, I accepted Milan's invitation. I must confess, I did not agree immediately, although I was tempted. Everyone knows it is not easy to leave a place where one has long lived and struggled. Mr. Galliani made many promises, yet they were not the reason for my allure. It was my girlfriend who urged me, saying that to win the Champions League, I must come to Milan. Thus, I resolved to do so, and here I am. Milan, with or without me, will always be a champion. I ponder what legacy I can leave for the club." At this moment, her reminder echoed in my mind. To do what I excel at. In the near future, you will witness an increasing number of youngsters from our youth academy stepping into the first team, claiming countless championships. The venue erupted in fervor once more. No fans prefer anything over youth academy players. The professor's words struck a chord with the supporters. Ambrosini's longevity at the club is primarily due to his roots in Milan's youth training. Fans revel in witnessing the club's youth gradually evolve into champions. Although today's celebration did not feature any celebrities, the fans were more exhilarated than ever before. Milan possesses not only the present but also a radiant future. One day after completing a friendly match against Inter Milan, Huang Kaiwen and a few others boarded a flight to Rio. The Laureus Awards ceremony was being held in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Another long flight awaited them. Kaká and his wife planned to visit their parents during this trip. "I'm a bit concerned about Paolo," Kaká said, cradling his son. Beatriz rolled her eyes in response. She somewhat regretted naming their son Paolo, as Kaká would only associate it with Juan Paulo. "Fear not. Lily is quite adept at handling children now," Huang Kaiwen reassured with a smile. He was not worried about Paolo wandering off, as Lily had to remain in Milan. Inzaghi interjected, waving his hand in front of Huang Kaiwen. "Can we refrain from discussing children and consider the feelings of the single among us? One might think you are all much older than I. I have no objections." Ramos suddenly chimed in. "No one asked you," Inzaghi retorted. "Remember to rest on the plane. We should land in the afternoon," Kaká reminded them. "Inzaghi, you are full of energy. Just make sure you adjust to the time difference," he added. "Got it, Dad," Inzaghi replied with a playful scoff. Huang Kaiwen played games for a while before donning his headphones to take a break. Daylight saving time placed a 5-hour difference between Milan and Rio de Janeiro. When the group arrived in Rio, it was precisely 3 in the afternoon. Rio de Janeiro, from the outset, was a city shrouded in misunderstanding. What were clearly bays embedded within the land were mistakenly perceived by the Portuguese fleet that intruded on January 1, 1502, as a river. Hence, it was named Rio de Janeiro, which in Portuguese translates to River of January. As the group exited Rio International Airport, they were greeted by towering walls. Inzaghi inquired, "Is that a wall?" "No," Kaká replied with a complex expression. "Beyond that wall lies the Mare Favela. Vehicles leaving the airport are frequently targeted for robbery, which is why the wall was erected." With that, Inzaghi lost interest. Throughout his years traversing the world, he had maintained his safety by avoiding such impoverished areas. The weary travelers proceeded directly to their hotel to rest. The following afternoon, they set off for the Grand Hall. Avoiding the mountainous roads that felt like 2 entirely different worlds compared to the area outside the airport. The favelas of Rio de Janeiro were concentrated on the hills. Upon arriving at the entrance, Huang Kaiwen spotted a familiar face. "Hey, Kevin," Andy Murray called out, striding over and waving. "Andy, long time no see." Huang Kaiwen extended his hand, only to be met with an unexpected bear hug. Murray, an Arsenal fan influenced by his grandfather, was also a supporter of Huang, the King of Yellow, having met a few times during his time playing in London. This tennis player enjoys immense popularity in the UK, with fervent fans queuing for days to secure tickets, even leading to brawls over his nationality. "Kevin, I heard you're preparing to participate in the Tour de France. Is it true? Hones mentioned he is looking to sign you. Have you been in contact? Inter Milan is interested in acquiring Hazard and Sciglio. Are you aware of this? Kevin, do you believe you are this year's best male athlete? Will you be coaching Manchester United?" The reporters clamored, interrupting the two. Ramos stepped forward, pushing aside the reporters' outstretched hands. Huang Kaiwen, Kaká, and Murray seized the opportunity to enter the hall. Inzaghi, attempting to adjust his shirt collar, found that the journalists had completely overlooked him. I never expected Mr. Wenger to go to Milan. I feel both disappointed and relieved, he remarked. Once indoors, Murray said directly, some fools fail to comprehend Mr. Wenger's significance. Benitez is merely the beginning, and the team will continue to decline. However, I am delighted to see him win the Champions League. It is well deserved. As Arsenal has held him back. Hearing you say that should bring Mr. Wenger some solace, Huang Kaiwen replied. Indeed, Murray nodded vigorously. By the way, tell me secretly, are you going to participate in the Tour de France? Huang Kaiwen nodded. It's not a secret. Once the sponsors finalize the agreement, it will be officially announced. And the world will be inundated with promotions. That's so cool, Murray exclaimed with excitement. When will you come to play at Wimbledon? I believe the fans will go wild. Forget it. I can't compete with you all, Huang Kaiwen shook his head. The top players in tennis are simply too formidable. Even though the illustrious Huang Kaiwen possesses extraordinary talent, surpassing his competitors necessitates prolonged training. Hello, greeted Mo Farah and Usain Bolt as they approached. Murray shrugged and remarked. The world's best athlete is also the most popular. Perhaps I should inform the Sun to refrain from photographing me next time, as your influence on sales is far greater. Huang Kaiwen immediately struck a celebratory pose reminiscent of Bolt, declaring, Then I shall prepare to run, ensuring they cannot catch me. Are you suggesting another showdown? Bolt inquired with a smile. Farah, standing silently to the side, remained quiet. Now, Huang Kaiwen asked, somewhat astonished. Buddy, I was just joking, Bolt replied candidly. I haven't been in top form lately. Let us plan a private showdown when I have the opportunity to visit you in Milan. Are you afraid of losing to Kevin again? Farah teased. Bolt playfully punched him, responding, Don't think you can be arrogant just because you are a long-distance champion. It's merely that Kevin did not participate. Farah nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, your performance in the triathlon was astonishing. I reckon playing football for 180 minutes, divided into two halves, would pose no challenge for you. Kaká and Ramos listened with great interest from the sidelines. Compliments directed at Huang Kaiwen were no different from those bestowed upon them. Inzaghi's eyes darted around, surveying the female guests present today. Spotting Super Dan, Huang Kaiwen approached to greet him. Just as he was about to leave, someone approached and asked, Kevin, may I take a photo with you? Huang Kaiwen smiled and nodded. Sure. Neymar, holding up his phone, stuck out his tongue and tilted his head for the photo. No longer sporting a mohawk, he appeared considerably more polished. Have you signed with Barcelona? Huang Kaiwen inquired after the photo was taken. Yes, I believe Barcelona suits me better, Neymar replied. Play well. You might just have a chance at the Ballon d'Or, Huang Kaiwen encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. Let us go. The awards ceremony is about to begin, Kaká reminded. Huang Kaiwen followed Kaká and the others into the auditorium, while Neymar stood frozen in surprise. British host Michael Ballack took the stage with a microphone. Feigning astonishment as he remarked, the Laureus Award has already passed. Just look at the Ballon d'Or to see that Kevin is not on the same track as the others. Surely no one believes that a 6-time champion and a 5-gold Olympic cross-discipline winner cannot claim the title of Best Male Athlete? The organizers have left this category for last. Is there any suspense here? Laughter erupted in the audience. The camera panned to Huang Kaiwen, who waved with a smile. Everyone present recognized the truth in his words. This year, there could be no surprises with the Laureus Award. The title of Best Male Athlete would undoubtedly belong to Huang Kaiwen. Bolt was also nominated this year. What about Huang Kaiwen, who had defeated Bolt twice? The awards ceremony soon commenced, with the Best Female Athlete award going to Jessica Ennis. The atmosphere reached a crescendo. No one expected this athletic star to triumph over the likes of Serena Williams, who had secured titles at the US Open, Wimbledon, and 2 Olympic gold medals. Inzaghi whispered, Is she really British? Even beyond the realm of athletes, she ranks among the more attractive individuals in Britain. Not too shabby, replied Huang Kaiwen. After all, the average standard of the British is well established. The next distinguished athlete with disabilities is Brazil's Daniel Dias, a formidable force with 10 gold medals from the Paralympics. The prestigious Comeback of the Year award has been bestowed upon Felix Sanchez. At this moment, it is finally time for the Breakthrough of the Year award. Neymar, Murray, and the domestic swimmer Yi Sherwin have all been nominated for this honor. The camera panned across the faces of several nominees. And as a guest took the stage and opened the envelope, he announced, Andy Murray. Murray leapt up in excitement and strode confidently towards the podium. Upon arrival, he took the trophy and approached the lectern, eliciting a ripple of good-natured laughter from the audience. Adjusting the microphone, Murray remarked, I know I may seem a bit eager, but I believe everyone would feel the same way. Except for Kevin, of course. He has won far too many awards. The laughter in the hall grew louder. After a brief pause, Murray continued, I have always been a football fan, yet I have admired many athletes until 9 years ago, when I discovered my life idol. Yes, he is sitting right down there, Kevin. Anyone familiar with football knows how magnificent and magical the night in Istanbul was. Football is a team sport, not an individual one. Yet Kevin single-handedly seized the trophy. From that moment, I understood that the number 10 standing in front of the goal was the only deity in the football world. After a moment of reflection, Huang Kaiwen opened his eyes and reached for a Nokia phone, noting the date displayed, 200405524, without a flicker of panic. Having typed millions of words over the past decade, he had envisioned this scenario countless times. He promptly threw off the covers, got out of bed, changed his clothes, and glanced down, astonished. What? Am I mixed with a donkey? Feeling the vitality and youthfulness of his body, he walked to the bathroom to gaze at his reflection. Utterly captivated by his own handsomeness, the youth in the mirror appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, standing just over 6 feet tall. With sharp brows and bright eyes, rosy lips and white teeth, a prominent nose, and a teardrop mole beneath his eye, presumably tears shed by a girl for him. The only discordant notes were the shoulder-length hair and the Pepsi spokesperson-like hair color, distinctly reflective of the era. None of this seemed problematic. Having been reborn and rejuvenated by a decade, brimming with vigor and good looks, it was undeniably a lucrative turn of fate. With his extensive experience in writing novels, surely, in this time, he could easily achieve divine ascension, invest in some Bitcoin, and effortlessly attain financial freedom, right? At that point, he would be living the dream with wealth in one hand and sweetness in the other, seamlessly reaching the pinnacle of life. I am not Huang Rong. I possess no martial arts skills. All I desire is my beloved Jinggu and a perfect romance. Turning on the television, Huang Kaiwen began to hum a song rich with the essence of the times. An hour later, fully grasping the situation, he sat at the edge of his bed, stunned. The owner of this body also bore the name Huang Kaiwen, with both parents being university professors. In that era, highly educated intellectuals longed for foreign lands, often preferring to wash dishes abroad rather than remain in their homeland. Naming him thus was completely normal. It seemed that by simply being called Kevin, one was elevated to a higher status. Tragically, Huang Kaiwen's professor parents had perished in a car accident, leaving him 7 properties in prime educational districts and a considerable fortune amassed through stock trading. Logically speaking, this Huang Kaiwen ought to be regarded as a victor in life. Even in the absence of wealth, his handsome visage alone could charm starlets. At merely 21 and a year post-university graduation, he is, by all accounts, a prodigy. However, the doors that fate has opened for him may well lead to the depths of despair. With a family history of cancer and a diagnosis of late-stage liver cancer, he faces a mere 612 months to live, with no prior indications, an abrupt sentence of death. The original soul could not bear this grim reality and was overwhelmed, leaving him to inherit a rather unfortunate fate. Sitting in a daze, Huang Kaiwen finally comprehended the meaning of joy turning to sorrow. Once, he had managed to purchase a car and a home through his writing, sustaining only a slight decline in health, but now he finds himself in a countdown to oblivion. The television incessantly broadcasts reports featuring Mr. Edith from the Italian Trade Commission, Mr. Ivan Scott from FIFA's event management, Mr. Iwatu Takashi, president of Rockfield Corporation, and Mr. Liu Shun, chairman of the Shanghai Football Association, along with officials from the Shanhua Club and leaders from the organizing bodies, Wenguang News Media Group and Wenhui Xianmin United Press Group, among others. Chairman Liu Shun, at the press conference, warmly welcomed AC Milan's return to Shanghai, stating, "The visit of AC Milan holds significant meaning for Shanghai football. As a great team, their illustrious history and remarkable achievements attest to their excellence not only in Italy but across Europe and the world. Their presence here will foster further development." As the leaders on television animatedly discussed, Huang Kaiwen found their incessant chatter grating. "Beep, the system for playing football like Maradona is activating. Would you like to proceed?" Huang Kaiwen rolled his eyes, exasperated. Even if he were Lionel Messi, 12 months would offer no opportunities. And given that in his previous life he had transitioned from reader to writer, he had grown weary of it all. Although a football fan, he had little interest in playing. One should never allow their passion to morph into their profession. His greatest regret in his former life was dedicating his study time to novels instead of learning. Beep. The Maradona football system activation has been cancelled. The King of Football system is now activating. Loading. 1-5-60-99 trial version activating. Newbie gift pack is being distributed. Task issued. Please join a G14 powerhouse during the summer transfer window to inherit the will of the great King Carlos Caesar. Task reward. Eliminate all ailments and restore health. Activate the official version of the system. Ah, how delightful. Huang Kaiwen grasped his hair in exuberance, for no other expression could adequately convey his thrill. What does it mean that heaven does not forsake those in need? What does it mean to be a child of destiny? I had said it all along. With both transmigration and a system, my demise at a young age is out of the question. As for joining a prestigious club, in the name of survival, he would resort to any means necessary. Moreover, the system had provided a newbie gift pack. Upon opening it, he would likely attain the level of a football king. After all, it is named the King Carlos system. On television, the Shanghai leaders appeared invigorated. Huang Kaiwen slapped his thigh, declaring, "The chosen victim is none other than you. AC Milan. Open newbie gift pack." Upon selection, the rewards materialized. Acquire the Superstar Experience card, which, upon activation, remains effective for a duration of 30 days, concluding at the end of the summer transfer window. Obtain a multilingual gift pack of 4 languages. Gain the skill. Tom Hanks' pinnacle acting. How could a great player not possess the ability to perform? Sergio Busquets. Huang Kaiwen felt a bit bewildered. This, the system's offerings, always seemed somewhat frivolous. Sergio Busquets naturally understood. After all, he was the Oscar-winning best actor of the football world. But what relevance did this have to the king of the sport? Sitting on his bed, he spent a considerable time searching on his laptop. Yet Huang Kaiwen could not find a player by the name of Carlos Caesar. He had a vague recollection of this name, but could not quite place it, an unusual predicament for a devoted fan. Lost in thought while preparing a meal, an epiphany struck him. He had encountered this name in a public account during his past life. This king of football was indeed quite unorthodox, which explained why he was so elusive. Only through the explosion of social media had the exploits of Carlos Caesar been unearthed and widely disseminated. Carlos Caesar had not officially played a single match in a staggering 26 years, nor had he scored a goal. Yet, through his remarkable emotional intelligence and eloquence, he thrived. Having played for numerous prestigious Brazilian clubs and national teams, including those in Brazil and Puebla, Mexico, even being hailed as the king of football at one point. Carlos, limited in talent, possessed only one virtue: commendable physical fitness. After returning to Brazil, Carlos began to seek connections with established players, leveraging his exceptional emotional intelligence and oratory skills. He quickly ingratiated himself with many football stars. A host of Brazilian internationals grew fond of him and would actively recommend his inclusion to clubs. Thus, Carlos perpetually found himself at elite clubs. Most professional players cherish their opportunities on the pitch, striving to showcase their abilities for wider recognition. In stark contrast, Carlos Caesar sought every possible means to evade matches. After all, the moment he touched the ball, his true capabilities would be laid bare. Therefore, upon joining a new team, Carlos Caesar would promptly inform the coach of his recent poor form, requesting time for individual training. During these solitary training sessions, he would merely jog, demonstrating commendable fitness. Once the trial period concluded, he would feign illness to avoid matches. Carlos employed a plethora of excuses: a thigh strain while playing, a slip in the shower. The most audacious instance involved soliciting a friend who was a dentist to provide a diagnosis, asserting that a dental issue had even affected his thigh, rendering him unfit for competition. Given the medical standards of the time, his fabrications were difficult to expose. Thus, Carlos Caesar succeeded, consistently managing to secure a place on teams. Whenever he sensed that his ruse was close to unraveling, he would choose to flee. Aside from deceiving coaches within the teams, Carlos was also adept at crafting his public persona. He maintained close ties with local journalists, frequently inviting them to dine together. The reporters, in turn, would amplify his reputation, spinning tales of his prowess or suggesting that Mexico was eager for his enlistment, or that the Brazilian team was keenly desiring his presence. Whenever there is a match, Carlos Caesar would generously buy candy for the children watching the game, inviting them to gather around for autographs after the match, thus creating an illusion of popularity. For a time, Carlos carried a large mobile phone and would occasionally pull it out to publicly speak in broken English, claiming that FC Barcelona was considering signing him. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, his English was entirely fabricated, and the phone in his hand was merely a toy model. Consequently, despite never having played a complete match or scored a goal, Carlos was regarded as a true football superstar wherever he went. His fans affectionately bestowed upon him numerous nicknames such as Divine Striker, Demon Blade, and Caesar of Football, leading to an ever-growing reputation. After making rounds in various clubs across Brazil, Carlos set his sights abroad. When the French club Ajaccio extended an invitation, he promptly traveled to France. On that day, enthusiastic fans filled the training ground, eager to witness the Brazilian star's brilliance. In such circumstances, feigning injury would have been rather awkward. Therefore, Carlos ingeniously devised an excellent plan. He kicked every football on the training field one by one toward his fans. With no balls left on the field, his teammates had no choice but to engage in an imaginary game of football alongside him, elevating the fervent atmosphere to its peak. Over the subsequent years, Carlos left behind a legend in the United States, Mexico, and Argentina, becoming one of the most renowned football stars globally. One cannot deny that this fellow was truly talented. Huang Kaiwen has now come to understand what the football King Caesar system entails. It is simply about becoming a salary thief like Carlos Caesar, playing tricks on the elite clubs. He consented, recognizing that to survive, one is willing to do anything. Ultimately, he could wait until he completed his mission, regain his health, and then be dismissed by the team. As a time traveler, would he fear dismissal? After retirement, he could pen a book titled I Really Don't Want to Play Football, which would surely sell like hotcakes. Upon awakening and opening his eyes, Huang Kaiwen found a Nokia phone beside him, displaying the date 200-40524, and felt no panic. Having typed countless words over the years, he had long imagined this scenario. He promptly threw back the covers, got out of bed, and changed his clothes. Glancing down to see, to his surprise, that he had the physique of a mixed-blood donkey. Feeling the vigor and youthfulness coursing through his body, he approached the bathroom mirror and was utterly captivated by his own handsomeness. The youth in the mirror appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, standing just over 1.8 meters tall, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, rosy lips and white teeth, a strong nose, and a tear mole beneath his eye. Seemingly the result of a girl's tears shed for him. The only slightly discordant feature was his shoulder-length hair, reminiscent of a Pepsi spokesperson style. Very much a product of the times. None of this mattered. Being reborn and traversing time, he had rejuvenated by a decade, his body brimming with vitality. And he was undeniably handsome, a remarkable gain in every aspect. With his experience in writing novels, was it not a mere trifle to ascend to godhood during this era, invest in some Bitcoin, and effortlessly achieve financial freedom? In due time, he would revel in wealth, basking in a life of unparalleled success. I am not Huang Rong, nor do I possess martial arts skills. All I desire is my beloved Jing Gu and a perfect love. As I turned on the television, Huang Kaiwen began to hum a song evocative of the times. An hour later, after grasping the situation, Huang Kaiwen sat on the edge of the bed, utterly bewildered. The owner of this body also bore the name Huang Kaiwen, with both parents being university professors. In that era, esteemed intellectuals yearned for foreign lands, preferring to wash dishes abroad rather than remain in their homeland. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for him to have such a name. It was as if being called Kevin elevated one to a higher status. Tragically, his professor parents met with an accident, yet they bequeathed him 7 properties in educational districts and a substantial fortune accrued from stock trading. By all accounts, this Huang Kaiwen should be deemed a winner in life. Even without wealth, his looks alone could attract starlets. At 21, having graduated from university just a year prior, he could be considered a prodigy. However, the door that fate opened for him was perhaps the gateway to hell. A family history of cancer loomed over him. With liver cancer in its advanced stages and only 12 months left to live, announced without any forewarning. The original owner of this body could not bear the news and was frightened to death, leaving behind this unexpected opportunity for him. Sitting there in a daze, Huang Kaiwen finally comprehended the meaning of joy turning to sorrow. He had once relied on his writing to purchase a home and a vehicle. Now, he faced a countdown to his life. The television continued its incessant chatter, reporting on Mr. Edith from the Italian Trade Commission, Mr. Ivan Scott from FIFA, Mr. Iwatu Takashi, president of Rockefeller Corporation, and Mr. Liu Shun, the chairman of the Shanghai Football Association, along with officials from the Shenhua Club and leaders from the organizing bodies. During a press conference, Chairman Liu Shen warmly welcomed AC Milan's return to Shanghai, stating that their visit bore significant meaning for Shanghai football. AC Milan, a great team with a rich history and remarkable achievements, undoubtedly stands as a paragon not only in Italy but across Europe and the world of football. Their presence in Shanghai would serve to strengthen the sport. As the television leaders animatedly discussed these matters, Huang Kaiwen found their incessant chatter bothersome. Suddenly, a notification chimed, activating the system to play football like Maradona. Would you like to proceed? Huang Kaiwen rolled his eyes in irritation, thinking that even if he were Lionel Messi, there would be little to gain from playing for 12 months. Having transitioned from a reader of novels to a writer, he had grown weary of the notion. Though a football fan, he had no genuine interest in playing. One should never allow their passion to become their profession. His greatest regret in his past life was having spent time in class reading novels instead of studying. Another notification appeared. Activation of the system to play like Maradona cancelled. Activating the King of Football system. Loading 1.5.60.99 trial version in progress. A final message chimed. Newbie gift package being distributed. Mission issued. Please join a G14 powerhouse during the summer transfer window, inheriting the will of the great King Carlos Caesar. Mission reward. Cleansing of all ailments, restoration of health, and activation of the official system. Laughter erupted from Huang Kaiwen as he grasped his hair, for there was no other way to convey his exhilaration. What does it mean that there is always a way out for the desperate? What does it mean to be a child of destiny and fortune? Laozi once remarked, with the ability to traverse realms and wield systems, one is unlikely to meet an untimely demise. As for joining a prestigious club, in order to survive, he would resort to any means necessary to achieve his goal. Moreover, the system has bestowed upon him a novice gift pack, which, upon opening, should elevate him to the level of a football king. After all, it is named the Football King Carlos system. On television, the leaders of Shanghai appeared spirited, and Huang Kaiwen, slapping his thigh, declared the victim chosen. It would be you, AC Milan. Upon opening the novice gift pack and making his selection, rewards materialized. He obtained a superstar experience card, effective for 30 days, with a usage deadline at the conclusion of the summer transfer window. He also received a gift pack allowing choice among 4 languages, as well as a skill, the peak acting ability of Tom Hanks. How could a great player not possess the art of performance? Sergio Busquets. Huang Kaiwen felt a bit bewildered. The items bestowed by the system seemed rather frivolous. Naturally, he was aware of Sergio Busquets, the Oscar-winning protagonist of football, yet how did this relate to the king of the sport? Sitting on his bed with a notebook, Huang Kaiwen searched for quite some time, yet he could not find a player by the name of Carlos Caesar. He had a vague recollection of this name, but could not place it. This was rather unusual for a football fan. While preoccupied with thoughts during a cooking session, an epiphany struck him. He had encountered this name on a public account in his previous life. This football king was indeed unconventional. No wonder he was elusive. It was the explosion of self-media that had unearthed Carlos Caesar's exploits, allowing them to spread widely. For a full 26 years, Carlos Caesar had not officially played a single match nor scored a goal, yet he managed to thrive through his exceptional emotional intelligence and eloquence. Having played for numerous prestigious teams in Brazil, as well as national teams in Mexico, including Puebla, at one point, he was even crowned a football king. Carlos's talent was limited, with his only notable attribute being his commendable physical fitness. At the age of 16, he was scouted by a second-division Mexican team due to his training without a ball, only to be quickly dismissed upon the realization of his lack of footballing skills. Upon returning to Brazil, Carlos began to seek connections. With his high emotional intelligence and oratory skills, he quickly became well acquainted with many football stars. Numerous Brazilian internationals took a liking to him and would actively recommend Carlos's inclusion to clubs. Thus, Carlos consistently found himself in major clubs. Most professional players cherish their opportunities to play, striving to showcase their abilities for greater recognition. In stark contrast, Carlos Caesar sought every conceivable method to evade matches. After all, the moment he touched the ball, his true level would be exposed. Therefore, upon joining a new team, Carlos Caesar would promptly inform the coach that he was in poor form and required time for individual training. During this solitary training, he would run laps, demonstrating his commendable fitness. Once this trial period had passed, he would feign illness to avoid matches. Carlos employed a myriad of excuses, a thigh strain while playing, or a slip and fall while showering. In a particularly extravagant episode, he implored a dental friend to issue a diagnosis asserting that his teeth were in disarray, even going so far as to claim it affected his thigh, thus rendering him unable to compete. Given the medical standards of the time, his deception was difficult to expose. Consequently, Carlos Caesar thrived, perpetually finding his way onto the team. Whenever his ruse was on the verge of unraveling, he would choose to flee. Beyond merely deceiving the coaches, Carlos was also adept at cultivating a public persona. He maintained close ties with numerous journalists from local newspapers, frequently inviting them to dine together. In turn, these journalists embellished his narrative, spinning tales of how Mexico yearned for his presence or how the Brazilian team was eager for his inclusion. Prior to each match, Carlos Caesar would generously purchase candies for the children watching the game, inviting them to gather around for his autograph afterward, thus fabricating an illusion of popularity. At one point, Carlos carried a large mobile phone, occasionally brandishing it in public while exuberantly speaking in English, claiming that FC Barcelona was contemplating a contract with him. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, his English was entirely fabricated, and the phone was merely a toy model. Thus, despite never having played a full match or scored a goal, Carlos was regarded as a bona fide football superstar wherever he went. His fans bestowed upon him numerous nicknames, such as the Divine Forward, the Enigmatic Blade, and Football Caesar, amplifying his renown. After traversing various clubs in Brazil, Carlos set his sights abroad. An invitation from the Ajaccio team in France prompted his relocation to France, where enthusiastic fans filled the training ground, eager to witness the Brazilian sensation. In such circumstances, feigning an injury would be rather awkward. So Carlos cleverly devised an ingenious plan. He kicked every football on the training ground towards his fans one by one. With no balls left on the field, his teammates had no choice but to engage in an imaginary game of football alongside him, elevating the fervent atmosphere to its zenith. Over the subsequent years, Carlos left his mark in the United States, Mexico, and Argentina, becoming one of the most renowned stars in the world. It must be said, this fellow was truly talented. Huang Kaiwen now comprehended what the football King Caesar system entailed, essentially transforming him into a salary thief, much like Carlos Caesar, to toy with the elite clubs. He acquiesced, for in the struggle for survival, one is willing to undertake any endeavor. At worst, he would wait until the task was complete, regain his health, and then be dismissed by the team. As a time traveler, what fear did he have of expulsion? After retirement, he could pen a book titled I Really Don't Want to Play Football, which would surely sell like hotcakes. As for the exorbitant appearance fees, Murray was somewhat agitated. Cantona, seated in the front row, turned to Huang Kaiwen and gave him a thumbs up. These retired veterans were the main guests at the awards ceremony, while the younger players were already eagerly anticipating their holidays. Huang Kaiwen nodded at Cantona. They were all of the same royal lineage, albeit Huang, the football king, stood as a monarch, while Cantona was merely the king of the Dream Theater. Inzaghi murmured, "You seem akin to Michael Jordan. Many once idolized him." Ramos, with a hint of disdain, replied, "Even if he holds a comparable status in basketball to what Kevin does in football, he pales in comparison in other domains. Moreover, Kevin has endured over 200 injuries. Had it been Jordan, he might have retired long ago." Inzaghi nodded in agreement. Kevin Huang's injuries are indisputable, yet the most crucial aspect is that they do not hinder his performance. The Milan team doctors assert that this phenomenon is beyond the realm of scientific explanation. He has suffered from injuries to his adductor, groin, meniscus, and ankle, and has even sustained numerous injuries to his upper body. Each of these ailments is profoundly tormenting. Players like Bale, Hargreaves, and even an early Robin have frequently found themselves on stretchers. Yet, Kevin Huang seems unaffected. Inzaghi mused that Huang might excel as a healer more than as a footballer. As the award for Best Team of the Year approached, nominees included the Miami Heat, the Red Bull F1 team, who had secured 3 consecutive championships, the U.S. men's basketball team with 14 Olympic golds, the Chinese national table tennis team, which swept 4 golds and 2 silvers at the Olympics, the European Championship-winning Dutch team, and the Ryder Cup golf team. The atmosphere in the venue grew tense, as the suspense surrounding the final award for Best Male Athlete was minimal. This was the most anticipated and prestigious honor of the evening. When Pelé stepped onto the stage, Huang immediately understood. Pelé theatrically glanced at the card within the envelope and exclaimed, "The Netherlands." The Dutch players erupted in jubilant cheers. In the national television studio, director Jean chuckled, "It's no small feat. This marks the third time a European Championship winner has claimed the Laureus Team Award, following France in 2000 and Greece in 2004. I personally believe that the significance of the Dutch team's victory is on par with that of Greece in 2004. This year's European Championship boasted the highest total team value, with Spain's squad exceeding €800 million. Ramos led at €75 million, followed by Torres at €70 million, and Iniesta at €65 million, representing a staggering lead. The second-ranked German team held a total value of only €400 million, with Kroos, due to his numerous accolades, becoming a mainstay at AC Milan, valued at €51 million, surpassing Gomez at €35 million and Muller at €32 million. The third-ranked Portuguese team, led by Ronaldo, was only a few million ahead of England, while Italy, in fifth place, exceeded €300 million, with a narrow margin over France. The Dutch team's total valuation ranked seventh. While this ranking is commendable, it is noteworthy that only 16 teams compete in the European Championship, placing them relatively lower. Individually, the Dutch team had only Van Persie making the top 10 players of the tournament. Indeed, director Jean provided an analysis of the challenges faced by the Dutch team in securing the championship from a competitive standpoint. I will add a few words regarding the competitive and other aspects. The Dutch team is comprised of technically proficient players. No one doubts their ability to play. However, they have a long-standing reputation for internal discord, and once again, disharmony emerged during this European Championship. Van der Vaart has been dismissed from the national team, and we all believe the Dutch team was doomed. This situation starkly contrasts with the indomitable spirit of the Greek team. The world was convinced that the Netherlands would not advance far. Indeed, however, none anticipated that Van der Vaart's expulsion would mark the inception of the Dutch team's ascendance. Several players from AC Milan played pivotal roles in this transformation, including Van Bommel, Van Persie, and particularly Quit, who later transferred and excelled in various positions during the European Championship. He flawlessly executed Kevin's tactics on the field, and I believe he was the standout player for the Netherlands in that tournament, as they took to the stage to receive their accolades. Assistant coach De Boer and captain Van Bommel approached to accept the trophy from Pelé. With an assertive gesture, Van Bommel thrust the trophy into De Boer's embrace and stepped forward to the podium. Van Bommel began. "Some say that even God could not save the Dutch team. But Kevin has achieved what many thought impossible. In other places, I cannot speak for them, but in the Netherlands, Kevin is akin to a deity." Laughter erupted from the crowd. Kevin could only smile and wave his hand in modesty. At each Laureus Award ceremony, the name of the king of sports is invariably invoked. Despite the diversity of athletic disciplines, his journey has undeniably inspired many. Van Bommel continued, "I may be eloquent, but I do not boast. However, I understand that for the Dutch team to secure the World Cup and achieve a historic breakthrough, we still require Kevin's leadership. On the pitch, he is the finest player. And in the technical area, he is the quintessential coach. Thank you, that is all." Thunderous applause resonated throughout the venue. "Kevin, Kevin, Kevin." Many guests joined in the fervent chant. Kevin feigned a move to the stage, eliciting a wave of laughter. Had he not won an award, this would have been mere humor. However, when compared to the other nominees, Kevin's superiority was unmistakable. The large screen displayed highlights of the nominees, along with a list of their significant achievements over the past year. Bolt, Olympic gold in the 4x100 meter. Farah, Olympic gold in the 5,000 meter. Phelps, for golds and 2 silvers at the Olympics. Vettel, F1 World Championship. Bradley Wiggins, Olympic time trial champion, Tour de France champion. Kevin, Olympic gold in men's individual archery. Equestrian show jumping, triathlon, 100m, 200m, UEFA Super Cup champion, Serie A champion, Coppa Italia champion, FIFA Club World Cup champion, UEFA Champions League champion, Italian Super Cup champion, and European Championship winning coach. A lengthy list of honors left the attendees in awe. While it was known that Kevin had triumphed in many competitions, the enumeration revealed him to be a veritable champion collector. If coaching is considered a cross-disciplinary achievement, he has conquered 6 distinct fields in a single year. Not only is this remarkable in the context of the Young Laureus Award, but it is also unparalleled in history. Suddenly, Bolt dashed onto the stage, causing host Michael Ball to feign fright and step back. Bolt then shrugged and said, "You didn't think I was going to snatch the trophy, did you? Even if I tried, I couldn't outrun Kevin. Michael Ball nodded in agreement. Bolt walked over, picked up the envelope, and remarked, "This is what I requested. I am uncertain if I shall have another opportunity for revenge, so I shall take the initiative to present the award to Kevin, at least in terms of presenting awards. I am swifter." After speaking, he tore open the envelope and paused, playfully stating, "The world's best athlete is simply the one who garnered the most accolades last year." Although Bolt intentionally refrained from announcing the name, the crowd erupted with shouts of Kevin. Bolt nodded and said, "Congratulations, Kevin. Your greatness requires no further words." Amidst the applause, Huang Kaiwen ascended the stage to receive the trophy and shook hands with Bolt. Bolt grasped Huang Kaiwen's hand earnestly and declared, "Previously, I was the defender. Now, I am the pursuer. Should I find myself in good form, I will certainly seek you out. I am always at your service." Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. As he approached the podium, the applause erupted once more before he could even speak. After a minute, Huang Kaiwen gestured for silence, and once the noise subsided, he began. "Personally, I believe that talent is the foundation, while hard work is the continuation. Without the support of so many, I would not have achieved what I have today. I am grateful to my friends, my girlfriend, my fans, and the staff within my team. If anyone wishes to know the secret to my success, I shall tell you. I am successful simply because I am Huang Kaiwen, and nothing more." The declaration of "I am who I am" resonated with profound confidence in the English context, embodying the sentiments favored in Western discourse. The atmosphere in the venue was electrifying, almost lifting the ceiling off the hall. As Huang Kaiwen descended from the stage, he was inundated with handshakes everywhere. Aside from a few athletes from the football world and other sports, many were strangers to him. The short distance of several dozen meters took him over 10 minutes to traverse, with a small stack of notes accumulating in his hand. In South America, models are in abundant supply. Upon returning to his seat, Inzaghi eagerly rushed over to take a look. "You might as well give it a try, after all. You have a good appearance," Huang Kaiwen teased. "Forget it. I am an emperor, and I must remain composed," Inzaghi replied, though he tightly clutched the stack of notes. "I think I should head back first. Beatrice is with the child, and I am uneasy," Kaka mentioned. "Then we shall return later." Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. The post-Lawrence Awards banquet was rather dull, yet as the star of the evening, he could not avoid making an appearance. "Our coach has arrived," Van Persie exclaimed, raising his glass, a toast to Kevin. Huntelaar rolled his eyes but followed suit, standing up. "To Kevin." Huang Kaiwen lifted his glass in response. The Dutch team was not seated in the hall, but a few of them managed to sit together. Just as Huang Kaiwen took his seat, Van Marwijk inquired, "Are you interested in coaching during the World Cup? The association is willing to offer 20 million for just one summer." "Forget it. The European Championship was merely a stroke of luck." Huang Kaiwen shook his head. Even if he were to coach in the future and lead a team at the World Cup, Huang Kaiwen would consider the Dutch team with caution. Currently, only Van Persie and Robben were in good form, while Sneijder was performing moderately in Turkey, and several veterans like Van Bommel had retired. Nevertheless, the Dutch team still possessed some strength. However, winning the European Championship beforehand would render failing to secure the World Cup title less favorable. He could contemplate it, but there was no necessity to agree. As Huang Kaiwen expressed his reluctance to continue discussing the topic, Van Marwijk remarked that Mark had decided to return to the Netherlands to coach for a few years, with the possibility of returning to Milan in the future, perhaps even becoming Huang's coach one day. "Let us hope for that," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. He noted that the coaching abilities of Milan's former luminaries were somewhat lacking. Although Van Bommel had a brief playing career, he had amassed numerous championships while at Milan. After indulging in some drinks with the Dutch national team, Huang Kaiwen had also received toasts from several football legends. Even when it came to champagne, he had not abstained. Upon returning to the hotel, he fell asleep promptly. The following day, upon waking, Huang Kaiwen remembered to check the system refresh, only to discover that a new month had commenced. The first notification that caught his eye was a message about a successful acquisition. Beep, successfully intercepted the Bolt-Lawrence Award. Skill activation successful, characteristic acquired. Special template, Tachibana Masaru, Fate points. Template, Just Fontaine points, Copa, points, Platini, points, skill. Free kick mastery, 5,000 points. Master of fried balls, 5,000 points. Surfing proficiency, 100 points. Items, 24-hour immunity card, 20 points, special item. Sulla's proof of defender, 50 points. Upon seeing the special template, Huang Kaiwen recalled that it referred to one of the acrobatic twin brothers from Captain Tsubasa, whom he and Kaká had previously replicated in their dual shot. As for the French trio, there was little more to say. The record holder for World Cup goals, Fontaine, Copa from Real Madrid's 5 consecutive championships, Platini, and Zidane, were all staples in the top ranks of French football. Huang Kaiwen felt a surge of curiosity regarding the special item. With a substantial amount of fate points at his disposal, he decided to spend 170 points to acquire the immunity card, surfing proficiency, and Sulla's proof. The item, Sulla's proof of defender, labeled Sulla as Manchester United's defender during the intense rivalry matches. Once donned, the wearer would transform from a team hero into an insider, rendering capture unnecessary. Goodness, Huang Kaiwen mused. Perhaps I should gift it to Mourinho. Whoever wears it becomes an insider without any need for capture. The skill, surfing proficiency, elevates one's surfing abilities to the average professional level, significantly enhancing physical balance. While it was a commendable improvement, it did not guarantee success in surfing competitions, as the prize money had always been modest. However, it would be enjoyable during seaside vacations. Characteristic, lifelong endorsement of Bolt, who, despite being defrauded of over 10 million, continues to savor life with his wife post-retirement, as he receives 4 million annually in sponsorship from Puma until his passing. Possessing this characteristic makes one more likely to secure a lifelong endorsement. Huang Kaiwen considered it adequate, acknowledging that capturing the Bolt endorsement so many times would not consistently yield favorable characteristics. The dilemma concerning the lifelong endorsements of Huang Kaiwen and the King of Football was that the compensation they offered was rather meager. The dual stars endorsements hovered around 1 billion, with the Ballon d'Or prize being an additional amount. Calculated over 60 years, it amounted to less than 17 million per year. James appeared to have surpassed 1.5 billion, while Jordan and AJ's dividends were 100 million annually. Therefore, the question arises, how much should Huang Kaiwen's lifelong endorsement be worth? At present, Huang Kaiwen earns over 40 million annually from Adidas, while Cristiano Ronaldo and others are around 10 million. The Germans are willing to offer approximately 4 billion. Yet Huang Kaiwen feels it insufficient. Thus, the King of Yellow has yet to secure a lifetime endorsement contract. Perhaps a clearer decision will only emerge at the twilight of his career. The Americans, however, are inclined to offer even more. Although Huang Kaiwen's personal brand plays a significant role in this matter. Each summer, negotiations regarding endorsement and sponsorship fees resemble a fierce battle. Primarily due to the lack of comparable precedents, the sums Huang Kaiwen commands are unprecedented, with no other athlete to serve as a benchmark. Huang Kaiwen made a phone call. Galliani was negotiating with a hotel in France, specifically for the Katusha team, which must align with the King of Yellow's sponsors. Huang Kaiwen provided additional instructions, requesting some customized gifts to thank his AC Milan teammates and presenting tokens of appreciation to the Katusha team. After hanging up, he proceeded to freshen up and change his clothes, then knocked on the door to summon Ramos and Inzaghi, planning to meet Kaká at the restaurant. Where are Beatrice and Paolo? Huang Kaiwen inquired. Kaká, somewhat embarrassed, replied, Paolo is not in Milan. My son and his mother went to Sao Paulo to visit my parents. I intend to take a few days off before heading back. Since the birth of my child, I haven't had much opportunity for a vacation. So it's a good time to unwind. Shall we explore Brazil or another destination? Huang Kaiwen asked. Brazil, Inzaghi asserted firmly. Having always been fond of the open spirit of Brazil, let us go to Copacabana Beach in Rio. The white sands attract countless tourists each year. And Filippo will surely enjoy it, Kaká added with a smile. Perfect. Let's spend a few days in Rio and find someone to rent a vacation villa by the sea. Huang Kaiwen nodded. Staying in a hotel would be rather dull. Okay, leave it to me, Inzaghi declared, pulling out his phone. I know someone who can help us arrange that. Kaká gave a thumbs up. It was surprising that, even in Brazil, Agi could find assistance for such matters. In European football, similar individuals exist, specializing in vacation planning for stars and the affluent, helping to book hotels, rent villas, and arrange meals according to dietary preferences, charging brokerage and planning fees. This was akin to those who previously engaged in the supermodel business. Nowadays, people have become increasingly astute. The internet exposes photographs that reveal little distinction between stars and supermodels, leading many to hesitate in spending tens of thousands or even millions for a few days with supermodels. Consequently, they have transitioned into offering customized services for clients. With Aji's social prowess, it was only natural he would know such individuals. It is not to say that one in Milan cannot arrange for villas in Brazil. Those with connections in that region can resolve matters with a single phone call. During their meal, Kaká remarked, Pelé criticized Neymar in the newspaper, stating that his move to Barcelona would jeopardize his future, and he even mentioned having suggested that Neymar play for Milan, which would be an act of betrayal. That does seem characteristic of him, Huang Kaiwen chuckled. This matter is entirely Pelé's enthusiasm. Neither Neymar nor Milan holds any intentions toward each other. Milan is unwilling to meet the tactical position and financial conditions that Neymar requires. Neymar is reluctant to play second fiddle in Milan. Although the club lacks a proper right flank, his exorbitant salary and signing fee render him an unworthy investment. Even Ramos, who occupies a more prominent tactical position on the wing, does not justify such a high expenditure if a player were to be acquired. It would merely be someone of the caliber of Ashley Young for rotation, unless one is discussing a player of Robben's stature. The professor would not be inclined to sanction such a substantial outlay. Huang Kaiwen has demonstrated that even when closely marked, he can thrive on the right flank. A player yet to debut in Europe would never command a fee of 57 million, no matter the circumstances. In recent years, player valuations have skyrocketed. Yet the professor remains accustomed to identifying players of Pires caliber for mere hundreds of thousands in League One. The lengthy negotiations surrounding Giroud's transfer are a testament to this. The issue lies not with the professor, but with the inflated market values spurred on by a few wealthy patrons entering the scene. During a meal, a few individuals engaged in conversation, and it is no wonder the professor remains skeptical of Brazilian talents. The likes of Robinho and Diego, who were once heralded as the next big stars, never reached such heights. Combined, they do not even amount to 57 million. After dining, the group checked out, rented a car, and proceeded to their villa by the beach. Inzaghi's contacts are remarkably efficient, and upon arrival at the beach, a young errand boy promptly delivered the keys while providing a phone number, assuring them that any issues could be resolved for the right price. They don't charge? Kaká asked, surprised. Just settle it back in Milan. Joseph and I go way back, Inzaghi replied with a sense of pride. Be cautious with Sicilians. They are not in the business of charity, Huang Kaiwen advised. With ties to the Brazilian mafia, they are likely Sicilian, Inzaghi acknowledged. Rest assured, I am aware, he nodded. The group changed into swimwear and headed straight to the beach. Upon their arrival, they drew considerable attention. In Brazil, few were unaware of Huang Kaiwen and Kaká. My goodness, am I dreaming? Are they real? Some exclaimed. Surely, have you not seen the newspapers covering the Laureus Awards? While foreign tourists expressed curiosity, many locals swiftly approached, requesting autographs and photographs. Kaká's popularity had waned slightly since his marriage, yet he remained a dreamboat for many Brazilian girls prior to his nuptials, once even pursued by female fans at the national team's base. Ugh, how tasteless, Inzaghi remarked with a hint of jealousy. While he could understand the awards, the beach scene was a bit much. Ramos scoffed. There's water over there. What do you mean? Inzaghi inquired. I suggest you take a look in the mirror. Kevin is far more handsome than you, Ramos teased. What about Ricardo? He's Brazilian and seems like a good guy. Inzaghi shot back with a playful gesture and approached a group of young women. After finally breaking free from the fans, Huang Kaiwen asked, Where's Filippo? Over there. Ramos pointed. Damn. In just a few minutes, Inzaghi has already gone over to help someone apply sunscreen. It must be said, that fellow is remarkably swift. This locale sees many vacationers annually, with Hollywood stars frequently spotted about. Kaká introduced. In that house over there, you can rent swimming rings, surfboards, and inflatable beds. And also purchase some snacks. It has been over a decade since Deegan and I last visited. Ever since his spinal injury, he has not engaged in water activities much. Subsequently, he moved to Milan to pursue football. The three of them proceeded to rent some items, and as they set up the beach chairs and umbrellas, a young woman approached them. Would you like to play volleyball with us? She inquired. You'd better have some renown, Ramos replied while arranging the umbrella. Watching the young woman walk away in annoyance, Huang Kaiwen jested. You might struggle to find a girlfriend like this. Just relax a bit while in Brazil. I'm not particularly interested in them, Ramos said. Once everything was set, Huang Kaiwen took his surfboard and headed toward the sea. Kaká cautioned, if you can't swim well, it's best not to venture too far, Kaiwen. Don't worry, Huang Kaiwen replied with a thumbs up. After observing the beach, he noted that the waves were gentle, making it a perfect opportunity to hone his skills. Soon, Kaká realized that his concerns were unfounded. With Huang Kaiwen's athletic talent, no sport would pose a challenge. May I sit here? Another young woman approached. Ramos coldly responded, I have no desire to get to know you. That's all right. I'm interested in getting to know Kaiwen. Upon hearing this, Ramos turned his head, peering at her through the slits of his sunglasses. Kaka, incredulous, asked, Are you Miss Seiko? She placed her index finger on her lips, signaling him to be quiet. Kaka nodded vigorously. Debra Seco is an immensely popular actress in Brazil, with newspapers even claiming her popularity surpasses that of the president. Kaka had watched several of her films, and she was akin to the likes of Monica Bellucci. Known for her bold roles, she was a source of inspiration for many young Brazilians. The atmosphere suddenly became peculiar. Both Kaka and Ramos fell silent, as Seiko awaited Huang Kaiwen. At that moment, Inzaghi waved his phone energetically toward the beach, and when Huang Kaiwen approached, he grabbed his arm and exclaimed, Damn. Your appearance fee is 500 million. Huang Kaiwen looked at Inzaghi's phone and found that indeed, the headline proclaimed a 500 million euro appearance fee, and the content was entirely accurate. Presumably, Galliani had already contacted the young football king. I need to go back to get my phone, Huang Kaiwen said. Wait a moment. Kaiwen, Debra Seco called out. Kaka quickly introduced. Ms. Seco is a renowned actress in Brazil. Her drama Foolish Heart was incredibly popular last year. Hello. But I'm quite busy at the moment. Huang Kaiwen acknowledged with a nod and turned toward the villa. Debra Seco stood there, stunned. Moments later, Inzaghi rose and asked, Would you be interested in having a drink together? Not interested. Debra Seco replied, her expression darkening as she pointed to herself and asked Kaka, Am I really that unappealing? Humph, Ramos scoffed. You women, lacking intellect, always seek to use Kaiwen to validate your allure. Have you ever considered how many women like you he encounters in a year? After finishing his words, Ramos stood up and walked towards a group of young people playing beach football. Kaka, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, Please don't take it to heart. Sergio recently experienced a heartbreak. To be precise, it ended before it even began. Inzaghi interjected. Debra Seco stormed off in a huff. As a prominent star in Brazil, she had rarely faced rejection in this vibrant nation, and her romantic history was quite extensive. Just this April, she had gone through her third divorce. Huang Kaiwen returned to the villa and checked his phone, discovering numerous missed calls. The barrage of calls was from Lily. Galliani had called twice and then sent a message. The young lady simply messaged Huang, urging him to check the news online. He held the phone while opening his laptop. The advent of solid-state drives was indeed significant. Huang had always found the boot screen bothersome, endlessly spinning. The installation of an SSD had considerably expedited the process. Once the call connected, Lily exclaimed excitedly, Do you know how much they offered you? 500 million. 500 million euros. I heard it, haha. Huang chuckled. I didn't expect it to be so much. The two conversed for half an hour before Lily finally settled down. Following that, he returned Galliani's call and then felt at ease to browse the news. At the press conference, the UCI official, the editor of L'Equipe, Marina, and Galliani stood against a backdrop brimming with sponsor names, all unique. Huang understood how this appearance fee had been derived as he clicked on a video. He saw UCI President Pat McQuaid, beaming as he announced, Through our collective efforts, Kevin will join the Katusha team to participate in this year's Tour de France. We thank the sponsors and Mr. Abramovich for their contributions, and we assure that this event will be the most fair and impartial in history. We aim to establish a new benchmark and standard, returning cycling competitions to their essence. Therefore, we have invited a third party to conduct tests on the athletes. Any athlete failing the drug test reevaluation will be disqualified from the competition. Should any team have more than 3 athletes with drug or blood issues, that team will be immediately disqualified. Having witnessed the revelations about Armstrong, Huang merely smiled. The third-party organizations were either American or European. Originally, it was Armstrong's coach who facilitated his connection with the Italian. Such matters are challenging to eliminate, as everyone in the circle is acquainted. While a relatively clean scenario is possible, these teams would do anything for results. Huang speculated that the Agnelli family likely had their channels, as they were behind Juventus's operations. Interestingly, Huang came across Tyson's commentary on the matter. Tyson stated, I must admit I am incredibly envious, as my appearance fee during my bouts with Lewis was only $35 million. When your entire career's earnings cannot match someone else's single appearance fee, you begin to grasp my sentiments. It's absolutely insane. I've earned $3 billion from being hit throughout my life, and I don't even know what to say. It's utterly ridiculous. Huang couldn't help but laugh. it is likely that other athletes harbor a considerable sense of envy and jealousy. Tyson's stature is sufficiently elevated for him to evoke such sentiments. However, one can surmise that the esteemed king of the yellow ball would command a higher appearance fee in a match against Tyson. Such feelings of envy are futile. Each individual is destined for their own path. Athletes who garner high visibility can earn millions annually, leaving ordinary individuals in a state of admiration. The existence of the king of the yellow ball merely serves to showcase the pinnacle of athletic achievement to all sportsmen. Furthermore, Kevin Huang has made an intriguing observation. The public exhibits a remarkable tolerance towards the king of the yellow ball. Were Rooney to secure a lucrative endorsement, there would undoubtedly be online commentators asserting that he does not deserve such remuneration, especially considering his questionable choices. This reflects well on the character of the king of the yellow ball, hence the favorable public perception. Kevin Huang then opened the game endless dilemma, finally releasing a sigh of relief. Goodness, can he possibly spend it all? He exclaimed. 5 billion. Would not other competitors be consumed with envy? Cycling still enjoys a high level of attention. Armstrong lost 8 sponsorships last year, anticipating a loss of $15 billion. The focus is misplaced. He is American, which explains the substantial sponsorships from American companies, and his status prior to the doping scandal was undeniably significant. Both elements are essential. Kevin Huang responded, "Is it conceivable that my standing in the sports realm surpasses Armstrong's, with ample support globally? Wow, there's an undercover agent. The moderators are at work." Without the derogatory term, the account would be banned. Upon noticing his account had been suspended, Kevin Huang chuckled and shook his head. The critics remained unchanged. Still the same youthful faces with no sign of evolution. Kevin Huang briefly learned the method of concealing links and images and packaged the first installment of Watched Again, uploading it to his computer and posting an image in the forum. Shock. Hollywood scandal exposed. Avril and several actresses' videos leaked. Given the current internet speed, it would likely take them several days to finish downloading. This should leave a lasting impression on them. Kevin Huang closed his notebook and departed the villa, returning once more to the seaside. Only Inzaghi lay on a beach chair. "Where are the others?" Kevin Huang inquired, nudging Inzaghi with his foot. "They're over there playing beach soccer," Inzaghi replied weakly. As a player, how can one vacation while still engaging in soccer? It feels no different than not having a holiday at all. "What's the matter? You seem rather lackluster," Kevin Huang inquired with a smile. "Enough of that," Inzaghi sighed. "I just helped a girl apply sunscreen. She was quite free-spirited, but once it was done, she turned her back on me." Kevin Huang nearly doubled over with laughter. It was evident that Inzaghi had been playfully teased. "Even a superstar like you has your missteps?" He jested. "Brazilians are all fools. They adore Denilson. They lack the appreciation for my efficient European style of play," Inzaghi remarked. Comparatively, his skills with the ball do not even meet the standards of some youths on the beach, as Brazilian youngsters have been playing football from a young age. Their physical prowess or other attributes may not fulfill professional football requirements, yet they have honed their skills for over a decade, or even 2. You might attempt to strike up a conversation with European and American tourists. Even if you disregard the players' identities, you are indeed quite handsome, Huang Kaiwen remarked. "Forget it." Inzaghi sighed, waving his hand dismissively. With age, he no longer possessed the same zest for play as he did in his youth. He felt the urge to find a companion for the evening. Huang Kaiwen, clutching his surfboard, made his way once more towards the sea. At this moment, the waves had grown considerably larger, igniting his enthusiasm. Before entering the water, he anchored his board in the sand and commenced his warm-up routine. He found the experience quite enjoyable. "The waves are rather formidable now. It would be wise not to venture out," Kevin cautioned a young man clutching a surfboard. "It's all right. My skills are adequate," Huang Kaiwen replied confidently. Surfing demands considerable strength and balance from the entire body, qualities that Huang Kaiwen excelled in. As for endurance and cardiovascular fitness, he suspected that he was unmatched, without exception. His warm-up primarily focused on utilizing his core and lower body strength to adapt to the larger waves, as he was wary of potential strains. Observing Huang Kaiwen's determination to brave the waters, the young man shook his head and rejoined his friends. A group of spectators stood along the shore, eagerly awaiting the performance of the king of the ball. Huang Kaiwen dashed into the water, lying prone on his board as he paddled further out. Along the way, swimmers returning to shore gave him a thumbs up. Spotting a wave approaching, Huang Kaiwen quickly flipped onto his board, instantly finding his balance. with a powerful thrust from his waist. He maneuvered the surfboard to ride the crest of the wave. The splashing seawater relentlessly pelted his lower limbs. This was a struggle between man and nature. It was no wonder that many are drawn to extreme sports. The sense of achievement in conquering nature far surpasses competition among peers. Gradually acclimatizing to the current weather, Huang Kaiwen leaned back, guiding his board toward the wave's peak, launching himself into the air and executing a complete rotation before landing steadily atop the wave. Cheers and whistles erupted from the shore, a tribute to the brave. Some tourists, preparing to retreat from the tumultuous waters, paused to watch Huang Kaiwen surf. When did Kevin acquire such skill? Inzaghi inquired, lifting his gaze. You should ask what sport Kevin is not proficient in, Ramos chuckled. There exists only a sport that Kevin has yet to showcase. There is none in which he is not adept. Thus, Kevin stands as the greatest athlete in history. Kaka nodded in agreement. As athletes, they understood that reaching the pinnacle of any sport requires not only talent, but also immense dedication and training. This further highlighted Huang Kaiwen's remarkable versatility. Kaka leaned toward Inzaghi and suggested, you ought to have Kevin teach you how to surf. Participants in extreme sports tend to attract quite a following. Forget it. I would rather call a group of models to keep me company. I have no desire to gamble with my life. I still have plenty of money left to spend, Inzaghi replied, shaking his head vigorously. He might have dared to try it in the past, as he could quickly recover from injuries sustained from jumping off buildings. But now he realized that he no longer possessed such abilities. What the hell is that? A tsunami? Ramos suddenly exclaimed. Kaka, with a troubled expression, spoke. Ramos attempted to rush into the sea, but both Kaka and Inzaghi held him back. At that moment, it was already too late. A colossal wave loomed ominously behind Huang Kaiwen. Everyone on the shore could not suppress their anxiety. The winds and waves had intensified, and Huang Kaiwen, who had previously navigated with ease, was now forced to bend low to maintain his balance, firmly gripping his surfboard. Yet, despite his efforts, the distance between him and the monstrous wave was gradually diminishing. The tension among the onlookers was palpable. They scarcely dared to breathe. The enormity of the wave rendered Huang Kaiwen insignificantly small against nature's might. The towering wave, several dozen meters high, instilled a sense of dread in all who beheld it. What troubled a few even more was that Huang Kaiwen's speed could not match that of the surging wave, which was now crashing down upon him. Kaka felt as though the sky were collapsing. Kaiwen! It's Kaiwen! Upon hearing the nearby exclamations, Kaka noticed that as the wave passed, Huang Kaiwen remained firmly standing on his surfboard. A tremendous cheer erupted from the entire beach. It must be a trick, muttered Inzaghi, drenched in sweat. Kaka and Ramos remained silent. Huang Kaiwen skillfully maneuvered his board back to the shallows and returned to the water's edge, soon surrounded by excited spectators. Kaka smiled and remarked, perhaps there truly is nothing that can defeat Kaiwen. I have never doubted him. Ramos, feigning toughness, replied, I won't admit it. As Huang Kaiwen was enveloped by the crowd, he was patted numerous times and could only shout, thank you for your concern and support. To show my gratitude for your cheers, I will treat you all to dinner. If the seaside cabin doesn't have enough supplies, I see there's a fried chicken shop nearby. Another cheer erupted. Ramos approached, allowing Huang Kaiwen to escape the enthusiastic throng. As he emerged, his face bore several lip prints. You've ruined our vacation, Inzaghi teased. If that cycling union sees the news, they'll surely send you straight to France. Cycling union, Kaka corrected. Inzaghi was indeed partly right. The UCI had painstakingly resolved various matters, and they were now most concerned about the safety of the King of Yellow. However, Inzaghi was slightly mistaken. The UCI lacked the authority to summon the King of Yellow to France immediately. Although he received a call from Pat McQuaid, Huang Kaiwen chose to remain in Rio. The contract clearly stated that the King of Yellow could join the team for training before the race, without disrupting his holiday. Huang Kaiwen refrained from further surfing. British paparazzi caught wind of the situation and arrived in Rio. The next day, the group toured several attractions in the city, even with the presence of Christ the Redeemer. The reality of the surrounding slums could not be obscured. Ironically, the impoverished areas were even closer to the iconic statue. Why aren't you participating in the Confederation's Cup? Inzaghi inquired while enjoying grilled meat. They were dining at the half-mountain restaurant of the Santa Teresa Hotel, which offered delightful dishes paired with a splendid night view. And one could request the table to be moved outdoors. I'm too exhausted. Kaka sighed and remarked, the Copa America, the Olympics, the Confederation's Cup, and the World Cup, Great tournaments are always on the horizon. After the 2014 World Cup, I contemplated announcing my retirement from the national team. My age is advancing, and I ought to focus on my family. Even if it is held in Brazil, won't you feel a sense of regret for not participating if Brazil triumphs? Ramos inquired. Kaká chuckled and shook his head, stating, I have already secured an abundance of championships. One cannot win them all. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. Kaká's accolades are extensive. He truly lacks for titles. If one were to speak of regret, it would be that in 2002, Kaká was still a young lad, not particularly significant in Brazil. And that World Cup victory was largely a matter of riding on the coattails of his elder peers. 18 minutes on the pitch, and he earned a gold medal. Such efficiency eclipses that of the legendary Huang. Ramos then posed a question. Kaiwen, have you ever considered coaching Italy? He refrained from mentioning Spain, not wanting to put Huang Kaiwen in a difficult position. I haven't given it much thought, mainly because the expectations are exceedingly high. Huang Kaiwen replied, shaking his head. If I were to coach anywhere, the pressure would be immense, as the media has set the bar so high. Inzaghi, taking a sip of his drink, quipped, he mocked me plenty while I was in London. That is only fitting, Kaká retorted. You spent all your time there without spending a penny and claimed to be Simone. It's a testament to Simone's character that he hasn't severed ties with you. Inzaghi chuckled, knowing his brother had truly been led astray. The last time he returned home, their father had brandished a double-barreled shotgun, ready to teach him a lesson. As they dined and conversed, time slipped away, and before long, it was late. They decided to book a room at the hotel rather than return to the villa. Upon entering the room and turning on the television, Huang Kaiwen spotted Moyes' figure. The esteemed manager had indeed taken the reins at Manchester United. In the upcoming season, United fans would come to understand the adage a change of manager is like changing knives, though in Moyes' case, it resembled a pencil sharpener. This summer, the football world would not be tranquil. Rome welcomed a new owner, and Inter Milan, who had not had the chance to spend last season, would be eagerly brandishing their checkbook to secure new talent. With several Milan players retiring, the professor would also seek to recruit new players. Moyes' takeover at Manchester United heralded a period of personnel changes for the Red Devils. Neymar's transfer to Barcelona signified Villa's departure, and Calderon would also bring in marquee players to mitigate the impact of Neymar's competition. Additionally, with Guardiola's Bayern acquiring Götze, the Dortmund supermarket was opening its doors. Huang Kaiwen believed that this summer's transfer market might prove to be exceptionally thrilling. Galliani, having just secured sponsorship, promptly returned to the Apennines. The retirements of Gattuso, Ambrosini, Van Bommel, and Zambrotta left Milan's midfield significantly depleted. Although the team boasted several promising young talents, the professor still hoped to recruit a defensively minded, ready-to-play midfielder. Last season, Rodri had played an abundance of matches, and the team doctor advised the professor to limit the young player's exposure. Therefore, the professor planned to rotate him with Saul. Do not speak of Milan. The entire European football scene lacks elite defenders. De Rossi possesses remarkable skill, yet he awaits the captain's armband of Roma. Just as Huang Kaiwen was preparing to return to Milan, he received a phone call from Pelé. The group arrived in Sao Paulo, where Kaká finally returned to his parents' home. Kevin, I didn't expect to see you again, Pelé remarked with a smile. It was you who called me here, Huang Kaiwen jested. Pelé shrugged, gesturing for everyone to take a seat, and with a hint of exasperation, he stated, as you know, the Confederations Cup is about to commence. They say I am the king of football, and with my connections, I am tasked with finding the finest players to kick off the tournament. What choice do I have? Brazilian fans wish to see you at the opening ceremony. My appearance fee is 500 million euros. Huang Kaiwen raised an eyebrow. Pelé mimicked a noose around his neck, saying, you might as well end my life. I do not even possess 100 million. Over the years, through his career and various endorsements post-retirement, he barely accumulates around $100 million. Currently, the dollar is not as valuable as the euro, and his assets amount to approximately 90 million euros. As the servants served coffee, Pelé continued, I apologize regarding Neymar. I was unaware he had reached an agreement with Barcelona and was still requesting your signature. No worries. Perhaps he will secure the Ballon d'Or at Barcelona. Huang Kaiwen waved dismissively. The Ballon d'Or has lost its significance, Pelé remarked, taking a sip of coffee. Only those capable of defeating you are worthy of such accolades. By the way, let me introduce you to my younger son. He idolizes you, Pelé added with a grin. Is he at home? Huang Kaiwen inquired. Pelé rolled his eyes and replied, it's all because of your game. He locks himself in his room, playing it daily. As Huang Kaiwen ascended the stairs with Pele, they indeed found a young man engrossed in League of Legends. Kevin, it's really you. Wait. A team fight is about to happen, Joshua exclaimed with excitement. Pele, visibly annoyed, pulled the group back downstairs, saying, "See, I did not exaggerate. Perhaps gaming could lead to a promising future. After all, Maldini's son is a professional player in this game." Huang Kaiwen chuckled awkwardly. As the owner of a gaming company, he felt somewhat embarrassed in the presence of a parent. Returning to the living room, Pele stated, "Brazil may not have much money, but we have prepared a $50,000 appearance fee for you." Huang Kaiwen nodded, considering it a gesture of friendship, especially since the king of football would specifically remain in Brazil for a few more days. "Tomorrow, someone will contact you to familiarize you with the Sao Paulo stadium and the procedures. You will enter the opening match with the ball," Pele instructed. "That sounds perfect." Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. The group stayed at Pele's home for dinner before returning to the hotel. The following day, Huang Kaiwen received a call from the staff, while Inzaghi and Ramos were seen wandering about. Upon descending, he spotted the car waiting specifically for him. The driver, a loquacious individual, engaged in an incessant monologue upon Huang Kaiwen's entry into the vehicle. "Indeed, it is you, Kevin. This car is somewhat antiquated, wouldn't you agree? However, it was borrowed from my boss. Otherwise, they would hardly be able to present a vehicle of such caliber to pick you up. The damned economic situation worsens year by year, and those officials seem utterly oblivious to their responsibilities. May God bless Brazil," he lamented. Huang Kaiwen could only offer a comforting nod. "God, if he truly exists, he ought to eliminate the United States first," the driver grumbled. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement, recognizing that the plight of South America largely stemmed from the actions of the so-called beacon of democracy, which has wrought havoc in the region to ensure that no formidable nations emerge nearby. He was taken aback to find that even the optimistic Brazilians harbored such discontent. Their conversation was quite engaging throughout the journey, yet the subsequent proceedings proved to be rather tedious. On June 16th, at the Maracana Stadium, a venue of astonishing capacity, which in 1950 hosted nearly 200,000 fans during the match between Brazil and Uruguay. Even after FIFA's insistence on reducing seating, it still accommodates over 80,000 spectators. Today's opening match featured Brazil against Japan. Following a vibrant samba dance performance, Huang Kaiwen made his way to the center of the pitch, receiving the ball from the elegant host to hand it to the officiating crew. With Kaká absent from the lineup, Thiago Silva donned the captain's armband. As he observed his teammates preparing for the coin toss, Huang Kaiwen paused to encourage, "Go for it, guys." Thiago Silva nodded vigorously, having previously emphasized in the locker room the necessity of giving their all today. As a player from Milan, everyone benefited significantly from Huang Kaiwen's presence. It was well known which national teams Huang Kaiwen held in low regard. With Huang Kaiwen in attendance to kick off the match, Thiago Silva was poised to take a direct strike at the Japanese team. As Huang Kaiwen turned to follow the host down the tunnel, he noticed that the presenters for this match were all models, a profession Brazil has in abundance. After all, for the impoverished, if a man does not wish to struggle in society, football is often the only avenue to success, while women are left with modeling as their primary option. Indeed, many Brazilian actors hail from modeling backgrounds. "Wait, Kevin," a young woman called out, sprinting after Huang Kaiwen. "What is it?" he inquired, halting in his tracks. "Do you have time today?" she asked directly. "My name is Bruna, and I am also one of the invited guests. I previously participated in Milan Fashion Week." Huang Kaiwen smiled and nodded, replying, "I have time now. After the match, I must head to the airport." "Then let us not waste any more time," Bruna Tenorio said, swiftly guiding Huang Kaiwen toward the restroom. Shortly after the match commenced, Thiago Silva scored with a header, breaking through Japan's defenses. He immediately glanced toward the stands. But it was destined to be a moment of fleeting joy, for Huang Kaiwen was not present in the audience.